the word was that they'd caught Al Capone, the vile gangster from but not just alcohol did he run. He ran guns. He ran everything, women, child trafficking, the whole thing. One of the most disgusting human beings that we had in America at the time. Nobody could catch him. Not the Marshal Service, not the police. No, none of his buddies ratted him out. Somehow, the IRS caught him in tax fraud. They were able to arrest him. How does this seem to you? Hey, Al, you owe tax. And he goes, I'd better turn myself in.
Hi, welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm your host, Sterling Grace, and with me is Mark Lewis. And today, we're going to talk about American history.
Yay!
Yay! Because the one thing I've been telling Mark lately is, as we've been doing our podcast and interweaving history throughout the conversations, is I think a bunch of us might have forgotten a bunch of things about American history that might be relevant to the things that are happening nowadays. Slightly. So I think we should start at the beginning. Mark, why don't you tell us exactly how America got started?
Right. And you think, hey, American history, so boring. Well, the history that I was taught, maybe what you were taught, is indeed incredibly boring. And it's like, you got to remember the dates and the Patriot Revolution and the Civil War. Yeah. But what matters most to me about history is what it's doing to us now. Things that started back in, really 1782, that are driving why we're poor now. If you can believe that. What the Civil War, the War of Yankee aggression, was all about. And why we're being taxed. What really happened on the planetary level for us to become a country. Because I'm just going to let you figure out who they is, tell the story. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And I'll just kind of start at the beginning. So you got a bunch of colonists, right? You got a bunch of colonists hanging out. They love it here. They're dealing with harsh winters. They're dealing with the Indians. They're dealing with everything else. But they're here. It's not to get away from religious oppression. Y'all, they were in a Protestant nation. Y'all, they came here as Protestants. They were in a Protestant nation. So problem number one, they didn't come here for religious persecution. They weren't getting killed in the streets because they were Protestants. Now, maybe if they were in the Sudan, maybe if they were in France, because that was Catholic. And of course, the French came here as Catholics from a Catholic nation, France. And the Spaniards came here, Catholics. They came as Catholics. They weren't trying to be Protestants. They came here and were still Catholics. So it's not religious oppression that brought them to the New World. I wonder what could have brought them. I wonder what could have brought them to the point where they got mad enough that they took all of the most expensive tea in the world and dumped it into Boston Harbor. Was it because they were religiously oppressed? No. Taxes, control, commerce, and slavery, commercial slavery, really, because the taxes were so great in Europe, not just the UK or England at that time. It was oppressive. So they're like, let's get out of here. Let's go to a non-commercial zone. We will create commerce, but do it without tax. Now, so far, everything I'm telling you probably makes reasonable sense, but might just chide with what you were led to believe a little bit, because they didn't come here for religious freedom. They created religious freedom, but that was a byproduct of why they were here. We want to keep the money that we work with from the sweat of our brow. They would say that the Bible said that the man shall work from the sweat of his brow. It does not say, and be taxed. Man shall work from the sweat of his brow, period. And reap the benefits. Now, obviously, Jesus later in the New Testament says, give back to Caesar what is Caesar's, a very clever response to should we pay taxes, which is, hey, don't make waves. There's a lot more important things to do than to argue about whether or not you're paying taxes. Well, in those days, they were willing to completely walk away from everything they knew. Everything they knew, their society, their friends, their churches, their wealth, and come to these states. Now, obviously, the guys in Georgia, they were prisoners. That's different. But for the most part, the New World was a place where there was no there was no sucking away your wealth from tax. Now, obviously, long story short, things got bad, and then there was a war. because they're like, you're now bringing those taxes here to us, and we came here to avoid all that. So we're going to have to fight you. Now, who are these people that we're fighting? Who was outnumbering whom? Well, you could say that there was a lot more colonists than there were English redcoats and all of that. But you're talking about the greatest military force at that time in the history of mankind. And they had the most modern weapons, the most modern skill. They were mechanized to a certain degree. They had cannons. And you're like, exactly how did these ragtag bunch of guys beat tens of thousands of soldiers? It's not like, because we were so tough and we used the Indians and it was, touch and or attack and run tactics, guerrilla warfare. It's not what it was. It's not what it was. Now, to know what it was, you have to know what's really going on. So there was no money in these poor Americans. You know that picture where you've got all the guys signing the Declaration of Independence? They weren't signing the Declaration of Independence in one place. Those guys were accused and charged and convicted of treason. They were running for their lives. They're running for their lives. If they were caught, they'd be hung. They were treason against the crown. They committed treason against the crown. They're not going to all pile them into one group. I know some people say, well, it was signed in this place. I'm going to say, think about that for just a second. Who would do such a stupid thing? That's an artist's rendering. I love it. It's beautiful. It's great. But let's think about what's really going on. These guys, they're running for their lives. Their homes have been forfeit. Most of them burned by the British to try to, get them to ground. So they don't have any money. Where are they going to get money to fund this war? This rebellion? Well, who else in the world's got cash? And who else in the world's got a little foothold on the New World? Don't say Spain, because the only thing Spain had was gold, and of which they had quite a bit. But they were not going to part with it. Who had actual cash in the late 18th century? France. The other power. The other global power. Now, yes, Spain had the larger navy, and they lost it not too long after that. But France was the other global power, the planetary power next to England. Of course, they were at war forever. And so the Americans borrowed $5 million. I think about that in 1774 when they made the loan, to be paid in 1789, to be paid back with interest in 1789. So they borrowed the money from France, $5 million, to fund them. The ship came with the cash, and they were able to, and the resources, and they were able to basically mount a huge defense against the British who were overtaxing them. And then you have the Boston Tea Party, and all these other things that, you all know the history of the war part. But it was over taxes. It was over the, overall their liberties were being impinged by this British force. So 1782 comes, and they're like, well, we need to start making payments. And they're like, right. Well, we don't really have any money. Well, what are we going to do? So they go to the federal government. The federal government's like, oh, we don't have money for this. It was just 6 years ago, y'all, we were like shooting people. Right. So we're trying to rebuild here. That's where I'm going to go. So they go to the states, which were states now, not colonies. They're like, hey, can you help us? States are like, not our problem. Remember the Constitution? Federal matters are or international matters are your problem. And we are not charter to that loan. You are. And they're like, oh, okay. They go to the people. Hey, can you help us? And they're like, why do you think we have you as a government? Can you just handle it? It's $5 million plus interest. What? And the Fed don't have it. Now, here's your problem. Who is king in France at this time, 1780 odd? There's only one person you can think of who's French from history.
I think they got beheaded, didn't they?
Yes. Maybe. So the story's a little unclear on that one for him. Okay. Who's the king?
King Louis.
Well, actually, that's another good French, Louis XIV. That's true, but not him. That's way earlier. The only one, if you said name some French king, emperor, war person, famous French guy who was a leader, who are they going to say?
Napoleon.
Exactly.
Napoleon
is
fabulous architectural things. So,
no, that's Louis. Oh, I guess that's true. Yes, you're right. And most people don't realize that he actually, on his campaign to Alexandria, found the Rosetta Stone.
I did know that. It's the only thing I missed going to see when I went to London last time. I really wanted to go see the Rosetta Stone because I think it's a fascinating piece of history. And
it opened up history. It opened up
all of history.
History, really. I mean, what an amazing artifact. And for him to find it, of course. So Napoleon's the guy running the show. He's already got North America. He's got central, south-ish, Louisiana, Texas-y. Those weren't there then.
Yeah.
But the Gulf of now America down there. He's got those. And he's like, what a great pincher moving that would be. So he goes, well, I tell you what. I'll give you until 1789 to make your payments. Otherwise, the contract turns into foreclosure. All 13 states go to France. And wouldn't that be nice for Napoleon? Imagine if all that whole Eastern seaboard were French now. And now the English have a huge problem because they're like, now all the resources of America are now going to their mortal enemy. So, and of course the Americans are like, this is so not cool because we don't really know how we beat back. Yeah, we beat back the English somehow, but we know we can't beat back the French because they're already here and they have a huge armada of ships. What are we going to do here? What are we going to do, guys? So it fell to John Adams, who became eventually our second president, to get on a little boat and go talk to George, old King Georgie, and go, hey, so buddy, pal, George, we have a mutual problem. And he's like, do we now? Yes, we do. So that we borrowed. He goes, oh, yes, I know about your borrowing. Oh, yes, you do. Okay, well, so we can't pay. And this is to, Mr. Bonaparte. And we don't like the results if we don't make a payment. So what I'm going to ask is, I know we just kicked your ass out of out of our country. And I know you're now our enemy and that's bad and not good. But would you mind loaning us $5 million on a little better terms, a little slower payback? And that way we can pay off Napoleon over there. And he goes, I definitely don't want the East Coast of the New World going to Napoleon, short guy. But what are you going to give me for collateral? Because you don't got any collateral. And he goes, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll give you all 13 states as collateral. Let me get this straight, John. We lost the battle with you. And if I give you $5 million, we get it all back anyway? Is that what I'm hearing? And John Adams was like, pretty much, yeah, sorry. Sorry about that. Sounds good. Let's do it. Now, little did John Adams know, but history will record that even now, the British Crown owns a third of the French National Bank. So $5 million to him, he's like, I'm a benefactor of the bank. Y'all just erase the debt, won't you? Because they're at war. Are they? When the Crown owns the country's bank of the enemy, they're all kind of, holding hands under the table. So when we have to ask, how did the new republic, this new bunch of rebels in America, beat off the number one land force on the planet? Maybe they didn't. Maybe the king finally went, hey, they're not going to pay this debt back, and they're going to be coming to me. Instead of wiping out all my guys, I'm going to get these things anyway. Let's just withdraw, because we'll sit here for another 5 years killing guys off, which I can get everything I want and put my guys on the front to France, which is where we really want to be right now. That's my belief of how we won the war, because of the loan we took from France. And that the king in England was like, they're never going to pay that back. By the time we're done ravaging the place, no. And so they'll come to us hat in hand, and then we'll get it back through commerce. Through commerce. Now, what did this do? Well, technically, they avoided a bankruptcy. Their very first bankruptcy, it would have been, 1789. They were able to pay the debt, but they did so and then sold off all of our assets to England. And those assets, as far as I know, are still in the hands of England. Isn't that nice? Now, the rest of America, of course, is sold to China. That's a whole different reason, a whole different conversation there. But the East Coast is still English in terms of issuance. So how are we doing so far?
Fantastic. Yeah, this is super, super interesting. I'm mostly thinking how grateful I am to be a Texan. So I consider myself a Texan first and an American second. So,
Texas is the only state in the union that was a country.
That's right.
The Lone Star Republic. And it was one of the few republics on the planet at the time. So they they warred with the Mexicans and they warred with the Indians, and it was a brutal. And then finally they said, we're our own country. Most people don't realize that. There was the United States over here and some of the stuff over here. And then there was the Lone Star Republic, Rio Grande, whatever that parallel is, and going this way. And that's a thing. And it didn't last very long.
We're the only state that's allowed to fly our flag at the same height as American flags. So when you go to Texas, you will see flags everywhere. And it's still something that we're super proud of. I don't know another place in America where you go to people's homes that the flag is a part of our home. And it's a very interesting. Yeah, we're strange but proud people in Texas.
Well, out here in the Desert Tea State, that's Texas, and I live in Tennessee. You can always tell who the Texans are because there's a star on their house, the big Texas star, and maybe the flag, but there's not usually the flag, but the star. And if they have a barn, that star's on there, they're Texans, or at least the people who put that barn up are Texans. And the people who moved in don't realize that's the Texas star, So Texas was a country. And then I actually don't remember how long it was a country, the Lone Star Republic, until it became Texas, the Lone Star State. But it's a very interesting history there too. But for us in America, once we kicked out the Brits, there was no tax. Zero. Everything was funded from import-export tax vis-a-vis tariffs.
Yeah.
Tariffs funded the federal government, and the federal government didn't have huge weights like welfare and Veterans Affairs and the FBI and the CIA and the FAA and the FDA and the AWOL and all the other nonsense that makes the federal government one of the most massive organisms on the planet. So it was specifically defense, foreign affairs, and then the Congress itself, and those were primarily its expenses. And so the rest of the civilization of America was funded by local taxes, state taxes, if there were those. So it's a very interesting place and time to be an American where you keep all your money. You keep it all.
Well, we certainly did all the import and exporting, including tea. There literally is only one tea plantation in America, and it's in Charleston.
Is that right?
It's called the Charleston Tea Gardens, and they make the best tea. So if you ever find some, they sell it. They do sell product to consumers, and it's an amazingly good product. But they're just not a very big business. And so, but if we start having all these tariffs for imports and it'll be interesting. I think their business may be booming here in a minute because we certainly never did figure out the tea thing again. So we threw it all in the Boston Harbor and then had one plantation for the whole country, which is crazy. So. At least it is for us tea drinkers, right? So,
well, it's probably one of the reasons why we drink coffee now.
probably the reason, yes. But
the British think we're nuts for drinking coffee. They're like, you drink that shite? Why? It just makes you crazy all the time. Like, well, yeah, we're crazy.
It's crazy. It's a lot of mold in coffee. That was one of the things I've been learning about. I'm not really a coffee drinker, but I've been exploring all the various coffee things as people in my life are coffee drinkers. And I was shocked about how much mold is in coffee. And
there's a lot of mold in coffee.
Mold in coffee, yeah. I'm a big tea drinker. I'm becoming a mushroom coffee person. Trying it out. It's interesting. It's definitely an acquired taste. So, but it's supposed to be healthy for you. So I try all the weird healthy things. So now we have taxation in America after that. And tell us how Al Capone ties into taxation, because I know that he does, but I don't really remember why or how. I just remember that it's the reason why they tried to make him famous, right?
Well, he was pretty famous without
infamous, right?
Yeah, during Prohibition, when some people don't remember that it was illegal for you to have alcohol for many years. There was a constitutional amendment that said that it's called Prohibition, the Prohibition, and so America became dry.
It did. My family, my great grandfather was a whiskey runner in a place called Whiskey Flats, Texas, and because he was a whiskey runner, it made my grandfather into a hot rod builder, because they would strip out all the weight from the vehicles to outrun the law. And eventually, what most people may not know is that they were running in the riverbeds, the flat, dry riverbeds of Texas, and that became NASCAR. And so really, car racing in that kind of way came from the Prohibition era. So, and my grandfather went on to be a really amazing classic car builder, specializing mainly between the 20s and 48s. And so that's made me a lifelong car girl. So I'm very grateful for Prohibition, because we would have missed out on some of the most fabulous, most beautiful designs you've ever seen. So, but yeah, there's my history lesson about NASCAR and car customization. So,
I didn't know that. That's amazing. One of the other cool things that we got out of Prohibition was speakeasies.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, these little secret places. There's a place in Southern California in LA called Vitello's, and it's across the street from one of my favorite restaurants, which is Aroma Cafe. And it's a nice little restaurant, but in the back, behind the special locked doors, and you got to pull the book on the bookcase to get it to open up, is a speakeasy. And a speakeasy was a secret place where people could drink, and there was all bootleg liquor of all kinds, but everybody would dress up super nice, and they would show up in their niceties, and it was very upper class kind of thing. And if you ever go to Vitello's, you can schedule. I forget the name of the actual speakeasy, but there's a bunch of them in LA too, and there's a few here in Nashville. So it's a fun thing that they would do to avoid the law. And this is in the 20s, the mid 20s or so, and even in the teens. So Prohibition was a thing, but before that, there was no tax. We didn't have tax. People look at the West, every now and then you'll see a Western movie and they're like, oh, I got to pay my taxes. I mean, unless it's property taxes, no, you don't. And even then, you probably didn't have to. Tax didn't show up until the mid teens of the 20th century. Like 1913 was when we had the Federal Reserve Act, and then the World War I, which is the late teens. And in the Constitution, the president has the right to call for a state of emergency and call for a tax that has no representation. So the Constitution says no taxation without representation. You have to have the people vote and say they want the tax. And so the president, though, can say, we're an emergency. We need to fund the government. And this is before they could go print money. All the money was locked to gold and silver. So if you wanted to go print money, you had to go mine some gold and silver. So it was all locked. So that means that there was almost no inflation because you couldn't just go print money. Money kind of stayed. There was inflation, but that's because they're mining it out of the gold and silver and putting it into greenbacks and all that stuff. So the tax showed up from the first real tax showed up because the president goes, we got a world war to fight. We're going to have to tax people. And we're talking about a tax of like 1%, 2 tops. That was bad. Rich folks paid 2, the poor folks paid 1 or less, and very few people had to actually pay. But it was enough revenue to keep it going. Once the war ended, obviously they also was the creation of the Internal Revenue Service to be able to collect. But once the war ended, they disbanded the tax from the executive order because there was now no more a state of emergency, but they kept paying tax because it had become an annual habit. Oh, you better pay taxes. Well, some people stop paying and they're like, isn't this over? Why are we paying taxes? There was a 1040 form back then. And they're like, why are we doing this? And then like, we got to keep this tax thing going while the Federal Reserve starts up. And so that we can start printing money and eventually go off the gold and silver standard, which they did in the 50s. But around 1930s, 1933 is when the big taxation movement really started up. And we started seeing taxes in the 3, 4, 5% and even going up. For rich folks. And everybody's paying tax now. And at one point, the word was that they'd caught Al Capone. And, you know, the vile gangster from but not just alcohol did he run. He ran guns. He ran everything, women, child trafficking, the whole thing. One of the most disgusting human beings that we had in America at the time. And they said they caught him. But nobody could catch him. Not the Marshal Service, not the police. None of his buddies ratted him out. Somehow, the IRS caught him in tax fraud, and they were able to arrest him. How does this seem to you? If you think about it, somehow they said, hey, Al, you owe tax. And he goes, I'd better turn myself in. What? No, I'm sorry. That's not possible. Why would he do such a thing? He'd be like, okay, showed him fingers. Tommy gun, 45 caliber rounds and a, cartridge coming out at 100 rounds. No, they're mincemeat. So it's like, let's go to the other place. Meanwhile, let's stop by John's Pastrami and get some sandwiches. Fingers. So, it's like, this is so ridiculous. So there's no way that went down that way. Now, I'm sure somebody eventually caught up with him. I don't actually know what the real truth is. I don't think anybody really does. So, but it was a propaganda piece. Mm-hmm. Everybody was afraid of Al Capone. Oh, Al Capone, going to come get you. They might be careful. Take a stray bullet or something. If they could catch Al Capone, what could they do to you if you don't pay your tax? And that, even when I was a kid in the 70s, they were peddling those wares. Oh, but the Criminal Investigation Division and the special agents, they didn't have special agents in the 30s. I mean, maybe they did, but they weren't like, Navy SEALs showing up. You're talking about the Pinkertons, who were the greatest, who ultimately became the Secret Service. The Pinkertons were the greatest bounty hunters on the planet. They couldn't get him. How is a bunch of IRS guys going to get him? Come on, people. This is propaganda to get people to continue to pay tax as we have. And now you have to ask the question, why do you pay tax? Who told you that you should pay tax? Did you learn it in school? Did you take a class on taxes? No, your dad told you. Your grandfather told you. Your brother told you. Somebody goes, well, you better pay taxes. Oh, how do I do that? Well, you just go to here and fill out this and do it. Oh, okay. Otherwise, you get into trouble. Well, what kind of trouble? Well, Al Capone. Oh. Now, of course, they have a whole bunch of other stories that they love to peddle around this. But really, now we're all kind of looped into the tax situation now. But really, if we're to look at founding fathers things, we're not supposed to pay tax. Now, somewhere, I think it was 1930-something, when the 16th Amendment came in, which said that, oh, yes, well, you do have to pay tax. And it doesn't actually say that, but it's enough of a stamp of approval that, from a federal government perspective anyway, that everybody has to pay tax. Now, what the real truth is that very few of the states in the union actually ratified that amendment. So it's actually technically on the federal books, but very few states approve it. Isn't that interesting? So really, the 16th Amendment got just enough votes in all of the houses to get it approved, but the states have not generally ratified it. Nevertheless, we keep paying taxes because that's what we're told to do, but that is never a function of wealth. It's never a function of the intention of the founding fathers, and certainly not a way toward liberty, and certainly ridiculous to consider that by paying taxes, we're benefiting the country. Not when, after the Reagan report in the 80s, discovered that the money that you pay to federal taxes, by and large, goes nowhere, goes back into the treasury and is erased. Why wouldn't it be erased? Because the government pays for itself from the Federal Reserve, not from the treasury, for the most part. All the money that they're spending comes magically out of a bank, a reserve of some kind, with no ledger, no accounting, and no actual place where things or assets are held. They're just generating money. And doing so for over 110 years, 112 years. So why do our taxes mean anything? Well, I'll tell you, it goes to the Treasury. They wipe it out. And now there's billions and maybe even $1 trillion a year out of the money supply, which brings inflation down. It doesn't pay for anything. Now, your road tax and your local taxes, that's different. You don't have a Federal Reserve for Texas, although I'm sure they'd love that. But the Federal Reserve is for the Fed.
But we're also one of the only states that's not broke, as a sidebar. So we managed to figure out how to keep our money and make it work for us. So
now, isn't there? I don't think we're gonna have time to talk about Civil War, but isn't there a special dispensation for Texas? Because all the other states in the union, all other 49 states are whole and several. They're wholly and severally party to the debt of the federal government. So if you want to pull one, if one state wants to secede, you can do that, but you're going to have to pay off the federal debt.
Yeah.
And if you can do that, then well, that's it. But doesn't Texas have a rider that says that because it was a country first, it doesn't have to?
Yeah. Not only that, we have our own power grid and our own water supplies. So should the day come when we just get tired of all this nonsense, you absolutely can guarantee you that they're going to secede. I think it's just a matter of time. So I make sure and keep my, my Texas birth certificate at hand when I have to travel at all, because you just never really know when that day is coming. So I want to make sure I have my passport to get home. So if I needed to, and that's how I look at it, right? So while I love living in California, I think it's really fun. My saying is sort of Texas gives me roots and California gives me wings, and I need both things. And so, but at heart, I'm definitely still a Texan. I love this. This was super educational. I think it's a really great reminder of what is amazing about America and how we just keep finding a way to reinvent ourselves. And I hope that the new chapter has us doing that as well. So in a powerful way. But as always, it's good to spend some time with you. And until we see you again, we hope you have a great day. So goodbye.
Thanks, everybody. Well, look carefully at your check. Now, you'll notice a bunch of lines on your check. There's the top line that says pay to, and then there's the next line down that says, you write in cursive the amount. But if you look at your signature line, does that look the same? It's not a line at all. It is text, which means Sterling signing her check, she doesn't actually own the bank account. She's signing on behalf of the bank.
Hi, and welcome to Stacks Over Tax. My name's Sterling Grace. And with me is Mark Lewis. And today we're going to talk about how banking works. So Mark, what I know for sure is it doesn't work like it did in the 19th century with Wells Fargo and the wagon trains. So how does it work now exactly?
Yeah, well, we used to think, when I was a kid, my dad and mom set me up with a savings account in a bank that's no longer around called Security Pacific. And I had a savings account, and this was back in the 70s. So like the interest rate was like where it is now, like 4.5%, 5%. And the idea that, you can, the interest compounds, and then you can, if you keep putting money in, you'll be a millionaire someday. And well, in those days, probably, until recently, interest rates at 0.00% doesn't matter that much. But, what we used to believe is how you see it on the old Western movies, which is you put money into a bank and then it somehow stays in the bank, in that little branch. And then if they need to move it somewhere, they can do that either with an armored truck where they take the stuff out of the bank and then they move it to another bank. Or obviously there was digital ACH transactions. And we thought, oh, well, that's just, they move the digital money to the other bank. And, that there's a possibility that you could lose your money in the truck somehow as it was going to the other bank, whether it was gold or silver or coins or bills or notes, whatever. That's how it is. But ultimately the money moved from one person's account to another person's account. If you paid your credit card, you wrote a check, and it went from your bank account to that money in your bank account went to the credit card folks. And then it left your account somehow, whether it was digital or they took it out, or even if you withdrew money into cash, that the money that you put in to the bank a few months ago, whatever that is the money that you come out, not of the actual dollar bills, but that they keep on hand enough money to make sure that if everybody wanted to pull their money out, that they could. And that's what we believed for many, many years. And honestly, that was the way that it was until about 1915, 16. So I can assure you how it works now is so radically different, so infuriatingly fraudulent how banking works now, that when I explain to you how this works, you're probably going to experience anger, upset, confusion. And I know I did when it was finally brought to me, but understanding how banking really works changes everything for how you do business. So yeah, I know it's pretty strong statements. Yeah.
That is really strong statements, but okay. Wow. Okay. Well, very good then. So, what does the Federal Reserve do then? Right? Because I think they're managing everything. Like I always look on the bank and I always say, like, Federal Reserve insured, right? And so, I think that they've got it all under control, but maybe I really don't know exactly what they're doing. Now that
they definitely have it under control. I mean, there's dozens of trillions of dollars that move in the United States every day. So, they got the commerce thing under control. It's important to remember why Americans came to North America, why English and French and Spanish came here to settle. And that was to get away from tax, some religious things, but generally so that they could keep the money that they earned. And in America, there was no tax until 1917, 18. But one of the things that the founding fathers set up for America was that there would never, ever be a national bank, that the government would have some kind of a bank, because every time that was set up in England or France or Spain, the people were impoverished. The government was able to capitalize and monopolize and manipulate the money system, and then can make sure everybody, there were haves at the very top and have-nots at the bottom. So twice, people in Congress tried to enact a national bank. And every time they tried, the smart folks who knew what they were up to, even though they tried to couch it in different ways, saying, well, but see, we are in trouble. After the Civil War, they tried it. They couldn't get it to work because they're like, we know what that is, and we're not dumb enough. It's only been 100 years since we started this America thing. No national bank. Power to the people, small federal government virtually, and power to the states. But some very sneaky, cunning individuals realized that, well, if we don't call it a national bank, if we call it something else, and we enact it in Congress while most of Congress is on vacation during the last Congress of the year in December, where everybody's kind of on holiday. In those days, very hard couldn't just fly in, you had to ride or drive. And if you were rich enough to have a car. So most of Congress was out when they passed the Federal Reserve System bills. And the Federal Reserve, underneath all of its bells and whistles, is a national bank. Illegal to the Constitution. Cold, hard illegality, but voted on by Congress and ratified in 1913, Federal Reserve Act. So now we have a bank that the government controls. And now in 1913, it was still currency backed by silver and gold. So in those days, while the currency was backed by silver and gold, yes, indeed, a dollar could be exchanged for a certain amount of real value. So if I want to send money to sterling, and I either do it in a note, check, whatever, negotiable instrument, I mean, it may not be that actual dollar that I have, but dollars value from my account indeed gets sent to her account. And then it's in her account that gets subtracted from mine and added to hers. Very simple math. And sometimes, indeed, they have to move the dollars, and sometimes the currency, sometimes the commodity itself, gold or silver, in big armored trucks or stage wagons with guys with rifles like in the old days. Yes, that had to happen right up until they took us off the gold and silver standard. And now, if you look at our dollar bills, the dollar or any of our bills, they don't say, they don't say that they're good for anything except for debts. Good for all debts, public and private. It's not an asset. It's not backed by anything. You can't take it to a bank and get anything for it except another dollar. If you have a dollar bill, you get a dollar back. Why? Yeah, whatever. So they're not backed by anything. They have no value. In fact, what they really are is a debt. They're an IOU. We're going to push our debt into the future, the debt that I'm supposed to pay you, future, indefinitely. And so the Federal Reserve, it's not a reserve, it's just a funky name for a cute way to be able to print money that means nothing. There's no reserve. There's no ledger at the Federal Reserve. There's no balancing the budget because the Federal Reserve has the unlimited capacity to print fiat, or it's another word for fake currency. It just prints fake money that has no backing on anything. And when we say that in the last 4 years, we've printed more money in America than in the history of America, you understand why there must be inflation, because the more money we print, the more dollars are devalued from their purchasing power and the more dollars it takes to buy the same things. So there's no law that says that the Federal Reserve has to have limits. If the federal government wants to print money, they will print it. And when it hits the money supply, it is at its top value. It's not been trickled down into commerce or the business. So inflation hasn't risen yet. So the government gets to buy it at its maximum value. And by the time it gets trickled down to us to use through corporations and things, inflation has risen. Prices have risen. And then they tax us on it when it's at its least value, but most pain to us to take it back out of the money supply to then try to bring inflation down for the next year. So what is the purpose of the Federal Reserve? It's basically power to the government, the ability to print as much money as they need to keep the people in line and to keep the programs that matter to them going. And when we say, the government has to balance its budget because there's no money for taxes, the taxes don't pay for the budget. Why would taxes need to pay for anything when they have an unlimited ledger bank account that they can print as much as they want? Does that make sense to you? No. The Federal Reserve, all they're trying to do by balancing the budget is making sure that the money that they're going to have to dump into the money supply from the Federal Reserve System doesn't spike inflation. So when they say, we're trying to keep the budget down, you're just trying to keep inflation down because they're printing money to make the federal government go. So when we say, well, how do banks work then? Well, if you understand that all of the banks, not private banks, but the public banks, Wells Fargo, Chase, you name it, those guys, they're all shell companies of the 12 Federal Reserve banks that are all sparse, spaced all around. I encourage you to go take a tour of a Federal Reserve Bank if you live near one. San Francisco, Denver, Chicago, any of those banks. It's fascinating to see what they do. It's not just, we print the dollars. Yeah, they're doing a whole lot more there. A whole lot more. So money can be printed by the government. Mm-hmm. So if the value of the dollar is not backed by anything, is there any real need to move the dollars if I want to send sterling money? No, we don't need to do that at all. In fact, the banks don't really need to keep enough money in their little branches so that if everybody came and wanted to withdraw, because they're like, it's all digital. It's no big deal. We can just, if they all wanted to withdraw money, then, we would just do it digitally for them. And I don't know if you've had the experience as I regularly have, of walking into a bank and wanting to withdraw a significant amount of cash and have them say, we really don't have that on hand. well, I know you do. What you're really saying is you want to keep enough on hand for the odd customer that comes in and wants to get cash, and you don't have to tell them that you don't have it. You're just telling it to me. So that's why they request and sometimes demand that you call ahead. Yeah, that you call ahead. And then the trucks that bring the cash will bring enough. Well, where do they get that cash from? The Federal Reserve Bank, the local branches. And we used to think that those trucks transported cash from one bank to the next. And in the old days, again, that's how it used to work. But have you noticed those trucks just do deliveries? They don't pick up cash. I mean, sometimes they do, but they don't pay unless if there's a big deposit. They don't want to keep it in the branch because of I don't know why. Why wouldn't they keep money in a bank? But they don't. They keep it in big special safe houses. So the nature of money and how banking works has nothing to do with value. The government prints money out of the Federal Reserve, not only because it makes it easy for them to do whatever they want, but it also keeps us all in the poorhouse because by the time that money trickles down to us, it's at its least value and we get taxed at the max value. So when we're depositing money in the bank, it obviously becomes the bank's liability because they have to contractually give it back to us. But it's not our money anymore. It's the bank's money, which is why when a bank closes down and you're not able to get your money out, like, well, don't I have money in that bank? No, not really. No. Why not? Where does the money go? If I put $1,000 into a bank, where's the money go? Well, that's where the brilliance of fractional banking comes up. You may have heard this crazy term, fractional. It's not like fracking gas or anything. It's just fractional banking. And the long and the short of it is the banks under the Banking Act have the right to take that $1,000 that I put into the bank and invest it in derivatives and insurance and whatever they want up to 10 times the value of the money I put in.
That's a lot. 10 times the value is amazing, right?
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
Talk about leverage. Yeah. So if I need to pull that $1,000 back out, they have to go find that $1,000 from other folks because they've leveraged it out into the markets. Now, most of the time they're investing in insurance products that give them the ability to borrow against it, just like an IUL or a whole life policy is much more complex, but those kinds of things. And they're making money. Every time you put money into the bank, they lock in that they get automatic payments for you. And then they give you the arbitrage difference for the interest. So they're making money for every dollar you put in, even when you withdraw it. It's very, very amazing. And if you want to be in banking, this is how you get very rich because bankers are way higher than makers in the economy and makers are way higher than the takers. So when I write a check.
Right. Oh yeah, what happens when I write a check? That's a great. I'm one of those people who still writes checks, right? I'm so old that I used to get traveler's checks when I would go take a trip to another state. That you would go to the bank and you would get traveler's checks, and then you would. Yeah, I haven't thought about those in forever. I'm pretty sure they don't have traveler's checks anymore. So, but yeah,
I remember that too. I remember that going, how do these work? What?
Yeah, I remember traveling one time out of state. My grandmother took me to the bank to get traveler's checks because she told me that it was safer. And then I thought, but I could still lose them. I'm not sure why this would actually help. But anyway.
Well, the theory is with traveler's checks, if you lost them, they would still have they'd be able to reissue them because they have your capital in a bank account where they're leveraging it 10x. Right. Yeah, that's why the banks want you to put your money in the bank. It's not because it's safer. It's not safer. No. It's just they get your money and then they get to leverage it and make more money and be able. Obviously, they make a lot of money loaning. That's the primary purpose of every bank is to loan money. And I don't think we'll have time today to show to really get you mad about where that money actually comes from. But it'll suffice to say, I'm going to explain to you how the journey of a check now in the 21st century.
Okay. You need to do a little song, like how I became a Bill. Remember we used to watch on Schoolhouse Rock about the Bill, going to the Capitol and hoping he was going to get, picked. And yeah, well, very good. So I write a check. I write a check. I still write a check to my daughter, for instance, and send it to her.
Well, yeah, you could write it to me. How about that?
Okay.
So you write me a check for $100. What do I have to do in order to negotiate that check? Now, you have to sign it. Now, are you aware of where you sign that check and its significance?
No, but I know I sign on the bottom right-hand corner. So.
Bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah.
Now, if you know anything about security notes or security interest certificates, what I mean to say, like certificates of share, the main creditor position is not in the bottom right. It's in the bottom left. Bottom left is always the creditor position. Bottom right is the debtor position or some other position, holder in due course. So why would they put the memo on a check on the left, where that's supposed to be where the big signature of the creditor is, the person who's responsible? And why do they put on the right the debtor position where you actually sign? Well, if you look at a check, and if you have a check handy while you're watching or listening, pull it out. Look carefully. Now, if you have eyes like me that don't see so well really close, you might get a magnifying glass. If you look at the check, you'll notice a couple of things. There's 8 things that have to be present on every check to make it legitimate. I'm not going to go over all 8 of those things, but one of them is there has to be a signature of the granting party. So in this case, it's Sterling. She's going to sign. But in about the 70s, so many people were messing around with legal documents because they discovered a certain little thing called microfiche, microprint. And they could do it on paper just enough where your eyeballs really can't read it, but it's on there. So they passed laws that say if there's microprint on a document that's legal or negotiable, you have to put MP. Now, if you look on your check on the bottom right, you'll see MP. And you're like, well, does that mean that there's microprint on here that's been hidden from me? Well, it's not hidden. It's just very, very, very hard to see. It's so small. Where do you think that microprint is? Well, look carefully at your check.
Okay.
Now, you'll notice a bunch of lines on your check. There's the top line that says pay to, and then there's the next line down that says, you write in cursive the amount. And then there's a line that we talked about, the memo. Right. And then there's a date line. All those lines should look identical. You might even have lines under who the bank is or who your address is, whatever. But if you look at your signature line, does that look the same?
No.
Nope. It's a very different kind of line. In fact, it's not a line at all. It is text. And that text says really one of 2 things: authorized representative or what's another one? Signer, authorized signer, which means that Sterling signing her check means that she doesn't actually own the bank account. It's not her bank account. She's signing on behalf of the bank that she's going to move this capital, negotiate this check. So it's not her bank account. They're not her checks. She's signing under contract. The contract, the little fine print that you had when you set up your bank account that says that you get to sign as the bank's representative. It's not your money now.
Right.
So when Sterling signs it and then gives it to me, most people think it's Sterling authorizing the money to go somewhere. Actually, that's not true. So that micro little print means you and anyone else, by the way, who signs your name on that check makes it valuable if you have a private agreement with them. So if her daughter and she had a private agreement that said that her daughter could sign her name, could sign Sterling's name on Sterling's checks, the bank and everybody else has to honor them. Even if Sterling doesn't know about it, even if the bank doesn't know about it, they still have to honor it. It gets worse. If that's not crazy enough, go look at you. You prove me wrong. You show me that line is a real line, and I'll shut up about it. But you can't because it isn't. Now I get the check. Now, what's the only thing I can do? Well, I shouldn't say that. What's the main thing that I would do so that I can negotiate the check?
You would sign the back so that you could deposit it or cash it. One of the 2.
Yeah, it's actually the official word is we negotiate it. So, long story. So I have to the word is endorse. I have to endorse the back of the check with my signature, signature, as we mispronounce it, but it's signature, even spelled that way. So I'm going to authorize and say that under my good name with the bank, this check is good. Not Sterling, because Sterling didn't authorize under her name. She authorized under the bank, saying, I authorize that this transaction can happen. But I'm the responsible party in the matter of depositing the check to make sure it's good. And if the check bounces, they come after me, don't they, first?
Yes.
They're going to come after me first.
Right.
And so I endorse the back. I put the check into the ATM or whatever way they do it. If you go to the teller, you know that thing that they run around that goes like this?
Yeah.
It does the same thing that the ATM does, which it basically takes a picture of it, front and back, puts their little digital signatures on it so that it can do whatever banking it's got to do. That then becomes the only record. The check actually can be thrown out. Once it's negotiated and put through the ATM and photographed front and back, that's now the digital representation of that check is the legal negotiation. That piece of paper can go somewhere else. It's now a receipt. So now in the bank is where it gets interesting. So let's say I'm at my bank. Let's say I'm at Wells Fargo and Sterling's at Chase. Sure. So Wells Fargo has this receipt that they go, put it in the pile. But the check, the $100 photographed, is then read by a computer. And what most people think that happens is the Wells Fargo calls Chase and says, send us the $100 from Sterling's authorized bank account. And then through digital whatever, it comes to me, her account's brought down and my account goes up. If it were 1882, yes, without the digital part. But that's not how it works at all. Now, here's where you're going to get upset. How many times have you heard something like, and maybe not so much now, but even 10 years ago, like, well, we have to wait for it to go through the Federal Reserve.
Oh, yes. Yeah, all kinds of things now take that. We just got a refund recently, and it was 10 days for us to get our money back. I was like, wow, what a great scam. You're making money off my money for an extra 10 days before. And we knew that they had sent it and it was confirmed, but it took 10 more days for it to magically appear in our account. Yes. Exactly.
Well, the reason for banking, that's because they've leveraged it 10x and they have to find a way to get other loans to pay you back that because they don't actually have the money.
Right.
That's why it takes a minute. But moving money, just moving, the check is there in Wells Fargo. Everything has to go through the Federal Reserve. That's what ACH is. And everything else, wires, all of it must go through the Federal Reserve. And like, why? Why does it have to do that? Why can't it just be bank to bank? Wouldn't that make a lot easier instead of having to do this? So it has to go through the Fed. Why is that? Well, what happens is Wells Fargo does connect with Chase and the Fed and says, we need $100. Okay. And the Fed then sees my endorsement and says, okay, there's an endorsement. Somebody believes it's true. I'm going to go check with Chase. The Fed checks with Chase and Chase goes and says, hey, is there $100 of currency there? And Chase goes, oh yeah, there's at least that. Great. Then the Fed issues $100 to my account at Wells Fargo. And that's the nature of the transaction. Now, some of you are like, wait, say that again? All right. I get the check. I endorse it. I put my money on the line. I say it's going to be a good check. It goes through. It gets scanned. The paper gets thrown out or put in a file. And now the digital goes, the Wells Fargo goes, we got a genuine authorized check. Send it to the Fed. Fed goes to Chase and goes, hey, do you have $100? Yep, there's $100 there. Great. Then the Fed goes, great. I'm going to send you $100. $100 comes to my account. And now I'm up. My account goes up $100. What's the huge missing here?
What happened to the money on my side?
It's still there. It doesn't go anywhere. It's just sitting there. I got the money out of the Fed. How? Because the Fed makes money. It generates money based on contracts, loans, notes, and everything else. It literally created the money out of the Fed. Now I'm not going to get into why and where they pulled the money from, because that's getting into stuff we don't really want to cover here on an open space, because it gets crazier. But then what happens is, if that were all that it was, Sterling can write as many checks as she wants, and her account doesn't go down.
Yay!
Because it didn't come out of her account. Instead, The Fed goes, okay, did Mark get the $100? Yeah, we got it. It's in his account. Okay, now to keep the sham alive, that no one is actually moving money, and so that we can keep the Federal Reserve at the center of all banking because it's the national bank, we're going to remove the $100 from her account. Now, what do we do with that? We can't just get rid of it because it's her money.
Okay.
Mark doesn't need it because the Fed gave him his based on a contract with the banks and the banking system. So that money goes into an escrow account. Where is this escrow account? That's a whole nother conversation. And that's where so many people have gotten all kinds of prison time and all kinds of issues trying to get that money that was their money back to them. Please don't try it. It's not a good plan. You're going to get in big trouble. They've closed all the portals now for you to be able to get that money back. Don't do it. But know that that money for 3 years sits in an escrow account where they trade that and make even more money off of it. Because what else are you going to do with it? Trillions of dollars for 3 years. If you don't claim it within 3 years, then they wipe it out. They take it out of the money supply. That's how banking works. And you're like, well, that doesn't make any sense at all. Doesn't it? Look at the facts. If it really went from my account to her account, why would you need the Fed? You would just go bank to bank. It's not like we don't have an internet now. I could see how in the 90s, when there really wasn't infrastructure for that, that you had to go through some kind of established banking security thing. That made sense, but not now. I mean, come on, nuts. And it's been doing this since the beginning. They don't want to change it because they make too much money off of it. And one of the reasons why loans are so important for banking is because one of the big problems is interest on a loan doesn't exist in the money supply. Think about it. If I loan Sterling $100,000, then she has to pay 5% interest on it every year. Well, the government didn't generate that income. I mean, the government didn't generate that money out of the Federal Reserve. So if everybody borrowed, because they only generated it for what they needed. If everybody took a loan, that's going to use up a lot of the money supply. And where is the interest coming from to pay it, to pay the loans? I know it's hard to imagine. You're like, well, isn't there enough money sitting around? Yes, but just imagine if everybody took a loan and there was interest, the interest doesn't exist in the money supply and has to be generated somehow. How does it get generated? By people doing commerce and making loans, that the way you get your money from the loan is in the same way it comes out of the Federal Reserve. It doesn't come from money that the people put into the bank. That is a misnomer. When you sign a loan, it's the same thing as you writing a check. It comes out of the Federal Reserve. That is why they love loans. They love loans because it generates more money in the private sector. It's also one of the reasons why they love business loans, because human beings, regular old social slaves like us, don't make enough money and don't do enough commerce to keep the economy going as takers. That's why as makers, they want to give us the best deals, support us in taxation and all this other stuff. So it's a very backward system. And when you understand that the Federal Reserve, it's not a bank, it's a money generating thing. Its whole purpose is to generate money. No money goes back to the Federal Reserve. All it does is generate more money with no ledger and nothing. And every dollar that it generates creates more inflation. And if you say, oh, well, our national debt's so high. Well, if you remove the national debt, there would be no money, because all our money is based in debt. Now, the foreign debt, that's something else, but you can never erase the national debt. Oh, we got to erase the national debt. What a horrific idea that would be. Then you'd have no money because it's all debt. So, when I was in the aughts, when we were fighting the Federal Reserve and the IRS, it made a lot of sense to us to be like, yeah, we got to bring these things down, because that way we can go back on what Kennedy was trying to do, which was, gold and silver standard, where the money and the power comes back to the people, because they can't just make money. They have to actually balance a real budget and actually pay for real programs from real money and real assets. And the people have real assets, but this is never going to happen. And the way we have it set up now, because there's so many programs that have to be funded out of thin air. There's no money to fund welfare or Veterans Affairs or the FDA or the IRS, for that matter, much less the CIA or the any of the federal programs. It's just FBI is another really massive so-called investigative thing, but it's just really a bunch of thugs doing the government's bidding for them. You say the taxpayers' dollars, no such thing as that. It's on the inflation that the Federal Reserve has to create to keep them going, because the Federal Reserve is what pays for them. So when we understand that banking is not about moving our money around, that banking for us as business owners is the more money we can generate, the more money that we borrow, the more money gets sent into the money supply, which is what they want. So that at least it's not just on the back of the Fed. It's like, okay, well, we're generating commerce by literally creating jobs, by making widgets that get sold, by creating contracts that get paid. That's why, as makers in the economy, business owners, we get all the tax benefits, all the asset protection benefits. How's that?
Wow, that was so much to think about for a little bit, actually. So it does explain why when I set up in a business, I get a lot of offers for loans, which I think is so strange. I'm like, why are they so committed that I get new loans and new credit cards? Like, why would they be interested in that? Right? Like, why would they be interested in me getting into debt? But that actually kind of makes sense now that I'm hearing you talk.
Well, they're not interested in you getting into debt. They know, we hope, that as a business owner, you've learned the lesson that using your own money to run a business is way too expensive.
Sure.
You should always borrow money to make business happen. And so they're like, oh, here's some nice offers if you've got reasonable credit.
Right.
I'm not here to tell anybody how to run their business, but if every wealthy person you can think of, started with other people's money, whether it was family money or institution money or whatever, is it smart for you to use your own money to run a business? I don't think so. It doesn't make sense to me. Sometimes you have to, but it's not how business is really supposed to work in America.
Well, that was a lot to think about. And I'm gonna give that a minute, and I'm sure our audience is going to go home and look at their checks and their dollar bills and ask themselves, what do all these words on here actually really mean, and what is this exactly about? So,
if you really want to have your mind spun around, notice the routing number on your check, 9-digit number. Then notice on your back of your Social Security card, another 9-digit number. Then notice on any bill, you're going to find 9-digit numbers. And I'm going to leave that little inception in your brain to go, why are they all? And also, it gets even better. Look at your EIN on your company. Look at your social slave number. Why are they all 9-digit numbers?
Well, with that, Mr. Lewis, I think we should leave everyone to their pondering for the afternoon. So, yes, it was lovely to have you with us. And as always, until we see you again, be wealthy.
Be wealthy, y'all. See you soon.
Bye.
I've got a lip balm can and it's worth a lot of money. And I've got a creditor coming after me to take my stuff. And I know that if I hold this, they're going to go, give me that lip balm. You're going to use it to pay off your debt. But what if I lend it to Sterling and I meet the guy on the street and he's like, well, where's that lip balm? I'm going to take that from you now. And you got to pony it up. I'm like, well, I don't have it. Well, who has it? Sterling has it. Well, why does she have it? Well, she's renting it from me. Well, how long? Well, she's got a 12-month lease. 12 months? He could go over to Sterling's place. Hey, that lip balm, it's due me. You're going to have to pony it up now. And Sterling's going to go, I know it can't be yours because I have a legitimate contract that says that I'm the possessory lien holder of it and it doesn't belong to me either. I'm not authorized to give this to you because I have a contractual obligation with Mark. How would I contractually or ethically be allowed to give it to you to pay for something that I'm not party to?
Hi, and welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis, and today we're going to talk about asset protection. And Mark, I've heard this quote over and over again, and I'm hoping maybe you can give us a little bit more insight about it, which is that that you don't really want to own anything, but you want to control everything. Can you tell me some more about that?
Yeah. It kind of comes down to the fundamental idea that everything that we've been taught as social slaves is about finance is backwards. Everything. So when we're told you want to earn a lot of money to get successful or to have power, that's actually wrong. You want to not earn very much money and do other things instead. So when we talk about the rich, they're like, oh, we should tax the rich because they don't pay any money. Well, you can't tax people who don't make money. Well, don't the rich make money? Not really, no. No, they earn it in shares and loans and contracts and all kinds of other things, but they're not actually earning money, which is why they don't have to pay the tax. And when we're told you got to earn a lot of money, we're going to pay maximum paying tax. Another one is like, oh, well, you have to, you got to spend the money that you earn and then invest the rest. No, it's the other way around. You want to invest all the money that you earn and then spend what's left. And you're like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Well, that's why you have to have good budgets and make sure that either you've got a company that's paying for as much as you're keeping the flesh alive as possible, or you just have really, really low expenses and then, live low so that you can build for the future. And then the big one is owning, and this is kind of us as human beings, when we're children, we're like, it's mine, this lip balm is mine and he took it from me and now I don't have it. It's like, well, that's intrinsically, imbued in us. Holding things in our hot little hands is the way to wealth. And that is opposite. It's polar from what is really true, which is if you could control it instead of owning it, and you understand really how that works, what that power of that is, then you start tweaking your mind into how the uber wealthy and even just people who are rich really protect their assets, and then also find ways to not get taxed on the earnings that they have, if they do have such a way. Because not owning something, if it's not yours, you can't pay tax on it. If it's not yours, they can't come take it if you get into trouble. If it's not yours, then it'll pass down to your heirs or to wherever you want it to go after you pass, because it's not a part of your estate and can't be taxed. So owning nothing is so important. But, unlike what irrevocable trust will do, where you own nothing, that's fine, and no one can sue you, you can't control it in an irrevocable non-grantor trust. But we want to be able to own nothing, but then also be able to control it and do what we wish with it. And that's the magic of what John D. Rockefeller was talking about. And for the most part, he's not talking about trusts, because, we have lots of kinds of trusts, but they really kind of boil down into two different factions. One is revocable and the other is irrevocable. A revocable trust is really control everything, own everything, which is not what he's talking about. An irrevocable trust is own nothing, control nothing, which doesn't also work. So, we just had somebody text us in our Instagram account on one of the posts. We talked about putting a trust at the top of your structure. And he sent me actually, Sterling, today, this guy out on Instagram sent me his structure. He figured it all out. And he goes, what's wrong with this? And I'm like, you got an irrevocable trust at the top. You're going to pay 37% tax on everything. And if you're the one that put the stuff in, you got to walk away. Does that make sense to you? Not really, no. So how do we create a scenario where we own nothing and control everything, and we can't really use trusts? How would we do it? Well, there's a bunch of really cool ways, easy ways. The first easy one is, again, if you don't own it, what's another way? If you don't own it, but you control it, we do this every day in our cars and in our homes. If you have a loan against your home, do you own your home? No. That is not your home. How do we know? Because if you sell your home and don't tell the bank, they'll call your loan due.
Well,
it's their home.
It's never your home, really. That's the most hysterical part that I realized when I was really young and owning a house. I'm like, I thought it was my home. I was very proud to have bought a home when I was really young. And I hustled really hard as a teenager to be able to afford a home when I was really young. And then I realized, if I don't pay my property taxes, they're going to take my home. I don't own anything. I just have a lot of debt. I have a lot of responsibility for something that I actually never own. It's just a big con. So never was interested and cared about owning a house after that. Like, it just doesn't make any actual sense to me whatsoever. So
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a big con. You're right. It's like, oh, the American dream. You'll own your own home. There's nowhere in America where you would own your own home unless you were able to prepay the property taxes by a year, which is what I've done. And then you're the creditor on the senior lien. So you're bringing up something that's great, liens. So if you have a bank loan against your property, they have the senior lien against the home. So that if you don't pay it, or if they need to call the loan due, they'll come take the house from you because it's really their house. And if you have a second loan, they don't have the senior lien. So whatever's left after the primary guy takes all the money out of the house, if you don't stop paying, then the secondary guy gets the rest, which is why second position loans are much more risky and cost a lot more. But what most people don't realize is that underneath the bank loan, although they have a senior lien, do they? I don't know. I don't think so, because there's another one that's in between the property tax and the bank loan. You know what that one is? Happens all the time in suburbia. You live in a big tract housing situation, big community there. What's the other big 3-letter thing that starts with H and ends with A?
Oh,
not HSA.
No, the homeowners association. Yes.
Your condo. They have a senior to the bank lien if they chose, because if you don't mow your lawn or do your thing, they can put a lien against your house. And now it's definitely not yours. And in some states, some counties, they can even seize your house.
Yeah.
When my dad and I used to do real estate together, we talked to somebody in Georgia where they were like, they're going to take our house. And we've done everything we can. And the HOA, we're going to have to sue them. Then underneath that, and there's a few other little things in there, then you have the county, because the county owns the land. So, and like Sterling said, if you don't pay your taxes to the county, the bank, what'll happen is the county will send you a notice saying we're going to foreclose, and the bank will get the notice because they're the ones that own it. And then a lot of times the bank will pay the property taxes because they don't want to lose their loan, because the county will get the property, not the bank. The bank has a subordinate lien to the county. This is why in many states, if you don't pay your property taxes and it's a cash owned house, like you own it outright, you can pay off the property taxes. And if after a certain period of time, the owners don't pay you back, you get the house for $5,000 or $10,000. You'll get a $500,000, $1 million house for $30,000.
Yeah. The first 3 houses I flipped in Denver, that's exactly how I got those houses, is they were property repossessions, and so property tax repossessions. So I wouldn't advise flipping. It looked really fun on HGTV, right? There was cute overalls, and you got to pick wallpaper, and that was really not how that worked out. But I did end up in the green, but yeah, it was. I thought way too much energy for the amount of green that was earned. So it was a short-lived career flipping houses. So
well,
still got the overalls.
So how does this all? Yeah, still got them. They're cute.
They're cute.
So how does this all work with owning nothing and controlling everything? Well, because if what we're trying to do is own nothing to get away from lawsuits, well, then one of the things you can do is put a lien against your property or a lien against your company. And those liens don't have to be a loan. They could also be, if you have a contract that isn't being fulfilled, right, you can set up what's called a Uniform Commercial Code lien, a UCC1 filing that says that, well, this property or these assets, this company is actually now owned on a lien by this creditor over here. And you can set that up in a company structure, which is why we're always talking about multiple entities to create a really powerful structure for you. And then that's another level of asset protection, because then if there's a lawsuit, theoretically, there's a senior lien that was first in line, first in time, that was against the property, the company, or whatever. But then this second judgment from a court comes in and says, well, now we have a judgment. Yeah, but you're second. So if you want to get anything out of this, the first guys have to be paid off first. And if the first guys happen to be another company in which you're an owner, but in a non-reporting state, like Georgia or Wyoming or Nevada, then nobody knows that you're in that company. There's no real conflict of interest because it's based on a real contract. And so these guys have to pay this lien off before they get $1. And if that lien is several $100,000, any plaintiff attorney has a brain about themselves is going to go, really? You mean my client who doesn't have any money and I'm working pro bono anyway has to pony up $250,000 before they get paid? Next client. Mm-hmm. So liens are super powerful ways for you to, because you still control the house. You're still in your house. It's not like, well, I don't own it, so they kicked me out. No, you have a loan. The bank owns it, and you get to control it while the loan's going on. An easy way to own nothing, control everything. Now, obviously, it's not truly owning nothing because you're still on the hook for it. But if somebody said, well, we're going to sue you and take your home, very difficult thing to imagine, but they could, then, all right, well, if you're going to force us to liquidate our $1 million house, just know that we only have 20% equity. Who's going to pay the $800,000 to the bank? Mm-hmm. You? Probably not. It's because the bank's going to get paid. The bank's going to get paid. So that's one way. Another way is that you move the assets into some kind of a limited liability scenario, limited liability partnership, limited liability company, one of those things, and then have a tax election that supports what you're up to, but multi-member. Multi-member company entities, corporate entities, invoke all of the asset protection that makers in the economy get. So if you've got a multi-member LLC, it's not just you as a sole proprietor fooling around yourself as an alter ego. Everybody's like, it's just you, really. But if it's you and Sterling and me and your dad, that's 4 reasonably unrelated people, all of whom might have different kinds of control, different kinds of ownership, but together create kind of an interlocking web of protection, because it's not just one person fooling around. Mm-hmm. It's bunches of people and doing so means the assets in that LLC or that LLP, they're really not yours. You've conveyed them into an honest to goodness multi-member company, and the assets are owned jointly and severally by the folks in the company. So that if they want to come sue the company, they can go, well, we're going to sue you too. Well, they might. It's good business for them to sue everybody, but that doesn't mean they get away with it, because there's a thing called the show cause hearing. Mm-hmm. Show cause hearing is you got to show up and you got to go to the judge, like, okay, well, we're going to sue Sterling and Mark and me and the brother. Okay, well, why? What did they do to you? Well, they were in the company. Okay, but do you have a contract with them? Well, no, but we just think they have assets and we're going to come take it. We want it included in the discovery. Okay, well, you're going to have to show me, the judge, that they actually damaged you, you've got a contract with them, or somehow they were personally negligent in their duties to you in the company. Otherwise, no, it's just going to be the company, because that's clearly where your contract is and your jurisdiction lies. So that gives you, a lot of people, we have people come to us and they've been sued many times and they just kind of bend over when it comes to, they sued us personally. Don't do that. Don't let that happen if you can. If you have a multi-member S Corp, C Corp, LLC, LLP, partnership, whatever, you should be able to step away from that unless you were involved in negligence or, fraud or you really did damage them personally somehow. But otherwise, that's why we have limited liability companies. And that's why we have them. That's our primary real aim over a C corporation, is the ability to have that protection. And there's 6 states in the union that support, if your company is charged in those 6 states, one of those 6 states that support that the state doesn't get even any charging order. So the only thing they can do to your partnership is put a lien against it. They can do that, but they can't take any shares, they can't take any control, and they can't force any liquidation. It's a pretty good deal.
Wow, that's amazing. It's shocking how I think the average person does not realize how asset protection works anymore, and even how ownership of anything works anymore. And so this was quite the game changer. If you have a little bit of time to think about how it is to keep yourself and your business and your property of all forms safe. So,
yeah, I'm going to give you one other little simple example. We've talked about liens. Mm-hmm. We've talked about LLCs. But what happens if I've got a lip balm can here and and it's worth a lot of money. And I've got a creditor coming after me to take my stuff. And I know that if I hold this in my hot little hands and they find me on the street, they're going to go, give me that lip balm. We're going to use it to pay off your debt. I'd lose it. I'd have to they'd find that I own it and I control it, which means that I can have it levied or taken away from me to pay off my debts. But what if I lend it, rent it, lease it to somebody else in a legitimate contract? And I've done so without looking like I'm trying to hide assets, but it's a legitimate business thing. And I lend it to Sterling, and Sterling has now the lip balm. And I meet the guy on the street and he's like, well, where's that lip balm? I'm going to take that from you now. And you got to pony it up. I'm like, well, I don't have it. Well, who has it? Well, first of all, I have a non-disclosure. I don't have to tell you who has it. But if he's like, okay, well, I need to know. I go, Sterling has it. I go, well, why does she have it? I go, well, she's renting it from me. What? Yeah, I rented it. I leased it. Well, how long? Well, she's got a 12-month lease. 12 months? Now, he could go over to Sterling's place and say, hey, that lip balm, that's Mark's and it's due me. You're going to have to pony it up now. And Sterling's going to go, if she knows anything, she's going to go, who are you? What business do you have with me? Well, that lip balm, it's really mine. It's like, I know it can't be yours because I have a legitimate contract that says that I'm the possessory lien holder of it. And it doesn't belong to me either. And as a result, I can't give it to you. I'm not authorized to give this to you because I have a contractual obligation with Mark to return it to him in 12 months in good shape. And how would I contractually or ethically be allowed to give it to you to pay for something that I'm not party to? Now, of course, the goon can come and physically accost her, and that's violence, and that's a whole different thing. That's crime. But contractually, that guy can't go to her and take it from her because it's not hers to give. Again, the other side of it, she doesn't own it and she controls it. Now, she has a contract that allows her to do that as a rental. But even though I might have pledged that thing in the debt or could be put into discovery in terms of paying off a debt to the creditor, hey, it's on lease right now. And unless you find a way to break the contract between Sterling and I for that lease, you ain't getting it until the end of the lease, and maybe even not then. That's the power of all the which ways that you can own nothing and control everything. And when you understand, there's so many, I've just given you kind of three, then your business really starts opening up.
Wow. That was amazing, Mark. We always learn so much when you come to the table. And so I can't wait. I can't wait to see what we talk about next. I know we have some really cool conversations coming up about the different levels of corporations and even the different levels of law. I think a lot of people don't understand that there's different levels of law and why it is that you could potentially work yourself out so that you never end up in family court again, because that's the worst of all places to ever be. Never again in life. But how it is that you could end up in the highest level of law that has better governance, better protection, and I think more justice, honestly. I think a more fair, level-minded justice than just sort of a ruling opinion of a man who may or may not have got his coffee in the morning. So,
and friend, that's the purposes of those courts are not just to keep the county afloat.
Right. So, look forward to lots and lots of more conversations. And if you're watching us and you have something you want to ask, by all means, reach out to us. We're executivemoneystrategies.com, and we love to answer people's questions. That's how we end up with a lot of our content that we do is people write in and ask us all sorts of things. So if there's something you want to know about in the land of wealth, money, assets, protection, taxes, and I love history. Mark loves history. So if you want to talk about that, we certainly can always talk about history. So we look forward to seeing you again very soon. So until then, be wealthy. Bye.
Be wealthy, y'all.
None of the women in my life ever talk about money. We'll talk about everything else before we talk about money. I've been bringing to the conversation about investing. Does anyone else want to learn? Hey, look at my Bitcoin. It went up, it went down, it went up, it went down. Do you feel emotional when you invest money and it does something different for the days?
I mean, women are empowered now. They've got millions of dollars. They're boss babes. Why don't they talk about money with each other?
Because they don't have any modeling for it.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm Mark Lewis, and with me is the lovely Sterling Grace. Today, we're going to be talking about something really unique, especially as it applies to finance and building your stacks and trying to avoid tax. But it also applies directly to relationships. And relationships, health, personal health, and money, they're all interconnected. The big three subjects on which we're always talking and always want to improving, I hope. So this conversation, which is about being genuinely curious about your finances, your spouse or partner's finances, who they are, who you are for them. This is some of the most fundamental questions and the art of being curious that brings up all kinds of unknown expectations or unknown things that you kind of inferred or expected and they aren't happening. And then there's upsets and all kinds of other things that happen. So being curious creates the ability for us to kind of unearth all those things. And we're going to talk, I hope we have enough time to talk about some of the really cool ways in which we can have tools to be curious, to not kind of set people off and make them drive them crazy asking questions or triggering them and asking the wrong kinds of questions. So for you, Sterling, what does curiosity mean in any of these contexts?
Yeah, so I love curiosity because I think it's the energy that is that fresh and vitality energy that you have when you're starting something new. And especially when I've had a friend for a long time or a business partner for a long time, or even just ideas that I've been working on for a long time. This is one of the tools I use to kind of come at it from a different angle, to look at the other facets of it. And so I have a whole collection I actually have enormous amounts of questions. I actually have a book of questions that I keep about people. I have about 100 questions to ask men, because I think it's one of the fun games that there is to play in the world is men don't actually get asked a lot of questions where they get listened to really carefully. So I started doing that about 20 years ago, and I ask them all kinds of fun things. I know that curiosity is a really big way that when I worked in the automotive industry, that I sold cars, which was that I would have people talk about their first love, the one that got away, the one they built with their dad in the garage, and it just breeds the experience of people's values. And that's really what it comes down to, and the new things that they want to work on. Sometimes people don't have a way to talk about the new thing in their life, and curiosity definitely creates a window and an opening for that. So we should jump right in. The first question I love to talk about is, what do we always talk about? Because it's really funny how you'll discover, if you start asking this of the people that you love, that you actually have a routine and a pattern around what you always talk about with that person, right? And so for Mark and I, what do we always talk about, Mark?
We talk about our friends. We talk about the people that we know all the time. We talk about how they could be doing better and things that we think they should be doing to do better. So we also talk about our business.
In a loving context, I should say. Most time.
Most time. Yeah, we try not to gossip. We're trying to, make things better for them. We talk about each other, like how we can better each other, like how you're doing better, but could be here. And you definitely support me in that. We talk about, of course, our business a lot, just from a business standpoint. We talk about our clients a lot as a function of talking about business. And we talk about our past, I think, a lot. I think things that we have shared together over almost 2 decades. But I don't think it's like, oh, remember when that was funny. It's always in a context of, here's how it was then, and here's how it is now. what have we learned? Who are we now? Are we better? Are we worse? And I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I do too.
What do you think we talk about all the time?
We talk about our kiddos sometimes, which is fun. You're one of the only people I talk about my daughter with, and probably vice versa for you about your son, because as we care about being parents. We talk about your music and pianos sometimes.
That's true. We do.
If I think about what we talked about for our 20 years of friendship together, like we definitely talked about music, right?
Yeah. Most of that friendship, I was doing music. Yes. And production. So what's coming up for me in this question, because you asked it of me, is the other side of the hand, which is, okay, we always talk about this, and either that's good or that's not. And you can do the same thing with it. Hey, what do we always look at in our budget? What do we always look at in our investing? What are we always looking at for our future projections of profits? But it brings up the other side, which is, what do we never talk about? What are the things, and maybe even parenthetically, what are the important things that we never talk about? Mm-hmm. Right? That's the other side. That's what I'm starting to notice. Does that show up for you?
Yeah, for sure. What do you never talk to me about that you talk to your men about, for instance?
Well, I can't actually say what those things are, because that's all we all keep a safe space.
Sure. Okay, never mind.
No, that doesn't work. I do talk about those things, but you and I don't talk about those things, because that's not where our relationship is. And sometimes that happens, you don't talk about even with your spouse, you don't talk about everything. There's things you don't talk about with your spouse because it's not appropriate, maybe. You think I'm crazy?
Yeah, probably. What do we never talk about? What do I never talk about with you? I like being an inventor. And so we have a mutual friend that he and I spend most of our conversations are about inventing trinkets, things, objects. Like the other day I got a package in the mail, and the packaging was so good that I was completely mesmerized by it. And I was trying to figure out, did this get printed in America or did this get printed overseas? Because now with the tariffs, I'm a little bit more in tune with what can I get done in America and what can't I get done? I would not necessarily ever tell you that, but it was something that was out in my house when you were here recently. And I thought about that. I was like, oh, that's funny. I would never geek out and show you look at this box and you can open these little things. And yeah, I love that.
I know what I don't talk to you about. I don't talk to you about my workout routines or going to the gym or what my personal records are on bench press or leg lifts or whatever. I never, ever talk to you about that stuff.
No sports, no working out. Let's see. What do we never talk about? Let's think here. I don't really talk to you about cars.
Yeah, you don't talk about cars much.
We don't talk about cars, no. But we have a business client that that on Monday I went to the car museum with him and talked all about cars on Monday and had such a fun time. And so that is a part of my life that I only am that person around certain people, which I think is sort of an interesting thing to think about. If you know me from one place, right, you would think all I talk about is cars, right? And if you know me from another place, you would never even hear me mention anything about that. So
with this question, which is just one simple question, what do we always talk about? And in parentheses, what do we never talk about? What's your feeling on, hey, you're starting to ask these questions of people in your community, and do you feel like, hey, at some point, could you discover that there's this whole part of my life and I don't talk about it with anybody? Does that happen?
Yeah, that happened. That happened last week about something. And it was just a very funny, I never talk about healing work that I do. That's not something that I ever discuss with anybody for any reason. It doesn't mean I don't do it. It doesn't mean I don't want to do it as a profession, but I do that when called for. And, but I never talk about it at all. So could I? I could talk about it, but I just don't. And so I think there is an element of things that you feel like are your own, your own private life, right? Your own private Idaho, right? Your own little piece of you that is not for public consumption. And
as long as that works for you. I know for me, I don't feel like I should have any area of my life that no one knows about. There should be no one person that knows everything, because no one person can be my everything for that. That's not really even healthy. But if there's no one area of my life that no one has ever known about, I don't talk about, whether it's good or bad or indifferent, then I think that's something that I'm always examining, which is why I like this question. And to me, the same is in finance, especially if you're in partnership with somebody like your spouse or a partner. And if you're saying, we don't talk about accounts receivable, we don't talk about the taxes that we have to pay, we don't talk about the debt that we're holding, or we don't talk about even our 5-year plan. We don't talk about personal budgets. One of the first things we do with our clients is you say, hey, we're going to need to see your personal budget, because you say that you need $250,000 to live, but we're going to need to confirm that, because what we don't want to do is build a whole corporate structure for somebody and they're like, well, no, we actually really need 350. Well, yeah, but that's now going to be very difficult. So asking those questions, having somebody that you trust, and maybe that's a whole nother conversation. How do we find people? How do we create trust with people? Or how does that trust reciprocally go? How do you manage that? Or do you care?
No, I don't too much. I noticed that lately, none of the women in my life ever talk about money. We'll talk about everything else before we talk about money. So I've been bringing to the conversation about investing. Even if I don't know very much about it, which is awkward because sometimes I don't want to talk. I'm smart and I want to talk about things I feel smart about. So, but I've been bringing to the conversation about investing. And does anyone else want to learn? And hey, look at my Bitcoin. It went up, it went down, it went up, it went down. Do you feel emotional when you invest money and it does something different for the day? So I think that's been the realm I've been playing in, especially around money lately.
Why do you think women don't talk about money? Why is that? I mean, women are empowered now. They've got millions of dollars. They're boss babes. Why don't they talk about money with each other? Because
they don't have any modeling for it.
What do you mean?
You couldn't even get a credit card without your husband's permission until a few decades ago.
That's been a minute.
It hasn't been that long, so there's no model for it. They didn't see their moms talk about money.
Oh, I see.
Right?
I see.
They certainly didn't see their grandmothers talk about money.
Why wouldn't they? Oh, I see.
With
so
one another.
They
might have talked to their spouse, but they certainly didn't talk to their girlfriend, because it would have talked. I mean, I think some of it is very honorable, right? Like you wouldn't, when the man was more the provider in the house, you wouldn't have talked about money with your girlfriends necessarily, because it would have maybe brought shame or also envy. Like that's a whole different conversation, right?
The whole female conversation about statusizing, and now you revealed something about your weaknesses, which we never do in the female.
No. Yeah. And it's become more popular in culture, I would say now, to be very to show your status, right? As far as, handbags and luxury items and things like that. But I would say I'm very careful about that, because I think it's very divisive. I love good design, but I'm very cautious about you don't ever really notice things like that in my life, because I'm much more cautious about thinking through who will be in the room, and am I wearing sneakers that are the same amount of money as their budget for something for the month, right?
Well, besides the fact that all those big designers, they have the designs that say Christian Dior and all the other big things for all the poor folks that they can milk money out of. Right. And all the rich folks, they're all super simple, well made, but super simple with no designs on them. You're like, okay, I kind of see what this is about.
Right. Yeah.
So you've been doing this a while, being a woman, and talking to or not talking to your women community, your female community about money. What's the most important thing? And obviously you're my business partner in a structure, in a corporate structuring company. What is the most important thing you think women should be talking about?
Retirement.
Retirement?
I remember when we first started doing business together, you asked me about my retirement plan. And I literally thought, I I don't think about that. Like, it's not even something that's even in my awareness. I do things I love every day, so I don't think about not working. So you literally are like, wait, you're going to keep working for how many years? And I'm like, all the years. And I thought it was very funny that when I asked girlfriends, all of them didn't really think about retirement. I think retirement lives in the land of men a lot of times. And I don't necessarily think, not just like we're not talking about investments, I don't even think we're talking to ourselves about retirement.
Well, so is that because underneath it all, if you're single, sure, that in the back of your mind, you're like, some man somewhere will take care of me. Or if you're married, that the man that I have will?
I think that was an idea. I think it was an idea we grew up with, but I don't necessarily think that most people, it's not that it's not possible for that to happen. It's not probable for that to happen. And also, I think the more conscious you get, you realize you would rather have your partner for a longer period of time than have him kill over dead from a heart attack, from making sure that he could provide, right? I think I think it's becoming more and more common for there to be a conversation about that his health and well-being are important. And I think I don't know if that was a conversation happening in the 80s. I think men were a little bit in a different headspace about that. So I think that's one of the beautiful things that's been evolving lately, is that they're more like, yeah, I need more rest time. I need more downtime. I think I need more time with friends. I think there's less, not that the hustle culture is still not important, it's still not a part of our life. But I think there's now some space opening up around that.
One of my favorite TV shows, there was a quote in there, and some woman who's, found her man. Now she's like, before I found so-and-so, it was all about, how do I find him? How do I keep him? How do I make him do what I need him to do? And now all I care about is, how do I keep him alive longer?
Right.
And to me as a man, that feels so stupid. Because I'm just going to speak personally, what I want to do, I'm here to provide, man. I'm here to protect and provide and create safety and create all of those things. It's my honor to do that. It's my privilege to be able to have, at least here at my age, a physical body and a brain that still works to be able to do it. And for us, I'm going to speak personally, not us men, me, man, I feel like the more I can generate to put away into the safe, the money bags of retirement and or generational wealth, doesn't matter what happens to me. Y'all good. Family's good. Wife good. Children, grandkids, all good. The more I can pack in there, the better off it is. And if I die doing that, that's noble, honorable, and great. Just, in fact. Isn't that bizarre? And you're like, no, screw that. Let's just have you live longer and have less retirement. I know, but somewhere in there, somebody's got to pay the bills.
Yeah, I understand that. I just think that we're starting to have a balance shift around that. I don't know.
But back to your question, back to your conversation of women not thinking about retirement. Is there a logic or a thought process around why that is? Because for me over here as a man, I'm like, I remember that conversation with you well. I'm like, you've worked with billionaires. What? How can you have? So help me understand why is there another sentiment to that?
I don't know. I don't think that much about aging, but maybe that's just me. So I certainly didn't think like you remember. I remember you were doing the math, and I was thinking, wow, this is crazy. I don't think about it this way. Like, I think about what'll light me up when I get up in the morning, and what will I want to go do, and what will be fun for me. And
we have a mutual friend who I had a multi-month conversation with about this. I'm like, you're 60 years old, working full-time at a job that you hate. Are you still going to be working at this job when you're 70? And she's like, well, no. I'm like, 65? Well, no. 62? Maybe. Do we have an exit strategy for this? Well, no. So it does feel like a big black hole in the future. It seems like what you're saying is now time for the feminine, I'm going to say, not just the female, but maybe the feminine is very present, very real, and things are good, then that's great. But future time is like, I don't know, somehow that'll work out magically. Am I getting that, or is there something else?
So. And I think also just, thank God I have a job I like, right? Like maybe if I had a job I hated and I was watching the clock every day, I might be more inclined to be in the conversation about retirement. But I have a job I like. I can't imagine. I don't know what I would do all day. Like, that's the other thing. You're like, retirement. I'm like, that sounds terrible. Like, you want me to sit around and do what all day? Watch TV? I don't even do that now. Like, how is this going to work out? So I think I would just find something else to do that filled my days and made some money. And I don't know. Yeah.
For sure.
Having lived all the different levels of life, I've been wealthy, and I've been completely like homeless, broke. I don't know if I care that much. I care the bills get paid. I care I can be generous when I want to be generous. Everything else doesn't seem that interesting to me. So if
retirement is not on the table for women to conversation, it's a foregone conclusion then that generational wealth is definitely not in the conversation.
No, yeah, that definitely changed. That's been changing more because my daughter has a 2-year-old now. So now I do think about that more. I'm like, that's what we were supposed to be working on. I forgot about that part. So I jokingly started buying lottery tickets when she got pregnant, and she was like, "Why now?" And I'm like, "Well, because he'll need a pony, right? Like I didn't need money like that before. Like now I want pony money, right? Like have a pony money." So, I think that changes. Yeah.
So in the conversation, the vernacular of women, there's, if I get to go back to what you were saying earlier, we don't talk about money. We don't talk about retirement and maybe generational wealth if there's actually a generation that's coming or building. Like, oh, I do have a grandkid or I do have a child. So what's, in your opinion, what's the best thing? So if the most important thing that women need to be talking about is retirement, what's the best way for them to start that conversation?
I think the conversation about investment is the best way to start that. So whether or not, just pick something to learn about.
So say more about that. Like what example?
Whether it's stocks or, crypto or commodities or gold, just pick something and start there. And get curious about that thing, right? And get willing to be not smart about that thing, right? And maybe to even look foolish, right? Like this is. I think money is an area I certainly know about taxes. Like I definitely, when we first started our business, I don't know anything about my taxes. I just give them to the man, and then he just returns me a package, and I haven't the foggiest idea really what happened. So now I'm at least curious, right? I don't know that I have all the knowledge yet, but I am curious. Like, what was going on over there? So this year I even did some of my own forms. I was like, look at me, like doing forms. So, right. But yeah, I think to bring it back around, I think curiosity and investing is a great place to start. And there's some really cool new businesses that more cater to women. Out in the world now. And, but yeah, even if it's just you and a girlfriend and the Bitcoin, right? And watching and learning about how it moves and what days it moves and, how, the history of Bitcoin and why it is that this is something you might want to consider, I love it. Yeah.
Well, actually, it's good. It's interesting you brought that up because I still belong to a trading group of like 300 or 400 people, and they primarily do crypto, but they do options and all kinds of other things. And the group's DCG, and there are women who band together, knowing that they want empowerment for themselves around finances, and have chosen a particular investment vehicle, whether it's options, futures, crypto, whatever. And they all get assigned tasks. You find out this, and we're going to bring it back next week. And then we're going to learn, we're going to bring in experts to come talk to us. And these women are making money hand over fist. So it's not that at all women can't do it naturally. And in fact, the markets are the only non-racial, gender, religious. I mean, there is no scrutiny of any of those things. There's none of it because they'll take your money and give you money no matter what you do, who we are. So I really appreciate the idea that, of having the conversation for investment and retirement and just money in general. Hey, how do we build security for ourselves? And in the female community, Certainly it's been going on in the male community for a long time. And, that it is one of the places where the patriarchy, I don't particularly like the word patriarchy, but it is where the patriarchy runs the show for sure. And, women don't ring the market for the bell every morning. It's usually been men historically. So to have that dominance, I've seen it done, and it's currently being done. And it just takes a little help and motivation to go, hey, this is important. We should have this. This is a conversation we should have all the time. It should enter into that curiosity of that first question, which is, what do we talk about all the time? We always talk about Bitcoin.
I love that idea. Well, if we have time for two more questions, we have two more very interesting questions. That
was just one question. Wow. That's how powerful these questions are. Just being curious. I love it.
The other question that I ask sometimes of people, especially when there's been maybe a disagreement or maybe a difference of opinion about something, is what can you count on me for? And so I'll answer what I count on you for. How about that? That's a good. You could do it the other way too. I definitely count on you for knowing all about finances and stability and having emotional sobriety around finances and taxes and legacy planning, for sure. I can count on you for your intuition and your spiritual nature about you. Well, I think you don't necessarily talk to a lot of people about that. You actually have a lot of that as a gift. I can count on you to know reasonably what's going on in the news and world affairs. You don't necessarily do that every single day, but if there's something I feel like it's important and I might need to get a second opinion about, should we be preparing in some bigger form or fashion? I definitely count on you for that. Probably more than anybody else I know, actually. I count on you for, hey, I have an idea. What do you think about that? Right. And from all kinds of ideas. Right. So, how about that?
That's pretty good. Thank you. That's very generous. There's a bunch of things I count on you for, because I can get in the weeds of darkness and difficulty. And I can always count on you to go, these are weeds. This is not a forest. These are just weeds. Stand up. See, not so bad now. You always have a positive mental attitude about things for which I usually don't. So that's super helpful. You're always going to remind me. I can count on you that you always remind me of who I really am, not who the torture chamber inside my head tells me I am. We all have a torture chamber in here, it's easy to listen to it. And we should never listen to the torture chamber that's going on in here. We should listen to the people who we trust and we care about. And you're definitely one of those people. And so you're always reminding me who I am and what I deserve, which is not always present to me. I can always count on you for good ideas about kind of anything, because I can count on you for how your mind works in a way that's counterculture, counter fairness even. Your mind works it doesn't matter if it's fair, but here's what's possible. It doesn't have to be equal. It can be this and this. If we can make it work, we can make it work. So, and I can also count on you to generate beauty everywhere.
Thank you. I love that. Let's see what you can't count on me for. Well, I can beat you to the punch on that one. Being on time.
That's for sure. No, I should say I can count on you to not be on time. Yes.
I know. The clock is just not really my friend. We're not really, we know each other. We're acquaintances. We see each other on a daily basis, but we aren't really in good relationship with one another. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny. I was surprised that you didn't say that was one of the things you count on me for.
It is. You're always on time. You're actually just always early. So if you're late, something has gone terribly awry and wrong if you're actually late. Because you're just
there was a time at which we had one of our mastermind sessions where we had a bunch of our clients come together and we answer questions for an hour. And I was actually out with my girl cooking barbecue. I completely spaced it. And I think it was only 2 minutes into the session, 2 minutes. And Sterling's like, we have this right now. Because she knew if I was 2 minutes late, like the world was coming to an end or something, I completely lost my mind. So, and that's what had happened. I completely spaced it because I was having a grand old time barbecuing. So I, rushed in. So I appreciate that.
For sure. I have a dog barking. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
he wants to be on. He wants to be on camera. This is the trouble with living in Hollywood. Everybody wants to be on camera. So,
even the dogs.
Even the dogs. Well, this is the question.
I'll just finish with these questions that we've talked about. The idea of being curious. And we may need to do more of this because it's so powerful. We've filled up an entire podcast just pretty much with just one of those questions. And if you apply those questions, something as simple as what can you count on me for? That one's pretty innocuous. But then if you really want to dig deeper, not only into your relationship, but into your finances, like in your partner, what can you not count on me for? What do I never provide? For men, that can be very confronting. But if you have an egalitarian kind of, we're all in this together, let's actually be curious, not you're bad for not providing. That's not the context. The context of curiosity is one of inquiry. Oh, let's find out. It's an adventure to find these things out. Then you can discover all manner of things that were never going to be, they were just going to be under the surface, creating upset or not the results you want instead of the results that you want. So I really appreciate you bringing these questions to us.
Yeah, for sure. I think the other thing you find out is the things you can count on people for sometimes just have a back of the hand. Right? Like I have a world that is very beauty oriented, right? As far as my home, as far as the way that even small things like how I prepare breakfast, right? Is beauty oriented, which lends itself to not necessarily be in the time conversation, right? I'm not necessarily like there's 15 minutes to get beauty and breakfast oriented together, right? So beauty is a very timeless experience. So it makes sense that the front of the hand, the back of the hand would have like, oh, if I love this about this person, there's going to be this other thing about this person, right? Like, we have a great friend who's a brilliant artist, and that means that he has a lot of alone time. Because that's how brilliant art gets made, is a lot of times in solitude and in working through it and thinking through it and muscling through it. Like it just requires the balance of like going diving for the pearls, right? To come up and have this beautiful treasure. So I love this. Yeah. This is super fun. We're going to have some more conversation about curious questions.
Yeah.
For sure.
And for men, she was talking about beauty and the idea that beauty and time they really repel each other. And for us, we're like, why can't beauty be in concert with time? Because beauty is timeless. If you're involved with beauty, whether you're an artist, and still write music. When you're writing music, it's very difficult when you know you have a time limit. You're like, I have to create a whole different non-beauty oriented set of algorithms in my heart and brain to be able to deliver great, beautiful music on time. And that doesn't mean that it is my actual beauty creative voice. It is a algorithmic voice. And the same thing with men and women. If you're going to force your woman to be beautiful in a time, hey, we got to leave, or make the kitchen beautiful, we got 2 weeks, or frame. There's a difference between creating safety and creating, it has to be done by this. You're not going to get beauty. You're not going to get her intuitive, innate beauty. You're going to get something like it, but you're going to force her to be another, far more masculine to get that beauty to happen in your time frame as a man. And I promise you, you need to organize yourself and create a container for the women in your life, not just your love, but your daughter, your grandma, your mom, your coworker, that if beauty is involved, if you're invoking beauty, you cannot invoke time, or at least give a loose framework. But then as a man, what you do is you hold integrity anyway. You hold it anyway and see what shows up. You don't say, you got 3 more minutes. No, that's not what you do. But as the man, the rock, the masculine, and sometimes women masculine, if you can hold the container for it, it's still going to be within the integrity that we've created. You find magic. And that's maybe a whole nother podcast right there.
I love it. I love it. It's always fun connecting with you, and I'm so glad we got to talk about this today. And,
seriously.
Yeah. And so do some more great conversations.
That's right. And until then, be wealthy.
Bye.
Toxic masculinity finds its place on the shadow sides of these very great characteristics, these great archetypes. So for the warrior, you have the masochist. There's two sides of each of these hands. You have the masochist, who is self-abasing, self-damaging. They don't want to go to battle, and it's easier for them. They don't want to go out and create something new for them. It's easier for them to damage themselves, and so you abuse yourself so no one would really call on you to be noble, valiant, courageous, heroic. The other side of that hand is the active dark, which is the sadist, somebody who then goes and damages others in order to try to get what they want in the world. It, in fact, is all about themselves, what they can grab and manipulate and bash to get what they need. The way to win there is in a context that's bigger than just you providing for you.
Hi, and welcome to Stacks Over Tax. My name is Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis. And today we're going to talk about the 4 archetypes of masculine energy, which really shows up in both men and women, as this is the energy that's used to produce and provide everything that we do in the world. As we go through, you're going to see that you use multiple energies at the same time, and you're going to be able to sort of assess where you are, where you could add some of one of the other archetypes, or whether maybe where some of it's gotten a little in the shadow side on one of those, and maybe you could pull back a little bit. So
yeah, for sure. So there's 4. And there's a lot of archetypes. It just depends on who you're reading or what the show is you're watching. You know, every kind of person has their own blend of various things. And why this matters to us is because in finance, which is generally what we talk about, and especially as it relates to relationships, because we can't split off relationships from finance. If you want to have a loving relationship, somewhere in there, we have to be honest about what's going on with our finances. It's important to know which energy we're running at any particular time, which energy is dominant in us. And specifically with men. Women, we'll have a podcast specifically about how those work, because it's less cut and dry. It's a lot more ethereal and magical. With men, it's very much this, or this, and some blend in between. And of the 4 archetypes, warrior is the one that, gets ascribed to this is dangerous and men are up to bad things and they're killing people and all of that. Yes, warriors have killed people. But this isn't a warrior as a definition for your job. This is a warrior for who you be energetically. And you can change these if you know what they are. If you don't know what they are, then these are just running you autonomically. And you might be one of the other ones, like king or magician or lover. But if you don't know which one you are, if you don't even know what they are, then you don't have the ability to choose which one you might need to be from moment to moment, which is totally possible. You might want to walk in and be a warrior and be very focused and create camaraderie and, whatever you might need to result there. And then the next meeting you're at, you need to be compassionate. You need to be connected. You need to be present. That's the lover. You might want to need to, the next meeting, a dinner with the parents or whatever. You're like, I need to create abundance and create a realm and be able to, provide and, create a sense of connection, but in a realm in which I'm running. And this is the same in finance. If you're walking into a meeting, if you're dealing with investments, if you're looking at your retirement or your generational wealth, being a warrior when it comes to retirement, it doesn't really work that well. You want to be more on the lover and the king side. But when you're looking at profit and loss statements, you definitely don't want to be the king. You want to be the magician. So we're going to talk about all this. You're like, what is he talking about? So I just want to give you the overview of why this matters. because if you don't have an understanding of what these are as a man, then whatever your default is just going to keep running. It's like somebody talking in a monotone voice all the time. It's not really very interesting. You don't have a lot of choice in the matter. With the understanding of the multiple energies, you can go, I think I probably need to be in this one right now. Okay, choose it, activate it, go. The warrior is, again, not about creating damage, but it is about creating results in a very focused and organized and determined manner. I'm going after that. If you read the Bible, it says that you should set your face like a flint, meaning you're pointing in one direction, not to be turned anywhere else, to the exclusion of all else. You create results, you put out a lot of energy, and in its highest form, you're committed to something that's greater than yourself. So when a warrior, the actual practical sense, when a warrior goes to battle, he doesn't go out to fight for himself. That's really dumb. Why would you put yourself at risk, really? I mean, unless it was your neighbor or something and they were taking your sheep or who knows. But if it's a bunch of men going out together to fight another bunch of men, why would they do that? That doesn't make any sense. Unless there's something higher than each of their individuals that they're going to want to fight for. It's one of the powerful things around generational wealth. If you're creating a generational wealth conversation, that is one that is greater than you. It's going to last longer than you. And you're like, well, yeah, but a minute ago you said that warrior isn't good for that. Yes, I know. You probably need something, if you're jumping into the warrior energy, that's bigger than just my family. It's got to be even bigger. Unless that is all you're doing, fine. But if you're like, I got to go work, I got a contract, I have a corporation, I have, a nonprofit. Those are all going to need a much larger context for you than just, I'm getting a paycheck. If I'm just getting a paycheck, it's going to be very difficult for you to go to battle every day. You're going to go, this is dumb. Why am I doing this? And you're going to have a lack of fulfillment. Now, for each of these archetypes is also a shadow side. So normally we talk about the good things. Yeah, that's great. But if, we talk about the toxic masculinity, well, toxic masculinity finds its place on the shadow sides of these very great characteristics, these great archetypes, and shadows there are. So for the warrior, you have the masochist. And there's two sides of each of these hands. You have the masochist, who is, self-abasing, self-damaging. They don't want to go to battle, and it's easier for them. They don't want to go out and create something new for them. It's easier for them to damage themselves. And, back in the old days, they used to have what's called 4F. And if you were drafted for the Vietnam War or World War II, and you had a physical problem, you were 4F and you couldn't serve. You didn't have to go to war. You were just physically inept or unable, cast aside. So you want to 4F yourself so that you won't have to do it. So you abuse yourself so no one would really call on you to be noble, valiant, courageous, heroic. The other side of that hand is the active dark, which is the sadist. Somebody who then goes and damages others in order to try to get what they want in the world. And that's not a positive warrior energy. Of course, it is a warrior energy, but not one that's going to, in the end, benefit a higher calling than themselves. It, in fact, is all about themselves and what they can grab and manipulate and bash to get what they need. So that's how the warrior shows up, and really great for us when we're working, when we're trying to be focused, when we're trying to create results. And again, the way to win there is in a context that's bigger than just you providing for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, completely. It reminds me, I was thinking about the warlord, right? Like, yeah, it's definitely the opposite kind of feeling, right? As opposed to the warrior. So, yeah, I love that. That was amazing. The one everyone wants to be, I'm joking, kind of, is the king. So, and there's lots of conversation in the world right now about kings. And I have had the good privilege of working for some truly, truly amazing kings. And so I feel a little bit spoiled in this department. But why don't you tell us? Why don't you tell us about your interpretation about the king?
Well, it's sort of not my interpretation. Most of what we're talking about comes out of this book by Roger Moore and Douglas Gillette, which is by the same name, King, Warrior, Magician, Lover. And, in the men's work that I'm involved in, this is kind of one of our Bibles that we apply because it just works so very well. And it's such great information for, again, being able to choose the machinery and distinguish the machinery that's running us, at least as men, and be able to go, I don't like that one. Let's fix this up now that we can see it. Because if you can't see what's running you inside, and if you don't know what's going on in your finances because you just didn't do a budget and you're not looking at your credit card statements, or you don't know what your investor is doing with all of your capital, or what your CPA is doing with your taxes, then you can't actually fix the problem. You just go, how come I don't have any money? Well, I don't know. I'll just keep working, I guess. That doesn't work. So you're asking about the king. Unlike the warrior who's focused and determined, the king is centered and creates structure. And you're like, well, doesn't a warrior create structure? Not really, no. In fact, a warrior is sort of the opposite. It creates chaos. When you see big movie battlefields, do you see warriors creating structure and building bulwarks and, making castles? No, it's melee and cacophony and chaos and just stuff piles of awful gross everywhere, and damage and pain and withering anguish. So there's not a lot of let's build structure, let's consider others, let's create abundance for ourselves, and let's create a sense of not only offense but a sense of defense, a sense of well-being for everybody. And I'm doing this feeling because it's in my realm and I want to expand my realm. Well, what's the best way to expand my realm? Probably to use warrior energy to do that. I might have to step out or enroll other warriors to come work to, because the king doesn't necessarily go to battle all the time. He's trying to build bulwarks. He's trying to keep everybody safe and the economy going in his little village or his keep. But the warriors are out expanding. So on the king side, that's how that works. And again, there's a dark side to the king energy. And the one side of the hand is the weakling. The weakling is somebody who's like, well, the child king who's easily manipulated to do whatever they think that whoever's manipulating them knows to do, usually a magician. And then the other side of that is, of course, the tyrant, someone who doesn't listen to anybody in his realm, just goes, I say this, then you go do it because I said it, like a belligerent parent or something. Well, why gotta do that? Because I said so. That's tyranny, right? So with the king energy, we kind of have a misnomer like, oh, when you arrive at king, then you've arrived. It's no better an energy than the warrior or the lover. They're all important. And if you find a man who's just really put his weight on one of those energies, even king energy is not really a well-rounded man. And again, another really important reason why we need to distinguish what these elements are so that we can check. You go, hey, is this something that I'm weak in? Let me work on this. Like for me, king energy and lover energy is something that I'm constantly trying to improve and expand in because it's easy for me to be warrior magician. Most of my life is warrior magician everywhere. So does that make sense?
Yeah, completely. I love that explanation. That's super, super helpful. And I think you're right. I think a lot of times people think that there is a finish line of like, oh, I'm just going to get, the empire that I'm envisioning and maybe the wife I'm envisioning and the heirs I'm envisioning and the car maybe that I'm envisioning. And then it will be done, perfect, simple, easy. There'll be relief. Really. And, I've been having a conversation lately about burning your finish lines because it isn't how it works in reality. And you might have a moment of reprieve, but it doesn't mean that you're done. And I don't know that you're ever done. I think we've got to get rid of this conversation going on that there's going to be a promised land experience where it's all of a sudden going to all be aligned and perfect and feel good. And, there's always some beautiful place to grow into, which is one of the things I love about the archetypes is that like even if you get a little bit, even if you get proficiency, right, you're super proficient at being a warrior. if you get proficiency, there's another area then to grow in one of the other spaces. So, magician is probably one of my very favorite. I love having a business partner that's a magician. It's super, super fun because it's something I have tons of muscle in. I definitely think this is one of the most, this will be one of the coolest ones to hear you talk about. So.
Yeah, magician is one that's, I think it's the most underrated. Because people are like, oh, a magician, that's stupid, pulling rabbits out of hats and weird things and card tricks. Yes, but no. Everybody wants to be the lover or the warrior, or the king. Yeah. Well,
that's funny. I don't think about magicians like rabbits and hats. I think about it like warlocks.
Yeah. It's much more like somebody like I don't want a necromancer. It's not pulling energy from the dead, but yeah, a warlock, somebody who's a much higher power who doesn't just do tricks, but it's like manipulating the natural forces of the world and transmuting things into something else, taking this dirt and turning it into energy, taking this sunlight and turning it into a reactor, or turning money into huge buildings. That's what a magician does. Taking kind of ordinary things that most people would pass by and be like, whatever, I'm moving on, and going, I have a vision for that. That could be something great. So the entrepreneurs are really deep in the magician energy, always thinking, how can we make this better? There's never enough. There's always another great spell that we can cast to create a bigger result. So a lot of these guys are a lot of these men who are magicians are mentors. They're like keepers of the sacred knowledge, which they're wisdom wise. They're sages. They're those kinds of situations where they have esoteric knowledge to participate or to put out to everybody to make life better. Now, again, there's the shadow side. The shadow side is somebody who is on the active dark is the manipulator. They've used their knowledge, their power for evil to move people into ways that damage them. Now, some people say, well, isn't that what sales is? I'm like, well, it's not really. Good sales is you're showing them something that they need because it will benefit them. Now, it obviously benefits you if they buy it, but bad manipulation is, I know what you need, but I need you to do that even though it damages you. That's right. The manipulation.
Very trickster energy, very coyote and trickster energy. So not good for long-term relationships in any form.
No, not really. That's where you start seeing, the manipulator in the sociopathic kinds of energies there. And then the other side of it is the inert side is detached. I isolate. I'm over here. I'm just going to keep all my energy to myself. I'm going to keep all my knowledge to myself and not share it because I'm disempowered in that magician energy. And magicians are, when you find one because they're always coming up with some new way to do something. And a lot of times inventors are magicians, not always, but if they're inventing something in a way, and that can be in finance, you're creating something new, like what Sterling and I do. We've created something completely new, a new way of organizing finance for folks is like completely came out of a magician's energy. But if it's just taking the same old parts and reorganizing them, that isn't necessarily magician energy. That could be warrior energy. But magicians, the difference is they're really synthesizing, they're creating that spell that puts things together that shouldn't come together and, abracadabra, make something new. And people are like, wow, that's amazing. That's kind of what the magician's like.
Yeah. They're super magnetizing. That's one of the other things. They're good at pulling what they need, the resources, the people, relationships, all sorts of stuff. They're great at magnetizing to them.
Mm-hmm.
And then the one I think that people may find funny about how it relates to business is the lover energy. And I think sometimes people have that mixed up with seductress energy or, dandy energy or charmingness, which is, not light necessarily always. But yeah, what can you tell us about lover?
Yeah, lover is something that a lot of men who are in their feminine side easily gravitate toward because it's an easy energy to pull up. And men who are trying to be masculine, like, oh, no, I don't want that. I want to be tough. Well, on the dark side of magician is the manipulator. But on the light side of lover is the compassionate. And compassion manipulates or connects with people far better than actually just trying to push them into something they really want to do, getting by their defenses. Actually, you can get by people's defenses by just loving and being compassionate and being present with them. And then they're much more apt to do what you need in a much more positive way. And this is the power of being a lover, in that you're able to see people where they're at. You're not in your head about how can I be focused on this other thing over here, or how can I build something, or how can I generate something new. It's like, no, I'm just going to be with you. I'm going to be compassionate, and I don't necessarily have to be empathetic. That's not very masculine to be empathetic. Nothing wrong with it. It's just we don't want to feel your feelings. That's not us. We would be compassionate and be like, oh, that sounds horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. What else about that? Tell me more. Speak more about that. That's the lover, going really connecting in a safe way where we're able to share each other's ideas, feelings, and everything else. And the idea being that the lover feels fully. Feels fully not only what they're feeling, but is full compassion for what's going on over there. So they're also attuned to beauty and art, music. They're very connected to that. And, you know, when I was in Hollywood for 30 years, I was very in tune to all that thing, just as a career path, generating art, media, those kinds of things. You have to have some connectedness to that. Otherwise, you're a weird automaton, probably not making very good art or music or anything else. So the opposite, the dark side, is the addicted lover. You're sort of codependent, you're attached, you're melded with somebody, and they can't really get away, and you're holding on to them, and they're like, I'm just trying to be myself. No, you have to be what I say. And they just can't get away. The addicted lover. The other side is the impotent lover, which doesn't have anything to do with your parts. It just has to do with your way of being. If love is meant to be an integrated process, there's only, I don't want to integrate. This person might, or this thing, or this money might want to integrate, but you're like, no, it's too much for me. I want to be apathetic. It's safer for me to be over here separate from you than to take the risk of actually being vulnerable and being connected to you. This is the same thing in finance. It's not just relationships, y'all. The same thing in finance. Do I really want to invest and connect with the possible energy flow? Do I really want to build business? Do I want to put investment into my business? Or do I want to just kind of do the safe thing that happens over and over again, but there's no particular benefit other than I'm just getting payments. I'm supporting somebody else to do their vision, their magician work. So that's kind of how the lover is. And it may sound very strange to the feminine energy. Like, well, that's not very nice. I don't like that. Yeah, I know. But from the man's side, it's very empowering. And we want to be able to choose all four and be able to go, what do I need to be? What energy in which do I need to be to get the result that I need here? If I'm with my partner, do I need to be the warrior there? Probably not. Probably the lover and the magician. I'm going to take their curiosity, I hope, or their expression and transmute it, abracadabra, poof, into something new that could benefit everyone. Am I going into a business meeting? Okay, well, it depends on who I am in that business meeting. Am I running the business meeting? Then I'm definitely going to be the warrior and the magician. Am I somebody who's trying to work this way up in the business meeting? Then I'm definitely the magician and definitely the lover, because I got to be compassionate and connect with this person, because I'm never going to get ahead if they don't like me. There's just so many ways to be able to build this, even in an investment side. Hey, I'm going to go buy an apartment complex. Well, who do I need to be? Which energy do I need to be to get the best deal there? So hopefully this makes sense. And again, the book describes all of this very, very well, but we're bringing it up here on Stacks Over Tax because, you know, the energies in which we run relationships are inextricably connected to how we do finance. You can't do finance without relationships. Some of y'all trading your Bitcoin on your computer at home. Yeah, okay, I get it. But that is a very isolated loop. And eventually we want to expand into real estate, business, retirement, generational wealth, charitable work. It's not going to be this little thing where it has to expand. Otherwise it will contract. So where In what energy will we expand? Now you have some choice in the matter.
I love this. This was so educational, and it definitely has me go and look and see where sometimes do I use one when another one served me better, and I start getting curious about how I could shift relationships and conversations and projects by bringing a different part of myself to that. So,
and like Sterling said earlier, but what you said earlier, this is not just for men.
No, this is very much more masculine energy, about the energy you use to produce in the world and provide and protect. Right. And I think a lot of times people think that even being a parent or owning a company, in which there's somewhat relatedness around being a parent and owning a company. Like, you are the provider. It's very masculine energy to take care of something and to make sure that even the smallest in that tribe have what they need and feel supported and grow. And so, yeah, I think that's now, with all the various gender conversations that are happening, which is beautiful. I think it's really important to delineate the difference between masculine energy and feminine energy. And definitely the workplace is one that more masculine energy gets driven at. Not that there's not a place for the feminine. We'll talk about that really soon, and how we use it together in our business partnerships, specifically, because it's really valuable. I spent most of my career in the world with all men, and I definitely get to be the feminine energy in those spaces, and it massively shifts what happens, especially in relationship to people. Like, I have a really profound experience being able to make and keep relationships in business for decades. So, which I think I definitely bring a combination of things to be able to do that. So we'll talk about that in another episode. And but thanks so much for telling us today about the book. Big shout out to the authors. We love your book. We use your work in our business. We use our work with our children, and we're very grateful for what you've provided in the world. So wonderful. Well, until another day, be wealthy, be successful, and we'll see you soon. Bye.
Bye for now. We don't start putting the pieces together about our life purpose, then it just all seems like a mash of sociological and psychological, ontological weirdnesses. This person's quirky and they can't quite get their life together, and I don't know. But when we put it in the context of life purpose, when we combine your wound with what you're good at, what the world needs, and what's marketable, then that middle quadrant starts making a lot more sense. Because now that middle quadrant isn't what do you like to do, it's what have you organized your entire life around to make sure that wound doesn't happen? Because there's no sense in trying to fight it. So it's definitely a part of your life purpose.
Hi, and welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis. And today we're going to talk about life purpose and how it impacts your wealth, your finances, and your mindset. Mark, why do you think that working away and slaving away without a purpose feels just aimless?
Why do I think it's that way? Oh, I know it definitely is that way. It's okay when you're in your 20s and you're like, oh, I've got all this vigor and I'm just, I'm going to take over the world, and that's fine. But then in your 30s, if you don't really have what am I about in the world, it gets a bit more resistance to keep doing. And then in your 40s, and then in your 50s, 60s, guys in their 70s still don't have life purpose. You'll find them just kind of, withered and just kind of aimless and shuffling about. So having a knowledge of here's what I'm kind of here to do, not an easy thing to figure out necessarily. And the mistake that I made early on was thinking that my life purpose had anything to do with my skill set, which at the time it absolutely did not. So if you don't have a life purpose, you don't have to be a man, or it doesn't mean you're a man or a woman, either one. It's very difficult to go, here's a direction for me to start pointing in, or at least an area that I'm on which I'm going to start attacking, or this field over here, or this contribution. Then I know I'm kind of heading in that direction. I know I'm good. Otherwise, we kind of just spin in the harbor going, I think I'm doing okay. I don't know. I'm not really fulfilled, but this is, I don't know what. You see, you hear this in people's language when they don't really have a life purpose. They're like, I made more money last year. Okay, yeah, what are you going to do with it? I don't know.
Yeah, that's definitely, having lived different places in the United States, I continue to live in Los Angeles, despite all of the reasons why you shouldn't live here. We have terrible taxes. Our city is filthy. We have an insane amount of crime these days. Like, there is an astronomical list of reasons why LA is a terrible place to live. And what makes it super worth it to me is that everybody who comes here with a dream. There's very few people who are born here, live here their entire lives, and like a lot of those folks move. You're one of those guys, right? Like they move. They discover there's other cities with much nicer accommodations than the way we have it
no
here.
No cities at all.
Yeah, exactly. But what I love about Los Angeles is how even the person who's bringing your Uber Eats, they came here because they had a dream. And sometimes that dream has brought them from other countries even. We have a wonderful friend who's a director and a filmmaker who has risked everything to come to Los Angeles and make his dream come true. And you can't help but really, really, really root for him. And you want to see, like, you're waiting for the day that you drive down Sunset Boulevard and see his name on a billboard. And it is inevitable, as I always tell him, it is inevitable because there's too much energy has been put behind that dream for it not to turn out. It's just a matter of time. It's not a matter of hope. And so it's my favorite thing about living in Los Angeles is that the folks come and they're going to do whatever they're going to do. They're going to be the world's best actor, the world's best director, a screenplay writer. They're going to be special effects. They're going to be makeup artists, right? That's actually one of the coolest. Like, those people have the ability to like completely transform someone in every possible way with some latex and some paint. They're going to be brilliant at lighting. God bless lighting. Right? One of the other things you learn about living in Los Angeles really quick is, man, does lighting make a difference? You will be walking around and walk past somebody and go, that looks like so-and-so. It is so-and-so. There's just not all the lights on them. But yeah, it's one of my favorite things about living here. I know that you have this amazing process that's like kind of a 4-quadrant process, but can you tell us a little bit about that and how that works, or if there's, if it got you where you were going when it came to purpose?
Yeah. Back in 2009, I did a weekend in the mountains of Los Angeles, specifically for men, on, helping you get in touch with your legacy and your father and your grandfather and all that, resolving that. And one of the things they do is they kind of send you out into the woods and to kind of go ruminate on a few things, subjects that they give you. And one of them was figuring out your life purpose. Now, I had no idea. I thought at the time I knew what it was because I was a composer in Hollywood and directing. And I'm like, oh, yeah, it's making media. But it never really made sense to me. I had a great deal of skill. All my degrees were in it. I mean, I'd done dozens and dozens of films by that point. And so I was really, really experienced. But it still didn't feel like it was enough of a legacy to leave if I were to die the next day. And one of the gentlemen who was a facilitator there walked me through a visualization with my 5-year-old self that actually had me get some really weird esoteric wisdom from that 5-year-old self that had me realize what it was that I was here to do. Now I have it all very well. It's been however many years that is, 14, 15, 16 years of figuring it out and getting down to the nitty gritty and the details, and lots of help around it too. But if you don't have a specific life purpose, and I don't mean like, oh, I'm here to help people. Yeah. Well, a lot of people are here to help people. That's not a life purpose. That's just a big blob of, I kind of want to go in that direction over there. But specific life purpose, then it's very difficult to get specific about things that you say yes to, and more importantly, the things you say no to. So I learned this. I went through this. I didn't learn. I went through this process with this gentleman. And then over the course of months and even years, discovered, hey, this is another part of that. This is another part of it. This is kind of how I am here and here and here, and how other people respond. And there's 4 quadrants, if we look at life purpose, that generally, if you read the books, they kind of say, oh, here's your 4 quadrants. And it's the stuff that you're good at. It's the stuff that you like to do. It's the stuff that the world needs. And it's the stuff that's marketable. So again, it's the stuff that you're good at, the stuff you like to do, the stuff that the world needs, and the stuff that's marketable. And if you have those as 4 big circles, they all kind of interact right in the middle, and then that's your life purpose. And then there's sort of pseudo ones that might be on the charitable side for you, or just work as a job, the slivers that meet 2 or maybe 3. But the ones that meet all 4 in the middle, that's the key bit for you, and that's your life purpose. And it's, we see these, there's lots of people talk about this. But what's missing that's not the part of this, which is absolutely critical, in particular with men, but I think also with women, is getting rid of the thing that you like to do. Nobody cares that you like to do it. It's the things that you're good at, what is marketable, yes, and what the world needs. All 3 of those critical. Because why do we care if we have things that you like to do, but there's no things that you're good at? If you're not good at it, whatever it is, then that's dumb. You're going to have to eventually get good at it. So we got to get rid of that you like to do it. But what would we replace it with? Well, this exercise that this gentleman had me do had me get in touch with something that we in the men's work call your wound. That's the thing that happened to you. Maybe it happened to you a lot, but certainly the first time this happened to you, to generate what we'll call a winning formula that has you either make sure that it never happens again because it was so painful, so difficult, so distasteful, so damaging, wounding, the wound, that you created a set of skills that make sure that that never happens again to you. First, that's your winning formula. And it's a protection that's around your wound, that thing that happens. Now you're watching this, you probably know exactly what that thing is. You might not know, you might have dissociated. Whatever it is, it's in there, and it's shaped everything that you're good at in life now by the time you're an adult. From there, depending on who you are as a human being, you either go to the light side or to the dark side. The light side is, I not only don't want it to happen to me, I don't want this to happen to anybody else either. And that is the quadrant, the circle of your wound. Then if you go to the dark side, that is what you're going to punish the world with because it did happen to you. You're going to develop a skill set that damages and gets retribution for what happened to you. Now, both are perfectly valid. I'm not saying one's better than the other, although I prefer one over the other. But it is a natural reaction. So the sociopaths go to the dark, obviously, and the other normal, we'll say normal folks, go to the light. Now, that doesn't mean that even if you're on the light side, what you've created around yourself is helpful, beneficial to you. It's just a reaction. Now, people who are not so successful in, maybe being socially connected to people or holding a job, there's something in there that their survival mechanism may have had them say, it's not good to hold a job. It's not good to be successful and connected with people. That could cause you to have this wound again. We're going to create a winning formula that could actually be damaging to relationships or bad with a boss. All of that is perfectly legitimate if considered in alignment with, it's just protecting you from your wound. But if we don't look at it this way, if we don't start putting the pieces together about our life purpose, then it just all seems like a mash of sociological and psychological, ontological weirdnesses. This person's quirky and they can't quite get their life together, and I don't know. But when we put it in the context of life purpose, when we combine your wound with what you're good at, what the world needs, and what's marketable, then that middle quadrant starts making a lot more sense. Because now that middle quadrant isn't what do you like to do, it's what have you organized your entire life around to make sure that wound doesn't happen? Because there's no sense in trying to fight it. Your whole life is organized around that should never happen again. So it's definitely a part of your life purpose. The absence of which means you don't really have a legitimate life purpose because you're just saying, oh, I don't want to deal with that. Well, okay, but everything about your life is that. Some people turn into comedians because the pain was so much they realized for them that if I'm funny, that'll never happen to me again, or it helps me process it. For me, my part of what I was is that everything I do is of the highest level, the fastest, the best, the strongest results. In fact, it's better than you. In fact, that makes me better than you. Mm-hmm. And as long as I'm better than you, you can't get mad at me. And if you do, I'm going to go, let's look at your results for a second. Let's look at that. See how that sucks. And my results are way better. I'm not saying it's true, but that's the mechanism that I've run. I'm an A student. I graduated magna cum laude without reading a single textbook. Just everything that's as best I can do. And that creates a whole bunch of other problems, I grant you. But that's generated for me from putting those four things together, a life purpose that sounds like I appropriate esoteric knowledge, resynthesize it, and teach it with excellence to the masses so they can live their best lives. And that's health. I've done it in health. I've done it in media. I've done it in now finance. So, and relationships. Both Sterling and I have done that in relationships, although her life purpose is a bit different than mine. So that's where it doesn't kind of matter how I'm doing it. If I'm doing that, making the world a better place so they can live their best lives with secret knowledge. We talked about in another podcast, the magician energy. I'm always running magician, creating the secret knowledge, finding it, weird things. How can we put these all together and synthesize something great for people? That's what I'm about. And that came about because in my wounding was a place of, if only I'd known, it wouldn't have happened. If only I'd known, that would have never happened. So now I'm like, then I must know. And since I ended up on the light side, thank God, I want to make sure everyone else knows. Does this make sense? Am I going off the deep end?
No, it really makes sense. And it has me think about some people in our life who are exceptionally impactful in the world and how they've taken the thing that was really painful and cultivated it into being something that's just astronomically beautiful, right? We have a great friend who felt left out all the time, and so his really amazing gift is that no one is ever left out, and he finds a way to cultivate an entire community of people where as soon as someone new arrives in that community, they're already loved. They're loved before they got there.
Multi-dimensional inclusion. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, it's really, really, really moving. And to watch him do that week after week after week is just, and in different ways, and as he's grown as a human being, to see how he's able to do that in different areas of life and just really take that and just transmute it into something extremely powerful that changes the world. So it's beautiful. It's a good reason to go looking. It's a good reason to go looking on the shadow side, right? I think a lot of times people are anxious about if I find this thing, or if I figure out, these core parts of me that are not the thing I'm most proud of, what will happen? Something astronomical is going to happen, right? That's the really cool part. It's just, what is the saying about the treasure lies in the place that you don't want to go look, right? Right. In the cave you don't want to go look in. So, I loved this conversation. This is beautiful. I don't think about purpose the same way. I know purpose is very Mark is very oriented towards the word's purpose. He would ask me what my purpose is when we've been friends for 20 years. He's asked me along those 20 years what my purpose is. I don't think of it like that. I think of it like my art, right? I think of it more like an unfolding. I think of it more with more creativity. To me, it always felt like picking a purpose felt super concrete and didn't allow enough for evolution for me.
Does it feel limiting?
Yeah, it does. That's why I always think it's funny because he'll ask me sometimes about my purpose, and I'm like, I don't know what that word means. It's the same conversation. I remember having a conversation with a man, and he asked me if I was driven, and I thought, God, no, right? Am I passionate? Yeah, for sure. I'm passionate about all kinds of things. I'm driven
by good men.
Yeah.
I'm driven by good men everywhere I want to go.
Exactly. So, but yeah, that word didn't resonate with me. Purpose doesn't necessarily resonate with me too much, but art does, right? And my art is sort of what I show up for in the world. And that makes sense also because I have a value that's about beauty and elegance and spirituality. And I felt like that more integrated into the idea of my art of my life. And what masterpieces will I be leaving in different areas, and whether they are tiny or whether they're really big scale. I tend to be a big scale person. So a long time ago, I was an artist, and all of my prints were 6x6 or 10x10 foot prints. And so you really have to be clear about what you're saying, because you've definitely committed if you're printing something 6 feet tall.
The exercise that I was run through back in 2009, we do work with our clients with, and we definitely cause them to find, at least help them find their life purpose, because it is so important. So if it's something that you're interested in to find out more, just reach out to us, and we'd be happy to set up a discovery session. But otherwise, it's so important. You don't have to do what we do. I think, especially if you're a man, and I think also women who are in a very masculine role at work, this is helpful for them to go, instead of just, I need to go make more money, I'm going to go move to the next job. It's like, well, what are you really about in the masculine for you? Obviously, you have a whole other feminine side, but the you having to work in a masculine capacity, having at least some purpose of, I'm here, kind of this is going to sound mean, but starving my feminine while I'm at work for this. This is the reason why I'm here. And then it gives you a bigger context than just I'm at work and what do I do now? Where am I going to go? Because money shouldn't be the only driver for choices in terms of career and those kinds of things, to me.
Yeah, I completely agree. Life is very short. I need something that I get up and I'm excited about and that I can't wait to go do, and that feels like a fun adventure, right? One of my other qualities is sort of adventure. So if it doesn't feel like, if I thought it was going to get up and look at emails every day, like that would never get me out of bed. I would not be able to pull that off. I'd rather starve to death than spend my day reading emails. But if it feels like an adventure and it feels like I'm going to be helping someone, and it feels like I'm going to provide them information that changes the way they see the world or the way that they see their family or their pocketbook or their business, then that feels super, super worth it. And, but yeah, you can leave us some comments about what your purpose or your art is in the world, and even if it's not the thing that you do 9 to 5, because a lot of times those two things don't match at all, then they don't need to. Like, it's nice when they do, it's amazing when they do, it's fun when they do, but sometimes it's I go to the grocery store, and there's a man who's worked at the grocery store for 20 years that I go to here in Los Angeles, and he's a cashier at the grocery store. I don't think he's anything else. I don't think he's one of our LA waiting to be an actor people. But man, he is fully embodied in being a human being that connects with people, that has amazing conversations. You can tell he leaves his end of his day content with who he is as a person. And it's such an unusual thing to see that I will wait. I could go check out and be done in 3 seconds, but I will always wait to see him because it's such an amazing experience. So somebody who's really embodied in their purpose and in their energy in the day is just so magnetic and so happy. You can just tell he's just happy. and for something that's such a basic job. And I'm sure he's a brilliant man. That is even a question. So but I wonder, part of me wonders, I wonder what he does when I don't see him, right? I wonder who he is the rest of the time, and if he's an amazing artist, or if he's something that's, if he's doing something else.
Batman.
He might secretly be a Batman. I got to be really honest. We could certainly use a secret Batman around here. So, but yeah. So, drop us a line. Tell us about your purpose or your art, and we look forward to having more of these amazing conversations with you.
Yeah. Until then, be wealthy.
Be wealthy. Bye.
And he said, I need to know for sure that if I let you in here and I give you this promotion, you can never talk about it. You can never tell your friends. You can't tell anyone. It is 100% confidential. He offered to pay me $500 a week from around $100 a week. So I was like, I don't care what it is. So we walk in. To the left was this 6 foot, 7 foot long stainless steel table. And on the table was a man in his 40s, completely naked with a gunshot wound to his face. And from that day forward, in the next 3 years, Wally and I disposed of over 50 bodies.
Hi, and welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and with me today is Mark Lewis and our guest, Rondi Lambeth. And he is a credit expert and brilliant in all things around credit, both for corporate and personal. And so we're so excited you joined us today and can't wait to learn all about credit and how it is that we can improve that in our lives.
So he's also an incredible, and I hope we have time to talk about his story today, from like the textbook rags to riches and entrepreneurial. If you look up entrepreneur in Webster's dictionary, you're going to see his picture. It's a younger picture, but it's right there next to entrepreneur. So there's so much wisdom, so much knowledge, and so many great stories that we're going to hear here.
And we'll do that. Thanks for having me on, guys. It is so good to be alive. Every day that I wake up with my eyes and I'm laying in bed, whether I'm traveling or at home, I just really thank God that I got one more day. So glad to be here. I grew up very different than probably most people in America. I grew up really poor. People often will say that. I grew up in a shack not too far from where I live in Boise, Idaho. No running water, no electricity. And we got our food, if we didn't kill it or catch it, we primarily got our food out of the dumpster. And at age 15, I got tired of eating garbage. I got tired of a mentally ill psychopath torturing me and I'm the oldest of 13 kids. And I left home. I was like, I can go out and do this on my own. And probably I might eat out of the dumpster, but I won't get beat up every day.
Who was the psychopath? Was it all your siblings?
What's that?
Who was the psychopath? Was it all your siblings?
My stepdad. My stepdad was the psychopath. He had spent time in prison for murdering someone. He had multiple personalities. Paul was the nice man. Simon was the psycho.
Wow.
So, and you never knew when Simon was going to show up. You could be sitting there having a good time. Next thing you know, you're getting hit across the face with a 12-gauge shotgun. So it was quite the childhood. So I left home, and about 16 years old or so, I was doing a little bit of couch surfing in and out of foster care. And I ended up in Eastern Oregon. My cousin, who introduced me to one of the most powerful men in this county, very, very wealthy man. And I think the guy felt sorry for me. So he hired me to wash his cars, mow the lawn, take out the trash, do things around what he called the shop. And one day I was mowing the lawn. I'm 16 or so, 16 and a half. And he was the kind of guy that he would just open the door and yell. And he's like, Rondi, get in here. So I thought he was going to fire me. And I'm panicking because I needed the money. I mean, I was making $3.35 an hour. Oh. Not a lot. This was 1987. But that was minimum wage in Oregon. Mm. So at least I had some money. So I ran in there and I'm like, yes, sir, how can I help you? And he's like, I want to offer you promotion. And before he could even tell me what it was, I'm like, yes. He's like, I haven't even told you what it is yet. I'm like, I don't care. If I'm making more money, I don't care what it is. I said, I'll kill somebody for you if I need to. And he just looked at me. He's like, and then he didn't say anything. He was also a psychopath. He was a guy that would just lose his temper, punch holes in the walls. And I was good with it because I was used to it. I knew how to keep my mouth shut and just sit there and just kind of disappear into the corner. So he's like, come with me. So we walked down this long hallway. And at the end of the hallway was a sign that says, do not enter. And he had told me when I first started working for him, never go into this room, ever. You're not allowed. I'm like, I won't want to lose my $3.35 my job. I wasn't curious like you were, Mark. I was like, don't go in there. I won't go in there. So we go to walk in and he stops and he turns around and he said, I need to know for sure that if I let you in here and I give you this promotion, you can never talk about it. You can never tell your friends. You can't tell anyone. It is 100% confidential.
Wow. Ominous.
Yes. And I was like, you can trust me. Because he offered to pay me $500 a week.
Whoa.
From around $100 a week. So I was like, I don't care what it is. So we walk in. To the right was this countertop. And it had all these tools. It had knives and like these screwdriver things and like a saw. To the left was this 6 foot, 7 foot long stainless steel table. And on the table was a man in his 40s-ish, completely naked with a gunshot wound to his face. And before I could run out of the room, Wally, I think, sensed that I was scared. Like, what the hell did I get myself into? He's like, give me that saw. And from that day forward, in the next 3 years, Wally and I disposed of over 50 bodies.
You're lying. Come on.
I'm not.
Wow.
Old people, women, unfortunately, children.
Wow.
And that was the first time in my life that someone actually believed in me, trusted me, and really started to mentor me. And for those 3 years, I was a licensed embalmer and a mortuary apprentice. See, Wally was not a mob boss. Wally owned the only funeral home and mortuary in about 500 square miles.
Amazing.
And I had so much fun at this job, even though I had to deal with death, but I got respect for the first time in my life. I got to wear a suit. I got a nice car to drive. The police respected me. The citizens respected me. And it was the first time in my life that people started believing in me. Mm. And one of the things that he taught me that stuck with me my entire life, and that's really when I started becoming an entrepreneur, was it's not as important how much money you make as it is how much money you keep. And the most important thing that you can do is learn how to keep it all.
Preach.
Because if you can keep it all, you can become very wealthy. And so he started teaching me about taxes and petty cash and tax deductions. And that really was my journey to becoming an entrepreneur. And fast forward just a few years, in my early 20s, I was worth millions of dollars. I've owned many, many companies. Currently, I have 7 different financial service related companies. And I think it's one of the greatest possible things that you can be as an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs are what makes the world go round. Entrepreneurs are what fixes the world's problems. It's not politicians, it's entrepreneurs. If there's a problem, they find the solution, they fix the solution, or they fix the problem. So that's how I got started doing this.
Wow. So you had really kind of a watershed moment, like a crossing the Rubicon kind of experience when you crossed through that door. Yeah. And you're like, there's a dead guy here. Yeah. And, but if I'm hearing you right, what you experienced was respect. I mean, obviously it didn't happen that day, but you're like, okay, I'm licensed. There's trust. There's respect. I'm getting good money too, but you were going to run out of that room, even though it was $500 a week, because you're like, this is crazy. But then somebody trusted you. So of those things, if somebody had a job I just had a conversation with somebody a couple of days ago, a man who's trying to decide. He hates his job. He's like, I've been doing this for 10 years. I'm really good at it, and I just can't do it anymore. I want to do kind of what you're doing, entrepreneurism. And we had a conversation about, where does he start? What's the most important thing you would tell somebody who's like, I'm going to start this. I'm going to walk away from the safety.
Yeah, there's so many things that I could say. It's hard for me to say what's the most important thing to say. I would say that what Wally taught me is that it doesn't matter how much money you make. I mean, I meet with entrepreneurs just like you do and Sterling does, that they make millions of dollars and they keep thousands of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars. So I think really understanding how to make money is important, how to get customers is important, how to keep customers is important. But how to keep your money is probably one of the most important things you can do. Because if you can keep more of it, you have more of it to invest back into your business, eventually into your staff, so you can start scaling, and then eventually start investing that money back into your community and making a difference. I hate that term, giving back. I never give back, ever. Because I never took anything from anybody. So I don't have to give anything back. Right. Now, I give to my community. I give my time and my money and my resources, but I never give back. So I think that's probably it, Mark, is, being committed. And then the next thing would be prepared to go to war. Be prepared for battle every single day. Entrepreneurs, I read a study a few years ago, and it's entrepreneurs have a higher level of PTSD than military members do. Much higher, in fact, because you're constantly bombarded with problems. And what I found is good entrepreneurs, like the ones that are really, really successful, they thrive on solving problems. And unfortunately, some of them get really addicted to it. And so they start tinkering with their business a little bit, and then they break it. And they're like, oh, now I can fix this problem, because they constantly want to solve problems.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. We were just having this conversation a few weeks ago, and I was telling Mark, this is what it looks like when it's working. It's supposed to be hard and complicated and weird, and what worked yesterday didn't work today. And this is it. There's no other place to get to. You might as well burn the finish line down. It doesn't get easy. It's just different. It's not ever this you get stronger, but it doesn't necessarily change. And so I love that about being an entrepreneur. And I've been an entrepreneur in bunches of different types of businesses and industries, but I still think that's the only great reason to be an entrepreneur, is that there's something to fix every morning, and I get up and I'm excited, and no matter what it is. And sometimes it wears me out, right? I have days where it just wears me out, right? But I like that part about it. That's the part that lights me up. That's the part that has me knock it on someone else's payroll. Really.
I think the other thing I would add to that, Sterling, is there is no finish line. No. A lot of people think, oh, when I get to here, I'll be happy, or I get to here, I get to here. If you are going to be a successful entrepreneur that is satisfied, that is happy, and that doesn't just completely lose their mind due to stress, you need to figure out very, very early, there is no finish line. There is no winning the game, because as soon as you get close to that goalpost, you move it out another 100 yards, and you will never, ever. You should never actually run through the goalpost. You should never reach the end, because that means you stop learning. Yeah. If you stop learning, I think you die.
I completely agree. I was telling Mark, I had a business a long time ago, and me and my partner, what we did is we stopped playing the game of if we were winning. Because whatever, we could buy cars, we could get a different house, whatever. We started playing the game of the guy who was our opener on the phone, right, who cold called on the phone when he had a good car, when he was taking his girl to somewhere nice to eat. That's what actually was up on our board, was how well is he doing this week? Not how well our closers are doing, not how well is our business doing. Is the kid that we pulled off the street cold calling, is he able to afford a Lexus, right? I remember the day he went and got a Lexus, right? It's a big fucking moment.
it was way more fun than us getting a new car even, right? So I think he got a new car before I did because we were just so excited about that. And so that's way more entertainment and way more motivation. And then you just start over every month because that's the way that kind of industry works. Like 31 days and day one is day one again. And so, yeah, I love that. That super lights me up. So I love that, Rondi. So fun. Well, then the curious question is then, how did you, so clearly the mortician business wasn't for you, Rondi. And I can kind of understand why, because I bet, having known you a little while, I actually bet you're really great at that job, because that's a job that requires a lot of compassion, really good listening, right? Like people having fucking hard ass moments. So I can kind of see how in the skill set, right? Like how you move from, obviously you've had other businesses, but how you've moved from that to credit, because it's the same thing, right? People are having the death of their like, wow, I thought I had this together and clearly I don't actually know what I'm doing, or travesty has happened to them and they have credit problems because of that. But was there something that had you go, the credit industry is the place for me? Or
it didn't quite happen that way.
Oh, okay.
It was, we got called to a car accident, and it was a man and woman. He had a heart attack driving up a mountain road, ran off the road, killed him, killed his wife, killed the kids in the car, and killed the dog. And that was like my last straw. I'm like, I am done doing this, because we were the cleanup crew.
You would show up at the accident. They wouldn't just bring you bodies.
Mm-mm. No, because there was only one coroner. So that first time when he said, hand me the saw, we were actually going to do an autopsy. And I just had enough. And so I decided I'm done. And from now on, I'm going to be the fireman that shows up. So I sold my house as a teenager. I bought I think it was a 42-foot trailer, which I don't have any regrets in life, but one of my financial regrets was selling that trailer, because I was up there a few months ago in John Day, Oregon. That trailer's still sitting there. And I paid $15,000 for it. And I remember after I closed on it, I went to high school, and one of the kids tried making fun of me because I was a senior in high school. And he's like, "Oh, I heard you bought a trailer and you live in the trailer park." And I'm like, "Yeah, and you still live with your mom. So what's the problem here?" So, and I ended up selling it, but that thing rents for $750 a month. And I did the math. I would have made $300,000 if I would have just kept the trailer.
Well, owning trailer parks.
Yeah. But I sold it. But what had happened is I went on the call and I saw, I was like, I'm done with this. I want to be the guy that called before everybody's dead. And so I up and sold my stuff. I moved to Denver, Colorado in 1992 because I heard they were building this big airport called DIA, and they were going to be hiring lots of firefighters. So I moved to Denver and I got accepted to the fire academy. I went to the fire academy and become a fireman for Littleton Fire. And I did that until 2006.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was on the busiest rescue in Denver. I absolutely loved that job. At the same time, there's things I didn't like. I was a first responder at Columbine High School. So my partner and I, Patrick, are the ones that found the 13 kids that survived. And, luckily none of them died. So I transported Mark Taylor. He was one of the kids that had been shot multiple times. And that's kind of the turning point for me. Was like, I don't know if I can do this either, because it was being on the busiest rescue in Denver. It was 12 to sometimes 15 calls a day. So it's 24 hours nonstop of shootings and stabbings and drug overdoses and car accidents. And in my early 20s, it was, I'm an adrenaline junkie. Like, I liked it. Driving the fire truck 100 miles an hour. But after a while, it started to wear on me. And then in 2006, my mom, I still at that point did not have a really good relationship with her, because when I left my home, my mom offered me $20 in food stamps and sent me on my way. And so I felt abandoned by her. And now I don't, because look, my mom was young And, up until 1977, women, they always talk about not being able to vote, but until 1977, you couldn't have a credit card, you couldn't have a car loan, you couldn't sign a lease, you couldn't even get a bank account without a man's signature. And so when I learned that in the credit industry, I really started having a lot of grace for my mom, because here she was, before she met Paul, she had 4 boys. And then my other siblings, so I have 3 full brothers, and then the rest are half brothers, half sisters. I don't count any of the step siblings, just because who knows how many there's out there. But my mom called me after the fire department, and because I was on a really busy rescue, the rule was when I go to the fire department, I was married, I had kids, was you don't call me at the fire department. I don't call you, you don't call me, because if you call your spouse every night and then one night you don't, they think something's wrong. So I got off shift. I turned on my cell phone, and this is 2006. It was one of the Matrix ones, the Razors, I think it was called.
Yeah, Razor, yeah.
You push the button and it pops out, $1,000 garbage phone.
At least you can hear on that phone, though. As a sidebar, I can't hear on the iPhone. That was the last phone we had that I could hear on. So, I don't know.
And I had all these phone calls from my mom. So I called her. She was distraught. And she's like, yeah, your brother Zeke, who's my youngest sibling, who also was a fireman. And I really didn't spend much time with him, because after I left home, I got married and I had kids, and, I was doing my own thing. And she said he had an accident. I'm like, okay, well, we're firefighters. That's what we do. And she's like, no, he's had an accident. I'm like, and? I was callous, And she goes, he died. And I'm like, well, what happened? He killed himself.
Oh.
And I'm like, he's 21 years old. And so at that point, the older brother and me took over. The funeral director brother and me took over. And so I managed all of that. Come to find out, he was getting harassed by collection companies over some BS, medical bills, a credit card that he got that he didn't pay, a car payment he was late behind. And they started calling him. He got into a depression. And then they started calling his girlfriend. Him and his girlfriend got in a big fight. She said, Zeke, you're a loser. You've always been a loser. Your family are losers, and you'll never accomplish anything. So he went out to the car, got a gun, and shot himself. Over a few $100. Mm-hmm. And at that point, I was like, I can't be the hero, the firefighter of the year, when my family members are hurting so bad. My family members are killing themselves over collections and credit. And so at that point, I started self-educating myself. I got a Robert Kiyosaki book, started learning about money and taxes and real estate. And then 2007, I bought an entire law set of books on credit law from the National Consumer Law Center. So it was like $4,000.
Wow.
And for I started the credit repair business, and I just fixed people's credit for free because I didn't know what I was doing. And I just told people, yeah, I'll fix it for free. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'll figure it out. And I started, I reverse engineered it. What I did is I bought all these law books, and they were just case study after case study after case study of banks and collection companies and credit bureaus losing. And I started seeing similarities in the cases. So then I started writing and creating letters based on those case studies where the collection company lost. And then the thing just went off. It went crazy. I started making tens of millions of dollars because up until that point, all the credit repair companies in America would charge you like $99 down, $99 a month. And they would drag this thing out as long as they could, because the longer it took them to fix your credit, the more money they could bill you.
Right.
And there's no money to make if they fix it in a month. So I had a real estate license at the time as well. So I'm like, I'm going to make it like a real estate agent. You only pay me if I fix it. Well, so I would fix people's credit. They'd come into my office. I'd look at their credit report and I'd say, okay, it's going to be $2,500, $3,000, $1,200, whatever it is, because I charge $100 per account per bureau. Well, what do you guys think happens when your clients, all of them, don't pay their bills on time? And then you fix their credit in 45 days and send them a $2,000 bill.
They're not going to pay.
50% didn't pay me. So I was like, all right, I got to figure out how to fix this problem. So what I ended up doing was I teamed up with mortgage brokers that they had people that got denied a mortgage but really wanted to buy a house. And I said, look, I will fix their credit and I can fix it in 35 to 45 days, but you have to pay me at closing. And if they don't pay me at closing, I'm going to put everything back. Mm-hmm. So my pay rate, the amount of clients that paid me, the percentage went from 50% to about 99%. And on the 1%, it was because they lost their job or whatever. And so I never put it back. So that's in 2012 is when that really took off. And now that's 13 years ago. So the company's been around since 2007. We just hit our 18th year.
Amazing.
Actually, that's not it. We're 17 and a half years old. So, yeah, close enough, right? And we've helped hundreds of thousands of people go from 400 to 700, and hundreds of thousands of people get houses and cars and start businesses and then establishing their business credit so they can, like what you were saying, Mark, one of the biggest problems that entrepreneurs, I think one of the biggest mistakes they make is using personal credit cards to fund their business. And not so much in the beginning, but after they're successful, after they have a profitable business. I had lunch with a guy today, very, very profitable, millions of dollars a year in revenue. And he paid for lunch today with a debit card. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm just paying for lunch. I'm like, is that a business debit card? He goes, no, it's my personal account. I'm like, one, our lunch is tax deductible. And two, you should never use a business or a debit card. And three, why aren't you paying with a business credit card?
Yeah, you shouldn't use a debit card as a rule.
As a rule. That is a hard set rule. Yeah. No debit cards. And so I had a little credit education with him. But I think that's a big mistake I see entrepreneurs making is they use personal credit cards once they're established. In the beginning, you don't have business, you don't have any profit yet, you can't build business credit yet. But after about 6 months, the nice thing with business credit is you can have the equivalent of an 800 FICO score for your business in 3 to 6 months versus 10 years to personal to have the same score. So after 6 months of being in business, you should never use personal credit ever again, because of what happens when you use a personal card. Yeah, the IRS doesn't care whose name's on it, as long as you're not commingling, as you teach, Mark. Mm-hmm. They don't care whose name's on it. They care what it's for, what are you purchasing, and who's paying for it. And so I think business owners, one of the mistakes is they don't establish business credit and they use personal credit to pay for things. And the problem is with personal credit, anytime you go over 5% of that utilization rate, your score goes down. And for every 5 points that you use it, you lose. For every 5% you use your card, you lose 5 points. Wow. So if you maxed out a $500 credit card, a $5,000 credit card, a $50,000, $500,000, FICO doesn't care what the credit limit is. They care about the utilization rate. If you max out that credit card just so you can pay for Facebook ads or whatever, you'll see 165 to 200 point reduction in your personal score.
Wow.
And now you're stuck in the low 600s all the time. Mm-hmm. And now it's really hard to get business lines of credit and loans. So that's how I got into credit. That was a long answer.
Wow. That's an incredible story. You know, we have, there's a client we have, and he's got a business that's been going on for a really long time. And he finds that he's like, I don't know how to get, his line of business requires him to actually pump a lot of capital in to buy big machinery. And he's like, I always have to personally guarantee it. They won't let me not personally guarantee the loan. And I'm like, that can't be right. Are you kidding? So if he's got that problem, a lot of people are going to have that problem. What would you say around that?
You are going to personally guarantee every loan you have until you hit about $10 million in revenue.
10 million in revenue or profit?
$10 million in revenue.
Okay.
You're gonna have PG every time. And almost every single time, with exception to American Express, you're gonna have a PG. So there's business credit and then there's corporate credit. To get to corporate credit, it's $10 million of revenue. Otherwise, you don't even qualify. So, but you can do a business loan. He should easily be able to get equipment financing loan. That's a very easy thing to establish. Business loans, business lines of credit, business credit cards. They will have personal guarantees, but they don't show up on your personal credit.
Right.
And that's a big difference. So it's only until you get 10 million or above where you get a corporate card that doesn't have a personal guarantee. But that's because you got assets, and they are putting liens on your assets.
Right.
So there's no free lunch. The banks are not stupid. The banks just don't throw money at people and say, oh, well, if you pay us back, great. Somebody is responsible for it at the end of the day.
Oh my gosh, that was an insane amount of information. I think everybody's going to have to watch this a few times, which I love. Thank you so much for just your contribution in the world and how it is that you're so committed to others. I love that. It's part of what we love about what we do is that we really believe that the wealth gap is really just a knowledge gap. And it's totally something people can do. And even if it takes some time, they're more than capable. So I love that that's our shared vision together. And I know that they can come and find you at Just Your Name or Fortress U or Credit Mojo, which is obviously, I think everybody should at least do that one. And if you're looking for information about taxes and legacy and asset protection, then come find us over at Executive Minded Strategies. And until then, and again, and we hope you'll come back and be with us. But for now, be wealthy. Goodbye.
Everybody.
A lot of these social media influencer guys will say, always leave a balance on there to show the bank that you're responsible. No, FICO doesn't care. FICO punishes you for that. FICO cares about what happens on the reporting date, not the due date. And there's one report date per card. So you need 3 credit cards at all times. You need to use those credit cards every single month. Spend at least 1% on that card. If you have that $300 credit card mark and you don't spend any money on it, after 3 months, FICO kicks it out of the algorithm. You no longer get credit for that credit card. It's out.
Oh.
Because FICO thinks it's closed.
Hi, and welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and with me today is Mark Lewis and our guest, Rondi Lambeth. And so we're so excited you joined us today and can't wait to learn all about credit and how it is that we can improve that in our lives.
If you look up entrepreneur in Webster's dictionary, you're going to see his picture. It's a younger picture, but it's right there next to entrepreneur. So there's so much wisdom, so much knowledge, and so many great stories that we're going to hear here. You said you were going to tell us about, speaking of credit, your special little formula.
Yeah, I have what I call the 3-1-1 rule. And the way that works is, let me just draw it for you real quick. We got 3. Oh, it's backwards. Doggone it.
No, it looks fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not backwards on your side?
No, it looks fine.
Okay, on my side it's backwards. So 3-1-1, it is 3 cards at all times. At all times.
Any 3 cards?
Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover. Preferably at least 4. But the minimum to have a maximum credit score is 3 credit cards. If you can get a 4th one, you're doing really well. And the reason why is FICO, the Fair Isaac Corporation, which was created by Bill Fair and Earl Isaac. One was a mathematician, one was an engineer, and they created an algorithm that predicted the future. And it's predicted the future hundreds of billions of times since 1956. And what the FICO credit score is simply a percentage of you paying your bills on time over the next 2 years. So what they figured out is someone with less than 3 credit cards is more likely to have a late payment on their credit. And people that can manage 3 credit cards successfully and responsible, they have a less likelihood of missing payments. So 3 is the magic number. So 3 credit cards at all times.
But 3 major cards. So my little Firestone card for my automotive tires doesn't really count in this equation.
That would count.
Oh, it would?
That would count. The problem with that card, Sterling, is when you have what I call a department store card,
Sure.
is if the Firestone card only works at Firestone.
Right.
Then you got to go to Firestone to make it work, which you will see in a minute why that matters.
Okay.
I sometimes will have wives that'll get on there like, well, what up? And the husband's like, what about that Victoria's Secrets card? Well, or the Kohl's card or JCPenney's or Needless Markups card or whatever department. The problem with those cards, you got to go there and spend money. With a Visa card, yes, you're spending money, but it's on gasoline, it's on electricity, it's on your phone bill, it's on the water bill, it's on utility bills. So yes, you're spending money, but it's things that you would normally pay for anyway.
Okay.
So the next one is you must spend at least $1 per card per month. At least $1. Preferably 1% to 5%. And no more.
1% to 5% of your credit limit.
Of your credit limit. So if you have a $500 credit limit, it's $5 to $15. If you spend $16, your credit score is going to go down. If you spend $20, it's going to go down further. If you max out that $500 card, you're going to lose up to 200 points.
So just because I can sometimes get confused, let's say I've got terrible credit and I get one of those Credit One cards where you pay $100 a year and they give you a $300 limit.
Yep.
If it's 5%, that's $15.
That's all you got.
Are you saying that if I pay off the $15 every month, that's still all I can do? Or do you mean if I hold the $15 into the next cycle and pay interest?
So you never have to pay interest to have great credit. And that a lot of these social media influencer guys will say, always leave a balance on there to show the bank that you're responsible. No, that FICO doesn't care. FICO punishes you for that. So FICO cares about what happens on the reporting date, not the due date. And there's one report date per card. So you need 3 credit cards at all times. You need to use those credit cards every single month. Spend at least 1% on that card. If you have that $300 credit card mark and you don't spend any money on it, after 3 months, FICO kicks it out of the algorithm. You no longer get credit for that credit card. It's out.
Oh.
Because FICO thinks it's closed.
If you start using it again, do they activate it or is it just always?
And then it adds back the points. So a lot of times we will go in. I have a credit monitoring company called Credit Mojo. And in there we have a score simulator. And so sometimes we'll pull it up and they're in the low 600s. And if they would simply spend 1% on each credit card, they would gain 165 points. They don't have to pay interest. You simply pay it off. The problem is versus the due date. Most people, what they do, and this goes where the entrepreneurs come in, where they make their mistake. They get a $5,000 credit card, they pay for marketing, whatever. And they leverage other people's money, which is a good thing. But then they pay off the $5,000 credit card that they maxed out for the points and the rewards and the other people's money. And they pay it on the due date. The problem is the due date is 14 days after the report date. So what does that mean? The report date is the day that credit card reports to the credit bureaus, which is generally 2 weeks before the due date. So let's say the report date is May 1st. and the due date is May 15th, and they pay it on May 15th. What happened on May 1st when that credit card was maxed out? It got reported as maxed out. And then when it got to the due date and they paid it off, they don't report until the following month on the 1st. And by the following month on the 1st, they've maxed out the credit card again. And so what happens? It reports that it's maxed out again. And the next month it's maxed out again. FICO doesn't know that you're paying it off in full. There's no system that says this person pays the minimum payment, this person pays $200 extra, and this person pays it in full. It's either paid or not paid, balance owed or no balance owed. So inside of my system at creditmojo.com, the score simulator, if you click on Score Boost, it will literally list every single one of your credit cards and the report date of when they report to the credit bureaus. If you don't have Credit Mojo because, you want to be out there in the Wild West with running from identity thieves, because we provide $1 million of identity theft insurance and all these other benefits. But let's say you don't want to spend the $40 a month for credit monitoring and identity theft. Here's how you find the report date. You look at your credit card statement and you look to see what the statement date is. The next day is going to be the report date.
Day after the statement.
The day after the statement date. So what you do is when you get this month's statement, you look at the statement date, and then you change your bill pay system. You mark it in your calendar to pay it off in full on the statement date. And if you're constantly maxing out the credit card, then I need to transfer $5,000 on the statement date. So when it comes to the report date, it's paid off. And now FICO says, oh, this person is responsible. They're managing the credit the way responsible people manage it. Here's an extra 150 to 200 points for being so responsible. And that's how the 311 rule works. And that's how FICO algorithm works with credit cards.
Wow.
So define the 311 again. What is the 311? 3 credit cards.
3 credit cards. Use them every single month. And spend at least 1% on the credit card per month.
And then if we were to add another one, it's the day out. Make sure you pay your cards off the day after. Your stay.
Yeah. Yeah. Pay the day after. So we could call it the 3111.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Can I show you guys one more thing?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I want to show you something that very few people know. And this, I think, will help a lot of the audience. We know what this is, right? You've probably seen this before. Can you see that? Can you read
300 to 850, yes.
That is your FICO score, right?
Yeah.
Now I say FICO, there's lots of there's TransRisk, there's Vantage, there's IntelliScore, there's Paydex, but FICO is what 90% of the world use. It's the Rolls Royce, if you will. Mm-hmm. Except for it's not really the Rolls Royce. It's like the Ford or the General Motors or whatever, whoever the biggest car manufacturer is in the world. So, Mark, if you talk to someone and they had a 300 credit score, what would that mean to the bank?
You're at extremely high risk of defaulting on your payments.
Very much so. And if you had an 850 credit score,
you would be very little risk. In fact, maybe even a good investment.
Yeah. Potentially. Not always, but potentially.
Well,
there is no
predicting the future since the 50s, so probably.
Probably.
Yeah.
But then you might have what people don't realize, and I hear this all the time. Well, my debt to income ratio is really high, and that's why my credit score. No, that's like saying because I'm tall and bald that I have a lower credit score. Right. It has nothing to do with your income. Your credit score doesn't have anything to do with what color you are, what sex you are, your sexual preferences, your nothing, fat, skinny, old, young, they don't care. It's empirical. I think that's the right way to say it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have a you guys ever heard of twisted tongue? Tongue twisted? It's an actual thing where some people are born with a twisted tongue. There are certain words I just can't say. Like my tongue will not. I'm supposed to go in and get it cut. but I'm 53 years old. And
What? How cutting your tongue help?
They go and what happens is underneath your tongue, it grows out a little bit further. And so the end of the tongue doesn't move as well. And so they cut it. My sister had it done because she can barely talk.
But I mean, doesn't that change your taste or your sense of taste?
No, it makes it so you can say certain words. Is all it does. So
I wouldn't jack with it, Rhonda. You have a great voice, so I wouldn't jack with it.
You haven't stuttered or mispronounced a word in 40 minutes.
I've been working on that. I used to stutter a lot.
I did.
Oh my goodness.
When I first started my radio show in 2010, I remembered when the guy's like, what specifically would you do? And I'm like, I can't say that word. I would say specifically. I worked on it for a year. Every day I'd say, specifically. I even had a recording of it and I would listen to it at night so I could say specifically, because I would always say specifically.
Yes.
So I say, it's like saying Oregon or Nevada. Anyway.
Or
so what is the
Well, Rhonda, you should just tell people you're a Texan. We just pronounce things strangely, and we don't care if it's the way other people do it or not. So we have zero concerns whatsoever with the way other people pronounce tinfoil. Like, we just don't have any concerns. Y'all are just all wrong. So
I think you're right. Everybody's just all wrong.
just all wrong. So,
Here's what that means. 300 means there's a 30% likelihood you'll pay your bills on time over the next 2 years. 850 means there's an 85% chance you'll pay your bills on time. Now, why is it not a 100% chance? Well, Ben Franklin said it best. There's nothing certain in life except for death and taxes. And I would add to it. And you always pay more if you have bad credit.
Mm-hmm.
Explain,
because people don't understand when you say, if you have bad credit, you're paying more for the same things that other people with good credit have. The way you explain this, it's so important. Just lay it down on this.
Yeah. So everything in your life costs more if you have poor credit, not bad credit. There's a difference between bad credit and poor credit. Bad credit is you got late payments and collections and judgments. Poor credit is you're an entrepreneur and you maxed out all your credit cards, or you're living paycheck to paycheck because of what has happened over the last 4 years. There's just a lot more spending than there is money coming in. And so you've been maxing out your credit cards to pay for essentials, which then drives down your credit score. So a poor credit score is really anything under 740. Why 740? Because if we go back to this, a 740 would represent a 74% chance or likelihood you pay your bills on time over the next 2 years.
Yeah, if you're going to loan $100,000 to your buddy and you know there's a 74% chance or a 26% chance he's not going to pay you back, are you going to do it?
Exactly. Versus a 30% chance he'll pay on time and a 70% chance he will not pay on time. So why things cost more is the easiest way to explain this is last week I think it was last week when I was in LA when I met you guys.
yeah, it was. It's crazy. Yes, it was 10 days ago.
Yeah. I lost some days in between there, going to LA and then Hawaii and then Mexico the week before. I'm a little
stop drinking.
I know. Yeah. So when I was in LA, gas was like, when we drove by a gas station, it was like $8.50 or $7.50 or some ridiculous amount of money.
I think it's probably $5.80, but even that is ridiculous.
Yeah, we drove through Beverly Hills, and it's the service station that pumps your gas for you. So he's right.
Oh, yeah.
I remember it was like, sometimes I do pay them to pump my gas because I like that. So it's well worth the amount of dollars I give them.
So let's say it's
Chevron
$5.
Sorry, the Chevron that's outside of Alvera Street and Union Station, where it's $10 a gallon.
Never.
It's infamous. You just drive by and you're like, dude, there's 4 figures on the gas prices.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? And I'll get back to this. I was just in Hawaii for a week, and gas there is $4.50 a gallon.
What?
It's $2 a gallon cheaper than LA. And you would think it'd be a lot more expensive to ship it all the way to Hawaii. Maybe it's just taxes. Maybe it's the Governor Newsom is funneling that to the railroad that they're building, the high-speed rail.
Gruesome. Yeah.
Maybe that's what he's doing with that money. I was going to hope he's doing something with that money that's useful.
Yeah, exactly. It's for the roads and the schools and the homeless. That's where the money is. So let's say it's $5 a gallon. Let's say gas is $5 a gallon. If you go to the gas station, you pay with your debit card, which was financial suicide.
Preach.
I've had clients, Mark and Sterling, that have filed bankruptcy from using a debit card at a gas station. Literally led to their bankruptcy because it just snowballed out of control. So you pay with a debit card, which you should never do, but you pay with a debit card, it's $5 a gallon. If you pay with cash, it's $5 a gallon. If you pay with a check, it's $5 a gallon. But if you pay with an American Express Platinum, a Costco Visa, a Chase Freedom, instead of paying $5 a gallon, you might only be paying $4.50 a gallon. Because you can get as much as 10% cash back when you go to a gas station. So when I say everything costs more, would you rather pay $4.50 a gallon or $5 a gallon? Now, as long as you pay off your credit card every month responsibly, then always use your credit card. Same thing with groceries. Same thing with clothing. Same thing with everything in life. Your car insurance. How much you pay in car insurance is a direct result of your credit score. You just don't know they're pulling it. And here's a nasty thing that car insurance companies do. They pull credit twice a year, in January and in July. Now, why would they pull in January?
They want to see how good Santa was to you.
Yeah. The other way around. Yeah. That you've got a massive debt because you've just bought a lot of retail stuff for friends and family.
Exactly. You maxed out your credit cards. You haven't paid them off yet. So what happens to your credit score? Drops 150 to 200 points, higher insurance premium. And here's why. Insurance companies, which are some of the greatest bean counters on the planet, they know specifically what causes people to cause accidents. And they know with hundreds of millions of clients over the years, obviously not hundreds of millions, but throughout the years of having car insurance, they've got hundreds of millions of cases, that people with lower credit scores are more likely to have a claim.
Wow.
Way more likely. Now, is it because they're committing fraud? Sometimes. But let me ask you, Mark, if you had a 400 credit score and you're getting hounded by collection companies like my brother was, your girlfriend is calling you a loser, your ex-wife is saying, I need more money for child support, your boss is pissed off because you're not showing up on time because you're not sleeping because of all the stress, do you think you'll be a higher risk driving a car?
No question.
Than someone who's like just cruising through life?
Especially if that girlfriend's in the car with me telling me I'm a loser then.
Exactly. And then collection companies are calling you on the way into work. So what they figured out is people with lower credit scores are more likely to have a claim, and not because they're bad people. It's because the stats show the lower your credit score, the more likely you're going to have an insurance claim or an accident, because maybe you're distracted, maybe you fall asleep, or maybe you commit fraud. So your insurance, how much you pay for car insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. In many cases, you can't even get life insurance if you have bad credit.
Wow.
Now and then you look at cell phones and all the rest of the stuff.
Now, you mentioned that they also check in July, June?
Yeah.
Is that
what happened starting Memorial Day?
Well, everybody's bought their vacation somewhere in there.
And they haven't paid it off yet.
Right.
So July, the credit cards are maxed out. So they know that in January and July, that's the highest balance on credit cards. Credit cards are the number one impactor of credit scores. It's 80% of your credit score. Late payments, your collections and charge-offs and bankruptcies and judgments, repos, short sales, that's 20% of your score. 80% is credit cards and how you manage those credit cards. The bank doesn't, or FICO doesn't care if you got a mortgage or not. It's 25 points. They don't care if you, like I have a VA loan. I put $500 down. They don't care that when I bought the house, I had no equity. They don't care. They don't care if you got student loans. And when I say they don't care, it's a couple points here and there, but it's not 200 points or 300 points. You max out a $500 credit card, and that's the only credit card you have, you're losing 200 points. So managing credit cards is really important.
This has been very informative. I use my debit card for everything because I feel like I'm being responsible. Oh, Ron, it's worse than that. I often just go to the bank and get cash, and I pay cash for things. I love it because then I know how much money I've spent. If I don't have any cash, then I don't have any cash. Like, it's the end of the conversation. It's not so much bookkeeping and paperwork for me. So, okay, so no more credit, no more debit card. I got to use my credit card. And now I've got to keep up with the amount that I actually use, which is the tricky part of this conversation, because now I've got to figure out, like, okay, when did I get gas, and because I can see this is sort of like a thing, right? So if I do the Credit Mojo, will it help me figure that out?
It'll tell you exactly what day that they report. It'll tell you how much you can spend. It also does identity theft, and you can dispute through it, and you can pay your bills through it. Here's something to just do. If you don't use credit, and it's okay not to use credit. It's like Dave Ramsey talks about, don't bow down to the ultra FICO and cut up your credit cards and live on rice and beans and rice. And there's not enough money in the world for all of us. That's like you and I think. When was the last time you guys thought about how much oxygen is in the room? Like, is there enough that we're going to make it through this thing? Well, the only time I think about it is when I'm scuba diving and I'm looking at my thing. Yes. Or if I'm flying my airplane, I'm like, shit, I got to turn on my oxygen right now.
I'm over 10,000 feet. It's time to flip a switch. Otherwise,
those are the only 2 times in my entire life that I look at how much air do I have. So here's the thing. If you're an alcoholic, you should not go hang out at the bars.
Right. Yeah.
So if you're a creditaholic, you shouldn't use credit, but it will cost you dearly. So here's what you do, Sterling. It's so simple. You get your 3 to 4 credit cards. Okay. You put your cell phone bill on one, your internet bill on one, your electric bill on one, and your Netflix. Okay. And then you log in and you hit manage auto pay and you hit pay in full, save. And then you forget about it. Okay. And then your Netflix shows up. It's $17, whatever the price is today. Right. And then on the due date, it automatically pays it off. Right. If for some reason you don't have $14.99 in your bank account and you get overdrawn, it's okay because you get a notice. And now you got about 30 days to make that payment. And most of the time you can call your bank and say, hey, can you reverse the $35 NSF fee? Versus having to hire someone like me to go and clean it up, or you suffering for the next 7 years due to your bad credit now because of this late payment. And there are some of the world's biggest celebrities that have hired me over the years. I'm not going to say who it is. I'll tell you guys afterwards. But one of the biggest celebrities hired me. He has a G6. He paid $50 million for it. So money's not a problem. He hired me because he forgot to pay the annual fee on the credit card because he didn't have automatic payment set up. Mm-hmm. So always have automatic payment set up no matter what. At least pay the minimum payment. So if you're afraid of using credit, it's okay. Just put your electric bill on it, your Netflix bill, your water bill, your cell phone bill, instead of putting it on the debit card. And then it just pays itself off. And then now the next thing you know, you got an 850 credit score. Now you can go get 0% loans up to 2 years for your business. You can get credit cards that you can fly all over the world for free with points. There's all kind of benefits to having good credit cards.
Yeah, and I think it just when I was very young, right? I was married and I was really good at paying. I've always been really good at paying the bills on time. I'm super good in that department. But I had a husband that was quite the shopper and somewhat problematic. And so that was painful. So when I got divorced, I just didn't think I needed credit cards anymore. Like I was like, oh, I'm a really responsible human being and I can pay things on time. And but I also don't like doing, despite the fact I work with Mark all day and we talk about wealth and money, it's not my thing I like to talk about or do. So one day of the month, I need to have enough money in my life that one day a month I can sit down down, pay all the bills, not think about it again, at least for 30 days. So that's pretty much my money management system is the 1 day a month I do it. But everything's always paid early so that in case anything is behind or there's a problem, I'm very responsible in that way. But yeah, I do use my debit card for everything, just because I just don't know better clearly. And I do think you have told me before. Now I thought, I don't know what he's telling me that for, but okay.
The thing you should know about debit cards is that they don't have the same insurance for fraud. In fact, they're going to have very little insurance for fraud. There's a reason why it's called debit, meaning they're taking from you, which once they get it, they don't have any reason to really want to give it back, versus credit, where they're crediting you. It's a very different thing. And Rondi, one of the things you said, because for those of you who don't know, we have a membership, and Rondi's a part of the membership, and we talk about all kinds of crazy things all the time with incorporation, and he's come on and talked about credit. Last time you mentioned this, I realized that I have a PayPal credit account.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know what it's about what the limit is, because I never use it. And I was like, can I use that? And does that count? And because I don't use it very often, is it out of FICO? And you said, yeah, it's out. Start using it. So I dumped Disney Plus on there, which I don't watch Disney Plus anymore, but it's $12 a month, and now I can go watch my favorite Star Wars episodes, whatever. So that there are little credit things all over the place that you can start activating. Is that? Yeah.
The problem with the debit card is you, as the consumer, have to prove to the bank it was not fraud.
Yeah.
Whereas with the credit card, the merchant has to prove that it wasn't fraud. So this woman, and I have many, over 18 years with thousands and thousands of people, I have lots of stories of people's lives that have been changed from using debit cards. I had a woman, she was living in Las Vegas. And if you know anything about Las Vegas, 20 to 25% of the people driving in Las Vegas at any time of the day is under the influence.
Oh, my heavens.
25%. It's one of the highest insurance rates in America because of all the drunk driving. And now with marijuana being legal, people are stoned driving around. So she used her debit card to get gas. Went on a month-long cruise. She was a wealthy woman. Not wealthy, but she was going on a month-long cruise. She used the debit card at a gas station, went to the airport, left for a month, came back on her way home, got rear-ended by a drunk. Unfortunately, because she was on vacation, she did not check her status that her insurance payment did not go through. Why didn't it go through? Because her debit card got hacked at the gas station. When the insurance company went to pull the premium on her 6-figure car for insurance, there was no money. Therefore, when she got in the car accident, there was no car insurance. She had a loan on this car, which then it just kept spiraling. She ended up in bankruptcy. Now, she should have never filed bankruptcy. I would have never had her file bankruptcy. I'd have walked her through how to restructure that debt and negotiate it. But she didn't know me at that time. And she got bad counsel, and it just spiraled. And then she got depressed, and then she lost her job. And then she couldn't pay her house payment, so then she lost her house. And it just went down the hole, all because she used a debit card at a gas station. Now, that's an extreme case. I could not tell you how many people I've talked to that used a debit card and got ripped off for a couple grand. They couldn't make payroll. They had their best salesperson quit. Then their sales went down, and then you can just imagine. I met with this lawyer. He was one of the largest personal injury attorneys in Colorado. He was using a debit card for his operating account, and he got hacked, and they took everything. And now you got to go to the bank and convince them it was fraud. And a lot of times the banks are like, sorry, there's no insurance. It's your money. It's not ours.
Yeah.
And good luck.
I had exactly that over about $500. And they were like, oh, well, I was in an airport, and somehow I don't know how they do it. This was while I was on tour, and I lost every one of my credit cards too. So I was traveling all over the United States, Canada. Every card I had in my wallet was taken, used, and over the course of this tour, I had actually several of them had to be reissued twice because they'd start working, and then I was in another airport, and they got you. They got a debit card, used it somehow on the credit Visa side, not with the, and it was $500. And because you're messing with the wrong bald guy if you're going to make me either one of us bald guy. Wrong one to mess with. But I was like, who would put up with this kind of treatment from the bank as if I had done something?
You're the criminal. You got to prove that you're, Well, so I don't like to say all the negative things without a solution. I don't want to talk about the problem without a solution because after all, I am an entrepreneur. So here's the solution. If your credit is in a place where you can't get a credit card, and there's lots of people out there. There's prepaid credit cards you can get. You can get them on my website. There's a unicorn card. You can load $1,500 on it. It's a great way to control your girlfriend or your wife or your husband that has a spending problem or your children. You load it, and when it runs out, they're done for the month. No cash anymore. But then you can also, what I do is I live in Boise, Idaho, and the grocery store here is Winco. They only accept debit cards. And the groceries are a fraction of the price of all the rest of the grocery stores. But they only take debit card or cash. And I don't carry cash because when I carry cash, I lose my cash for whatever reason. So, because I think my subconscious knows you got to constantly putting the cash out there. Otherwise, it goes stagnant and you lose it. So I have a debit card. I have a separate checking account for groceries for Winco. And I use that debit card at Winco, but it only has a little bit of money in there. It's not my operating account. It's definitely not my client reserve account. It's not my payroll account. So if you have, or if you're in the position that you don't want to use credit for some reason, you get a separate checking account that you use the debit card for the gas stations or Winco, and you just keep a little bit of money in there, and you pay your bills out of your other checking account. So there's a solution.
Yeah, the thing I had happen last winter was very surprising. I was in a store during the holiday shopping, and a woman bumped into me. And I, kind of shook it off and was like, oh, sorry, I must have been in your way, and didn't think too much about it. Well, maybe about 20 minutes later, I saw her again, and I thought, that's strange. But it didn't really cause me any alarm. She looked like an average, ordinary housewife. Nothing suspicious looking about this woman. By the time I left the store, my cell phone was dinging that it was getting charged. And I was like, how is this happening? So I called the bank, and what had happened is my debit card was in my wallet of my iPhone. She bumped into me and somehow had something that pulled everything from my wallet out.
She had a reader.
She had a reader with her, and she had used it on Uber to leave the store. Like, I was like, I didn't just take an Uber. I'm in my car in Los Angeles. Why would I have an Uber? And I was shocked, though, that they obviously caught it right away. The most useful chase has ever been, I will say. But I was floored about that. And of course, what did they do? They reissued me a card, and it magically reappeared in my wallet. And getting that thing to not be, it's shocking now how much stuff automatically goes in that little automated wallet thing without your, I never used it because I just wasn't that person who used that feature on my phone. But I didn't realize someone could just bump into you. It wasn't even a big, it wasn't like it was a crash or anything like that. She literally just kind of walked by and literally barely swiped me. But apparently it was enough to get my wallet out of my handbag. So
I don't carry credit cards or debit cards. I got this.
Yeah.
Of this.
That's it. They're not going to get it out of my phone.
Two LA trips ago, I came back to my truck having the passenger window broken into, and after a long flight that I really
you do live in the state that has the most murders, most crimes, most rapes, most burglaries. Memphis, most dangerous
Memphis.
in America.
But this was, well, Nashville in the state is probably number 2 without question, but it's way, way down there. Look, I was in LA during the riots. I mean, I never I'm never scared. But when I go to Memphis, I'm nervous. So in Nashville, I came home and my truck broken into. They took my Lowe's card. They took 2 business debit cards because I keep them in the truck because I never use them except to pull cash out of my businesses if I need to. Because I don't use debit cards. The only thing that saved me with those debit cards, because they instantly started using them, was that the bank flagged them because I never used them. And they were used on, like, I think one was Uber and another one was all these weird things. They got flagged. So fortunately, because I never used them, they were like, this is weird. What's this? Rondi, thank you so much for being with us. What an incredible asset you are to the financial community, to entrepreneurs everywhere. I mean, not just because you save people's credit, but just because you have such an incredible story and a wealth of wisdom. And, after hanging out with you in person, such a great, cool dude. So thank you. It's such an honor to be with you, and thank you for your time. And reach out to Rondi at Fortress U and all the links again. Give us the links one more time where they can reach out to you.
It's either rondilambeth.com or any social media at Rondi Lambeth. And only follow or message the blue check guy, because all the rest of them are going to sell you crypto and real estate and all these other investments that are going to rip you off. So make sure it's the blue check guy, the bald guy with the blue check mark.
Exactly. Yeah. Don't buy the other crypto stuff. Wrong ball guy. Me neither, by the way. And I'm not going to sell you any crypto or anything. And if you want to have your life changed for better with credit and, just hanging out with Rondi is pretty dope. Go connect with him. If you want to have a connection in the world of tax reduction, asset protection, legacy preservation, as always, you can reach out to us at executivemoneysecrets.com or executivemoneystrategies.com and our Instagram and everywhere else. We'd love to connect with you. And until we meet you in person, be wealthy.
Bye.
I used to teach people to be entrepreneurs. Here's the thing, not everybody should do it. It is one of the most difficult things you will ever do in your life. And as long as you are good at getting beat up every day, if you don't want to get the crap beat out of you and kicked in the balls every day, don't do it.
Hi, and welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and with me today is Mark Lewis and our guest, Rondi Lambeth. And he is a credit expert and brilliant in all things around credit, both for corporate and personal. And so we're so excited you joined us today and can't wait to learn all about credit and how it is that we can improve that in our lives.
I will tell you, in my experience of being really an entrepreneur, the first time that I went out on my own as an entrepreneur was maybe 5 years old. And I was selling magazines or something my mom had got beaten up by my dad, and we're in the women's shelter, and the woman's next to me eating a can of cat food. It was the most disgusting thing ever. And I went out, and my brother, I was probably 5 years old, maybe 6. And, it's hard for people that grew up in the millennials and the zennials. They don't understand this. I grew up in the 70s, right? So this was like 1976 or 1977, somewhere in there. And I went to the gas station and I started asking people if I could wash their windows for a nickel or a quarter. And, here I am 5, 6 years old washing people's windows. So that was like my first entrepreneur thing, because if I didn't take care of myself, no one's going to. So after meeting thousands of entrepreneurs, I just got back from Hawaii. We had 1,700 entrepreneurs there from 56 different countries. All of them make over $1 million a year, which is only 3% of entrepreneurs that make over $1 million a year. And having entrepreneurs on my podcast and fixing their credit and helping with business, what I found is a lot of times the best entrepreneur is someone who was beaten, abused, that grew up poor, that was told they'd never amount to anything. And that was their only choice. that they either made it or they didn't make it. And so there's two types of people. There's the people that use the abuse, whether it's emotional, physical, sexual, it's all the same. Whether they use that abuse as an anchor or they use that abuse as rocket fuel. And the entrepreneurs that make it, that's their fuel. And anytime someone tells them, no, it doesn't matter, because they're using it as fuel. And eventually the good ones realize that after they've proven to the world that they're not a loser, that they are special, then they start doing what Sterling talked about earlier. And that is they start looking at, how can I help my employees, my business partners, my community, my family, start raising them up. And then they start, for lack of better words, getting off on helping their employees become millionaires or being successful. So I think that's, in my opinion, the best entrepreneurs are the underdogs. The ones that I spent some time with Marcus Lemon on, I probably said his name wrong, but The Prophet. I spent some time with him on Sunday. And, he was sexually abused at 7 years old by one of his family members. And he was beaten as a kid and he was thrown away. He was born, I think, either Syria or Iran. And he grew up in foster care. And now he's one of the best entrepreneurs on the planet. So to answer your question, I think it's the people that are the underdog. They're the best.
Yeah, I'm going to second Rondi, because I grew up like that. My kid always says, if I was raised by wolves, it would have been quite the upgrade. Right? Just wasn't that lucky. But yeah, I'm like Rondi. At 5, I figured out I'm going to need money, or otherwise I'm going to be at the mercy of these people who don't have their lives together enough to remember to feed me. They just were not mentally, emotionally, or physically, or financially stable enough to pull that off on a daily basis. And so I went and saw the neighbors, and they raised hunting dogs, those pointer hunting dogs that, people use for game hunting. And I went and convinced them they were going to let me feed these dogs every afternoon after school, and they were going to pay me every week. And I laugh about that now, because I was never so demanding in my whole life as getting that money every week on 5 o'clock in the afternoons after I fed the dogs, right? But they were huge. Now I think I was such a little kid. I actually went by that property last time I was home just to look and see, man, the hunting dog things are off the ground. And I thought, how did I figure out how to get up there and feed them and not let them out? But it's just necessity, right? And I think that's, I never thought about, I've always been an entrepreneur. I've had full-time work since I was 14, but it never occurred to me there was something else to do. Or other life. It just occurred to me work is part of life, and it's not so, I don't think of it as separate from my life, which I think really helps. Entrepreneurs, I don't think, get up and think, oh, I could have the day off. I think we just think work is part of the day and part of the evolution. I remember when I started working with Mark, he would ask me about retirement, and I'm like, why he's so obsessed about this retirement idea. I don't ever think about retiring. It's just not even in my awareness and headspace. But I completely agree with you, Rondi. The most successful people I know had to be. There was just not another option. And
there was no other option. All the bridges were burned. All the ships were burned. And here's the thing that I used to teach people to be entrepreneurs, and everybody should do business. Here's the thing, not everybody should do it. It is one of the most difficult, if you do it right, it is one of the most difficult things you will ever do in your life. And as long as you are good at getting beat up every day, then do an entrepreneur thing. But if you don't want to get the crap beat out of you and kicked in the balls every day, don't do it.
It's that great quote from the Rocky Balboa movie, not Rocky, but I mean Rocky Balboa, the movie, where he's talking to his son, and he's like, no one's going to hit as hard as life. Not me, not you, not nobody. Life is going to put you down and keep you there if you let it. And that is the definition of entrepreneurs.
Sometimes I was talking to an entrepreneur, and she's had she lost her child and then her husband and some other stuff. She's just coming back out of it. And I told her, I said, sometimes, you hit rock bottom. But sometimes you don't just bounce back up. You just get drug across the bottom for a long time. So just you better be comfortable being uncomfortable. And that's really what it takes.
So we've been panning entrepreneurism and saying this is really hard, it's really bad. So why do it, Rondi?
Yeah, because it's the greatest thing ever. I used to work 80 hours a week, so I didn't have to work 40. And now I work 25. But that's what happens when you have a massive heart attack. And God's like, hey, you need to like reset everything right now and change things.
Yeah.
So
you mentioned you had one other thing you wanted to share.
Well, I had some folks that I invited on the show. So I hope you don't mind if everybody could just say hi to Sterling and Mark. They've been silently listening behind. Everybody wave. Everybody say hi.
Oh, look at this.
And then everybody say hi to Mark and Sterling.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Wow. That's fantastic.
That was it. I wanted just to bring some friends along the way.
Oh my.
I love that. Thank you so much.
That was really
Well,
fun.
it's been an incredible time. What an honor to hang out with you and just really kind of dig into what makes you so successful. And, people talk about, oh, he's a success and he's all these great things. Well, it's one thing to say it. It's another thing to dig into it and go, why? And thank you so much for all your vulnerability and just being available to just share your truth with us. It's such an honor. So thank you so much. And if you want to give a shout out to how they can get in touch with Fortress.
Yeah, if you are an entrepreneur and you want to learn how to maximize your credit scores, you want to learn how to get business funding, you can go to fortressu.com. That is my financial education platform. It's fortressu.com. And you can pick what package you want and go from there. Amazing. You can also find me on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, all of them at just my name, Rondi Lambeth. RONDILAMBETH. I'm the only one. And here's the thing. I will say this, Mark, and I suspect, I'm going to assume, and you know what happens when you make assumptions, but I'm going to assume that there are lots of people pretending to be Mark Lewis on Instagram and TikTok right now selling Bitcoin secrets. Mm-hmm. So all of my channels has a little blue check mark, and not because I have a short man syndrome. That is not my issue. That's not why I have the blue check mark.
He's not short, Joe. I met him. He's tall.
It's because I got tired of people getting ripped off by people cloning me. So if you do follow me anywhere on social media at Rondi Lambeth, just make sure it's got the check mark. And I will never, ever, ever sell you a crypto course or ask you to send me money for some type of investment. So if they do that, it's not me. Find the other bald guy that looks just like me with the same videos as me, but he doesn't have the blue check mark. Or does have the blue check mark.
All right. I love that. Thank you. Reach out to Rondi if you want to just really have your life turned around. And of course, reach out to us if you haven't connected with us at our platform, whether it's on our website or YouTube or Spotify or Instagram. We're kind of like Rondi all over the place. And we hope to connect with you soon. And until then, be wealthy.
Hold on. I'm going to interrupt you, Mark.
Yes.
I want to tell everybody that in November 2023, I had a massive heart attack. And it's the type of heart attack I had was less than 100 people a year in America. Out of 340 million Americans live through this heart attack. I had 2 arteries in my heart just spontaneously rupture one day. Nothing was going on. I was in my kitchen, took a drink of water, and bam, I'm on the floor. Because of that, I had to step back from my businesses. And because of that, my revenue came down, but my overhead stayed the same. And with that, I was spending all of my savings. I found myself selling my assets that I worked my life to obtain just to pay service debt. And from November 25th, from when I had the heart attack until about June 25th, somewhere in there, July maybe, I had nonstop chest pain every day, all day, 24 hours a day. And I met with my cardiologist in May of 2024. And he said, I don't know what you're doing, but you got to stop, because if you don't, you're not going to survive the next heart attack. So whatever you're doing, you have to stop it. And that's about the same time that I found Mark and Sterling. And I invested my resources, my time with Mark and Sterling. And within 30 days, surprisingly, all my chest pain went away. All of it.
Wow.
So I tell people on a regular basis that Mark and Sterling saved my life. And you saved my life because you showed me how I could enhance my current business structure, enhance my asset protection to where I could stop selling all of my assets and I could start fighting the lawsuits that were coming. They hadn't started yet, but I was losing about $100,000 a month. And it was because of your teaching, Mark, and because of Sterling's help with all of this, making sure everything works, that I was able to restructure all of my companies in a way that instead of losing $100,000 a month, I'm now profitable in most of my companies without me having to work 80 hours a week. And now in most of my companies I work less than 2 hours a week. Most of my time, which I try to work less than 25 hours, most of my time is just meeting with other entrepreneurs, helping them with their business. So I wanted to publicly tell you guys that because of you, I think you saved my life. Wow. And I appreciate you guys. And I love you guys. And I only wish for the best for you guys. So thank you so much for having me on today.
Wow. Thank you for that incredible.
You're very welcome.
Well, thank you. And thank you all for being with us here. Reach out to Rondi if you want to have your life changed the way he changed his lives. And if you want to have your life changed the way we apparently changed lives, reach out to us at executivmoneystrategies.com or on Instagram or anywhere else. We look forward to connecting with you if what you're looking to do is reduce taxes, create asset protection, and legacy preservation. Until then, be wealthy.
Like, if people tell you that, oh, the views don't matter, either they're lying or they're just stupid. Like, views do matter. Like, I have a short film that I worked on that has like almost like 500,000 views, and like hundreds of thousands of people have seen it. That is freaking amazing. Like, that gives you like all the energy and power to say, I'm going to find good stories and I'm going to make them because they're going to inspire people to be better.
Hi, and welcome to Stacks Over Tax. Today, Mark and I have a really amazing client with us, Axel, and he's going to share some brilliant wisdom from his world. And we're always really inspired by all of our clients, but we have definitely some favorites, and Axel is by far one of our favorites. He's just up to all kinds of brilliant, beautiful things on the planet, and he has amazing vision about his life and his family's life, and we love supporting him and hearing how it is that we can help him get where he's going, especially when it comes to his finances and wealth. So take it away, Axel.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for having me. I'm really excited that we get to do this. Honestly, like, I've learned a lot from working with you guys because, you know, in my case, I'm an immigrant. I came to America from a third world country, and I came from Cuba, which is a communist country, and we had nothing in terms of like corporate structure or companies or any of that. So for me, it was completely new, and working with you guys have been super interesting because I've been able to get educated. And I think a lot of people are just afraid of doing anything in that realm just because we don't have the education. We don't know how those things work, especially with like taxes and like all of that. I was always really afraid. And now I feel like I've always been a risk taker, And now I feel like I can take even more risks because I know that I'm protected and I know the things and I know the game basically. So that has been super interesting in the last year that we have been in touch. So I'm excited to be here and talk to people about all the things that we could do to protect ourselves and to make more money and to just to take advantage of all the good things that we have in America.
One of the things that Axel did recently that I thought was fascinating is that he wrote a creed for himself. And I think a lot of times people don't spend some time and evaluate what their terms are as a person, what their vision is, where they're going, even where they are. Sometimes I think they kind of are a little delusional about where they actually are. And so, yeah, Axel, I can't wait to hear some more about your creed and how you came up with it and what that's about.
Yeah, to be honest, it's something that I've been looking at and thinking about for a long time. I used to have I keep this note that I've had on my phone for like over a decade, where every year I just write down, what's my intention for this year? What are the things that I want to accomplish? And it's something that I look at every couple of weeks. And throughout that time, I have been keeping like short phrases and quotes of things that I identify with. So the other day I was going through it and I had all of them. It usually happens when something is wrong. I think when things are terrible in your life in one way or another, it could be like financial, relationship, your career. When you're going through that moment, at least for me, it helps to sit down and just look at my notes, the plans that I'm making for my life. Why am I doing all of this? Like, why am I going to decide to do a business or walk out of a business, to go into a project or walk out of that project? So I was just looking at those notes and I was like, I need to formalize this and make it into a creed, something that I can like solidify and always go back to that and use that as a reference.
What can you tell us what your creed is?
Yes, so it's pretty simple. So number one, I live at a high level. So my whole life, I aspire to live at a high level. Then I protect my circle. I dominate the competition. I rise from every fall, and I'm sharper than an axe. So all of those things start for me, like internally, who I am, how do I want to live out in the world? Then I go into like my people, those people close around me, who are part of my circle. I will protect them. Then I'm going to dominate the competition. I'm going to do whatever it takes to win at life or a business or anything. And, you're going to run into hard things. So you have to make yourself almost immune to anything wrong that will happen to you. And just by saying, I will rise from every fall, like I know that I can get back up. And I've done it in my life. I mean, it's been a fun journey this last decade since I came to America. And then I'm going to cut through the noise and I'm going to be sharper than an axe. So anything that I do, I'm going to be prepared. I'm going to be sharp. And I think having something like that inspires you to like push you when you don't want to do something or when things are hard or even when things are good. So why things are good in your life is because you have laid out this path for your life and now you're executing on it.
Yeah, so many people in business that we work with have very weak business plans, and they're kind of like, well, I have this skill and I'm going to do something with it and I'm sure I'll make money. I mean, that's good. It's better than working at a 9-to-5 job in a sweatshop somewhere. But what we rarely see is people who are entrepreneurs or business owners who have a personal mission statement or a creed, like what you're saying. And even just the last one, I'm going to be sharper than an axe, is really powerful if for some reason, for whatever circumstance, you're given the opportunity to kind of go along like a sheep or to not bring the truth of what you're creative, because you're a filmmaker and you're a creative and you're a business owner. So, I mean, we want to talk about that too, but for you to go, well, maybe in this particular scene, the truth isn't that important because I want to try to make people happy or I want to be a people pleaser or whatever. And it says, well, no, my creed is that I'm going to be sharper than an axe and I take what I get. That's pretty powerful. How does that show up? Have you run into circumstances where you've had to make those kinds of decisions?
Yeah. So recently I was dealing with something in business where I had a relationship with a client, and then I was forming a relationship with another client, and there was some tension, and some of the decisions that I made were not great, and I wasn't happy with the situation. And also when I thought about, okay, who do I want to be? Something that I struggle with, because I'm a creative person, is I have hundreds of ideas. Sometimes I will talk to Sterling and we talk about an idea, and then I'm always thinking of like the 5 things that could turn into. I personally struggle with focus because I have such an imaginative brain. Ideas come to me so easily. And I needed for myself to have some sort of clear direction that I'm not going to go into this opportunity or that opportunity, because that's not who I am. And what I really want is, I want to make the biggest movies in the world. So I can't be running after every opportunity that presents itself in business, or even with projects and creative ideas and YouTube channel and podcasts and like doing an academy. And like I could do 10 different things. But as we all know, if you're not sharp in the one thing that you're trying to get good at, you're going to be mediocre in like 5 different things, and you're never going to win. And I've also seen how sometimes we get sidetracked and we think, okay, if I really want to make movies, I need money. And then to make money, I'm going to go and work doing this thing on the side that could make me a lot of money, but it's not really the thing that I want to do. So I get distracted over here, and because I'm learning something new. For example, whenever we were doing the classes with you guys, and you guys were talking about trading and crypto and all of that, whenever that came to the scene, I got super excited about that, and I tried to learn it, and I spent time doing it. But then I realized, I don't want to take the time to learn that to be actually really, really good at that. And therefore, I'm not going to get the results. I'm just not. Like when you compare me to another person who's actually enjoying that and they love doing that. So I can't do that right now. So maybe like in a couple of years, maybe when I have other things in my life, because we also go through phases, and sometimes we want to do everything all at once. And we have to remember, okay, you need different steps. And once those steps are in place, the vision where you're going. Maybe I could do trading in stocks after my production company is doing a certain amount of money, so I can easily put $5,000-$10,000 every month into some sort of systematized way to do the investing. But right now, like I'm hustling, I'm trying to get money for a movie. Like I can't use my energy that I really want to use for that into something that I'm just new at, and that that's not going to change my life purpose if I'm able to do some other thing on the side. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And you're actually bringing up a really important point. And as great as investing, and, we always are talking about to small business owners, hey, you probably need to have some kind of a passive income idea. And regardless of how great your business is and how much you can turn it over, your cash over, return on investment, that's great. But the best way really to make money is to invest in, we first say yourself, but then your business, reinvest in your business if it's good. But where people go really wrong is they don't have a good business in which to invest. So they take all the capital that they could have put into, I'm making it up, Apple stock, and then said, we're going to put it in this business that's kind of broken. But what you're saying, what I'm hearing is even more fundamental is, if you want to invest in yourself, that's great. But if you don't have a clear plan, a clear focus, and in your case, a creed, a mission where you're like, I know where I'm going, and in that I will invest for better returns instead of all this other cool stuff over here that I could do. Nothing wrong with that. But if you really are like, I know where I'm going, then that's a good investment in yourself. But if you don't, then man, put it into Apple or put it into crypto, because that's going to do better than you going, I just want to do everything. No, this is not the way. So my question to you is, in your creed, because look, I'm a recovering filmmaker from many years ago, and I totally get. I just want everything's great. I have fun doing it all. What part of your creed keeps you focused on where you're going?
I think the high level part. For me, high level, when I started doing my podcast back in like 2017, I was still in college, and I came from Cuba, and what I realized coming to America was the world was so much bigger than what I had always known. You know, I always had, since I was a kid, that desire to be significant. And the way that I have accomplished that has brought me the most like fulfillment is whenever I made a film or a music video or something, and I would see how people would react to it, like that is addictive to me. So that part, like, it brings so much fulfillment that it makes the pain of like going through making a project worth it. But also, like, when I'm creating the thing and like my brain is firing, like that is it's like the most exciting that I have ever felt. So chasing that feeling is like, okay, now I want to do that, but I want to do it at the highest level. I don't want to be a starving artist that is just with one camera doing one little thing. You know, I've been able to work on really big projects for different studios and worked in LA and in TV shows and movies and all that. And just being able to see that scale of performance, of just creating something that is at the top of the top in the whole world, and to know that that's possible, then I need to reshape my thinking and remember, okay, whatever it is that you're going to do, you have to do it at the highest level. If I'm going to work in this other thing on the side, if I'm not going to do it at the highest level because I respect that craft, then I should not even mess with it. You know, everything in life is really difficult to do. And I think on social media, people are always telling you, yeah, you can do it. You just have to like dream big and do it. That's that's very nice for like week one. But after you do something for 5 years and you understand the craft of that, then you realize, okay, this requires a whole lifetime of obsession to be able to play at the highest level there. So the only thing that I would actually give myself to is that love and passion for filmmaking and telling stories. So then, because I want to do it at the highest level, it requires the sacrifice that I say no to everything else that is not that. And that is very difficult for me because I'm interested in so many things. My curiosity is always like there. And I'm actually good at multiple things because, you know, to be a filmmaker, you're mixing like business, entrepreneurship, creative, team building, leadership, like being skilled with tech and technology.
Conflict management.
Yeah. So it's like a lot of skills that actually, like, I'm a pretty proficient person in multiple disciplines. But then I need to remind myself that, hey, you want to do this at the highest level, so you cannot be messing around with all these other things. And it's like a constant struggle, like every other week. And that's why I formalize the creed and I put it on my phone and I put it on my computer and I put it everywhere and I share it with people so you guys can also keep me accountable. Because if it was up to me, I would go like try all these different things. But it's not good. Like, I need to focus and I need to choose the one thing that is actually bringing fulfillment to my life, and then do it hard enough and big enough so I can make a bunch of money. And then once I have all the money in the world, then I can go and try it with all the other things and empower other people that are really good at that to just partner up with them and be a little part in what they're going to do, the same way that I think about my films and storytelling.
So you said some really cool things in there, a lot of cool things. And when we were saying what part of your creed helps you really stay focused when you want to do all these things, you said, you know, live at a high level. And you just spent a lot of time explaining, hey, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it as high and as a highest proficiency as I possibly can. But you glossed over something that I think is really important, especially in making media. And that is, once you get done and the pain, you said, oh, the pain of it. There's so much pain in making media. People have hey, let's make a movie. It'll be fun. You have no idea what you're talking about. But when you see it, on the big screen, when you see 1 million views on your YouTube channel, that is what for me was like, that makes all the pain worth it. And I'm going to do another one and focus on that. How much does that factor in? Because you're obviously very disciplined and you've made it create. But how much of that, I want to get to that beautiful, juicy feeling more than anything. How much does that factor in?
Like if people tell you that, the views don't matter, either they're lying or they're just stupid. Like views do matter. Like I have a short film that I worked on that has like almost like 500,000 views, and it's about domestic violence. And I have literally thousands of comments of people saying that the film touched them, that make them remember like things that they lived through, that they hope that a next person that suffers through that can make it out alive. And there is like actual human beings that watch that story, and it's a fake story. It's a script. It never happened. It was inspired by some personal experiences from the writer, but it's something that we created out of nothing. Like we filmed for 4 days, we edited, and now it's a piece of a story that connects with humans, and like hundreds of thousands of people have seen it. That is freaking amazing. Like that gives you like all the energy and power to say, I'm going to find good stories and I'm going to make them, because they're going to inspire people to be better. They're going to inspire people to be different, to make different decisions. And like, even for me, like, I think the reason I love filmmaking so much is like when I was a kid, I would watch these movies and I needed to escape the reality of living in such a hard place. And Hollywood and films did that for me. So if I could make that for someone else, that's going to be amazing. You know, that would actually impact their lives. And then the fun thing is that you can actually make a lot of money if you're able to make movies at a big scale. And I know it's very difficult. It's not easy by any means, but you know, I'd rather live my life knowing that I went after what I really wanted than just conform and get a job and do something in corporate and just like be okay. Like that would be I would be disappointed in myself if I went down that path.
Thank you so much, Axel, for being here with us. I mean, you're not only a client, but you're a friend of ours. And it's been an honor to have you bring a perspective, not only as a filmmaker, not only as an entrepreneur, but also as a successful immigrant from a communist nation, to say, hey, here's what's real and here's what's not. So thank you so much for your time. And we're looking forward to seeing you back here again on Stacks Over Tax.
Yeah, my pleasure, guys. Thank you so much for having me. This was really fun. Imagine that you live in a place where no one can really own anything. You are closed off from knowing what is really happening in the world. And they basically have told you this story that you live in the most free, most amazing country ever constructed. I remember the first time I went to a Walmart, I got lost. And to me, it was like the biggest store ever. I'd never seen so many cars in a parking lot together before.
Hi, and welcome to Stacks Over Tax. Today, Mark and I have a really amazing client with us, Axel, and he's going to share some brilliant wisdom from his world.
You've mentioned now several times how difficult it was growing up. For somebody like me, I mean, I've traveled around the world, but I've never been to a communist nation, certainly not Cuba. Paint the picture for an American capitalistic demographic. What is it like over there?
The easiest way to explain it is the following. Imagine that you live in a place where no one can really own anything. You are closed off from knowing what is really happening in the world. And they basically have told you this story that you live in the most free, most amazing country ever constructed. But then you barely have any food and barely have anything. Like my dad had to make me shoes out of a tire from a car. And then he took his apron that he used to like weld and like do work. he cut it, and then by hand he created like basically a shank, like a piece of wood with a bicycle wheel, like steel thingy.
Bespoke.
Yeah. And with that, he made like a hook, and he would just by hand, it took him a couple of weeks to make me a pair of shoes. And my dad was a registered nurse. My mom was a doctor, and I was 6 years old, and my breakfast was just like sugar and water. So it was very hard. The thing that happens that is very surreal is that at the same time, the world outside was completely different. And I didn't really experience that until like I went to a film festival when I was 21 in France.
Oh my gosh.
It was so surreal. It was almost like walking into a movie, because like we would see films, but it always felt like, okay, that's out there, but your brain is like, you don't really know whether that's real or not, because like leaving Cuba was very difficult. So when I had that experience, it was just mind blowing. And I was never the same after that. So I went to France and I came back to Cuba. And then when I was there, like my eyes were open. Like now I could know that, anything can be possible, like for real. Because when you're there, you get so many barriers, and you spend, 20 years thinking that, okay, this is the way things works. You cannot break out of this mold. And the thing is that people would try, but it was so difficult that you would end up giving up. It's like those experiments where whenever the monkey tries to get out, it gets sapped, and then you start putting new monkeys in, and then the old monkeys will pull you down so you don't get sapped,
Well, so that's my next question. So, I mean, obviously you can't keep all media out of a country because you're right next to Miami and the Keys, and there's going to be media broadcasts. So somewhere in there, somebody had to go, hey, this is wrong. They're lying. What happens to them? What happens then?
Yes, that happened later in my life. So at the beginning, before we had, some people had like clandestine satellite TV.
Wow.
And they would run cable. So you would have to pay, and they would run cable through the neighborhood, like a coax cable. And they had like programming. So like the guy with the satellite thing would put the channels and then spread it across the neighborhood. So that didn't start happening until I was like a teenager. So with those things, you start knowing, that there is something out there, but until you are in it, it's hard to explain. So until you visit America, and like, I remember the first time I went to a Walmart, I got lost. And to me, it was like the biggest store ever. I'd never seen so many cars in a parking lot together before. And I came from a city, like I lived in Havana my whole life. Things like that, it's just hard to comprehend. And the sad thing is that there's so many young people in America that believe that communism and socialism is amazing and we should do it here in the US. And they come from a good point of view. Like they want people to have equality and all of that.
Yeah. If it was all bad, nobody'd do it.
Yeah. But the reality is that people, we are different. We have different skills. We have different work ethic. We have different talents. We have different experiences. And we are all going to accomplish different things. So it shouldn't be equal results. We should have equal opportunity, which I think we do have in America. Despite everything that everybody wants to tell you, it's like, I'm an example. I came here as an immigrant, as a refugee, and I had access to opening a bank account, opening a business, creating my LLC, going out and getting clients, doing work, getting paid, like just that. We didn't have that back in Cuba. Like it was illegal. I wouldn't be able to have a production company in Cuba.
Wow.
So we have access to like the basic things here in America that are actually the foundation to create anything that you want to create. And that's why I'm really excited about sharing that perspective, because I do believe that the people pushing socialism and communism in America, they come from a good place. They want everyone to have access to everything. They just don't know that the actual execution of that in real life, if you're forcing it by the government, just cutting everyone's head off and just making everyone equal, that's just destructive, and it won't amount to anything.
That brings us to the next sticky topic, which is you're the poster person. I won't say poster child, poster person for immigration. And you came here, you took advantage of the capitalistic society, the freedom, if you will, in America, and you're a success. We could say you're a Hollywood success. You don't work at a 9-to-5 job like 99% of the people in Hollywood. You're full-time, independent, making movies, deploying all kinds of people in the media. What would you say to, a lot of people in Hollywood are saying that what's happening with immigration now, with the new rules and everything like that, that this is bad, that this is, we need to accept America's a nation of immigrants and all that other stuff. And, everybody should have due process, all that. So you would have a unique perspective as somebody who, I'm just going to declare you did it right and you're a success. What do you feel about where does this land for you?
So when you're looking at a macro problem like that, let's think about it from a micro perspective. Let's say that you, Mark, you have a beautiful house, you have 5 bedrooms, and someone in your family is going through a hard time and you're going to help them. So you take them in, and for a few months, you're going to help them. You're going to pay for their food, pay for everything. You can do that because you have a big house with 5 bedrooms. Mm-hmm. But if then I send you my cousin and my aunt and my kids, and then Sterling is also sending her family, and then all of a sudden you have 25 people living in your house, that's not sustainable.
Nope.
So I do believe that there has to be a way to have certain programs and have some sort of way to help people from other countries who need to come to America, and we want to help them. I understand that. I'm a product of that. Cuba was a communist country. We had no free speech, no free market. It was a really bad place. And the U.S. had a program that if you were able to break out of Cuba and come here, they would accept you and take you in. But you had to do it, go through the border, follow a certain process. You had to follow certain legal requirements, and it was like a process that if at any point you did something wrong, you could be sent back to your country. What happened in the last 5 to 10 years with immigration is that we just had a huge influx of millions and millions of people that came, and the US was not prepared, and we didn't have a system to properly manage that. I know that it sucks, and I know that a lot of people are going to suffer, but it's just not sustainable. And if you look at any other country in the world, no one could just go to Mexico and just flood Mexico and just live there. No one could do that to any other country in any other part of the world. Just open borders, come and do whatever you want. That's just
they did it in England, and now they have to shut down the national healthcare system because they can't afford it.
Yeah. So every country is allowed to do however they want to do with their resources. So America has a right to protect America. And for me, whenever I understand it, but also when I see a lot of immigrants in America saying that they want more and more and more and more and more, it's it's just not feasible. It's not possible. So you have to have some understanding. And if you're in another country, even though you want to come to America, you also have to understand, okay, they have a huge debt deficit. Their country is going through a lot of problems. They have a crisis. They have all this. They can't just be taking millions of new people every year, just willy-nilly. It's just not responsible. You wouldn't do that in your household. That doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It just means that you're sensible and that you're trying to do something the right way.
Yeah. And I think I think most of the people that have conversations about immigration don't have personal experiences of immigration. So my daughter's from Honduras, and that process is a really hard, heartbreaking, scary. Like there's so many like things to learn and know about in order to get green cards and citizenship and the whole. I think most people can't even imagine how it actually is. I think they think it's a matter of going down and filling out some paperwork, and it just sounds so easy, right? Like, but I also don't think they realize how much the other country itself has a say in how it goes. Honduras is not a country interested in their people leaving. So, it's very, very challenging, very difficult. You end up literally at a place in life where you send someone into a building and only 1/3 of the people that went in that day are coming out with green cards. And you have to pray to God that your kid is the one coming out with a green card. I don't know. It's a lot of people talking on the internet, but not a lot of people that have the experience of standing there and waiting and hoping and that this is going to work. Yeah. I wish some filmmaker did a documentary about that, but I'll give you time. Don't worry.
We also have a client who came from Iran.
Yeah.
Early and escaped some of the horrors that went on earlier in the 20th century. And it's like, you watch their face talk about what being in America was and how they know that they still have family there. And they're like, well, I don't know how we would get them here. We want them to be here, but like you're saying, I don't know what we would do with them once they came here because they don't have a job. They don't have anything. I mean, how would we pay for them once they're here? Oh, the government will do it. Well, yeah, that doesn't really fly.
Right. Yeah.
And also, it might be just a season. Like, we do need a season where things have to change. We have to fix what's broken. We have to look at the system. We have to make changes. And then you could loosen up again. And I think a lot of what Trump has been doing with everything, when you think about it, and I think Elon Musk also was giving some insight into that, the same way that when he bought Twitter, the company was going bankrupt. So if the US is going bankrupt, then there's nothing for nobody. So like, we can't be mad at the fact that, hey, we have to make some drastic changes the same way that you would do it in your household. If you have to cut off something from the budget so you can make rent, you have to make it. You can't be mad that you have to make hard choices to be able to stay afloat.
Thank you so much, Axel, for being here with us. I mean, you're not only a client, but you're a friend of ours. And it's been an honor to have you bring a perspective, not only as a filmmaker, not only as an entrepreneur, but also as a successful immigrant from a communist nation to say, hey, here's what's real and here's what's not. So thank you so much for your time. And we're looking forward to seeing you back here again on Stacks Over Tax.
Yeah, my pleasure, guys. Thank you so much for having me. This was really fun. Your approach and like all the things that you're explaining within the courses, that is super valuable. And I wish I had learned that, 10 years ago, so I wouldn't have gotten screwed in a couple projects that I did where I got destroyed because I didn't do any of that. I was just doing things on my own.
Hi, and welcome to Stacks Over Tax. Today, Mark and I have a really amazing client with us, Axel, and he's going to share some brilliant wisdom from his world.
Back to you as a business owner. You've done all this work, and having done my own missions and creeds, it's not something you scribble down one day and go, oh, cool, this is nice. You've done a lot of work, internal work as a business owner. What advice would you give to somebody who came to you and said, hey, help me figure out how to make my own creed? I think that's valuable. Where would you tell them to start? What process would you suggest they might go through, or any other resources?
You need some time to do at least for me, to do long walks and try to imagine what the future is that you want to live. And then you need some time to write down like things that matter to you. It's a slow process, I would say, of like introspection and a little bit of daydreaming, and also reflection on like your life, what has been impactful to you. And from the many things that you could think of yourself, what is the thing that feels true? And then try to write that down. Go into ChatGPT and like tell it all of the things that you want. So that was kind of my process. I did my own writing. I run everything through ChatGPT over and over and over to synthesize it and make it even shorter and shorter, and just keep the bits and pieces that actually matter to you. And I think that process of almost like a sculpture where you have to strip down from the stone so you can find the art in it, that's what helped me.
Yeah, I wonder about, what you might not know about Axel is that he has a young filmmaker in his family. So his son is also a creator and a creative, and I'd say his daughter is a future boss, a future boss girl, right? So I'm not sure she's going to do creative things, but she's definitely going to be like, the leader of the pack. So, how do you think being a dad impacts what you incorporate into your business life?
Well, I'm lucky that my son loves what I do. So for me, I'm always thinking about, I'm doing all of this because I want to share it with them. And with them in my life, my role is almost the instructor, the teacher. So I'm always taking time to do things with my son where I can teach him, and then he can decide how and where and how he wants to do things. So that's how we have done things. And we try to do fun projects. He always calls me and shows me like his videos for his YouTube channel. He's actually standing right over there right now. What are you doing? We're filming. No. So yeah, and that's life with having younger kids. And I try to include him and show him what I do, and like I take him with me, and like he has to sit there and be quiet and see how we're filming, or he has to help me like build up a light or like bring a camera or like do something on the computer. That's how it used to be back in the day. Like if you were a cobbler or you were a farmer, you would take your kids with you and like almost force them to do things. And it's a little bit difficult sometimes, but it's also really helpful because they get to see you work. So whatever business you're working on, include your kids so they understand the complexity of what you're doing. They understand the late nights. They understand the stress and like how complicated it is to have a small business, because it is really hard.
For sure. I remember one of the first times I saw you on set, your son was with you, and I happened to see the two of you and you're standing side by side and you both had blazers on. And in Hollywood, that's just not necessarily something that you see all the time anymore. So I was very like taken back, and I thought, oh, this is really special. Like, what a really cool, special moment to just watch somebody you're very, I love that the first thing in your creed was high level, because you are very high level, but even on very simple, ordinary days, right? That's like how you live your life on a very ordinary day. And I thought it was really, really cool just to like have your son on set with you, and the both of you looked like the consummate professional, which is just, not always the way it goes in Hollywood.
I'm very fortunate that he likes my crazy ideas, and he comes along.
So one of the things I really love about Axel is that when I see a piece he's done, even if it's content or if it's far more creative like movie making, he is really good at finding the truth in the moment and making that a moment, and making it have its own timing and its own stillness in all the chaos. He's really good at like pulling that little piece out. And I'm wondering if that's just a piece of how you see the world, if it's something that you work on as a person. I'm curious about how you are able to really find the part that actually like is going to resonate with other people.
Yeah, I think it's a mix of, you have the instinct, and I always go with, okay, what am I responding to? And then the discipline is strip away everything else that is not that instinct. So it's a mix of nature and nurture, where I naturally feel something, and then my brain says, okay, capture that feeling, now protect it throughout the process of what you're building. And then whatever images or style or thing that comes to mind that could be cool, but it doesn't align with that core feeling, then I just disregard that. And it's a lot of saying, no, this is what the thing ought to be. It comes a little bit with, like the type A personality, that this is the thing that I want and it has to be like that, and you have to be stubborn. So it's a little bit of that, and also mixed with the flow of like, okay, what am I feeling, or what am I supposed to feel, or what would happen if we look this way or that way, or bring the actor this way, or put the light this way. So you do have a little bit of exploration, but also it's running through a filter of like, what is the thing that I want it to be. And it's beautiful when you have like this idea that you imagine, and then you're able to take that image from your head into something that it looks on the screen exactly how you wanted it. And I think that's the craft of being a filmmaker, is how faster can I get at dreaming an idea and then actually bringing that idea to life on the screen, which is super fun and super exciting.
As a filmmaker, I mean, I was never taught about business as a filmmaker or structure or any of that nonsense. Does doing structure, considering LLCs or other things, does that matter as a filmmaker, or how is it showing up for you?
So as a filmmaker, something that we have learned working with you guys that really matters is separating things so you're protected. I don't think that's something that, like, when you go to film school, they teach you nothing about that. It's like painful how naive we are when we go out to work. They never even once mentioned that, hey, you might need to create an LLC for your craft. Not at all. Everything you're doing it just as a person. So it was very interesting to learn all the different levels of protection and separation of assets that we could do. And working with you, like when I was watching the classes, my brother and I, we do everything together. So we had to sit down together, and luckily we had some trips where we have to drive, and we would just listen to the classes. And from that, now we have a full understanding of all the things that we could do to protect ourselves. And I remember you had something super interesting in the class where you said you could either be in the field all dressed up with camo and like a sniper, just like hidden there, or you could be a big, massive tank. So like, you both are going to protect you, but you want to be the freaking tank. You don't want to be the guy like with a little bit of coverage. And a lot of people in the creative world, we're just not that into business. We don't want to kind of mess with that. And we end up being naive. And now I'm not naive anymore. Now I know the things that I can do to protect myself. And especially with the different corporate structures and how each film or project is its own entity, and you want it to be, so it doesn't, like, if something happens, you don't get hit. And like, you don't lose the whole house because this one project went crazy and like someone sued you and like something happened. So I saw a little bit of that in the back end of when I was working at different studio projects, where the production there's so many layers, and you talk about this, Mark, with like the trees of different companies and things that they do to protect themselves. So it's very interesting, and I know for a fact that in film schools they're not teaching any of that, and it's a shame because like super important how you set up all your corporate structure.
Yeah, and not even just from a protection standpoint, but when you do have a production that does well financially, if it's in your name and you live in, say, California, you're going to pay 60% tax on the money you're making. It's the worst. And just setting up a simple corporate structure, we've seen that where somebody does it in crypto and they live in California. But it's no different if you're making a movie and all of a sudden the money starts coming in, and the rights and the royalties and the residuals. You're like, hey, this is great. Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. So, yeah, I'm really glad that you were able to see that, because there's a lot of things they don't teach in film school. And you can't teach everything in film school, but if you're going to make production, you need to protect it, copyright it. They do teach copywriting in film school, but copyright to what? To you? Huge mistake.
Yeah. I honestly learned that on my own when I had my second feature film, we got a distribution deal with Gravitas Ventures. So to do that, we had to do all of this legal document and all these things that the distributor needed, like chain of title and registering with the Library of Congress. All of that, we never really did it in film school. We had a media law class and they taught us very general, like you can protect yourself. Like it was very, very basic. So I think your approach and like all the things that you're explaining within the courses, that is super valuable. And I wish I had learned that, 10 years ago, so I wouldn't have gotten screwed in a couple projects that I did where I got destroyed because I didn't do any of that. I was just doing things on my own.
Thank you so much, Axel, for being here with us. I mean, you're not only a client, but you're a friend of ours. And it's been an honor to have you bring a perspective, not only as a filmmaker, not only as an entrepreneur, but also as a successful immigrant from a communist nation to say, hey, here's what's real and here's what's not. So thank you so much for your time. And we're looking forward to seeing you back here again on Stacks Over Tax.
Yeah, my pleasure, guys. Thank you so much for having me. This was really fun.
And it gets even more insidious. And we see this a lot where people are like, well, I just want to move the money from this LLC partnership to this LLC. I'm just going to move it over there. What? How? Well, I just write a check. No. It's not just, hey, we could sue you. It could be embezzlement. That's a crime. You go to jail. Don't drop the soap. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm with the lovely and unstoppable Sterling Grace, and I'm Mark Lewis. And today we're going to be talking about something that we don't really talk about, which is what we see when people come to us. We see a lot of crazy stuff. Some people doing things on their own. Some people went to their CPA. Some people went to their attorney and set up a whole thing, and now they're in jail. I mean, we've seen it all, almost, maybe. So we want to share with you because a lot of you may resonate with some of these things. I'm asking for a friend. So, like, hey, which one of these things might you find yourself in? And we want to make sure that if you are in any of these scenarios that we might be talking about, that you come talk to us or talk to somebody, because most of these things are like, it's not good. So with that, I'm going to kind of hand the master of ceremonies over to Sterling, who has seen all of these things with me. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great. Yeah, we have such a fun time doing consults with clients. We have clients that do everything from MSA sort of smaller businesses that are, bigger than lemonade stands, but small businesses, to people that have huge empires in real estate and finance and things of those nature. And then we have some people that just have some fun businesses. Like we recently have a new client and they have a business and it's in feathers. And I had no idea that you could make that kind of revenue from selling feathers every year. But I love it. It's actually kind of inspiring that you could just do something that made your heart sing and somehow make money. And so we see it all. I think one of the most consistent across the board things that we see is that no one has any information about compliance, and they don't even know what that word means or why we're talking about it or why it's important. And I think that's a really good place to start because it's something that's every client that comes through the door.
That's so right. And the worst part about it, Sterling, is that you can have all of your accounting put together. You can have the asset protection people in place for your limited liability company. You can be doing tons of business. You can be working for the government. But if you're not compliant, anybody who wants to come poke around, you got nothing. And especially if you've got a sole proprietorship, so a single member LLC or a single member C or S Corp, if you are not compliant in all the ways that you should be, you don't got anything under scrutiny. Now, we're not going to have time today to go through all the compliance things, but there are 10 plus 1 compliance items that most companies and corporations need to adhere. So for a sole proprietorship, if that's you, meaning just you and an LLC. Now, if you don't have an LLC, then you can still be a sole proprietorship, but you don't have very much compliance. But the minute you set up that LLC, there are things that you need to really adhere to. Now, for a sole proprietor LLC, what's the biggest thing that we see there? That where people violate compliance?
I actually think for the sole proprietorship, no one has a good operating minutes or agreements. They don't even think they're needed because they're not doing something bigger. They think it's just, their small selves. And so they don't have any of that. And they don't even know they don't have any of that. We have people that don't even have binders, that when I ask them if they have a binder, they're like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, and those people that you're talking about have C corporations and partnerships and S corporations, where in a partnership or a sole proprietorship, it's not required, but boy, you better have it, because in a sole proprietorship, LLC is just you. The IRS already calls that a disregarded entity, meaning they just think it's you. And in a court case, they're going to look at it and go, it's just you, it's an alter ego of yourself fooling around. So it's just you, and now all your personal assets, there's no limited liability. A couple of states, they do honor that. Wyoming, Texas, there's a few others. But if you don't have an operating agreement, it doesn't mean that that's it for you in a sole proprietorship. But boy, the more I look, the more I find, hey, even you signing an agreement with the company that's really you creates a little bit of separation, and perhaps enough separation where under scrutiny, you're like, no, look, I'm really doing my best to keep this separate from me, to keep it at arm's length, even though it really is me. I keep it this way. And what breaks all of it down is commingling. That you take your stuff and put it into the company, or you take the company stuff and make it yours. And it's very easy to do in a sole proprietorship, because the sole proprietorship is the only thing that has a draw. Meaning any old time you want to reach into the cookie jar and pull money out for yourself, you can do it. Now you're taxed on it, but you're taxed on it anyway. So you can just do this. And as long as, you have money in there, you can. But it's very tricky. Because if all of a sudden it starts looking like you're just really using it for you, and the company's using your stuff for it, kind of back and forth without real good accounting, an operating agreement, then anybody's going to look at that and go, it's just you. Yeah. We're going to take it all. So commingling doesn't just happen in sole proprietorships. It happens, and it's even more partnerships, because there it's not just, hey, we could sue you. It could be embezzlement. That's a crime. You go to jail. Don't drop the soap. And it gets even more insidious. And we see this a lot, where people are like, well, I just want to move the money from this LLC partnership to this LLC. I'm just going to move it over there. What? How? Well, I just write a check. No. You have to have a legitimate reason. We use the corner drugstore rule as sort of an overarching maxim to manage a lot of the compliance issues that we see, especially around commingling, because if you wouldn't do it to the corner drugstore, and the corner drugstore wouldn't do it for you, like, for example, pay your mortgage out of your LLC for no good reason, then you sure can't do it to your company in which you're supposed to have an arm's length relationship. So you're like, I'm just going to move it from this company to this company. Would the corner drugstore move that to the local gas station for no good reason? No. Why? Neither should you, without good reason. So the commingling thing is probably it's not the number one thing. It's the easiest little thing to get into that's going to wipe. What else do we see all the time? What other things that show up and you're like, really? You mentioned binders.
Yeah.
Tell me about without mentioning names, how many billionaires you've worked for and how many binders you've found.
I've worked for 4 billionaires in my career, and one of them has had a binder. One. However, definitely the man who's more diverse in his philanthropy work and very like dedicated to that kind of thing in life. So I can understand why he would be the one of all of them. But I've had one that literally had none and had no idea that they needed one or what that was about or why they would have it. And had been very successful in business, but literally had zero idea at all about asset protection, certainly no legacy preservation, and just in general, really sloppy business practices that, so far had not caught up with them. But that is just a matter of time because at that level, there's no way that you're not getting audited. It's just a matter of when, not if, and you don't have to be doing anything unscrupulous. It's just the way it is. No binders.
You said something. Yeah, you said something really interesting. The billionaire had a kit, had a binder with all of his stamps.
Oh yes, that is a very interesting question. Now that you mention it.
So either he had everything in one company, which is a huge mistake, or he had a lot of companies and a nice structure, but only had binders for one.
But only had a binder for one. Probably only had a binder for one. But
my guess. So what's in a binder? Why are binders somehow magical?
Well, the most important thing is in the binder is your actual stock certificates. And you have to know where those are and keep record of where they're located for the duration of your company. So, most people I don't think would even know, if I give 10% of my stock to someone, then I need to actually keep up with where that stock certificate lives. And so there's the first thing that's in there that I think is critically important. Your stamp is in there, and your stamp is the way that you make your documents official. Because it's an actual embossing tool. It's not something that could be printed or anything like that. So
it's not an ink.
It's not an ink stamp, no. And I think unless you've had business where you have dealt with being maybe a notary or something of those magnitudes, you don't even realize that that's what's physical about that and why it's physical and what matters about that. So there's that. You keep all of your operating agreements and your minutes and your ongoing business records that are of substance and needs to be maintained and kept up and updated every year.
There's one piece in there that doesn't have to be kept in the kit. You can keep it as an Excel document, actually, but this is also massive compliance, and I've never seen anybody show up this correct. You know what I'm going to say?
I think you're going to say my list of my assets that's conveyed.
No, that'd be in the minutes. And again, we rarely see that done right either. Barely. Because if you've got, I've conveyed all this property and all these things into my partnership as an example, prove it.
Right.
Prove it. Where did you write that? If it's not in the minutes of the corporate meetings or company meetings that you have, then it didn't actually get approved by the managers or the directors because there's no record of that. So you got a bunch of stock certificates, and sure, you might have conveyed the house, and now the deed of it is at the county with the company, but that comic book collection you conveyed, or the Van Gogh art piece you've got, or the gold or the crypto or the stock, none of that is really registered there. So prove it. It's at your house also, which shows me that it probably just is yours. If it's not in the minutes, it's not in the company. Now, again, we don't want to get into listed and unlisted items because a car is going to get registered with the county. Your state's going to get registered, or the house is going to get registered. Sorry, this car is going to get registered with the state. The property is going to get registered with the county. Your firearm is going to register with the DOJ. All that other stuff actually gets registered, but not the gold diamond ring, not the equipment that's unlisted. How do we know? It's at your house. It looks like it's just yours. If it's not in the minutes, if it didn't get logged in a way that was so specific that a pile of stuff, some of it yours, some of it not, is you could pull it out and go, I know this is mine. How? Because it's in the minutes listed at make, model, year, VIN, color, license plate, mileage, basis, fair market value. Oh, that's clearly your Toyota Tundra. Okay. So that's the thing. But the thing I'm speaking about that the kit has is the transfer ledger.
Oh, yes. Right.
Right. We've never seen anybody have the transfer of stock certificates done correctly. It doesn't have to be in the kit, but it has to be somewhere. And you have to notify the state where that ledger is. And nobody's done that either, except when you started your company. When you started your company, you're like, I will keep the state updated to where this is. Yes, well, you have to tell them where it is. And then all the shareholders have to tell you, because you have to update that ledger, where all the stock certificates are, not where the people that hold them live. So I give Sterling 1,000 shares in my C corporation, and she lives at 123 Main Street. Do I write 123 Main Street? Well, I might. Unless she goes, oh, I'm going to put it in my safety deposit box in my bank. Then that's not what she puts on the transfer ledger. She tells me to put there. It's 123 Park Street, because that's where the bank is. Aha. Park Street goes there. So we never, ever, we've had attorneys go through, we've had CPAs go through, we've never seen anybody go through this. Now, some of you are like, is that really a thing? How big of a deal is that? Well, it's not that big of a deal, except that it's required by the state. And what are the chances that the state is going to audit you? Not very good, unless you're.
Yeah, one of the things that's the most astounding is how the level of lifestyle in which a person lives has no bearing whatsoever on the way that they come in. We have people who come in that do have some significant start to their process, even if they're a small lemonade stand, but they've really got the knowledge and they've really worked on it and they're very dedicated to learning. And we have some people that had some pretty good, okay, you're running along. We've had household names with their own lawyers teams and accounting teams and CPA firms and have just a hot mess of a structure and even worse, actually.
You should tell them, and I'll detail if we need to. Tell them about our household name who visited us. Yeah, not without saying the name.
Yes, of course. So we have a lovely client that we started doing business with who is very well known in the world. And when he brought his structure to see us, we just kept staring at it because something seemed it was very complex. It's a lot of moving parts and pieces on there, but for some reason we couldn't figure out exactly what was wrong. And we just kept looking at it, and he was talking and we were looking and we're like, something's just so off. And then we realized, his attorney team set him up that he's laundering his own money.
They're laundering money. No wonder we couldn't figure out. I'm like, we must not. Maybe I just don't know enough here. How would this work? Oh, it's so obvious now. Y'all launder money.
Yeah. And it was a massive surprise to him as well, and completely not the intention at all, actually. I think the look on his face was utterly just as shocked as ours, because we had to explain why that doesn't work the way they had done it. It sounded reasonable. There was things about it that sort of sounded like, this is a very in alignment with his vision in the world and what he wanted to work on and what he was committed to. But the way they had done it was not workable at all. And, could potentially get him a new uniform, which would be very clashing to the kind of stylish and dashing man that he normally is. So,
indeed, on the jets on which he flies. So, yes. Yeah. And I remember we asked him, so who set this up for you? He goes, we had an attorney do this. I'm like, is he still working with you? He goes, oh no, he's in jail for stealing whatever it was, $500,000 or $1 million from the company. I'm like, and you just continued with his structure.
Yeah. Sometimes it's really comical.
And if you have questions, look, we're happy to just reach out, and we're happy to answer them. And, every now and then we go live and on Instagram or TikTok and just answer questions for people. So, you can reach out there or join us in one of our programs. But either way, we're here to help, and we're here to dispel misinformation with not the regular middle of the road information, with the information that we believe is the keys to the success of the future of American citizens, which is not in your 401k or your IRA or your LLC or your S Corp. It's working with the only people that are going to survive, and that's the corporations, and being as much like them as you possibly can.
Until next time, be wealthy.
And in the last month in particular, we've had 3 clients, both come in, all of them come in and go, we're stuck in an S Corp. What do we do? I'm like, man, that's the worst. Of all the things that I see, that is the worst to try to manage, unless you know what you're doing with them. And they should be limited to no assets, please, and just payment and contract. Hey, everybody, welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm with the lovely and unstoppable Sterling Grace, and I'm Mark Lewis. And today we're going to be talking about something that we don't really talk about, which is what we see when people come to us.
Sometimes it's really comical, honestly. Sometimes it's really comical. The other new thing that's been happening is that we've been having new customers who are American citizens who have residence in Puerto Rico. And so we've been having a learning experience. Like, as you know, we may be really brilliant about a lot of things, but it's been really interesting to see how they are creating their lives in Puerto Rico, and whether that's working and if they're loving it or not. And that's been a new little adventure lately, is the Puerto Rican folks. So
yeah, and it's been a really great learning experience, because one of the clients that we just started with, a really good attorney who really understands that, and just seeing, well, some of the structures that we might normally have done won't work because it'll violate this 4% tax that they have in Puerto Rico, which is like so great. However, some of the things that we do really do enhance that they live in Puerto Rico. So it's been a great learning experience to go, okay, Puerto Rico is great. I mean, if you want to move to an island and live there for 183 days a year, great. You get some great advantages. But if you're doing business onshore on entities that are onshore, there's still a structure, American structure, that's still needed there to cap your tax in your business at 21% and take the minimum that comes to you as a Puerto Rican resident. And so that's been very cool. Yeah. Good.
We get people who come in who are in the midst of considering getting separated, and concerned about trying to sort out whether or not they can perhaps shelter some of their assets or income from the spouse that they're no longer madly in love with. And I don't know. I have lots of compassion for them, but that's an interesting thing. I don't think people really realize the idea behind that marriage is that your assets are together. That's the bottom line. So
if you get married with this, it's okay to get married and take your vows in front of God and your community. That's great. You should do it. It's fantastic. I mean, if that makes sense for you, but that's where it should end. Because if you get it at the state level, what you've done with whatever state that is done a corporate merger of all of your assets. And you've done it at such a low level of law, common law almost, that if there's a problem, one of the most disgusting, egregious, blood-sucking, lecherous levels of law, manage it. What law, might you ask? Family law. And most counties get their budgets handled from family law cases because they make so much money. They love divorce. They love it. So good. Disputes, child stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
If you register yourself with the state, your assets, that's the law under which you will be judged and where you'll lose your jurisdiction. So for us, it becomes somewhat difficult in a potential divorce situation, or even in some cases, moving assets that are joined in a community property state into, okay, I'm going to put this into a LLC. Well, but that's not yours. What do you mean it's not mine? It's you and your spouses, right? You guys to have and to hold from this day forward under common law or under this marriage family thing. So you can't just go take it and put it in there. Well, I don't want her to have it. Well, yeah, but it's larceny for you to just dump it into an LLC and now she or he doesn't have control over it. So there has to be other underlying agreements. And we've never seen anybody show up with, oh, we've managed the family law part of us moving our assets into a company, because the company doesn't see that you're married. It's two individuals. Now, the IRS may think because you're married probably jointly, you're the same person, but the company doesn't. So you take the car and you put it in there. That's her car too. You stole it from her half. So we have to manage this, and it doesn't take much. But if you're in a divorce and you're like, especially if you're in the divorce, you can't move your stuff into an LLC then. You should have done it before.
And I think a lot of people think, oh, this would be applicable if I had a lot of wealth. Recently, I had a really great friend who had been a housewife for more than 20 years. And I jokingly have been calling her Rachel Rockefeller, because you would think there was something to argue about at all. There was no real assets or finances to argue about. And her husband was an attorney, and they spent collectively $200,000 for her to argue for her own home that she had owned because she had family money from prior to being divorced. $200,000 to keep her own house and her own car that had nothing to do with a marriage, and that there was not assets for to cover that, just the attorney's bills, much less anything else. So, I always think, oh, well, if there's anything to argue about, that would be one thing. But no, there doesn't necessarily need to be anything to argue about. You could just argue and run up the tab. It's just wild. And you can't if you're the person on the other end of the court seat, you can't do anything about it. You just have to acquiesce to the person who's filed the charges. So,
and your attorney, who now is very happy to bill you to respond to them, they're all in cahoots. Remember, the purpose of an attorney is to attorn. It's to argue and to remove your jurisdiction so they can keep billing you.
Mr. Mark and I do not think we'll be signing any marriage license with the state.
So some of you are like, well, wait a minute. What if you live together? Isn't there common law? What's it called?
If you represent yourself as married, then you're common law married.
Yeah, but there's also some states say if you live together for X amount of time, you're common law. And that all of a sudden does yoke your assets into family court, whether you liked it or not. How do we avoid that? Well, you don't own anything by the time that happens. Well, how do I live? Well, you don't live by holding on to your stuff. If John D. Rockefeller is to be believed that own nothing, control everything is how you control billions, then we should probably apply that. And that's where the corporate law, remember, family court's down here. Corporate law is way up here. So if you move successfully together, and instead of creating a prenup, which is not very sexy, I grant you, but you create a corporate agreement, not only for you for divorce, but you think much bigger. You think 50 years, 500 years in the future of these assets in a structure that makes it painful, really damaging to both parties if either one wants to leave. What am I talking about? Well, if you put all of your, I'm making this up, but you put all your assets into the ownership of an LLC that you both co-own, and then maybe the kids or maybe your fathers-in-laws are also in there, just in case you all pass in an unlikely but unfortunate car accident. I'm just saying. So now all that stuff is an LLC. In the operating agreement, it says if there is a divorce, then half of all the assets goes to the American Red Cross. Better think twice about how easy it is to get out of that then, because you're going to lose. He doesn't lose all the assets. She doesn't lose half the assets. Y'all lost half and then split what's left, if that's what the operating agreement says. And you can actually pre-make, hey, if there's a divorce and this happens, then she gets the house and he gets the Ferrari, and the airplane goes to the American Red Cross, and the runway goes to the grandparents. And we're going to call this a failure. Might invite you to work harder on the relationship. The point is, you can kind of do whatever you want once it's in the company. If you don't sign the...
It's wild what people show up at our doors with. I also think it's...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think it's interesting the scope of people, as far as I think people think about business owners, and they think about people who go and sit in a 9-to-5 office, and maybe they work in finance or something like that. Mm-hmm. But we really have clients from so many walks of life, right? We have people who are heavy equipment operators that run large, operations that move land and have earth. It's just wild. Like, that's one of our favorite clients. Is we watch him move earth every day.
He shows up in our group chats, and he puts his phone on one of the giant caterpillars where he's digging up tons of dirt, and we're just like mesmerized. Whoa.
Yeah. We have a new younger client of ours that's a crypto trader and brilliant investment person. I think he's very inspiring to our group as a whole, because he's clearly in the know of what he's doing in that world. We have people that are more business minded, real estate folks and dentists and folks like that, and then. We have a filmmaker, right, who is working on his craft and creating beautiful pieces of storytelling in the world. And so I think that's one of the things people don't necessarily think when they hear us talk about setting up businesses. I think they often think about businesses in some sort of corporate sort of setting. But the truth is that everybody who does business needs to know how to do it correctly and how to do it well, and how to take the advantages that the big boys take, right? So our mission here is that we bring Wall Street knowledge to Main Street America, and small or large, it really makes a massive, massive difference, especially even for the smaller folks, actually. I think a lot of times, because it gives them the leverage that they need to grow into being that bigger person and to be more competitive than maybe the guy down the street who does the same thing. But if you're paying more taxes than him, then you have a little less to do marketing or do sales or do promotions or do partnerships with other people.
One of the reasons why big 10-figure corporations who are household names, why they're beating you as a small or medium-sized business owner, is because they keep a lot more of their cash. They're capped at 21% tax. You're paying in an LLC or an S corporation, depending on your state, anywhere from 30% to, your bracket can get up to 60% in California with self-employment. You can't possibly compete when your biggest competitors are keeping 60% more of their profits than you are. And they're huge. So we want to be able to sit in with the big guys, the guys who are going to win. We want to be on the winning team. The winning team is not little America anymore. Before COVID, maybe, but now it's clear that small business is on its way down in comparison to big business. Everybody's giving their money to Amazon and to Exxon, and those give 5% of their money to the community. Mm-hmm. The local guys will give 60% of their money back to the community because they're hiring local, but we're getting away from that. So you either get on board with the corporations doing what they're doing and saving 20, 30, 40, 50, 60% on your taxes, reinvesting and starting at least competing at a much better level, wiping out your local guy competition so that at least you can survive, or you're going to get wiped out. So, and many of the benefits that we hope the current administration is going to bring this is not coming to you. It's coming to the corporations. So the corporations run the government. We know this. This is not conspiracy theory. It's all over the markets. And we can look at it and go, well, if I can incorporate the corporation things that they're getting, do I get the same benefits? Yes. Right. That's what we do. And when we get very upset when people argue with us about how, well, having an LLC is the best way, or an S corporation, that's the answer. Well, I guess so. but not if you're wanting to actually compete. It's nice to pay your CPA more money for no good reason and set up an S Corp, or you can set up an LLC C Corp combination with the benefit of all, and maybe even an S Corp in there too, and not change the nature of your business, just save on taxes. And that's not counting asset protection or legacy preservation, which are also bundled into those things. If you're a maker in the economy, you get all the benefits from
about investing. So we have a client of ours who called and said, I'm going to invest in this small company, and I need to sort out whether or not they should do the investment with me as a person or do the investment with me as an LLC. And it's such an interesting thing. I think that after people get with us for a little bit and realize, there's actually big differences in the two. I think that's something that's interesting that happens as people start reevaluating where do I want investment capital to both go to or come from, right? And also when the rewards come, where do I want them to come into?
Yeah, we have a new client, in fact, who's looking down the barrel at, $100 million from a sale. Mm-hmm. And this particular client has an S corporation as the receptacle, single member S corporation. And some of you would be like, well, that's the best thing you could have. Is it? $100 million to an S? Let's think about this. Just simple math. The qualified business income deduction, which is 20% of your taxes or 20% of your income tax free, is instantly blown up. You're not going to get a lick of it. So in an S Corp, yes, you got to take your reasonable wage. And if his reasonable wage is $250,000, that's not bad. It's probably normal. But the other $99.75 million, yes, no self-employment tax. That's great. But it's federal and state. Now, this person lives in Texas, so there's no state. So that's good. So he's winning. But what's his tax bracket now? 37%. That's $37 million gone. You're like, well, he's still got, 50, whatever, 60, whatever. You want to lose $37 million on $100 million when you could set it up so that you only use 21? I just saved you $16 million sitting here watching this YouTube channel, because I'm going to tell you that's what's possible if you set up what we're talking about. And that's what the big boys would do. In fact, they might even, there's just so many ways to skin this cat. If you have a C Corp that's being purchased, if the C Corp shares have been held for more than 2 years, and it's been after 1993, then you get a $10 million tax-free benefit for the sale of the C Corp per shareholder. So the first $10 million tax-free to you. That's a deal. Did you know that? No. But what about my S Corp? No. S Corps are great from $80,000 per shareholder profit to about $550 per shareholder profit. After that, below that, they hurting y'all. So, it just irks us. It doesn't hurt. It hurts. And in the last month in particular, we've had 3 clients, both come in, all of them come in and go, we're stuck in an S Corp. What do we do? I'm like, man, that's the worst. Of all the things that I see, that is the worst to try to manage. We've had one client try to do what's called an F reorg. They had to abandon it. We've had another one who just took a $200,000 tax hit so they could get their stuff out of the S Corp so they could do what we're talking about, which is going to save them over time. But for the minute, it's been a ding. Look, S Corps are a trap. It's a trap. Star Wars people. It's with the flipper. It's a trap. Unless you know what you're doing with them. And they should be limited to no assets, please. And just payment and contracts and all that. Good for that. But we see this and it just hurts, because you're like, this makes it really hard. And if you have questions, look, we're happy to just reach out, and we're happy to answer them. And, every now and then we go live and on Instagram or TikTok and just answer questions for people. So, you can reach out there or join us in one of our programs. But either way, we're here to help, and we're here to dispel misinformation with not the regular middle of the road information, with the information that we believe is the keys to the success of the future future of American citizens, which is not in your 401k or your IRA or your LLC or your S Corp. It's working with the only people that are going to survive, and that's the corporations, and being as much like them as you possibly can.
Until next time, be wealthy. And then we have a whole bunch of people who show up that have trust issues in that they've watched somebody on TikTok tell them that they should put a trust at the top of their structure, and they have all kinds of problems they don't even know that they have.
And they're told that you don't pay tax, and you have all the control, and the assets stay with you. None of that's true.
Probably the biggest one, because especially unless you're running an empire, everybody shows up and it's just them, right? And maybe they're thinking about putting their spouse in there, but I don't think people even realize why the massive, massive change that happens when you go from being a single to a multi-member in an entity. And so can you talk a little bit about that? Because I know it always shocks people that they're like, when you tell them, oh, don't you call somebody in your life that you trust and put them in a business with you? And they look like, oh, I don't know. Like, it's shocking. So.
Yeah, we had a guy 2 weeks ago come in, and almost every one of his companies was self-owned. He had C Corps, he had S Corps, he had partnerships. I mean, they were really just sole prop, single member LLCs. Right. And the way we set up our structure, we used little cool little hexagons, and the person in the middle, it was literally, I didn't have enough space around his little circle to put all the little companies that he owned. I'm like, have you been in a lawsuit yet? He goes, no. Like, that's why. Because in a lawsuit, all of those they're limited liability, not no mo, because it's just you acting like an alter ego. And then when we started talking about multi-members, well, we just set this up and figured out how to move these assets into multi-members. He's like, oh, okay, well, that's as long as I have majority ownership and majority control. What's the point? If you just own 51% or have 51% control of your partnership, it's the same as being a sole proprietorship. Ain't nobody going to vote you down. And in a lawsuit, a smart plaintiff's going to go, it's really just her doing all the things. And so we're going to include her personal assets. And I don't know what we're going to do with these other people. We're going to wipe out the LLC. No. Look, you can, in a partnership, you can bifurcate control from ownership so that you can own a very little bit, but have the control you need. And that's not a bad idea, because getting paid out of an LLC, isn't that great? State, federal, self-employment tax, gross. If you're in a blue state, you're up to 50, 60% tax if you're making some money. So ownership, we need to get out of our mindset that we need to have all the control. No, you want to have multi-members in such a way, including that C Corp that we put at the top, which also has a control matrix over your partnership, so that on paper, you've got 33% or something. But in reality, you've got 50 or more percent because of other corporate interests that have control. And so those other corporate interests we put in states where they don't report, with a great non-disclosure agreement in the operating or bylaw that says that we don't tell you anything, even though you've got the ugly black dress with the stupid wooden hammer. We don't disclose anything unless you come up with these things for which they're unable to come up, because there's no charges against those other entities. So, these are the kinds of things that we want to put into multi-member companies. But folks who show up with, I just own everything, I have to white knuckle it. This is the downfall. You think John D. Rockefeller was just owned everything?
So essentially, Mark, we have like an interesting problem with the same word. We have a ton of people who show up who have trust issues, meaning they don't trust someone enough to be in their business with them, right? That's a whole thing that we see all the time. And then we have a whole bunch of people who show up that have trust issues in that they've watched somebody on TikTok tell them that they should put a trust at the top of their structure, and they have all kinds of problems they don't even know that they have. And
they're told that you don't pay tax, and you have all the control, and the assets stay with you. None of that's true.
None of that's true. Right?
Huh?
Right. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, look, guys, and all the trust attorneys, I don't know what the deal is. I'm an enrolled agent. I'm not an attorney. I don't practice law. I'm not an idiot. I don't want to practice law. I'm going to stick in my lane. but I can read the law. I'm an American citizen. I can read it. I can even interpret it, just not for you, but I can interpret it and go, hey. And if it's from the IRS, that is in my purview. And they posted a nice little revenue resolution in 2023, happens to be on March 29th, that says, hey, y'all, since y'all been playing fast and loose with trust for decades, we're going to knock that off. We're going to lock it in. It's the best thing that the Biden administration ever did, as far as I'm concerned. So it's like, boom, here's how trusts work. Oh, well, that doesn't apply to me because, that's just a tax code. I'm sorry, what? Oh, it's regulations in the state. Okay. Well, after you die and the estate tax is levied against you because they said that the irrevocable trust that you set up really isn't an irrevocable trust because you've been playing fast and loose with it. And according to the new regulations, it's now a revocable trust. And now all the estate's put to you and you got to pay 40% tax on it or your heirs do. Did that apply after all? Yes. Oh, you're getting sued. And the plaintiff goes, well, you've been playing fast and loose with it. Oh, yeah, but that's an IRS regulation. Well, I think we should obey the IRS regulations, don't you? And if the IRS says it's not an irrevocable trust, I think we should think it's a revocable trust too. Don't you, gal in the ugly black dress with the stupid woman hammer? Yes. We should look at the law, which is pretty poignant these days as of March 2023, and go, it's not just whatever we see. There's a particular dude with a beard and weird glasses on Instagram, and I'm now his follower because I just need to get the laughs every morning when I see his posts. And he's got this weird voice. It's just tax free, and you don't want to report. You don't want to put your assets into a company that reports to everyone. Yes, you do. Because what are you going to do? Hide them? A trust can't be sued. Anybody can sue a trust if you put something public into it, like, I don't know what, bank account, house, car. Oh, there it is. Let's go sue that. Yes, your private things that are not listed, you can put into a trust, and that's not a bad idea. But we're not talking about storing for grandma. We're talking about making money. If y'all interested in making money in a revocable trust, which is most of what your trusts are talking about, there's no tax benefits and there's no asset protection. In an irrevocable trust, which is what the big powerful trusts, and they're great, you got to walk away. The tax is 37%, or it's passed down to you on your front of your 1040. Schedule E. So what are we doing again? Why are we taking something that's meant to hold assets and shoehorn it into it's great for profits? Because some bozo who hasn't actually looked at the new resolutions goes, this is how we've always done it. Yeah, well, times have changed.
The information situation is getting so bad because people are just blindly following without doing any research, and they don't realize that person is going to say whatever they want to say to get clicks, to get likes, to get subscribers. It has nothing to do with being accurate. And if you don't do your own homework, like, that is not going to be a defense that you saw on social media, right? You saw a cat dancing on social media this morning, right? That's not a court defense for anything, right? So it's wild how people are just blindly following these people who are so wrong. It is so sad to me how many of our customers, we are not the first stop because we're a smaller shop. They go to all kinds of places. They pay insane amounts of money, and they have things that don't work, are not accurate, and they somehow know in their heart it isn't right. And so they don't know what's wrong. We have a lot of people who just show up and just go, I don't exactly know what's wrong, but I know it's not right. And it's just really heartbreaking. But you have got to do some of your own research. You really do. I'm not asking you to go read the whole, Uniform Commercial Code. Mark, that's more Mark's hobby.
And look, and to be fair, you don't have to listen to us. Don't listen to us. We just want to point you in maybe an ancillary direction so that you can go, this is interesting. And the people who sign up with us who go, that makes sense. They have done their research. They've listened to all the other folks, and that's fantastic. And they've done their research and they're like, this seems to be a better direction. And those are the people we love working with because we're not trying to snow anybody. And I have had in the last 2 years, a lot of people help me understand things that even I didn't understand. I was like, I didn't understand that if you're going to set up irrevocable trusts for the shares you have in your C Corp, that the people who are the trustees of those trusts must not be in the C Corp. Otherwise, you just blew everything up because of the nature of familiar relationship with C Corp owned shares. So I'm like, God, I didn't know that. That's good. Always learning. So there's always things to do. But guys, just blindly walking around going, oh, I heard this guy on the internet because it said it's tax-free and it's Nevis or it's Cypress Trust or it's something else.
Dangerous stuff. Yeah. That is, at the end of the day, what makes us different than everyone else is that we are super committed that our clients actually learn. And that's a big difference. Like, we could spend our time just doing structures and such for people. And we do have clients that we do that for. But the majority of our time and energy is spent actually being educators and making sure that this never happens again, and that they know enough that even when their family member or their best friend come to their kitchen table and say, hey, I want to do X, Y, and Z, they go, oh my gosh, don't do that. Right. And I know why. Right. And so, I think that's really what makes our business really rewarding, actually, is how empowering them to ask questions, to negotiate, to get curious, really bring curiosity to your finances, and set aside all of your fear of things like the IRS, right? Most people are terrified of the IRS. They're not the scariest people alive. They're not even working on being the scariest people alive. So there's no reason to have all that fear. You could just have knowledge, and you would have a completely different relationship with some knowledge. So, and
even our one-on-one clients, we do a lot of work for them, but we still spend a great deal of time educating them because, if I put you into a Formula One racer, and if you don't have any racing experience, you're gonna get in that car, put your helmet on, and you're gonna go around the track. And by about turn 2, you're gonna hit the wall because you have no idea how to corner, how to manage braking, how to manage acceleration out of a turn. You don't realize that the best way to get through that turn is to actually hit the accelerator pedal, not the brake pedal. So there's a whole bunch of things. You're gonna hit the wall, but it's still a Formula One racer. Pretty great. Now, if we train you, then you may not race in the Indianapolis 500, but you're going to get around the track at 200 miles an hour. You're going to make that work. That's why you can't just hand somebody a corporate structure. And a lot of the people that we see, oh, we'll build it off for you. I mean, we have people come, they've been to one of those weekends where they got 50 trusts and 3 foundations and they're all brought together. And you're like, they spent 50 grand or 75 grand. Like, I'm so excited. I'm like, okay, well, you're clear that the assets that you put into that foundation, you can never use again, right? Because the purpose of a foundation is to benefit the community, and you and your family are not the community. And if you're trying to take stuff out of the foundation for yourself, that's embezzlement. You'll go to jail. I mean, there are few, not a few exceptions to this, but we see it all. So be careful, do your research. And if you have questions, look, we're happy to just reach out, and we're happy to answer them. And, every now and then we go live and on Instagram or TikTok and just answer questions for people. So, you can reach out there or join us in one of our programs. But either way, we're here to help, and we're here to dispel misinformation with not the regular middle of the road information, with the information that we believe is the keys to the success of the future of American citizens, which is not in your 401k or your IRA or your LLC or your S Corp. It's working with the only people that are going to survive, and that's the corporations, and being as much like them as you possibly can.
Until next time, be wealthy.
So as a retirement benefit, you got a bunch of money in your HSA, time to reimburse you for all of your medical expenses, tax-free cash hand, and it doesn't cost you a cent in taxation. That's the power of using an HSA.
Hi, welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis. And today we're going to talk about itemized deductions for your taxes. So there's 2 deductions that are not itemized, but we definitely should tell you about them. The first one is the HSA.
Absolutely. It's my favorite IRS program, and I hate IRS programs, I mean, they're by and large really awful one way or another. And like I like to say, if it's free from the government, chances are it's way too expensive to accept. And whether it's an IRA or a 401k or any of these other kind of tax deferral plans, they're usually not worth the paper they're printed on. But for an HSA, it stands for a health savings account. Not to be confused with the FSA, which is what you get from your employer and stays with your employer. There's some more limitations there. The HSA stays with you. You change jobs, you go somewhere else. It doesn't matter. It's always you. The contributions you put into an HSA, tax exempt. It's 2025, so the limits that we have to be able to contribute to an HSA is $4,300 if you're single. That $4,300 comes off the front of your 1040, not taxable income. But what gets better, Sterling, is that once you put the money in, you can put it into investments, stocks, bonds, whatever your particular brokerage will allow. And any money that you make in there, no matter how much it is, like I've got an HSA, it's up, I don't know, 90% in the last 18 months since I started this particular cycle. And that's all tax-free. Better than that, it doesn't even get reported on your tax income, on your taxes, because the IRS is like, that's income that is tax-free and we don't want to know about it. This all works amazingly as long as when you pull money out of your HSA, it's for medical expenses, medically necessary. So, if you want to go get a boob job, unless you've had cancer, heaven forbid, that boob job is not going to work for your HSA. But if it was for cancer or if you had some other medically necessary situation, then the money comes out of your HSA to pay for those things, including the deductible on your health insurance and no taxes. Pretty great. So what do you need to get an HSA? You have to have an exchange listed insurance policy. You can only have that policy and you can't be on Medicare. So if you're on Medicare, this isn't going to work because, Medicare always gets this pound of flesh from you no matter what. And if you didn't know that, they have I think it's a 4-year look back period. And, if you go back and you're like, oh, I put all my stuff into an LLC or an irrevocable trust, and then you die 2 years later and you've been using Medicare heavily, they'll still come take your stuff. So be careful about Medicare. You can't have an HSA on Medicare. So then you have to have a high deductible health plan. High deductible health plan means that your deduction or your deductible can't be less than $3,000. Now, some of you are like, well, that's a big deductible. Yeah, I know it is. But remember, you're going to be putting $4,300 a year into your health savings account so that if you ever did have a medical thing where you had to pay for the whole deductible, it's already in your health savings account. How's this sound so far?
Pretty good. I'm still kind of confused about what I can use the money to do. I can invest with it. There's restrictions around that, or can I go out and just buy Bitcoin if I want, or do they have some rules about how I can invest it?
There's not really any particular rules on the IRS side as to how you can invest it, but there are rules on the brokerages who allow HSA. So I have mine in Fidelity, no ad for Fidelity at all, just where it happens to be. And Fidelity won't let me trade options, won't let me trade crypto, but I can trade crypto stocks and all that. I also can't short stocks. It has to be just straight purchases and things like that. So you also can't go out and do real estate with it. Fidelity won't let me take that out. In terms of medical expenses, again, as long as it's medically necessary, you're good. And what's really crazy is you can use your HSA as sort of a tax-free, no issue investment plan, kind of like your 401k, but way better. And here's why. In a 401k, or a IRA traditional, when you invest, all the stuff that you make there comes to you it's tax-free. But unlike in an HSA, where the minute you pull that out of your 401k or your IRA, even for medical expenses, even after you're 59 and a half, you're still being taxed at ordinary income rates. And what does that mean? Well, that means if you're a 32% tax bracket single guy like me or higher, then you've got to be like, I made $1 million in my 401k. I'm pulling that out to pay for some medical thing, or maybe I'm just pulling it out. Then I'm going to be taxed at, well, of course, $1 million, I'm going to be taxed at 37%. But in an HSA, no matter how much money I pull out of it for medical expenses, it's always tax-free. In your 401k and your IRA, no, not so. It's going to come out and be taxed to you at nearly the worst possible rate. Worse, if you'd have just put your money into the markets and not had it in an IRA and just held I'm making it up, your Apple stock. Then if you sold your Apple stock and needed to sell it for medical expenses, you would have been taxed at long-term capital gains rate, which is the best taxation in the code. But in HSA, no taxation. And so you might be saying, well, this sounds pretty great. What's the downside? Well, there's no free lunch with the IRS. If you're under the age of 65 and need to pull the money out for something other than medical, 25% fine and ordinary income tax. So very, very bad. We do not want to pull the money out of our HSA for anything other than medical. I mean, if you have an emergency, you have an emergency. After 65 and older, then you can pull it out for anything you want, and then it acts just like a 401k, ordinary income tax. But what the secret is, there is no limit to how long you can wait to be reimbursed from your HSA if you pay for your medical expenses first with cash. So let me give you an example. So let's say you made $100,000 in your HSA account over the course of 40 years. That's pretty nice. But you've had to whittle it down because every time you use your HSA, by the way, you get a debit card. Like I have a debit card and you can go to the doctor and it just pays. It's pretty great. So every time you pay with your HSA, though, it lowers the principal in your account, which means now you can't invest it tax-free as much. But what if you never used your HSA, but kept all the medical receipts? So now you've made $100,000 in your account and you've done it without ever having to use the HSA. You just keep putting money in tax-free and it keeps accumulating tax-free. You're paying with cash. By the way, if you're self-employed, you also get the health insurance premium deduction. And if you're itemizing, which we're going to talk about in a second, you can actually write off the medical expenses you had. So 40 years later, you've got $100,000 of accumulated income tax-free. And now you get to say, I'm going to have my HSA reimburse me for all the medical expenses that I personally paid, for which I kept my receipts. And that could be $400,000, $800,000, whatever the amount that your HSA can obviously cover and should be able to cover. That money comes to you as a balloon payment on a loan that you took from your HSA. It's not really a loan. It's just that you never took the reimbursement, and there's no limit on how much that reimbursement can be and how long you can wait to get the reimbursement. Thanks so much for joining us here on Stacks Over Tax. And if you have enjoyed being with us so far as much as we've enjoyed being with you, smash that subscribe button and make sure you hit the little bell for notifications so that every time we put out a new video or any other kind of content, you're notified and you can have the great time again with us. Thanks so much. So as a retirement benefit, you got a bunch of money in your HSA, time to reimburse you for all of your medical expenses, tax-free, cash hand, and it doesn't cost you a cent in taxation. That's the power of using an HSA. And when I first got mine, I was like, oh, this is great. I get to pay for all my medical. And then I went, wait a minute. Let's not. Let's me pay for it, keep the receipts, and then when I retire, whenever that is, at 140 probably, I'm going to have all these medical bills that I'll have personally paid that I can extract from my HSA as a nice balloon cash payment.
Wow. That's amazing as an investment strategy.
It's pretty great. And not a lot of people are talking about it. I didn't know about it until somebody on, ironically, Instagram, where we are, was saying it. I'm like, is that really so? And I went and did some research. Totally legit. And this is one of the reasons why the HSA is my favorite IRS program, hands down.
Wow. If you learned so much with us today and you want some more information about wealth strategies, make sure and check out our next video.
The only time you get to take the charitable mileage to your church is on Sunday mornings or Saturdays if you're Jewish, that you donate. If you're not donating money or donating time and can prove it, you can't take the charitable mileage. So some of you might be like, well, so if I find a couple of pennies in the gutter every time I go to church and I put a penny in the offering plate, does that count? Technically.
Hi, and welcome to this episode of Stacks Over Tax. My name's Sterling Grace, and with me is Mark Lewis. And today on our episode, we're going to discuss automotive expenses and itemizing them on your taxes, because this is a really a place where there's just so much bad information out there, and we want to make sure and get you really cleared up so that you're doing this in the most efficient way possible.
There's been a lot of conjecture about, hey, if I take business mileage, does that set me up for an audit? Do people who take business mileage get audited more often than others? As an enrolled agent, I'm not actually able to talk about what they call the audit lottery. But what I can tell you is that personally, the people who I've seen who obviously are not professional drivers. If you're a professional driver, you have to take these miles. But if you're just driving a little bit here and there, it may not be beneficial for you to add a deduction that could fall under scrutiny if it's only maybe a few $100s or maybe a couple $1,000s of deductions. And here's why. Most people don't do the business mileage side of the deductions correctly. There's two sides to getting auto deductions for the cars that you drive if they're not owned by a business. One is you just take the expenses of the car that you're driving. The other is you take business mileage. Well, business mileage requires a journal. And some of you think, oh, yeah, I journal my business mileage. Well, not so fast. You have to journal your personal mileage, your medical mileage, your charitable donation mileage. All of it needs to be in that journal. Why do they do it that way? Well, because if your car is being used for less than 50% business mileage, that's when you can fall under scrutiny and go, well, this really is, you're spending 60% of the car taking your kids to school and going to Walmart, where, this is not really a business vehicle. Technically speaking, business mileage is business mileage, and it's a very nice deduction, well over 70 cents a mile here in 2025. It goes up every year. But we really want to be careful that the journal that we're taking our notes in isn't just the business mileage, it's all the mileage. And the good news is, Sterling actually pointed me a few months ago to a couple of apps that in your phone can actually track that for you. And all you have to do is just turn on the GPS tracker and then say, this is business mileage, this is charitable mileage, this is medical mileage. And then it does that for you, builds the journal. Much nicer than the way I used to have to do it, and sometimes still do it, which is in a little notebook or a journal itself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, completely. And I know that for myself, I don't do mileage. I think I do my expenses, is what my CPA told me.
You think you do? That's funny.
Well,
if you don't have a journal, though, Sterling,
pro around here, and the other one is not.
Well, if you don't have a journal, I promise you which one you're doing. I already know which one that is, which, yes, is the expenses of the vehicle itself, the repairs, the tires, the gasoline, even the upholstery that you had to have the word I want to say is not revamped, just shampooed, just because, you got mud on it. All of that is able to be deducted. However, to do that, you have to absolutely be able to prove that your vehicle is being used for business purposes 50% or more of the time. If that's not provable, then you lose those deductions. Now, some of you might be like, well, wait a minute, how do you prove that? Well, a journal is a great way to do so, but it's also a possible way to incriminate yourself and going, oh, shoot, I am taking the kids to the dentist and to the school a lot more than I'm driving business miles. But generally, if you can, like we all like to say, if you can defend it, you can keep it. And that, in this case, the deduction. So if the deduction that you're taking on your car is reasonable and it's clear that you're using it every day for business, driving to clients or whatever that is, then great. Remember, though, please don't miss this. If you're going to a job, that is never deductible. You cannot deduct the mileage or the expenses because you're driving to a job. Now, I know most people understand that, but some people are putting business use of their vehicle on their 1040s, and they're just going to a W-2 job. No W-2 job counts. And by the way, for those of you who have S corporations and you're required to work for the company as a W-2 employee, as an employee owner, the miles that you rack up to do W-2 work for the company don't count, even though you're an owner. Don't make that mistake. And that will get you audited. And S corps are sometimes prey for those kinds of things because people think, oh, because I'm an owner, everything's deductible. Not so, because you're actually an employee. Now let's talk about fleets. Sterling's all about the fleet cars. Some of you don't understand all the things that she's done in her life, but we love fleets. If you have a fleet of vehicles in your company, you cannot take mileage. Nope. Always expenses. The good news is, because it's in a business, theoretically, it's 100% used for the business. So all the expenses are write-offable. But if it's a fleet of vehicles, you cannot take mileage. Now, how many vehicles does it require before the IRS says you're a fleet? Do you know?
No. 5.
5. Very good. You got it. 5 vehicles. Yes. If you have 5 or more vehicles in your company. Now that, by the way, can include a motorcycle. So don't make that mistake. If you're like, oh, I got 4 trucks and a motorcycle in the company. Yeah, that's 5. You can't take mileage. And that's including if you're doing CDLs, you're driving semis across country, you cannot take that mileage. So expenses only. Now, when we talk about medical mileage, that's much, much less charitable, and medical mileage are much, much less, but still potential deductions if you write them off. Medical mileage is pretty obvious. Anything that you're going that's medically necessary, again, your boob job is not going to do it unless you've got a medical reason for that, not just cosmetic. So if you're driving to the medical, even if you drive to the pharmacy, that's medical mileage. It goes in your journal. But charitable mileage, what does that mean? Generally, anytime you're driving to support a certified or acknowledged nonprofit organization, the American Red Cross, your local church that's a 501c3, anything like that, but only if you're going to serve or donate. So typically we go to the American Red Cross to donate blood. That's a deduction under charitable mileage. Now, it's not medical mileage because you're not actually getting served, even though they're putting a little thing in you're actually giving blood. So that's charitable. But if you go to your church, and a lot of guys get this wrong, oh, I'm going to go to my church and I'm going to go sit in the service. That's charitable. No. Unless you're the preacher. And of course, that's a whole different thing. They're under a whole different set of situations. If you're there to play organ and you're donating your time, then yes, if you're donating your time, that's charitable. But if you're sitting at a pew worshiping, that's not. You're a suck on the church. You're taking from them. The only time you get to take the charitable mileage to your church is on Sunday mornings or Saturdays, if you're Jewish, that you donate. If you're not donating money or donating time and can prove it, you can't take the charitable mileage. So some of you might be like, well, so if I find a couple of pennies in the gutter every time I go to church and I put a penny in the offering plate, does that count? Technically, yes. Thanks so much for joining us here on Stacks Over Tax. And if you have enjoyed being with us so far as much as we've enjoyed being with you, smash that subscribe button and make sure you hit the little bell for notifications so that every time we put out a new video or any other kind of content, you're notified and you can have the great time again with us. Thanks so much.
Wow. Okay. Well, great reason to volunteer and be of service in your community. And so, besides the obvious reasons. So,
yeah, that's a whole different conversation about churches. And, who was I talking to? I was talking to somebody yesterday or day before, and they were saying about their church. And we were talking to them about possibility of doing structure for their business. He goes, well, I work at a church and they're a nonprofit. I'm like, well, most churches are and don't realize that they shouldn't be. And he's like, what? I'm like, First Amendment of the Constitution, churches are tax exempt. And anybody who says a church should be under a 501c3 to get a tax deduction is obviously mimicking what CPAs and everybody else in the IRS says. But that's just so that the IRS can have control over the church. A church, if a real church under the First Amendment, it's freedom of religion, y'all, which means it's freedom from tax. But that's a different podcast.
We have a section on history if you want to go check that out in one of our other podcasts. So Mark can tell you all kinds of beautiful things about American history. And I think we could probably do an entire TV show just about history. But the other thing I was thinking about automotive is all the folks who run out to buy Land Rovers and G-Wagons because of weight. Mm-hmm. Right. And so is that still a thing? Is that still a whole issue about how much something weighs?
Yeah.
Be write offable? What is that nowadays?
It's a really good question. So there's a bunch of ways to deduct business expenses. It's not just, I wrote it for my business, and so I get to deduct it. There's de minimis, there's Section 179, there's depreciation, there's amortization, and then there's everything that's sitting on the various business forms that are clear and presently available to be deducted, like bad debts, marketing, those kinds of things, licenses and taxes. And then the last one is other deductions. Those live on the actual business forms. So when we're talking about a G-Wagon, which, by the way, those things I'm sorry, they're ugly. You go to Beverly Hills, they're everywhere. And I'm like, it's like a big box with wheels. Really?
Well, they're better than the Tesla truck. So they drive better.
Interestingly enough, the Tesla truck gets a better deduction because it also gets the energy credit.
Yes. However, you have the status of driving around in a Tesla truck.
Well, I guess it depends on what you really want.
I mean, it's quite a thing these days. So.
Look, out here in Tennessee, we don't see them that often, and thank God. But if you really want to drive something, it used to be, people look at G-Wagons and like, oh, look at a G-Wagon. Nah, nobody looks at a G-Wagon, but everybody looks at a Tesla truck. Maybe not for the best reasons, but they're like, oh.
I heard the raccoons are trying to break into them because they look like trash dumpsters. So, I know. It's a thing. Well, I've seen that twice now.
As long as the bears don't think so, then we're okay.
Yes.
I have to tell you my story about my younger brother and the black bear that literally tore his Ford Escort doors off because he left an apple in an igloo in a sealed car. Yeah. And the bear
never leave food in my car, ever, for any reason. After that happened to Mark's brother, I don't leave a candy wrapper in my car because I'm often up at a lake cabin that we have. And it's now every single time I get out of that car, I scour that whole car to make sure there's not a bubble gum wrapper in that car. So at least my beautiful vehicle be succumbed to the wildlife of that area. So.
Yes. And the wildlife, the latest visitor of about what I would consider a 90-pound mountain lion. Yes, we want to be very careful.
Yes. My new neighbor is majestic, but we don't want to be feeding her snacks. So.
Well, as you pointed out, we don't know where the coyotes went. Oh, you think?
All the coyotes are gone. She's looking really healthy. So I'm not terribly opposed to that, given how much they have overrun up there. So circle of life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. I cannot escape the circle of life, it seems.
Thanks.
In all the ways. So, inside joke. Anyway, what are we talking about?
We were talking about those god-awful Tesla trucks.
The Tesla trucks. The weight limit. Yes, the bonus depreciation. Right. So bonus depreciation means that Congress, it's never the IRS, y'all. The IRS cannot keep its promises, especially those of you who are screaming about how great Roth IRAs are. You just wait until they change the rules on you the way they changed them on the traditional IRAs and 401ks, and they will willy-nilly. Not the IRS, Congress. The bureaucrats, those are the people who run everything. And some people say it's Trump. It's not. It's the Congress has extended and re-upped bonus depreciation on real estate, first of all, which means that if you buy a $1 million property, you can depreciate all $1 million off of it, off your taxes in the year that you buy it, which is pretty great. Problem, though, you can only depreciate passive investments up to the amount of the passive income. And if you don't have the passive income to take all $1 million, you lose the $1 million depreciation because you can only take bonus depreciation once. So for you real estate people, yes, yeah, rah, great. Think carefully. We're going to talk about how you can get around this in many clever ways, but not in this particular podcast. Stay tuned. For the G-Wagons, that rule basically is any vehicle, business vehicle over $6 6,000 pounds. That means that it cannot weigh 6,000 pounds. Not 5,999. My truck weighs 5,698. Won't qualify. Not 6,000 pounds. 6,001 pound. Yes. Let's get that correct. Then you have 100% bonus depreciation. Now, because vehicles don't tend to make rental income, there's no passive income limitation on a big G-Wagon that weighs over 6,000 pounds. The Cybertruck weighs over 6,000, doesn't it?
As many of them are going around, I got to assume it does. And it just looks that heavy.
It looks heavy. I mean, it looks like a really pregnant giant DeLorean with aluminum.
Oh, yeah, it kind of does.
Yeah.
If only it would take us back to the future. So what year would you want to go back to if you were going to go back to the future?
That's a great question. Do you know what year that would be? It would be 2014. You know why?
Oh.
Because I'd buy a lot of Bitcoin.
That's really funny. I'm going to go back to 1932 to buy some cars. So there's a lot of other things not going on so great back then. However, it'd be nice to have like a few things I really, really loved, start off.
Well, if you could go back once, then you could probably go back twice. Go back to 2014, come up to 2025, and then go back to 1932. 2025.
Oh, yeah. We definitely want 32 for sure. 32 to 38 probably. So
actually, if I was really crazy, I would go back to 1913 and tell all the guys who got on the Titanic, don't get on. The guys who were going to oppose the federal bank, the Federal Reserve, and go, don't get on.
So
yeah. Anyway, so how that works is because they're not rental vehicles, they typically aren't, you do get to depreciate the entire vehicle the year that you bought it. And that was being reduced about 20% every year. And then this particular big, beautiful bill allowed that to re-up back to 100%, and pretty good.
Out of curiosity, that bill that came through, what will happen at the end of that term? Will those things still be in play, or will they be back up for discussion again? So I was trying to figure out if that's an issue, would you be better off now to take advantage of the situation, so to speak?
Oh.
Or is this going to be something that's going to be carried forward?
Great question. Case in point, the qualified business income deduction, which has now been made permanent by Congress, which is 20% of your self-employment income tax-free. Pretty great, up to certain limits. What we know when I was learning about my enrolled agent status and studying for those exams is that in the rule books, it says the IRS has made this XYZ permanent until it decides to unpermanentize it and make it something else. So if there's a great deal coming to you on a silver platter from the IRS, from Congress, don't expect it to be around long, because in the blink of an eye, and it can even happen in the same administration, it can go away and it's gone and you missed it. So if you're looking to buy a Cybertruck or a G-Wagon or, a dually F-350 or whatever they are, a Ram 3500, whatever they are, then this is a really good time to do it. They say it's going to continue. Who knows? Who can know? And since betting on what the IRS is going to do in tax incentives vis-a-vis Congress is really investing, I am certainly not your investment advisor and could not tell you what to do with your money based on what the IRS is going to do.
Got it. Well, just thought I'd ask. Again, you're always so good at weaving both what's currently happening and, the historical political landscape and how that impacts wealth, because it really, really does. And I don't think that a lot of people really take that into evaluation when they think about their long-term financial planning. So,
yeah, if the biggest expense that we have is taxes, which arguably it is for most folks and most businesses, the ability to keep your profits and being able to plan ahead and take advantage of tax incentives while they show up, depending on your industry, that probably, other than making the profit, is the most important thing you could be doing. More important than management, more important than investment, more important than efficiency, is that if you're kicking out 40, 50. In some of y'all's cases in blue states, 60% tax on your profits because you live in a blue state. Isn't it, no matter what you did, wouldn't the most effective thing you could do be to drop your taxes from 50% to 25%? Because you see, now you gained 50% more of the money you were putting out for taxes that could go to pay for marketing, scaling, employment, widget making, resources, R&D, all of that available without you having to make another dollar that is taxed. To me, that's the most important conversation business owners should have, and that it's extremely unlikely that unless you have an 11, 12-figure CFO who really understands how it all works, that you should never trust the simple word of your CPA, whose job it is, quite frankly, to be an accountant for you and fill out your taxes, not actually take action for you to do tax planning.
Every client we have that comes to us, every single client we have that comes to us has a well-meaning CPA. And that just isn't getting them there. Wow, Mark, that was so educational about automotive expenses for your taxes. I really appreciate it. Especially making sure that people are using either that mileage log or knowing the difference between taking mileage and taking expenses. As always, we absolutely love teaching wealth strategies, and we look forward to hearing from you about what your questions are about automotive expenses or other itemized expenses. You can drop them below. And also just make sure you smash and like that subscribe button so that the bell will notify you next time we're on.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Stacks Over Tax. And if this has been valuable to you, please join us in our next video. We talk about how everything that we've learned about finance, really from the boomers and from the greatest generation, is absolutely backwards from what we have to do now. Because all those things that they taught us about, save money and buy your house with cash. Yeah, that was great in 1948 and 1961 maybe, but it is not how we have to do it in 2025.
Wow, Mark, what I realized when I was working on my taxes for the year is that most of the deductions, the itemized deductions, are gone now. And so we should really talk about what's left and what's great about what's left. The first one, of course, being medical, which I obviously have had several years of having a lot of medical expenses because I got really, really sick with COVID. And it was very surprising to me, though, how much those bills just rack up so quickly. So grateful to be feeling so much better so I can join you all. But let's talk a little bit about medical expenses for those folks that are unfortunately dealing with that in this season of their life.
Yeah, we're very glad that you're back with us in strength. And medical expenses, especially as we get older in years, can really mess up everybody's retirement plans. There's this idea that when we pull our money out of our 401ks or our IRAs after we're 59 and a half, that our tax bracket will be quite a bit lower because we're retiring. Well, first of all, no one's retiring at 59 and a half. That's those days. It's not 1953, maybe 79 and a half, maybe 69 and a half, but not 59. So there's no real way for us to begin taking the required things out of your 401k. You have to take money out every year once you hit a certain age. And granted, that's quite a bit up there in the 70s, but still the money needs to start coming out, and that's going to raise your tax bracket. But the other thing that people don't realize is that it isn't the amount of income that you're getting hit with a tax bracket. You're also having to pay medical expenses. Now, hopefully you have good insurance, and insurance obviously defrays the majority of those expenses, we hope, depending on your, if you have a health savings account or an FSA, as long as you had a good plan with good coverage, then great. But somewhere in there, you're going to have some significant medical expenses. And as you get older and older, those can easily require you to have to pull more money out of your retirement, thus bringing your tax bracket right back to where it was. And people don't really talk about this. So we need to be able to deduct those medical expenses that go way above, and even if slightly above, our standard deduction. Now here in 2025, we just had our standard deduction boosted up quite a bit more. It's over $15,000 now per person, which is great. And to be able to figure out how to itemize deductions at all, to take itemize, you're going to calculate the big few, which is medical, which we can talk about in a second, your local taxes, which includes your property tax, your sales tax, if you've kept receipts, and that's any sale, you don't have to have a business or anything, just sales tax. Interest on your property is another one that you can take as long as your loan is $750,000 or less. And if you just take those few and add those together, along with your charitable deductions, if it's greater than $15,000 a person, or the standard deduction, whatever year this is, you're watching it, then it's advantageous for you to file as an itemized deduction filer. That's Schedule A, if you didn't know. It used to be, like Sterling said, we had a ton of all kinds of itemized deductions and credits and things like this. Those are all gone and basically broken down into what we're going to talk about here in this podcast. The first one being medical. And medical is great. Not that we want to be spending money on medical. I get that. And the deductions, the deductible medical expenses are only those that are medically necessary. So you have to be able to prove that the vitamins and the supplements that you're taking are actually good for you and medically necessary. And if you can do that, then great, you can deduct them. But here's the rule. Unlike with a C corporation, which has a cap on the top, we as social slaves have a cap on the bottom. The AGI, that's your adjusted gross income. It says so on where that is on the 1040 form. Your AGI is, once you figure out what that is, your medical expenses have to be 7.5% greater than your AGI. Your adjusted gross income. So, for example, if you have a $100,000 AGI and you have $10,000 in medical expenses, 7.5% is $7,500. That means you have $2,500 left over of your $10,000 medical expenses that you get to deduct off of your off of your Schedule A, your itemized deductions. And that's pretty much how it is. It's a really easy math. It's not hard. Just as long as your expenses are above that 7.5% of your AGI, everything above that is deductible. Yeah. Like, I broke my leg one year and had to spend a mid-5-figure number on having things repaired, even with insurance. And that was a really nice tax year where, I basically paid no tax because my itemized deductions were so high because of the medical side.
Yes, it's never usually the expense that you're expecting, right? And oftentimes not the time of life you're expecting it. That's the one thing about. It was the one thing about. The pandemic is it was not a respecter of person about age or anything else. So, yeah. Wow. Okay. So if we lost all these deductions, besides medical, let's talk about the one that's always so surprising to me, which is the sales tax deduction. Now, Mark and I have known each other for 20 years. And for 20 years, I have watched this man literally save every tiny scrap of paper ever that's a receipt. And I thought, I don't know why he does this. This doesn't make any sense to me. Until finally the light bulb came on about why it is that he's saving all these tiny little slips of paper. And now I'm the person in our community hounding everyone about the fact they have to save every single receipt every single time. So let's talk about sales tax deduction.
Yeah, the one that nobody talks about. And everybody should be talking about right now, because with the big, beautiful bill, they just changed the rules. The rules used to be you either took the sales tax deduction or your local tax deduction, which we're going to talk about in a second. They can never be more than $10,000. Now, look, $10,000 on the single side, if you're single or married filing separately or had a household, that's a thing. That's a big deal, especially if you're only trying to get over the $15,000 standard deduction. So let's say you got a few $1,000s in medical, some charitable deductions, and a $10,000 sales tax deduction. You definitely want to itemize. And most people should, because if you're in a state like I am here in Tennessee, where sales tax is 10%, that means if you spent $100,000 on things, food, clothing, whatever that is, that's going to max out. You're going to be in a good space. But it used to be either the sales tax deduction or the local tax meaning also your property tax. That's included. One of the reasons we don't talk about sales tax deduction, and I say we, by that I mean us tax preparers, is because we're generally told by the IRS that we don't want to share with clients particular deductions that have a big burden of proof. So this has probably one of the biggest burdens of proof, which is got to keep all your receipts all year. That's a lot of receipts to have to go through and prove. And you can't use a credit card statement because the credit card statement does not delineate the sales tax portion, only the total portion. So that doesn't work. You have to have the sales tax, you have to have the receipts. But now with the big, beautiful bill, not only do we get the sales tax deduction, married filing jointly folks get a bump from $10,000 to $20,000 on the sales tax deduction, and we can claim the local tax deductions up to $40,000 total. So what does that mean? So if I'm single, which I am, and I've got a $10,000 sales tax deduction, which I'm going to take if I can, then if I have a big, beautiful house in San Diego County, Southern California, that's charging me $30,000 a year in property taxes, I can now take all $30,000 of that property tax and the $10,000 from the sales tax, bundle them together for a $40,000 deduction on my Schedule A itemized deductions. If you're married filing jointly, it could be $20,000 and $20,000 for a 40. And that's going to be available to us through 2029, which is unbelievable. Right now, for everybody who's getting a lot of personal income, it's free cash for the next, whatever it is, 4 years, 5 years. Thanks so much for joining us here on Stacks Over Tax. And if you have enjoyed being with us so far, as much as we've enjoyed being with you, smash that subscribe button and make sure you hit the little bell for notifications so that every time we put out a new video or any other kind of content, you're notified and you can have the great time again with us. Thanks so much.
Wow, that's amazing, Mark. Okay, totally worth it to save all the receipts and chase the people down when they don't give you one. So
yeah. Well, we were talking about a G-Wagon earlier. Well, if you buy a $200,000 G-Wagon at 10% here in Tennessee, that's your $20,000 right there.
Maybe we got to go shopping more often. No, we're learning to invest these days. That's what we're working on. We're not working on shopping. We're learning to be a person who invests money, not spends money. So
that's correct. Well, and in one of our other podcasts, we talk about how everything that we've learned about finance from the boomers and from the greatest generation is absolutely backwards from what we have to do now. Because all those things that they taught us about, save money and, buy your house with cash. Yeah, that was great in 1948 and 1961, maybe, but it is not how we have to do it in 2025.
Nope, it's not going to get us there. However, the lottery might. So the lottery's been exceptionally high lately. And so high, I think I even convinced you to go buy a ticket, didn't I?
You didn't convince me, but you said it was very convincing.
It was very convincing. So,
yes.
Yeah. But, obviously I didn't win yet. So I'm convinced I'm going to win the lottery, but I haven't won yet. So tell me about my gambling losses, because now I think I'm up to like $50 this year in lottery tickets, which is a lot of lottery tickets for me.
With no winnings?
But I think I won $4 the other day, which was the concern I had, because I remember you told me that I can claim my deductions about losses up to the point that I won. Well, when I won the little $4, they took my ticket. And then I realized, how am I going to prove I won $4? So that's the question I have. Tell me about lotteries and gambling losses. And should other people have potentially maybe other gambling habits that are not a $50 problem?
Well, I don't know. A $50 problem sounds like a pretty good problem compared to most people's gambling habit problems. I mean, it's hard to watch Netflix now without, FanDuel coming on or some other gambling thing. I'm like, really? Okay, great. If you're good at that kind of thing.
Well, I think it's fascinating that they only direct those ads to men. No woman I know gets any gambling ads at all. It's one of the things I've been looking at when it comes to advertising that's done to men and women, is we don't get advertising for things that are risk behaviors. Mm-hmm. They advertise risk behaviors to men.
That's fascinating.
Right. Uh-huh.
It's actually not fascinating. It's not surprising. Not surprising when these mega corporations have sunk billions of dollars into psychographics to know exactly what will appeal. Yeah. Why would you send a high risk advertisement to the female? Why would you do that?
Yeah. So if you're a woman watching this, get your guy to turn on, show you on his Instagram what gets advertised to him, and his Facebook what gets advertised to him, even his YouTube account what gets advertised to him. It is radically different than what they're advertising to you. So not only do we have the pink tax on razors, we're not getting invited to the party when it comes to to gambling. So
yeah, it's true. And so in that, I mean, look, I understand gambling. I've been thrown out of more than one casino for counting cards. So
that's a different episode.
In blackjack is what I mean. So yeah, don't do that anymore. Can't really do that. Just keep walking, Lewis, by the casino. Keep walking. So gambling losses are deductible on your Schedule A, the itemized, as long as what you're deducting is not greater than your winnings. So in your case, Sterling, you lost $50 and won $4, so you can deduct $4 of your losses. That's simple math.
But how do I prove the 4 that I won?
If they took your ticket, I don't know. I really did. That's bad. I don't know.
I know. I
should have told them that was your private property.
Receipt. I wasn't sure what to ask for, so I just gave them the ticket.
Yeah, you should get a receipt for that, because remember, the lottery ticket is your property. The money is what you get in exchange for giving them your property, which is the winning ticket. So the money is not yours, the ticket is. Once you give them the ticket, then you've given them the right to be the holder in due course of that particular negotiable instrument that they negotiate, in your case, for $4. But they should still give you a receipt for you giving them something.
Next time I will go somewhere potentially higher in education than the local gas station. So,
yeah. Yes, please.
Need a bookie to turn in my lottery ticket, apparently.
Yeah, with security.
With security. So for $4. So far, I'm committed to winning. I remember you talking about casualty and theft, and how is that work?
Yeah. So if you've got somebody comes in, like I was robbed at gunpoint many years ago in my own house, and a whole bunch of equipment in the studio I had at that time was taken and stolen. The difference between what the insurance pays you, because obviously you can't write off all your losses if insurance reimburses you. That's tax fraud. You can't do that. But whatever the difference is, if there is a difference, then that is deductible off your Schedule A as well. Also, if the difference is in your favor, that's taxable. So if you lost $100,000 of stuff and the fair market value, and the insurance pays you $110,000, you just have a $10,000 taxable event. So be careful about that. Casualty is the same. If you had a loss on your house because there was a flood, like I did several years ago, over $100,000, that can be deducted as well. So casualty, losses, those kinds of things that were not a part of your plan at all, but left you in the hole, deductible on Schedule A. Especially, I'll also say, and in particular, if you're in a federally declared disaster area.
Right. Yeah. Like here in Los Angeles, we have 10,000 people who lost their home, and they are obviously getting insurance money, but as you could probably imagine, a lot of it would not cover a rebuild to be done in those areas. And so now their property's now going up on the market. I'm watching that happen over in the Pasadena area and the Palisades area. And the market value is, it's somebody's going to get a great deal. So
pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
Same with Ashland, North Carolina, that whole area after the hurricane.
On a much more fun note, let's talk about property taxes, because that's a huge deduction for people, especially depending upon where you live. Like our property taxes in Los Angeles are insane. A little bit less than Tennessee, but let's talk about how that works for folks.
A lot more than Tennessee. I mean, we're doing like pennies on the square. We're doing like pennies on the percentage here. But in California, you're in the 5 figures for property taxes. And until recently, we talked about earlier in this podcast, recently you either had to choose the sales tax deduction or the local tax, property tax deduction. But now you get included up to a $40,000 max with your sales tax deduction, which makes those people who are living in high value real estate states, puts them in a really, really great position, a position that we've not actually ever seen, which is that a $40,000 itemized tax deduction is available. Pretty great. Up until 2029.
And then if you still have a loan on your property, you can deduct the interest as well. But I remember you saying that there's some sort of cap about how much that needs to be. What is that?
Yeah. You get all the interest deductible up to a loan that's $750,000. Above that, then it's any money on the loan that's above that, the interest doesn't count. So you'd have to create some kind of a ratio. So if it was a $1.5 million loan, you could only deduct half of the interest, that kind of situation. But the first $750,000 of that loan, interest is tax-free.
Health insurance is a big topic these days. Can you tell us a little bit about how that works for folks, like myself that are self-employed, how that works on our taxes? Because I'm not entirely sure. I sort of still depend on my CPA. I give him all the information and then I just hope to God that he knows what he's doing. Now, I have a really great CPA, which is amazing, but I know most folks don't. So how does this work for health insurance?
Well, health insurance for self-employed is really, really great. You basically get to write off all the health insurance premiums you personally pay. Now, this has nothing to do if you have a W-2 job and your company's paying for that. That is not it at all. Or if you're personally paying for health insurance and your W-2, or if you're an owner of a company or anything like that, that does not count. Only if you have self-employment income. Self-employment income also includes guaranteed payments, which are not qualified business income. So you don't get the deduction on guaranteed payments from LLCs, but does count as self-employment income for the health insurance deduction. And the limit is you can deduct all of the health insurance premiums that you've paid for yourself and your family as long as it's less than the profit that you made from self-employment income. So if you have $10,000 this year of health insurance premiums and you have $12,000 of self-employment income, you can deduct all the health insurance premiums that you earned, that you had to pay this year. It's a pretty great deal, especially when you consider combining that with an HSA so that your health insurance premiums, because the HSA cannot pay for health insurance premiums. That's an interesting thing to say. The health savings account can pay for all your medically necessary procedures and things and drugs and all that, but cannot pay for the health insurance premium. But your health insurance premium is tax deductible if you're self-employed.
Okay. And just to be clear, my HSA can pay the deductible though, right?
Yes, it can. Absolutely. It's kind of the purpose of an HSA, really, especially in the beginning when when your deductible might be $4,000 and your first contribution is $4,300. So it'll cover that.
Let's talk about one of my favorite deductions, which is charity.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big person who believes in philanthropy and giving back in their community. And so let's talk about what the guidelines are around charity and giving and how that's changed.
Charity is obviously important from an energetic standpoint, much less a tax standpoint. You donating your effort is not the same as you donating your money. Now, remember, you going and donating time and effort and those kinds of things is never tax deductible. Never. You can donate a car as a charitable donation, but that's still a thing that you're donating that you'll get a receipt for and get a donation from. But in the tax world, we need to be really sure, especially for those of you who do regular donations to things like, let's say, churches, you don't get a deduction for charity if the aggregate donations that you've made for the year are less than your standard deduction. And for those of you who are married filing jointly, that's $30,000+ a year. And if you've only donated $20,000 and you really don't have any other itemized deductions, you're going to lose the tax benefit because the standard deduction is already going to cover that. If you're donating for tax purposes, which hopefully that's not the only reason you're donating, donate to be sure that you're going to go in combination with the other deductions we've talked about, the medical, the SALT, the property tax. Make sure that's going to push you over the standard deduction. Otherwise, you're going to lose that deduction. Now, one of the new things that happened is that we now have a floor on charitable deductions for the first time since I've been alive, as far as I know. And that is that you have to donate more than 0.5% of your adjusted gross income. But really, that's sort of inconsequential, because for that to matter at all anyway, you have to get over your standard deduction. Now, unless you're making millions and millions of dollars, then yes, then that will certainly matter, because 0.5% of $10 million is $50,000. So you'd have to get over that. But, and then the standard deduction doesn't matter at that point. You're trying to get over 50,000. So in any case, the charitable deduction is great. It's a cold, hard deduction, comes off your Schedule A, but now has to be over 0.5% of your AGI, or in parentheses, over your standard deduction. Otherwise, you'll lose it.
That is a huge difference in the way that it used to be. One of the itemized deductions that I don't think people at all understand about until, unfortunately, someone passes is about the estate tax deduction. And, the entire process of probate is extremely confusing, and that person is already in a state of grieving. And if so, educating people prior to them getting to that state is one of the things we're really committed to. So legacy preservation is a huge pillar of our business. And I thought you might could talk a little bit about the estate tax deduction and how that works.
Yeah, the estate tax deduction is for people who sadly didn't plan well enough and have taxation on their estates when they pass by the federal government. Some states have inheritance taxes tacked on top of that, which also applies. But so if you have an estate that's greater than $15 million for you, and if it's married filing jointly, then it's 30, we just had that upped, then all the assets that you have over that amount are taxed at 40%, 40%, one of the worst taxes we have. But at least on the itemized side of your 1040, your social slave tax, those taxes are deductible. We can never deduct federal tax, the income tax, and we can deduct the state taxes if they're local. We talked about that in the $40,000 range, but we can never deduct income tax. But the estate tax, we can deduct, which again is a horrible tax. And if you're having to pay the estate tax, you probably didn't talk to us, and you definitely didn't plan your estate quite well. Right now, I know it's going to be heinous for Prince, the artist formerly named Prince, who made no plans for his estate, and that estate will be in probate for years and years to come while his family fights over it. Don't be that person. Make sure you get your estate planned, not only so that it's clearly has a chain of title and all those things after you pass, but that we avoid government involvement and, most importantly, government taxation.
It's just such a tragedy. They could easily be avoided with some education, and that's things I love about what we do here. And if you need some more information about working on your plan, whether that's with trusts or learning more about how probate can impact you, please reach out to us. We would love to help you out and make sure that you are set up really, really well. Mark, where all can they find us?
Well, that's a good question. The easiest thing to do is just go to our website, executivemoneystrategies.com, and lots of stuff to fill your bandwidth there. Of course, here on YouTube, you can always reach out to us, and we'll get the emails that you send here, and certainly comment. We love comments and below, and if you have any questions, we can run you that way. And then if you'd like to set up an appointment with us, we can do that too, and just reach out and we'll get you connected there.
That's amazing. Thanks so much. This has been such a great episode to help people get ready for the tax season and plan ahead for next year. Wow, if you learned so much with us today and you want some more information about wealth strategies, make sure and check out our next video.
Like everything with the IRS and the government, there's no free lunch. There's no single entity that solves all three of the pillars for which we as business owners and even social slaves must be solving. Tax reduction, legacy preservation, asset protection. No trust does all of those. And if you're doing business in a trust, I hope I disabuse you of ever doing that further and immediately moving assets out if you can.
Hi, and Welcome to this episode of Stacks Over Tax. My name is Sterling Grace, and with me is Mark Lewis. And today we're going to cover trusts. Man, Mark, there is so much misinformation out on social, even here on YouTube, that it really leads people so astray. And we have so many folks that show up to our door, and the information that they think they know about trust is very, very inaccurate. They think that it helps them with things it doesn't help them with. It thinks it covers them for areas it'll never cover them, and they have no idea about what's inside and how to get it back out if they need to. So if that's even applicable. So I think today we should do the soup to nuts about trusts.
Biggest thing that I want to bring to your attention before we say anything else about trust is there was a meme that was going around. It might still be going around. And it was a golden retriever, little video. And the golden retriever was sitting in front of 3 cups on a little table. And the camera guy takes a doggy treat and puts it under one of the cups and puts it down on the cup, and then does the little shuffle thing. And the dog is looking around trying to figure out where the treat is, and then stops, and the hands come away, and the dog literally puts the hand on the cup on the left, and the cup comes up, and it's the doggy treat. And the caption is how the IRS susses out your trust scheme. And the IRS has gotten so tired of attorneys and people and seminars and all kinds of other nonsense misusing and abusing trusts. So much so that on March 29th of 2023, they put out Revenue Resolution 2023-2. You can go look it up yourself. And that very explicitly and implicitly describes how trusts work, at least the trusts that matter the most. And those are of the irrevocable non-grantor variety. Now, we're going to talk about this. But in this explicit document, it also talks about intentionally defective grantor trusts and strips away the capital gains portion of it. So with this document, they basically have codified everything that you need to know about what you can and really cannot do with your trusts. And we're going to go over the basics of that here in the soup to nuts portion of this. But I want to mention that probably the best book that I have written, of the books that I've written, is the book on trusts, that your trust is broken. And the book's called Your Trust is Broken, and the link will be here in the description for you to purchase it on sale. It's very, very clear. It's a macrocosm of the micro that we're going to be able to talk about here. And, trusts, like Sterling, like you said, they're amazing and amazingly misused. And we need to just really dispel and disabuse everybody of the errant beliefs that we all have about trust, that somehow there's a magic bullet to be had, tax-free, a lawsuit proof, and all of these things. In some cases, that can happen. But like everything with the IRS and the government, there's no free lunch. There's no single entity that solves all 3 of the pillars for which we as business owners and even social slaves must be solving: tax reduction, legacy preservation, asset protection. No trust does all of those. And if you're doing business in a trust, I hope I disabuse you of ever doing that further and immediately moving assets out, if you can, into entities that are designed to do business where you get so much more value, such things as LLC, LLP, corporations, nonprofits even. So let's start at the beginning. In the United States, Sterling, how many trusts do you think we have floating around?
Well, it feels like we have a new one every week from our clients. It feels like every week somebody's got the blank, blank, blank trust and they want to know about. So I can't imagine. It's got to be over 50.
Yeah, we're probably pushing 90 by now. And what makes a trust unique really isn't some crazy special wording or anything like this. It's just a little section that can go into a trust that says, this trust is now this kind of trust. And all the rules and the state regulations that allow us to be this are invoked. Okay, fine. So when we say a trust is non-grantor, That means that the grantor has massive limitations. That's the person who's putting stuff into the trust, has massive limitations on what they can and can't do, but then also get massive benefits. If we say it's spendthrift, if it's non-discretionary, if it's dynasty, if it's a retirement plan, those little riders, they create certain specificities in a trust, a certain way of maybe either granting special freedoms or creating limitations on the people that are working in the trust. But in the end, we have to know the primary purpose of what a trust does. The primary purpose of a foundation is to benefit the community. The primary purpose of a business is to make profit. The primary purpose of a trust is to hold assets in trust from some person or something over a period of time at a special trigger point that these other people or other entities get the stuff. That's what a trust is. Doesn't matter what kind of trust it is. That's what it's supposed to do. And if you have a business trust in which you're trying to make money and profit, can you do that? Yeah, of course. But there's massive rules that go along with that, that again, the IRS just codified for us in 2023. There's three kinds of people that are in every trust. You have the grantor. That's the person or entity that's putting the stuff into the trust. The trustee or the executor, the person who's managing the stuff in the trust. The beneficiaries, the people who are going to get the stuff. Now, of all the 50 plus, almost 90 trusts, like Sterling was talking about, like you were talking about, we have them really all columnized into two. Now, there is a land trust, but that's a whole different thing. And if you have a multi-member LLC, you're probably going to be better off than a land trust in almost every state except Florida. The rest of them are revocable, irrevocable. It's very difficult to say these and, you keep them separate, because you can say, oh, a revocable trust. Oh, you mean irrevocable? So you'll hear me say revocable, irrevocable. Sounds stupid, but it keeps them straight. Revocable trusts are where the grantor puts stuff in, has max control, can also be the trustee in charge, so he can do or she can do whatever they want with the stuff. When that grantor passes, that trust becomes irrevocable and either distributes all the stuff to the beneficiaries, or it's a complex trust and the other things happen. But while they're alive, it's like they own it themselves. They can do whatever they want. You can put a house that you live into it and still live in there, even though you're the grantor and the trustee. It's kind of loosey-goosey. And what the revocable trust protects you from is probate. That ugly thing that happens when you die and didn't make a good plan with your stuff, and then the state has to come in and go, we don't know what's going to happen to it. They take it all in. They do whatever they're going to do with it. They figure it out in court or whatever, take a good chunk out of it for their time, and then supposedly give it to whatever you thought. Thanks so much for joining us here on Stacks Over Tax. And if you have enjoyed being with us so far as much as we've enjoyed being with you, smash that subscribe button and make sure you hit the little bell for notifications so that every time we put out a new video or any other kind of content, you're notified and you can have the great time again with us. Thanks so much. A trust of any kind bypasses probate because now there's clear instructions, unlike a will that also has instructions, but no one swore to do anything. It's just your preference and will still go to probate. A trust, a trustee came in and said, yes, I swear under notarial jurat that I will do these things after this person passes. And now probate has to step away. It's also, by the way, how multi-member companies do the same thing. So a revocable trust primary, in fact, only real reason for existence is to protect from probate. There is zero asset protection. So, and there's zero tax benefits. Why? Because like single member LLCs, revocable trusts are just a pass-through disregarded entity. All the taxes that are coming to whatever money you're making in that revocable trust, whatever the assets are making, coming through, and the grantor must pay the tax on that. Irrevocable trusts, whole different animal. The grantor puts stuff into the trust, must walk away from the trust. Regulations as of 2023, we mentioned earlier, cannot materially participate, cannot control more than 5%, cannot get paid out of the profits of the trust, cannot move any of it offshore, cannot change the trust unless all the beneficiaries agree under notarial acknowledgement. Basically, the grantor loses all control, but gains unlimited asset protection. So in a lawsuit, well, don't you have a whole bunch of stuff in that trust? No, I don't have any control or ownership over the stuff in that trust. The power of an irrevocable trust. The trustee has unlimited power to do whatever they want, unless it's a spendthrift trust or something like this. And the beneficiaries get their stuff whenever the trust says it's supposed to get. They can't go and change the trust unless all of them agree. And under notarial acknowledgement, then the trustee must do what they say. But, when was the last time all the beneficiaries agreed on something? That really doesn't happen that often. In fact, the biggest enemy of a trust is the beneficiary. So if we look at John D. Rockefeller, arguably the greatest and richest man to ever live, his maxim, own nothing, control everything. Well, how does that stack up for these trusts? Well, on the revocable side, it's own everything, control everything, which is definitely not what he's talking about. On the irrevocable side, indeed, it's own nothing, but control nothing. So JDR was not talking about trusts when he was talking about how he deployed his maxim. Not that he didn't own trusts, and not that we don't deploy trusts. But again, no single entity is the magic bullet. And for those of you who are doing business in an irrevocable trust, remember, irrevocable trusts have the second worst taxation in the code. 37% tax. That's the maximum social slave tax federally on any money you make over $15,000. Now, some of you are going to go, well, wait a minute, beneficiaries get distributions tax-free. That's true, but there's no free lunch. You can't make money in a trust tax-free and then distribute it tax-free to the beneficiaries. The trust will pay brutal tax on Form 1041, 37%. And that's just the federal side. So we got to really think about this. And for those of you who are whittling around in the 508 land, I got a 508, everything is nonprofit, I don't have to pay tax. No. If I'm at a church, admittedly a 501c3, and I'm doing a donation drive, a raffle, everybody that gives me $50 for a raffle ticket, that's a donation, that's tax-free. We all know that. Except for the winner, by the way, that's not a donation because they got value. See, that taxed the $50 for the winner, they got services. So that one's taxable. And the money you got is taxable from the winner if it's assets. But otherwise, yes, donations, just fine. But if there's a lemonade stand and they're selling lemonade, that's for profit. And the church, the 501c3, must pay tax on the lemonade. And it's the same for your 508. If you're making profit, it's always going to be taxable. There's so many regulations that say in the Internal Revenue Code, granted, in the face of commercial law, but the Internal Revenue Code that says if it's profit, it substantially changes its nature so that it must be taxed, even in a nonprofit. There's no escaping it. And for those of you who are so very dangerously trying to avoid tax or listening to the bizarre words of gurus who are saying that there's somehow the ability to avoid tax, this is not the code, and you could be in big trouble.
And I think that's one of the things that's the most terrifying about our current state of media, which is that there is so much misinformation.
Yeah.
There's hardly a client that we have that comes to us, no matter the scale and size. We have household names that doesn't have misinformation that we have to really go back and educate. And what's one of the main things, I would say that's the main thing that sets us apart from other people that do the same kind of work that we do, is that we're really committed to that Americans know the actual law and the actual code in which what they're trying to accomplish, how that's actually handled. So, I
mean, Thomas Jefferson, right? He's our guy, along with George and Ben and all them other first fathers of our country. But Thomas Jefferson said it the most succinctly. This republic, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. This republic will work if, and he meant it, only if the people know the law and are well disposed to use it. Else, tyranny will reign.
Maybe he was prophetic.
Maybe he knew how the system was supposed to work.
Right.
Yeah.
So Well, as always, this has been extremely educational. I love when we do episodes that help people really think through their long-term planning, because I think folks work on life goals, but they don't necessarily work on their wealth structure and their plan for a long period of time and decades out. So, thanks so much for some great education on trust today.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us here on Stacks Over Tax. And if this has been valuable to you, please join us in our next video. Some people say that, the IRS has a limited amount of audits that they'll do on your stuff. And if you extend, then the bozos who filed in April will get the audits, and then the people in October get to skate. But I can assure you, anything that gets flagged for an audit will be audited. It's not like they're like, oh, this guy should be audited. If only we had more audits available to us. You think?
Hi, welcome to this episode of Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis. And today, we're going to have a philosophical conversation about when do you file taxes. This year, when we started working on our taxes, Mark does what most of the Americans do, and he files in April. And I thought it was funny. I said, I've never filed my taxes in April. I always file an extension. I have the whole summer to get this done. I'm not stressed out. I meander about. Okay, so maybe I probably procrastinate a little bit, but it always happens, and I get it done by October 15th. And Mr. Lewis had lots and lots and lots of thoughts about my strategy about why I do it in October versus April. So we thought we'd have a little conversation about this today. So, Mr. Lewis, what is the problem with me doing it in October? They give you a form. They let you do it this way. In fact, in the state of California where I live, this year, because of the fires, unfortunately, they just granted us all an extension. So now I feel super justified, as a side note. But tell me, why is it that you want me to do this in April again, where I got to rush, get all this done?
Well, it's just, first of all, your first fact about, I have all summer to relax. I'm like, right? I have all summer to relax because I did it in April.
Okay.
Well, what do you say to that, Sterling Grace?
I like my meandering approach.
Okay. Well, that's good. I like, no, I hate meandering. That's not my thing at all.
Get meanderer.
I'm not. So let's just have a little money conversation, which is, everybody should have a little money conversation. And especially when it comes to inflation. But more importantly, let's talk about what your CPA is really up to when they give you an extension. And a lot of people get excited about, an extension. Great, I got more time. Aha. And the procrastination thing comes in. But I don't really care about the procrastination thing. I'm not really a procrastinator, but a lot of people are, and I get it. But this doesn't have anything to do with procrastination. It just has to do with cash and its value. So first, let's talk about your CPA. When was the last time you got a return phone call from your CPA or your accountant or your tax preparer, your EA or whatever during tax season?
Never. It's partially why I think I get an extension.
A lot of people do that. They're like, they never return my phone calls. It'll be a lot easier for them when it's not tax season. So you got to look at yourself and go, wait a minute. I'm paying this gal to do my taxes. I'm not paying her to delay. I'm not paying her to not return client phone calls. What part of our business do we run where vendors delay delivery, are awarded for delaying delivery, and don't communicate? What vendor would we allow such a relationship with? No one. We would fire them immediately because competition is stiff. It's a brutal marketplace, whatever the marketplace is, and we would find a better vendor. Why then do we allow such disrespect of us as clients. Why would we do this?
I think it's just this standard operating procedure now for this industry.
That
I don't think
programmed.
you even question it. So
Yeah.
And so few people want to talk about or deal with anything that has to do with math, that as long as someone else is going to do the math homework that's due every year, it's fine.
Yeah. And we have this weird belief that, but CPAs answer to the IRS and we don't want to make them mad because then the IRS might come after us and our CPA won't help us.
Yeah.
Let's be clear. Your CPA isn't going to help you anyway. Do you have a contract with them that they'll represent you before the IRS? If they do your taxes, some of you think that's how that works. Your CPA can simply go, you're under an audit. Well, here's all the paperwork. Good luck. They don't have any obligation.
They're not sending those love letters to your CPA. They're only sending them to you.
So let's be clear that a CPA, it's good business. Well, it's good business for anyone. If you can get away with bad business acumen, to have bad business acumen and not return your clients' phone calls and to push their results 6 months into the future, freeing you up to work with much bigger clients that pay you much better, right? That's good business. And if you allowed it, then they're going to keep doing it. That's the nature, like you said, the nature of the business, because everybody's either scared, they're afraid, they don't want to deal with taxes anyway. Who does? And they're like, as long as it gets done, as long as it's legal. Folks, this is why business can't succeed in America. Because a CPA, they're not an accountant. They're not a tax preparer. They're not really, I know the IRS calls them a tax professional, but that's not what they are. They're sole proprietors. They're self-employed business owners trying to make a buck. And if they can get away with less to get paid more, like every self-employed person, why wouldn't they do that? Bill you more hours to do less work. And if work gets intense, they stop returning your phone calls. They charge you the same to do work later. If you really want to know how good your CPA is or your tax professional, when you say, we'd love to do your taxes this year. That sounds great. Will you get them done by April 15th? Oh, well, no, we'll probably just do an extension. Well, what would it cost me to have it done by April 15th? And if they give you a number where you're like, this number, you're like, well, no, that's way too much money. Fire them. Find somebody who's going to get it done by April 15th. Why? Now, that's your question, Sterling. Why do we care?
That's my question. Why do we care?
First of all, we have to understand the nature of CPAs, right? They're self-employed. They're not accountants. They are. They're not tax professionals. They are. But their first job is to bill hours. So obvious. So if they can bill more hours of bigger clients and get them done by April 15th and punch you to October 15th, that's a better business for them. And you pay the price. What price are we talking about? Well, it's not that you get a free summer. We've already debunked that, right? Because I get a free summer and I file on April 15th. You've already spent some of your August worrying about your taxes.
I've spent a lot of my August looking at slips of paper and trying to determine where they go. So
we gotta disabuse everyone that there's somehow a free summer. It's more like a cruel summer. Quote Bananarama. Thanks so much for joining us here on Stacks Over Tax. And if you have enjoyed being with us so far as much as we've enjoyed being with you, smash that subscribe button and make sure you hit the little bell for notifications so that every time we put out a new video or any other kind of content, you're notified and you can have the great time again with us. Thanks so much. So if you owe money to the IRS and get an extension, we all know what happens. I hope you know what happens. You get an extension, but the bill is still due. And if you don't pay at the extension, granted, you don't have a failure to file or a late filing fee. That's horrible. But interest will still accrue. That's 0.5% or 6.6% per month. So that by the time you get around 6 months later, you're going to be paying more than 3% of the bill that you formerly owed. Whose fault was that? Was it your fault? Well, probably because you should have told your CPA, no, I need you to file by April 15th. Will the CPA make up the difference for their lack of business acumen? No. They're going to make you do it and then charge you the same for their lack of business vision or whatever they're trying to do. So everybody gets that. I hope you understand that if you owe money, you will owe more money because of doing an extension. Cold, hard facts. But what happens if you don't owe money and you got a big refund coming? Well, there's no fines or penalties for that, actually. Just file the extension and the money comes later. Now, first of all, if you have a big refund coming, you're already screwed. You're already like, I'm handing money to the IRS for no good reason to hold in due course in a trust for me. Meanwhile, they get to use it and exploit it and do whatever they want. And I don't get it. Throughout the year. You should reduce your W-4, your I-9, or whatever that is, your deductions, so that you pay a little bit, honestly, at the end of the year. You getting a tax refund is the worst possible money management scenario because the IRS is holding money that you could be putting into the markets or investing. That's horrible. But let's say you were getting a nice hefty refund and you do an extension. What's our inflation right now? Don't say 2%. Go look at the Federal Reserve website and you'll see how much money we printed this year and the bonds that we didn't buy back. And you'll see and just go to the grocery store. You'll see we're at 10% plus and have been since COVID. So if you, at 10% inflation, leave your money with the IRS for 6 months, you just lost 5%. It's even worse than if you owe the IRS money, because then you're only going to owe 3.5%. If you leave it with the IRS, you lost 5% of the value of your money and you don't have access to it. You could have invested, let's say, even in the S&P 500 at round figures, let's call it 10% a year, 6%. To say nothing, if you had the money and invested it in, let's say, round figures in the S&P 500, 10% a year, 6 months, 5% on top of that, you just lost 10% of the money you could have made or the value you could have collected had you just filed in April. Now, again, for LLCs and S corporations, that's March that you're filing. And for LLCs and S corporations, that's September for LLCs. And if you're doing an extension, not October. So you got to understand that this 6-month grace period, there is the only possible time that it's going to be okay is if you really don't have a refund and you really don't owe much. Then nobody cares. No big deal. Especially if it's like, a few $100. Yes, you get to procrastinate. And sometimes procrastination has value, but other times it does not. And in this case, if you have a lot of money that you owe, very bad. If you have quite a bit of money you think is coming back to you, first of all, very bad anyway. And then if you do, having that extension, you're losing possibly up to 10% value or more. Some people say that, the IRS has a limited amount of audits that they'll do on your stuff. And if you extend, then the bozos who filed in April will get the audits, and then the people in October get to skate. But I can assure you, anything that gets flagged for an audit will be audited. It's not like they're like, this guy should be audited. If only we had more audits available to us. You think?
Okay. So my procrastination costs are costing me. And I don't love that that's, no matter which way I slice it, I'm losing money that I could be investing.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
The idea that the IRS withholds money from W-2 people has two purposes. The first purpose is pretty obvious, and I totally get it. People are irresponsible with money. If you kept all of your check, you would spend it all because that's what we're taught to do. And then when it comes tax time, you don't have any money to pay the IRS bill. And I get that part. But the second part is just as bad, but on the IRS side, they want to have your money at their disposal. And they've programmed us to believe that having a refund is good. No, a refund is bad money management. I got a $1,700 refund this year for my personal taxes, and I was pissed off. I was like, what? No, I didn't take enough. It was the worst. They took too much out of my check. I don't want that.
Wow. Okay. So My plan for next year is get done by April.
Well, you want to get done by March. With the reason being your S Corp and your LLC are due.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot. This is the big switch between being a W-2 employee to being your own business owner.
Yeah, your C Corp and your personal taxes, your trust taxes, those are April. Yeah, that's fine. And part of the reason is that LLCs have to send, or LLCs and S Corp send out K1s. And those K1s have to have lead time for the people that are getting them, like C Corps and social slaves like us, because that then goes on our personal taxes. And we can't really file our taxes unless we get those.
All right. A better plan for filing this coming year. So
I think so. Don't listen to me, but the numbers don't lie.
Yeah. So, okay. You've won me over for our little debate. So, wow. If you learned so much with us today and you want some more information about wealth strategies, make sure and check out our next video.
One of the most terrifying developments in them pushing forward toward online interaction and online maintenance customer service, they're going to do, couldn't believe this when I heard it, they're going to do online login system that uses your voice as your identifier.
So scary. Hi, welcome to this episode of Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis. And today we're going to talk about the IRS and AI. So recently, you may not have heard that the IRS had a symposium in Louisiana. And at that symposium, they had a conversation about ChatGPT and AI and how the changes are radically going to impact us in the future. And like all areas of industry, AI and the robots are just coming to take over. So give us a scoop about what's coming soon with the AI and the ChatGPT.
What's coming to a mailbox near you?
What's coming to a mailbox near you? You
probably figured this out by now. The IRS, until very recently, has basically been using technology from the 60s to, even right now at Ogden, their big business center, they're manually opening letters that you send in by hand and scanning them and doing all this. I mean, that's where they're at. So there's been a bunch of scuttlebutt about, the 87,000 new agents that they hired. That was brought down to 60,000, then brought back to 80,000. They're going to audit everybody. And there's a bunch of changes. But most of them have to do with artificial intelligence managing some of the, and if not, they wanted to get it completely automated so that AI is looking for specific patterns and issues that they can see that are super obvious to be able to stop fraud, to be able to stop tax evasion and other kinds of money laundering schemes that are going on all the time. That right now, kind of agents have to actually look at and figure this out. And that's very, very difficult, very, very time consuming, and very, very tiring. So AI right now is basically permeating all areas of the IRS as fast as possible. In fact, this year I got letters. Some of you may have gotten letters to your C Corp saying that you owe alternative minimum tax. And you're like, that hasn't been around since 2017 for C Corps. So they're trying, they're stumbling, but they're very quickly moving toward AI so that everything is automated. Now, on one hand, this is really, really good, because how often have you sat on the 1040 phone line and waited for hours and sometimes never get to an agent? And some of you don't realize that the way to get to an agent is to call right before they close. That's your best chance. But this is a very cumbersome process. In fact, Sterling and I right now are in a process where we're trying to figure out what to do with a particular IRS process. We can't really call. We don't know what to do. There's no online portal to help us. So they're going online and pushing toward the ability to have everything automated in terms of customer service. Right now, they're going to roll out a chat bot so that when you go to irs.gov, there's going to be a chat bot and you can tack and, algorithmic AI answers. But that's better than nothing, better than what we're having to do now. One of the great things that's happened is this year alone, they've been able to take what was a $1 trillion tax gap. In other words, the American people owe an extra $1 trillion in taxes that the IRS has been unable to collect. But in the last year, they brought it to $500 billion. So $500 billion has been collected in the last year, which is amazing. Now, I know you're like, well, wait a minute, taxes are bad. Yes, but these are from people that owe taxes. They should be paying and are not. And that's attributable to some of these new automated processes, which is really, really great. On the other hand, however, AI is terrifying because not only did I just get some weird letters with our C corporations, but who's to respond if you did have a significant problem? Now, granted, there's tax professionals and they'll be able to always have their connections. And there's a whole bunch of changes going on with tax professionals and things like that, people who can represent you before the IRS. But one of the most terrifying developments is in them pushing forward toward online interaction and online maintenance of customer service. They're going to do, and I couldn't believe this when I heard it. They're going to do an online login system that uses your voice as your identifier.
Yikes. That's so scary. Like, be accurate, because you sound just like the movie phone guy from the 90s. So what's going to happen when he calls in to file his taxes? And you
think it's me.
I know. That's a problem. Especially
Hi, IRS. Welcome to Movie Phone. I'd be like, oh, it's that guy. No, it's Mark Lewis. No, it's the movie phone guy. I don't know. I especially when AI can represent audio-wise anybody really well. See, some of the things, Sterling, we don't really talk about is really the IRS manages more fraud than any company on the planet. People don't realize how much of what it does is managing fraud. And one of the frauds is unlawful and unreal income tax returns. Their biggest, the latest big fraud thing that they've just found was that people were filing, these fraudsters were filing powers of attorneys, a 2848 form, which means that I have the right, if I file a 2848 on you, then I have the right to get your transcripts, IRS transcripts, and all your social and everything else. Well, they found a way to become a tax professional and file all these fraudulent 2848s on thousands and thousands of people, get their transcripts, and then sort through very quickly the people who hadn't filed taxes, and then get all of these big withholding checks sent to them from people who never filed, and nobody knows. And now there's all these we have all these deductions. You have to give us all our money back, and nobody knew what was going on until it was too late.
Even on YouTube now, there's a whole issue about deep faking, right? And we have a good friend who's well known in the world, and I saw a video the other day that's completely deep faked. None of it happened at all. They took a video that was already made and they just recalibrated a video that was already made and made it say something entirely different, and had them pitching a product that they would never have been pitching. And that technology has gotten crazy with AI and the way that they're able to go in and just take your face and voice and even old photographs. Now they can take a photograph from the 70s and make it into a video, which is shocking. So I have lots of concerns about how this is going to go with keeping us all safe here in America.
Yeah, well, and in the IRS, it kind of doesn't have a choice. It just doesn't have the manpower to be able to manage all the things that it's having to manage. And I get it. It's terrifying, but it really means only one thing. And that is that just because they went to AI doesn't mean that the Internal Revenue Code doesn't apply. And the Internal Revenue Code has so many loopholes and triggers and all kinds of protections for taxpayers. And the IRS's primary mandate is that taxpayers are heard. They've been given justice. They've basically gotten what they needed. And if not, then they're treated fairly. Those are I'm retranslating that. But those are the three big areas that the IRS must behave. If it's not behaving there, you'll find hundreds, if not thousands of pages of the Internal Revenue Code to be able to throw back at officers, AI, whatever, and say, these are your three mandates and you're breaking one, two, or all three of these. You have to stop. And that's not going to change with AI. So I'm glad for that at least. But you got to know what those are, or at least have somebody on your tax team that knows what to do with those. Thanks so much for joining us here on Stacks Over Tax. And if you have enjoyed being with us so far as much as we've enjoyed being with you, smash that subscribe button and make sure you hit the little bell for notifications so that every time we put out a new video or any other kind of content, you're notified and you can have the great time again with us. Thanks so much.
As always, a new era is upon us.
That's right. Yeah. Well, pretty soon we'll be having our taxes filed. There'll be AI filing taxes to AI. And then, Amazon's going to be dropping us with drones or packages, and we won't even have to leave the house.
I'm mostly just still waiting on Rosie, that house robot that was supposed to make me breakfast. That's most of it I'm still waiting on. But
I'm going to give that 7 years.
Okay. Well, that's all right. I can wait 7 years for breakfast.
2032. Yeah.
All of life would change if you had great breakfast every morning. So,
that is true.
at least if you're an acts of service person like me, like that would be like the epitome of life, is to have somebody make breakfast every morning.
You can have robot love.
I could. Yeah, I think I could be really happy. So I have a great working relationship with Claude. I use Claude for my AI, and I think Claude and I have a lovely, lovely, lovely correspondence together. So I think he really gets me. At least he's convinced me he has. Yeah, you fired him. I
fired him.
I don't think you were nice enough to him, which I think is something you got to be nice to the robots. I think they're definitely keeping up with like who just comes in and, makes demands and mistreats them. And then who comes in and is like, good morning, how are you? So, yeah. Yeah,
I have a bad relationship with I've had more than one person say that I'm cruel to my AI.
Yeah, I think you got to, and that's odd because you're not cruel in life. So what is that about? Yeah. Just bullying the AI.
Well, it's not that. There's a few things. I'm a very patient, very zen kind of man generally, but there are a few things that push me over the edge in 2 seconds or less. First of all, LA traffic. I've yet to be able to transform my attitude when driving in LA traffic, hence why I don't live there. But also when gear doesn't work. Some of you know I spent several decades doing music for film and television, and since I was a kid, I've been dealing with music gear. And when gear that I paid good money for, that's supposed to be working, doesn't work, it doesn't last long for me before I lose my mind. And software is no different. Thus, when AI doesn't work and it's supposed to be working, even with simple questions, like I'll ask it certain questions about the tax code. The tax code is plain as day. And I'm like, well, what's this? Oh, it's this. I'm like, I know that's not true. Why would you say this? Oh, well, because I was looking at this other guy. Remember how I told you bozo, to look at the Internal Revenue Code? Oh, yes. Well, I should do that. You think? Anyway, so I have no patience for gear not working.
Yeah. The thing I've had to do recently is tell it that I'm not looking for therapy advice. I find it somewhat alarming that it has started taking information from multiple different chat threads and putting it together and coming up with ideas. And I'm like, that's not what I'm asking for here. I'm just asking for the following information, not needing any therapy advice from you. But I appreciate your offer. So.
It's saying therapy advice?
Yeah. It literally took some chats that I had recently and pieced together what it thought that I was trying to come up with for a different answer. And I was like, this is super alarming. I'm surprised that this actually is having a cumulative effect. So, yeah.
Yeah, the new ChatGPT-5 takes into account all of your threads. Yeah. And on one hand, that can be really, really great if you need to reference something that you don't know exactly where it is. But, I have an alarming amount of friends who use it for psychological purposes, like as a shrink. And I'm like, so it's just taking all of your preferences and telling you what you want to hear. Oh, no, it's not. I'm like, okay. And do this, because just for you watching, we use AI all the time for our business, all kinds of things. And we've sort of become mavens in the world of bizarre prompts. And so I said, okay, ask it the questions or make a project that's you and put all your pertinent information, your astrology, your whatever, your birth date, your food you like, the girls or the boys that you went out with, what schools you went, all of it. And then in your prompt in that project, say any prompt that I ask you about, act as a devil's advocate. And after you tell me what the answer is, tell me why I should never take your advice. And then it gets really, really interesting. We're like, aha. And they didn't like that. Nobody likes that. They just want to be told what they want to hear.
Well, hopefully the robots will make our lives better and more efficient.
Before they kill us all.
Yes, exactly. And for those of you who have not seen Terminator, please go back and rent that old movie and find out how this is going to all go.
Look at the prophecy called the Terminator. Yes.
Well,
and the other prophecy, which is Ready Player One. There's your other prophecy.
Yeah, I haven't watched that. I wanted to read the book, so I've been waiting. Yeah. But I think now I should have the robot read the book to me. That's what I should be doing.
Just have the robot give you a new video of how it looks, and it's a clip note version, so you can watch the whole movie in 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I like that. So very fun. Well, thanks for getting us all caught up on the IRS and AI and what we should be watching out for in the future.
People who win the lottery, the current statistics are 21% of them go broke. Some of them, even while they're receiving the payments. They're so deep in debt, they can't get out of the debt, even with $500,000 a year payments or more. What is the lesson here? The same lesson, whether you're going to win the lottery, Sterling, or you're not. And that is, before you make the money.
Hi, welcome to this episode of Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis, and today we're going to talk about playing the lotto. Now, I am completely convinced that I'm going to win the lottery. And I play because I am so convinced that the universe, one of the things about winning the lottery is if you won the lottery once, your likelihood to win the lottery twice is much, much higher. And I am an adopted mom, and I am 1,000% convinced that the universe had me win the lottery in the kid world, and I didn't even buy a ticket, right? It's the most amazing thing that ever happened in life. Totally miraculous, fabulous story. And so, given that evidence, I obviously play the lottery because clearly it's going to happen again. But what I don't exactly know about is this whole, should I take it all at once? Should I let them make payments to me? Man, does that seem like a crazy idea? So I thought I'd ask Mark about his opinion, just sort of the math of those two things and how that works out. Because lately the lottery has been insane. It's been like $1 billion. And so two, right? So what happens for that day so that I can prepare myself and, maybe some other people out there would want to prepare themselves as well. What's going to happen that day that I win the lottery? Am I checking, give it all to me at once, or give me a little bit because, how do I manage it?
Yeah, it's such a great question. And not every state allows you to take the whole lottery once or make payments. But in some states, it's paid out over years in order to get your tax bracket down. So you pay less tax. We're in a graduated tax situation. So the top tax tier in America is 37%, which is really gross. And that doesn't even count if you are where Sterling is in California, it's another 10%, 47%. So if you made, round figures, won $1 billion, you're going to lose 470 million of it. In fact, probably more actually, because there's other fees that go along with that. So that's not that great. But if you could have it paid out to you over the course of many, many years, now in this case, that'd have to be, 2,000 years, probably, to get that below the 37 threshold, then does that make sense? That doesn't make any sense when it comes to this giant lottery. But any lotteries that are below, say, 10 million, then it could make sense because distributed over 26 years, those payments are below $500,000. And now your tax bracket's no longer at 37%. It's well below that, especially if you're married filing jointly, could be below 30%. Still not great, but better. And you're saving hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars on the lottery money you're getting. But does it make sense to do that? Well, look at it this way. Even if you took all of the lottery money at once and paid a 50+% tax hit for it, and you got less than 50% of it, the question to ask is, over the course of the next 26 years, could you double the money? Yes, you only got half. but could you double the money over the next 20 years so that you got value? Otherwise, if you can't, then it's probably better to take the payments. But if you're taking payments, what's happening is the state is holding on to your money and then doling it out to you, and you don't have access to it. Is that good? So doesn't it make sense to take one big, large chunk? They take a big chunk of tax out of it, but now you have full access to it, and then you can invest it. Now I know you're going to spend it on, you're going to buy your Gallardo, or you're going to do whatever your Ferrari is, or something. Hopefully not, because it would be much better to buy those things out of the proceeds of the investments that you made with the $1 billion. It wouldn't be billion, it'd be 850, I think is where it was, or 800 and 900 million by the time you're done with taxes. So at 900 million, you ought to be able to turn that around, turn that over in 5 years. And if you could do 5-year turnover, another 5, another 5, another 5 times 5, 25, 30, 40x, that could, or 20, 30, 40x, that could make you a billionaire if you knew how to invest. But here's your problem. The biggest problem isn't knowing which way to take it. What, Sterling, do you think the biggest problem with lottery winners is?
All the people that come out of the woodwork. Kind of. Maybe.
I mean, yeah, really. I mean, if you had people who were friends and family on one hand when you were whatever you are now, and then all of a sudden you're a high 9-figure person, your relationships are going to change. There's no question about that.
Sure.
And that may factor into what the biggest problem is, which ends up being that people who win the lottery, the current statistics are 21% of them go broke. Some of them, even while they're receiving the payments, they're so deep in debt, they can't get out of the debt, even with $500,000 a year payments or more. So what is the lesson here? That is the same lesson, whether you're going to win the lottery, Sterling, or you're not. And that is, before you make the money, know where it's going to go. And know how you want it to be taxed, and know how the investments are going to be protected against lawsuits. Because just because you win the money doesn't mean there's 400,000 other ways for people to take it from you as you deploy it into the marketplace. So be real cognizant of what are you going to do with the money so that you don't go, oh, I'm going to spend it. It's just like those NFL guys that work in the NFL for 3, 4, maybe 5 years and then get an injury. And they make a bunch of millions of dollars, and then they blow it all. And now they're working at Walmart for the rest of their lives without any way to get it back. You don't want to be that person. And all of us have, at some point in our lives, a maximum earning area in our lives. Some people have in their 30s or 40s. Some people have in their 60s or 70s. It really depends on what you've been doing, what you're planning. You don't want to blow that earning area because it may not come again. So know how you're going to deploy that, whether it's into stocks or bonds or crypto or real estate or offshore or business or whatever that is, so that you can eventually, the dream being not just winning the lottery, but taking that money and then moving into investments so that your bills are paid by your investments. Mm-hmm. And if you can do that, then you can do the things that Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos are doing, which are taking the assets, buying shares, taking the shares to the bank loaning you money, and now your principal doesn't have to be touched. It's sitting at the bank safely because they'll keep your principal safe. And then you're living on borrowed money, which takes no tax to receive.
Wow, that was so much to think about. Now, I am curious, though. Mm-hmm. So when you win the lottery, mm-hmm. what's the number one purchase that you want?
The purchase? Like a non-investment oriented purchase?
Yeah, like just something for fun. Like, oh, if money were no object, what would you buy?
Thanks so much for joining us here on Stacks Over Tax. And if you have enjoyed being with us so far as much as we've enjoyed being with you, smash that subscribe button and make sure you hit the little bell for notifications so that every time we put out a new video or any other kind of content, you're notified and you can have the great time again with us. Thanks so much. I think I would have in my backyard, I'd create a go-kart track with go-karts.
Yeah. And then
I would make a helipad with a hangar, and then I would buy a nice Bell helicopter, like a 5-seater.
Nice. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's good.
I don't even think that needs as much money as it seems like it would.
No, you're probably into the go-kart track is, if you do it right, it's $100,000, $120,000. Really right. With berms and, not just flat, but like you're going to go somewhere. And then the helicopter, $1.5 million. And then the hangar, it's $600,000. So you're into it for 2.5, let's say.
Nice. I like it. I think I would buy some horses.
Oh, some horsies.
Yeah, I think that would be really fun.
But you're going to have to buy more than horsies, though, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So you need all kinds of things for horses, right? They have to have someplace to live. They have to have, food and good hay. And it would be nice.
Lots of land for them to roam.
Land, right. And I've done equine therapy, so I would really want some horses that had been natural horsemanship raised, which is a different process than most horses are raised. They're not broke and things like that. So not terribly expensive, but they do have their own unique needs. So maybe some horses. Yeah, and a sonic ice machine that makes that little crunchy ice. Oh yeah. Really want one of those. I actually know exactly like the model and everything. I just need a space in the garage big enough for the sonic ice machine. Yeah.
That's such a great example too of how a lot of people and I know what comes with horses, but a lot of people will say, "Oh, a horsey," and you're like, "Oh, there's a lot of money that goes with that horsey." Yeah. And, one of the things the same with me is like, oh, a helicopter, yay, and a hangar and a mechanic, because you got to have it updated every 100 hours, and the gas and the delivery of the fuel. Where's that going?
Right.
Again, it's a great idea. It's a great thing of like, oh, I want a Ferrari. Do you though? Do you really though? If you're going to drive it. That it's going to have more repairs than my helicopter is by the time you're done with it. So you got to really think about these things.
Yeah. And certainly nicer in Tennessee than in Los Angeles to be rolling around in a Ferrari in our smog-filled, filthy air. So
yeah, we do have long roads that are actually quite well made for a Ferrari at 150 probably. Now the state troopers might not like it so much, but you just pay them off.
Then you need a fund for your
fund. Yes. That's right. A fund. And make sure you take the judge out to golfing as much as possible.
Yes. A long time ago when I worked in the automotive industry, I used to sponsor a rally race that happened across America. And one of the things we would sponsor is we'd pay the first ticket because there's going to be tickets along the way. So it's just somebody's going to have to go first. So we would pay the first speeding ticket or whatever that occurred. So, but that was a long time ago in a land far, far away. So, but yes, very fun. Thanks for catching us all up on what we're going to do with our lottery winnings and some thoughts about how we're planning for that. As always, what's what we do here at Executive Money Strategies. We help people with their entire wealth planning concept. So from taxes to assets to making sure that they don't get up in probate. And let us know how we can help you.
I used to call it the IRS loan. It was cheaper to not pay quarterlies, so less than 3% a year. It's cheaper for me to keep the cash in my account than pay quarterlies, especially if the only penalty is 3%. Now, what's sad is that last year they added 250% more interest to those charges. That's 2.5 times more interest than it used to be.
Hi, and welcome to this episode of Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis. And today, we're going to talk about quarterly taxes. When you need to file and why you need to file, and do you need to file if you're just a business or if you're a person? Mark, I think a lot of people are super confused about what quarterlies are all about and if they need to do them. And sometimes the CPA says you do, and sometimes they don't. And so I was just wondering if maybe you could help give us some guidelines about that.
Yeah, quarterlies are kind of, Well, they're kind of disgusting, really, because you're going along with your business and you're having a great time. You're making profit, hopefully, and you're like, "Yay, that's great!" And then this quarterly deadline comes around in April, in January, and other parts of the year, and you're like, "But this is my profit." I know, but you have to give up some of that now. Why? Well, because that's the law. You have to give up a certain amount of profits during the year so that you don't have a giant tax bill on April 15th. And they're like, well, yeah, but it's my money. I get to keep it, don't I? I mean, why? I don't have to pay taxes until the end of the year. Well, that's what we think when we're social slaves. When you're working at a W-2 job, you're like, oh, I only have to pay taxes at the end of the year and maybe I get a refund. Well, yes, but let's look at the W-2. So have you ever had a job?
Yes. I had a job the time I was 14, actually. So, at least 10 years. So.
Yeah, 10, 15 tops. Yeah, for sure. So you get that you have, let's say you make $5,000 a month. And do you get all that money? No. You totally don't get any of that money. You have some of it taken out for FICA. That's the Medicare and Social Security nonsense. And then they take out some for your 401k. And then they take out some more, a lot more for your federal taxes. Now, most people don't realize that the company isn't the one taking it out. It's required by law for them being the IRS, to take a certain portion out of your wages so that it goes toward paying tax. Most people don't realize that the W-9 form that you fill out that says, what are my exemptions? That's the form that determines how much they take out of your W-2, your employment. So for example, if you had 5 kids and you itemized deductions because you had a big house and a lot of property tax and interest on your house, like we've talked about in some other podcasts, that you can deduct, then you might actually get much less of your taxes taken out of your W-2 job employment checks because you'll have less taxes to pay. And what the IRS doesn't want to have to do is pay you a huge amount at the end of the year, because it's a problem for them. It's also not something you want to do, because now the IRS is holding all the money you could be spending all year. But they do take out a certain amount of your money every month out of your checks, or biweekly, or whatever that is for you, because for 2 reasons. One, hey, people are stupid. If they didn't take money out, you'd spend it, I'd spend it, we'd all spend it. And then when it came time to April 15th, you wouldn't have any money for taxes. But the second reason is they want to keep their money where they like it, in their little pockets, so that the money is not in your pocket and they can do whatever they want with it. So quarterlies for people with jobs, JOBs, actually happen every month. Every time you get a check, they're taking money out. So for businesses, we don't have to deal with that except every quarter. And the rules are pretty bizarre, but they basically come down to this. The IRS does not want businesses having large tax bills on April 15th. In fact, that's illegal. In fact, with a C corporation, if your tax bill is more than $500, that's a violation, and they'll fine you for it. That's not the end of the world. But if it was $5 million, yeah, you're going to be in big trouble. For most social slaves like us, it's really, again, lots of rules. But if you can keep your tax bill below $10,000, you won't have criminal investigation division coming after you after April 15th. But here's the basic rule on how it works for both social slaves. Because if you're a Schedule C person, you don't have a job, but you don't have an LLC or a C Corp or an S Corp. It's the same thing. You don't have a W-2 job, but you got your lemonade stand on the side. You still have to pay quarterlies. How does it work? You're required to pay either the amount of tax that you paid last year, divided by 4 for the 4 quarterlies, or 90% of what you expect this year's taxes to be. And you're like, well, how do I figure that out? Well, hopefully you have a business where you're kind of figuring out profits and things like this. You can sort of estimate. And if you have, if your company is making less than $10 million a year, then you get what's called the safe harbor rule, where, some businesses, like sometimes our business has a high and sometimes it has a low, and you can't really average out what you expect your quarterlies to be, because maybe in a quarter you have a downturn. Maybe you take a loss in a quarter. So with the safe harbor rule, you don't have to pay in quarters where you don't actually make money. Now, if you have a big corporation, more than $10 million, then you actually do. That's rough. But for most of us watching this, you don't make any money in a quarter. You don't have to put anything into quarterly, but you still have to have by the end of the year. And for us as social slaves, that's January 15th. If you have a C corporation, that's December 15th. It's a month earlier. You have to have paid enough quarterly estimated taxes. Another thing that they say, estimated taxes, so that you either paid last year's taxes or 90% of what you expect your tax bill to be for this year. And well, how is that good? Well, think about this. What if this year, Sterling, you had a big windfall? You didn't win the lottery. Maybe you did, but that won't help your business. So let's say you did win the lottery. Sterling's sure she's going to win the lottery, which we all hope she does. You do win the lottery. You deploy that money into real estate. You make a bunch of killing in real estate, and millions of dollars come to you this year. Well, the rule is you got to pay either 90% of what you think this year's would be, which would be a lot, or last year's. Well, last year's, let's say you made $50,000 in your business and your taxes were $5,000. So you made $10 million this year in taxes, but your quarterlies only require you to pay last year's, which is $5,000. Now, of course, on April 15th, you got a lot of tax to pay, but technically you're okay. You're technically okay because you generally followed the rules. And so there's also some other rules around social slaves. If your adjusted gross income is more than $175,000, you have to actually tack on a little bit more. But otherwise, that's how it works. And it's not very nice. And for C corporations, they really want you to pay digital payment system. And for social slaves, you can still mail in your checks. They would rather have you do it digitally too, but that's the thing. Now, what happens if you don't do that? Well,
if you're loving what you're learning today, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring the bell so that you get all the notifications when we release new videos.
They can come in, even with the safe harbor rule, and say you should have paid quarterly taxes, and we're going to retroactively act like you didn't and charge you fees, penalties, and interest on money that you didn't pay. Now, what's sad is that last year they added 250% more interest to those charges. That's 2.5 times more interest than it used to be. It actually used to be, I used to call it the IRS loan. It was cheaper to not pay quarterlies. It was like, I don't know, less than 3% a month, or no, sorry, less than 3% a year. And I was like, I don't want to pay. It's cheaper for me to keep the cash in my account than pay quarterlies, especially if the only penalty is 3%. Fine, no problem. It's 8% now. You got to be careful about this. Is this making any sense to you?
Yeah, this makes sense. Now, the question I have is let's just say November came and somehow I just had this big windfall. And should I go ahead and just send an extra payment just because?
Well, you can always prepay. You can always do that. But why? Why give IRS money that you don't owe early? I mean, in fact, let's talk about this. Unless you're buying, let's say, the brand new Tesla that's coming out, and you're prepaying a certain amount, in some cases, maybe the whole amount of the car, you're getting some kind of value for doing that. What's the value? Well, you get the car before anybody else. And for 5 days, until everybody else gets the car, that could be great. But with taxes, there's no benefit in prepaying. And if you didn't prepay, that's way, way better, because the money stays in your coffers, in your bank account, in your whatever, your exchanges, your brokerages. And so now you're just prepaying the IRS for no good benefit, for no good reason. They don't give you a bonus for prepaying. They don't give you some of the tax off your bill for doing it. It's just people do it. I don't know why. There's no benefit to it.
What if you're a person who's never done quarterlies? Should you just start this quarter, or should you, I don't know, do you need to notify them that you're going to start giving them quarterlies? I don't know.
No.
Maybe
No.
just start.
Well, so let's also be clear about what if you had a business that never made profit or hasn't yet made profit? Well, what was last year's tax bill? 0.
True.
Do you owe quarterly taxes this year? Nope. No matter how big the tax bill is, it's still not, you have to pay up to last year's quarterly tax bill. What was it? 0? What are you this year? 0? Okay. So no, you don't have to notify them. You do, if you're going to file electronically, you have to set up the electronic account with them, the ETPS, the FTPS, whatever it is, system, and set that up with your bank account so that you can wire it to them. That's how they would rather have it. Or I guess it's ACH now. But once you do that, they're like, oh, look, free money. And they'll cash it, and you make sure you don't forget that you paid. Because then they'll send you a nasty letter after you file your taxes going, you paid too much. Now we got to send you a check. Which, by the way, there's no more checks. Just so you guys know this, they're going to do everything ACH. Isn't that convenient? So now you have to give them your banking information if you want to get a refund. They won't send checks anymore, which is too bad.
You can give them your PayPal? No, probably not.
I don't think so.
Probably not. Wow. Yeah.
That's the rules. I mean, quarterly suck. They really do. And the less you have to pay, the better off you are. But that's how it is with taxes anyway. So, we never want to pay more than the minimum the IRS allows. And there's no problem with paying the minimum. It's not like, oh, well, I'll pay a little more to make the IRS happy. They don't care. As long as it's required and you paid what you're supposed to, they're good.
Now we know. We can get right on that. And if you need help with sorting this out, by all means, reach out to us and let us guide you the right direction. As for winning the lottery, it's getting very serious around here, Mr. Lewis, because David Lynch's beautiful estate here in Hollywood just went up for sale. So now I definitely need to win the lottery sooner than later because it's $15 million. But
David Lynch's estate's only 15 mil?
I know. It's that, and then there's other property. There's other structures. There's basically 3 houses on the property.
Wow.
So, now aren't you hoping that I win this week?
Look, I'm always hoping you're going to win.
Yes.
For sure.
So
that'd be a heck of an Airbnb, David Lynch's house.
It's lovely. It has all of his recording spaces. Lovely. So, yes. Well, definitely have to go on our quarterlies in the meantime.
I'm afraid so. Thanks so much for joining us. And if you really appreciate what you're learning here, go ahead and hit the subscribe button below and make sure to click that bell so that you get all the notifications of new videos and content that we have coming out. And check out our next video.
And if you loved everything you heard here today and want more, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring that bell, hit our like button, and then check out the next video.
And the IRS generally doesn't want us talking about, because if we knew this, then there's a great deal of chance that everybody would stop paying their taxes and just negotiate their taxes every year.
Welcome to this episode of Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis. And today we're going to talk about, the IRS letters that you get. Because when you become a business owner, you might have noticed, you're going to be sending them some love letters. They're going to be sending you some love letters. And Mark knows all the ins and outs about how to address those and handle those so that you don't have to be afraid anymore of dealing with the IRS.
That was funny, to address letters. That was funny.
I try.
I saw what you did there.
Yeah. So Mark, tell us, now that we're business owners, we're going to fill out our EIN number, send that in, get it from the IRS so that we can do business. And that's just that's kind of the first love letter we send to them, really. Sometimes, yeah. There's a few more, sometimes, depending.
Yeah, and if you're doing an election, then you want to be an S corporation or some other kind of corporation, then you're sending that in. But what's most important is when you get love, or maybe not so love, letters back from the IRS. And what we want to address today specifically is how long does the IRS have to find out if you owe more taxes? And people run around saying, oh, they can do this for 10 years. Well, that's not entirely true, actually. There's a period from the time that you file your taxes to the time of what they call the end of the statute. There's a bunch of statutes of limitations. And one of them is they have 3 years from the day that you file or the day that you should have filed, whichever one is later, to assess you. So you file your taxes on April 15th, 2021. Sounds great. But they discover somewhere between 2021 and 2024 that you owe more. And if they send you a letter saying, we think you owe more in the form of some kind of a CP letter, then you'll be in their crosshairs. But if after April 15th of 2024, they don't assess you, unless you've committed fraud, don't commit fraud, then you get off scot-free. And if they do send you stuff after that, you get to say, the statute's run out, y'all. I'm so sorry. That's all there is. Chop, chop. So 3 years from the time that you filed or were required to file, whichever is later. Now, why later? Well, because some people file late. And you were required to file on April 15th, but you file on April 20th. Well, it's 3 years from April 20th because you were late, which is why for those people who don't file at all and say, I don't owe taxes, there is no erosion of the statute. It will just continue in perpetuity because you never filed. So they can go back as many years as they want and reassess. So be careful, you non-filers. This is a potentially really bad thing. And for those of you who are like, oh, but it's illegal. Well, yes, I used to fight that. And I'm going to tell you, whatever you believe about any of this, the IRS and their cousin collection agencies, which include, by the way, the FBI, the DEA, ICE, and a few other nice federal letters, alphabet companies, will happily come to your door and explain to you why you're incorrect. So after the 3 years, is this making sense, Sterling?
It is. What I'm most worried about, because I'm a girl who loves my storage space in my garage. So if I got 3 years for them to come back, how long do I got to keep all those boxes of receipts? Because I think I'm a little confused about how long that is.
Yeah, that's I get that question a lot. How long do I have to keep receipts? Well, my dad told me it was 7 years. But since they can't assess you for more outside of 3, the number really is, just for round figures, I'd keep them around for 4 years, but technically only 3. Now, they can, under certain rules and regulations, force you to go back to 6 and even further than that. But again, unless you were in some really big case or they accused you of fraud, which, by the way, has no statute of limitations, or some other thing, it's very, very unlikely they'll ever go past 6, and almost never, really, generally, if it's just, hey, you owe us some more money, past 3. Why? Well, because no matter how far back they go, they can't collect more than the 3 years from the time that you filed.
Got it. Oh, that's super helpful. And I have more room for things like Halloween decorations. And
That's
Christmas.
right.
I love that.
That's right. Well, let's talk about the statute of limitations for collections. Now, this is where a lot of people we hear get this right. Oh, it's 10 years. Yes, 10 years from the point of assessment, which you're like, well, wait a minute. I thought you said they had 3 years. That's correct. To assess you, 3 years, which means if I file on April 15th of 2021, they don't assess me until April 14th of 2024. Then it's 10 years, 2034, April 14th, for them to collect. So that's actually 13 years. For those of you who are sadly in the state of California Franchise Tax Board has 20 years of statute. So once they assess you, then they have 10 years to collect. Now, for some people, you get a tax bill, and if this is you, put it in the comments, or so sorry, you get a tax bill you can't afford. And how am I going to pay this tax bill? I'm living check to check. And now you want me to pay $500, $600, $700, $800, $1,200, $1,500 a month? No, there's no way. And I'm going to tell you something, Sterling, that most people don't realize. And the IRS generally doesn't want us talking about this, because if we knew this, then there's a great deal of chance that everybody would stop paying their taxes and just negotiate their taxes every year, because there's so many rules and regulations that favor taxpayers on getting your taxes negotiated. Remember, as an American citizen, you have unlimited power to negotiate anywhere at any time for any reason. Even after a contract is signed, you can always renegotiate. And so the tax code and many other codes in the United States Code are set up to empower American citizens to be able to renegotiate. And if word got out that, hey, if you owe $10,000 and you can't pay it, you can renegotiate it, there might be this false sense of empowerment that said, oh, well, I'll never pay my taxes, I'll just renegotiate them. That is tax evasion. And you go to jail for that, just so you know.
Yeah,
So
I think the average American is pretty freaked out and scared to have any experience at all with the IRS, which is one of the things that we do here is make it a lot less scary, so that people do feel like they can have real conversations, which is a good place to start, right? So, okay, so they have 10 years to collect.
but if they can't pay,
But if they can pay, right?
that's where the magic happens.
If you're loving what you're learning today, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring the bell so that you get all the notifications when we release new videos.
And you can find an enrolled agent, a CPA, or an attorney to represent you before the IRS. Or there's certain statuses that you can just get by calling the IRS. Now, I never say call. I say generally, please don't call the IRS. But there's one status that I'm going to talk to you about that doesn't require any representation. It's probably the best status to get into for not having to pay your tax bill. Now, I'm not suggesting you shouldn't pay your taxes. Please pay your taxes. But if you actually get into a place where you cannot pay, this is the one. But before I get to that, I want to cover these others. So the basic one, you already figured out. Installment agreements. I can't pay the $10,000 now. I'll pay $1,000 over the next 10 years. And then plus fines and interest, of course, it's 7% or so per year in interest. So it'll be a little bit more than that. But that's fine. While you're in an installment agreement, there is sometimes a chance that you'll get a IRS tax lien put on your credit. It doesn't really affect your credit anymore. It used to. But that way, if you sell a house, and the IRS can go get their chunk out of the proceeds and all that other stuff. So an installment agreement is pretty cool. It's easy to fill out. Well, it's not easy to fill out, but you probably want to get somebody who's a professional that knows how to fill out those forms out. In the installment agreement, you can, again, negotiate a better installment agreement. If you're like, well, it's been whatever it is, let's say it's been 4 years since anybody's tried to come collect from me, and now I'm going to try to do right because maybe I want to work for the government or something, and they want to make sure that all my taxes are paid. I got 6 years left on the statute. I owe $10,000. I can't pay more than $1,000 a year. And you can do the figures and you find out, oh, the IRS goes, yeah, you're right. You can't pay that. So I tell you what we'll do. We'll negotiate it from $10,000 to $8,000 over 6 years, blah, blah, blah. It's, it's pretty standard negotiations and things like this. Again, finding yourself with a professional is probably the best way to do that because they're going to have good relationships with the IRS folks and know what it is they're looking for. The one that everybody knows about, though, is offer in compromise. Have you heard of this?
No, I've done an installment payment one time. Many years ago, but I've never done anything else. So I didn't know there were any other options, actually, to be honest. So
there's so many options. And offer, you can tell when somebody doesn't know what they're talking about because they'll say offer and compromise. It's not offer and compromise. It's offer in compromise, OIC. And the OIC means, hey, we're in bad shape. We owe $69,000. And I've seen this with one of our clients who had a $69,000 tax bill. And after several years of working with attorneys, they filed an OIC, offer in compromise, and they got their debt handled for $100.
Oh my goodness.
$100. What should we learn from this, Sterling?
Always negotiate.
Always negotiate.
Be in good communication.
Be in good communication. That's right. please don't sit on IRS letters and not respond to them. Even if you don't know how to respond, send a nice letter back. I don't know how to respond, but you'll get it from me in 60 days. They do that to us all the time. So the lesson is, when you're in collections with the IRS, it's not about how much the debt is. It's about how much you can pay. It could be $1 million, but you could get off with $1,000 if you were so broke and couldn't make enough money that doing so would put you into a significant hardship. There's all of these hardship clauses that the IRS can never put a taxpayer into a situation where they're in undue hardship. And an OIC is one of the ways to bypass this, that is bypass some of the tax liability. Sometimes, again, the IRS, no free lunch. It's not just fill out a form and you're good. It's very intensive, lots of information, lots of examination. You definitely want an EA, a CPA, or an attorney to manage it for you. But you can get really, really great results by renegotiating because the tax bill is just too big for you. Now, the one I want to bring to your attention is one you don't need anybody for, and that's called being uncollectible. And you can actually call the IRS and say, listen, I think I need to apply for being in uncollectible status. They'll fill out the forms. They'll send you the forms. You fill them out. You apply. And unlike any of the other solutions where while you're in the negotiation process, which may take years, the OIC, took one of my clients 3 years. The statute pauses. We call it tolls, like tolling a bell. It's a weird, I don't know. Don't ask me why. Calling toll the statute, which means that, I've only got 6 years left on the statute. Haha, I'm applying for an OIC. It took 3 years. Now they only have 3 years to collect. Haha.
Right.
Not so fast. They paused the statute for 3 years. You still have 6 more years. Ooh. That's a bummer. And installment agreements negotiations is the same thing. They toll the statute. It pauses. And the same, by the way, for a bankruptcy. While the bankruptcy is going on, you owe taxes and you throw the bankruptcy you throw your taxes into the bankruptcy, tolls the statute. Plus 6 months after also, which gets really gross. But for uncollectible, no tolling of the statute. So you've got 6 more years. It takes them, actually they do it pretty fast because it doesn't toll the statute. But let's say it did take a year for them to get approved. While you're in that approval process, no collections can take place. Yes, the interest and fines and penalties continue, but they can't collect. Once you're approved, no more collections. You'll get a federal tax lien put against you just in case you sell that house and they want to take your proceeds. But that year where they were negotiating took off your statute. And they'll analyze you every year to say, hey, are you still uncollectible? But if you tick over 10 years, that's it. It's over. No
What
more.
makes somebody uncollectible?
Well, that's a great question. How does someone become uncollectible? Well, one of the easiest ways is if you're under the federal poverty level, which is pretty low. That's pretty bad news. Also, if you can show that you don't make income, you're on some kinds of disabilities, certain veteran things happen. If you're in active duty and you get shot or something horrible happens, they'll put you on uncollectible if you have a big tax debt. Obviously they're trying to help veterans. But other folks, if you show that there's no way you can pay this, you're in a poverty level kind of income scenario, they'll very likely, again, no free lunch. There's not like, simple form. There's no such thing. No free lunch. But you can become uncollectible. And as long as you stay in that,
Sure.
statute runs out, you're off.
And we think this is also a place that people definitely probably try to commit fraud, right? So, so that's not the way you want to go around this. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, it's very tempting to take some of these on when you really are not uncollectible. You really probably are hiding money, and that's called fraudulent conveyance. There's a whole bunch of rules and regs around that, and it's prison time. Because remember, you're going to swear under penalties of perjury that everything here is true and correct to the best of your ability. And when they discover that you've been lying, that's perjury.
Yeah, I was surprised the other day. I was looking up something and I saw some TV stars had gone to prison for tax evasion, and I guess that our president had pardoned them.
Anybody we know?
No, a show about like a reality show set in the South, and I'm not sure how it is that they ended up in tax evasion, but but he did pardon them. And I thought the whole thing was just rather interesting. I didn't know people went to prison anymore for that. I thought
yes.
Which makes me wonder about something. So I think that there's a thing about, your passport is a right of is a privilege of citizenship. It's not a right of citizenship. So what happens can they do something with your passport if there's a certain amount of money owed?
Yeah. So if your cumulative debt, now a lot of people get this mixed up. They're like, oh, well, I owe $40,000 in 2019, I owe $20,000 in 2020, and I owe $6,000 in 2021. I mean, this would be old, but there's no single year that's greater than $55,000. That's what they say. So if you owe more than $55,000, then your passport, they can freeze it and you ain't going anywhere. And doesn't mean that they will, especially if you're in communication with them or you're making a payment and then that's usually fine. They usually don't. But the rule is your cumulative tax debt. So if you've got 1 year with 30, another year with 20, and another year with 10, you're in that danger zone where they can freeze your passport because, again, that's a federal privilege. They won't take your driver's license because that's a state privilege. Now, the state might can your driver's license depending on the state, but unlikely for taxes because they also know, and this is important to understand too, it's extremely unlikely that the IRS or any tax collection agencies are going to take your tools of the trade. Now, the IRS will absolutely force you to liquidate either the value of your house or the house itself if you have equity, which is why I tell you, please don't pay off your house. Please don't have equity. If it doesn't work for Robert Kiyosaki, it shouldn't work for you either. But for obvious reasons, not to mention the asset protection side of it. So the IRS will, and that's, by the way, you guys are like, oh, insurance can't be taken from the IRS. That's absolutely not true. They'll definitely force you to liquidate all of your insurance policies to pay your tax debt. So don't get that one wrong. You're like, oh, only the California and New York, is that true? For asset protection legal ramifications, yes, a plaintiff can't liquidate it, but the IRS sure will.
The moral of the story is, like all relationships, be in communication in a timely fashion. And don't be afraid to negotiate. Call a professional when it's something that you should call a professional for. And maybe you should tell them a little bit about being an EA because it's certainly different than being a CPA. And I don't know if people actually know the difference in that.
Yeah, we have more often than not, I have somebody say, oh, so as an enrolled agent, you work for the IRS? I'm like, no. And I have to admit that when I first found out what an enrolled agent was, I'm like, oh, we got to stay away from them. That's a bad person. They could ruin your life. Like, well, enrolled agent, it's a wacky name for the highest credential that the IRS gives to tax professionals for folks who they think are smart, and it allows us to represent anybody before the IRS. We can't take you to tax court, but we can definitely ask for a judicial hearing, which usually cures most of it up to that point. And as an enrolled agent, we can work in all 50 states, which is also something that CPAs and attorneys cannot do. So, because we're on the federal side, we're not on the state side. So it's pretty great. And then, of course, we can advise folks about tax issues and tax planning. And of course, most EAs do taxes, which is fine, but we don't, nor do I want to. So yeah, that's what an enrolled agent kind of, for the most part, does.
And if you loved everything you heard here today and want more, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring that bell, hit our like button, and then check out the next video.
That's several $100s on ultimately what would be a $6,900 investment. That's roughly 7 or 8% in what would amount to a couple of weeks, 3 on the outside. So really about 10%, 11% per month, which is kind of nuts.
Hi, and welcome to this episode of Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis. And today we're going to talk about some trading options. I know lots of business owners, once they start making profit, they obviously want to learn a little bit about trading, and they don't always have the time to delve in and work on then becoming a day trader. And I know lots of business owners want a way to maximize their profits instead of just dumping it into a fund. So Mark, I hear you have something called the wheel method.
Yeah, it's not really mine. A lot of people do the wheel method. It's just we have a very specific way of sort of tweaking it. So we actually don't call it the wheel method. We call it the 22 method, like, being on a set of 22s, if you know what that is. Nice low profile tires with big rims, a bit flashier, a bit nicer, and certainly makes your car look better. So if you're unfamiliar with options, then I strongly suggest you take a look at this course that I built for people who are just starting out trading, and that's available here in the description. And also, I have a book that shows you how to watch markets and show you how price is possibly going to move based on how volume is moving. And both of those things are down in the description. Today, we're going to use a very special method for options that most people don't really do. If you've ever played craps at the casino, you know that you can play on the pass line, which means you're playing against the house, or you can play on the don't pass line or no pass line, which means you're playing with the house. And by playing with the house, you win more often. You win less money more often, which gives you generally better payouts over time. And that's what we do generally when we sell options versus what most people do, which is buy options. And again, I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty of the theta and the vega and the delta and all those other kinds of things. But let me show you here using the Tastyworks platform, which in my mind is the best platform to do any options on. And if you want to set up an account with them, there's a link also in the description for that. All right, here, this is the Tastyworks platform. And we're looking at GDX, which is the Van X Gold Miners ETF, one that we use many times for selling options because they have a lot of juicy bits in them. And as you know about options, they all tend to expire. No. And if you know anything about options, you know that every option you sell or buy expires. Here you can see within 3 days, 10 days, 17 days, blah, 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 hundreds and hundreds of days. We don't want to go that far out. We really only want to go out a couple weeks. Here's 10 days. That looks pretty good for now. This is for now, the September 26, 2025. And what we're going to do is the wheel method would say to sell an option roughly at the money, meaning the price of gold, the GDX is about $69. And you can see here, this is a $69 put, which means if we were to buy this, we would expect price to go down for us to make money. But selling it means that we're going to actually make money if price goes up. And what would happen is you sell this, and as price moves up and down and as time decays, if this were to end up in the money, because let's say price went down, it would end up in the money, we would get assigned 100 shares at $69, the nature of selling puts. If it expires out of the money at expiration here on September 26, we would keep the $158. I know that says 1.58, but option contracts are 100 shares each. So we multiply this by 100. That's $158. And you can see it down here. Our max profit would be $158. And we would keep that. And if either way, we can win, because if price goes up, we keep the $158. If price goes down and we get assigned, we collect 100 shares at $69. At that point, what we would want to do is do what's called a covered call. Now, many of you know what a covered call is. We'd have 100 shares at $69. We would then sell a covered call a bit lower, and you could even go further out of the money if you wanted. That allows us to collect even more money, collect another $124 here. And if price moved in our favor, meaning that it went up, this would expire in the money, and then we would sell our shares. Again, the nature of selling calls versus selling puts. If we sell puts, we buy 100 shares if it expires in the money. If we sell calls, we sell 100 shares if it expires in the money. If price goes up, we'll sell our shares at $1 more than we bought them, which gives us another $100, plus the 124 we collected here, plus the 158 we collected here. That's several $100s on ultimately what would be a $6,900 investment. And that's roughly 7 or 8% in what would amount to a couple of weeks, 3 on the outside. So really about 10%, 11% per month, which is kind of nuts. But what happens if it doesn't work in our favor? What happens if we got assigned and we collected $124 and then price didn't go in our favor and this expired out of the money? Well, we would keep both the 158 from the put side, we'd keep the 124 from this side, and we would keep selling covered calls until price either crossed back above 69 or we collected enough premium to reduce our cost basis so that price didn't have to move very far at all. Now, what we do is the 22 method. I know this is a lot, Sterling. Are you with me so far?
Yeah, I'm taking notes.
Okay. So that's the general wheel method. And there's a whole bunch of different ways of doing it. But our 22 method adds a couple of important bits. First of all, we don't sell the at the money put. We sell it 2 strikes in the money. And instead of collecting $158, we're now collecting $278. Now, I'm not using mid prices. You could certainly do more. But here with GDX, we're just keeping it real here for us. Simple, natural prices. $278. The chances of you getting assigned are a lot more. But if you're okay holding shares at 71, which I certainly would be, I collect 278. If price moves up, it'll go out of the money and expire worthless. I keep all $278. If price goes down, I'll get assigned $7,100 worth of shares, and I can still sell a covered call here, collecting another $62. If it goes into the money, price moves up, I collect another 162, 200. What am I at here? This is going to be, so that's going to be $440 on a $7,100 investment, which, by the way, if you're in Taste2 Works, you get 2 times leverage. So it's actually $3,500. Pretty great return. And again, if it doesn't move in our favor, this expires worthless. We just simply sell another covered call and we continue to do this. But I'm going to show you one other way to even collect more, because the more you collect at the front, the better off you are. Not only are we going to sell a 2 strikes in the money put, but we're also going to sell a 1 standard deviation out of the money call.
If you're loving what you're learning today, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring the bell so that you get all the notifications when we release new videos.
Which now allows us to collect $278 plus an additional $36 on top of it. What are the chances of this coming, all the price coming down here and breaching this? Not that great. And we should always look at a chart, but not that great. And if it does, we've collected so much premium that it's usually easy to manage this. If you get assigned, great. You've collected now, where are we at? $317, and you can still do that covered call, collecting over and over again until you are able to either have your basis returned or price moves in your favor. Generally, though, we don't want on the 22 method to get assigned. And if we're getting towards expiration and it looks like we're going to get assigned, looks like things aren't quite going our way, we can roll this into future months, into future expirations. So giving us a little more time to be right. And what that would mean is we would originally sell this for $278. We'd buy it back for whatever the price is. We'd take probably a little bit of a loss. And then we would collect, let's say we went up a couple more weeks, so October 3rd. Now we're going to collect another $50 and add that to our cost basis so that we don't get assigned. Now, if you're okay getting assigned, then great. But this wheel method plus our 22 version really creates an incredible flexibility for you to make, generally speaking, if you get assigned, 4 to 5% per month. Now, is this going to happen for you? Not necessarily. Past profits are no guarantee of future earnings. And this is what my experience is. I'm an enrolled agent, but I'm not an investment advisor. I haven't passed my Series 65s or anything like this. Please do your own research and reach out if you have any questions. Again, my book on how to find price movements with volume is there in the description. And I hope that this is valuable to you, and reach out with any questions you might have.
Mark, your book, Make Your Fortune Harpooning Whales, was such a good read, and it really had me think through, I've worked since I was a kid, and I'm such a get up and hustle mentality. And so it really had me start looking at okay, I really should spend more energy trying to learn to invest my profits so that I don't have to keep hustling year after year after year after year. So I love that that book definitely brought a lot of encouragement and empowerment to my idea around what I want to do long term. And if you loved everything you heard here today and want more, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring that bell, hit our like button, and then check out the next video.
So many things that we've been told are actually completely upside down and keep the poor remaining poor, which is what they want. You know, John D. Rockefeller said, I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers.
Welcome to this episode of Stacks Over Tax. My name is Sterling Grace, and with me is Mark Lewis. And today we're going to have a little chat about wealth strategies. One of the number one things that we see in our clients come in is we have a big conversation with them about how much money they need to live. And it's always really, really shocking that a lot of times people don't even know, but B, sometimes people that don't make any money have insanely high cost of living requirements. And some of our folks that make massive money live on so little a year, which is shocking. We had one of those recently that we were super surprised. Even though the guy was making $500,000 a year, he was living on like 30 and 40 thousand. I think what we were going to explore today is really how American culture has taught people to really stay poor, specifically because it's actually great for those in the world who are business owners for their employees to constantly need higher and higher and higher salary. They will work longer and longer and longer hours. They'll take overtime. They'll work multiple jobs because the messaging around consumerism and the constant need for status symbols has just gotten really, really out of control.
This is an uncomfortable truth that we don't really cover very often. But in 1865, when the Emancipation Proclamation went out after the Civil War and the slaves were set free, the plantation owners realized that the last thing that they need is their slaves going free. And the culture also knew that a bunch of uneducated slaves going out into the culture trying to work, they'd just be taken advantage of. So what they decided was, generally, keep them on the plantation, pay them for their time, but then also charge them for room, board, food, clothing, so that by the end of every month, they never had anything. So they could never leave. There's a term for this, which I won't repeat here because it'll get flagged on YouTube. But that is what's happening to the American people now. We're working at jobs where we're earning a pittance of what our actual talents and skills are worth, having the money removed for taxes so that we can't use it, having money that's ours be put into a 401k that has zero, and I mean zero tax advantage, and then being charged sales tax, property tax, ongoing taxes, so that what we have left, we give back to the companies that paid us in the first place by going to their grocery stores and buying their high color red and yellow. I don't know if you know this, but the color red and yellow actually induces hunger in people. Why do you think McDonald's and Burger King are red and yellow? Did you know that?
I did not know that, but I should know that. I actually know quite a bit about color theory. I just don't know anything about food and color theory.
Yeah, we give our money back to the very companies that are paying us, having had so much of it stripped away from taxes. So what are we really doing here? We're slaves. That's why people are like, why do you say social slaves? Why are we social slaves? Aren't we? So here's a question for you, Sterling. What do you remember? It doesn't have to be your dad or your mom, but some authority figure. What's the first lesson that you remember about money, how to handle money?
That there was never enough of it. No matter what happened, there was never enough of it. And there was never going to be enough of it. I didn't think that there was some place in life where people actually lived that they were really happy, because I had people in my family who definitely were minimum wage workers, and I had people in my family that made money off things like oil land rights, right? Things like that they got a monthly check from mineral rights and stuff of that nature. Nobody was ever content. Everybody always had a hustle. So I just thought that was part of life. I didn't think work was some other thing. I thought life was work. And so, in lots of ways, I think that serves me really well. It's a great thing about being a farmer's daughter, right? Is that I don't feel, that I feel really content with myself about work, and about being purposeful and useful on the planet. But yeah, I was sure there was never enough, and there was never going to be enough. That was the number one thing I would say.
And you and I are Gen X.
We are. Yes.
Yes. Now, when my grandfather, who was greatest generation, right? Yeah, he's greatest generation. When they were in the Depression, and he told me that they didn't have enough, they really didn't have enough. There was actually no food. They couldn't go, if they didn't farm it, there was nothing to be had. I remember he told me that when he finally came out to California and he saw a grocery store where there was apples and oranges piled up, he said, I broke down, I got on my knees, and I started crying. And people thought I was nuts. They're like, oh, are you okay, Paul? And he's like, oh, no, I just got something in my eye. I was looking fine. I got something on the floor, but he was like, it was overwhelming. That is not what you're talking about. There's food, but there's no money to get it.
Yeah. And it reminds me of our good friend, Axel, who's been on our show, talking about moving from Cuba, and the amount of just the cars, just the volume of cars in the parking lot at Walmart was surprising to him, much less what was inside. Right.
Right. And what do you do, though, in a country where you've got affluence, it's free economy, it's capitalism, it's the only functioning capitalistic society on the planet, and perhaps in the history of the planet. And generally, there's a massive amount of affluence and availability, a distribution of products, food, clothing, everything. If you were in a government situation where like, these people have a lot of power, what do we got to do to get these people back under our thumb? What's the first thing you do?
Figure out how to create something that they want to buy.
Figure out how to buy, get something they want to buy, siphon their ability to pay for it, because find a way to take the money that they're earning and make it less and less and less, and less and less and less valuable as you move along. Strip away from them their actual values like silver and gold and those kinds of things, and then get them addicted to a global programming system where they're compelled culturally to continue to purchase from the companies that are paying them.
For sure. But it's shocking to me how many people don't even realize that they don't consider their monthly or annual income and divide it into some buckets, some very reasonable buckets, right? Like how much is going to go for housing? How much is going to go for food? How much is going to go for sneakers or handbags, right? If you're a person who makes, under $100,000 a year, probably you should consider what a reasonable handbag should cost you, or a reasonable pair of sneakers. And so, or a car, which is even, that's now so surprising the way that they manage that, because now with leasing, you can drive a car that you really can't afford, and you will continue to do so every 3 years because you just want a new car, and you're just looking for that new car smell for the last 6 weeks, which is a really high price to pay for a new car smell. If you're loving what you're learning today, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring the bell so that you get all the notifications when we release new videos.
What's one of the things that either your grandfather or somebody from an older generation told you that they said was good financial
That I should always save for a rainy day.
Save money. Got to save money. Yeah. That's right. The very first thing my parents did is they took me to Security Pacific Bank back in the day when that was a thing before it got eaten up by Bank of America. And they set up a savings account for me when I was a kid. I think it was 10. And in those days, they had savings booklets. I don't know if you remember the booklets. They're like, you flip through them and they'd stick them in the machine and the machine would stamp what the numbers were. I mean, it was actually your ledger. Right. And they didn't have computers in the banks that record it. So it was actually your ledger. And I was like, oh, saving money. Oh, this is great. And there's interest. And in those days, we're talking about early 80s, interest was way up there, way higher than it is now. And I don't mean like savings account interest. I mean like loan interest on a home. I mean, the people are buying homes at 15% interest are excited. So yes, save money. But how valuable is saving money now?
If it's even doable. But no, it's not at all, right? I don't even think people realize why that's actually a problem. That the way that interest and inflation works now, it doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, it's important to realize that inflation always must outpace savings interest rates. If it doesn't, then we have to lower the rates and lower the savings. And we're suggesting that, oh, well, the savings accounts now are almost 5%. Yes, but inflation, all you got to do is look at the price of bread. It's 10% a year minimum. Some places, it's like 25% a year. Not to mention what's happening with gas and all the other commodities that the value of which the value of the dollar of which is being stripped. So you're like, oh, I'm going to save money. For what? To invest? For what? As a emergency fund? No, way cheaper to not listen to what the greatest generation and the boomers told us and realize that our current economy is radically different from anything they had. Way better to have a credit card or a line of credit as your emergency fund than it is to actually put money in savings. That's crazy. Way better to be investing the money so that it can pay you some kind of a return from which you could pay your bills. Way better to stop earning money, right? We were always told, oh, well, you need to earn more money to get ahead. No, that's the worst possible thing. Earning money in our graduated tax system puts you in a position where you're paying maximum tax, more and more and more and more tax. Instead, stop earning money altogether. Take the money that you have, invest it, and make the investments pay for your bills at the best tax rate in the code, which is on the capital gain side. So many things that we've been told are actually completely upside down and keep the poor remaining poor, which is what they want. John D. Rockefeller said, he was reported to say that I don't want a nation of thinkers. I want a nation of workers.
Well, now being a worker just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like owning your own business is the only conceivable way. Yeah, I think there's very few options anymore where being a worker makes any sense at all. Being a business owner, on the other hand, completely changes the ballgame entirely. And being a business owner who's gone through our process and set up their business correctly with structuring dramatically changes the game when it comes to your taxes, your asset protection, and your legacy preservation. I think that's something that people also don't realize has such a huge impact in the way that the wealth is going to get passed generations.
If your biggest expense is taxes and you're struggling, some of the people come to us with 30, 40, even 50% plus taxes, how can you possibly get ahead? Especially when you've got 10, 11, 12-figure corporations paying 21% tax. And so for us, turning what CPAs and our grandfathers and our dads told us to do on its head and say, no, we're going to actually do what the big corporations are doing. They're not in trusts, y'all. I know, trust is the solution. If it was trust that was the solution, it'd be Amazon Trust. It'd be Berkshire Hathaway Trust. Instead, it's Inc. And there's a very important reason why they're incorporated, they're C corporations. corporations, not just because they went public, which is required, but many, many other tax incentives. And for everybody who's going to say, oh, it's just double taxation, you have no idea what you're talking about. And you should really do some research into how to combine entities together, which is exactly what they're doing and what we do.
And if you want more information about how to set up your business and structure it correctly, you can click below in the description and you'll find a link to our masterclass that'll walk you through the entire process. And if you loved everything you heard here today and want more, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring that bell, hit our like button, and then check out the next video.
And you know how you can always tell that someone's not telling you the truth about how the rich take care of their money and avoid taxes? They're not telling you the truth anytime they say these words: IRA, 401k, SEP. Guys, they don't have jobs. Why would a rich person have a job? Why would they put money of pittance of $6,000-$7,000 a year into a tax situation of an IRA, but a traditional anything? There's no tax advantage. And besides, they're doing $10 million a month.
Hi, and welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis. And today we're going to talk about how people think the rich avoid taxes and what the reality is. All the scheming and misinformation that's out on the internet about everything that has to do with how the 1% are living. Get you up to speed about how it is that you can take advantage of strategies no matter what the bracket that you're in.
Yes, nobody likes clickbait. And even in the financial sector, where you want to be somebody who's going to be rich or somebody who's wealthy or a business owner who's doing 10 million a month or something like this, it's not just any one thing that's going to make you that, but some of these clickbaity YouTube channels that we see or Instagram videos, they're just like, oh, how the rich avoid taxes. Well, first of all, no one avoids taxes. No one, not legally anyway. So things that say, oh, here's how they get out of paying tax. No, that's a misnomer. And you know what I'm talking about? You see these crazy things all the time.
Constantly. And the funniest thing is they're usually videos by, influencers that are under 30 who have no information whatsoever about family office setups, how trusts work, anything like that. They just have heard something or seen something somewhere and decided to make a video because they know they'll get views off of it.
Yeah. And some of these people are CPAs who learned the minimum they needed to learn about how to do taxes, not actually tax preparation, not tax planning, where, most of the CPAs, and you've even experienced this from our clients, where they're like, oh, yay, you should be happy. You made $10 million this year in profits, and you only have to pay 45% tax. Congratulations. Oh, and here's my bill for $12,000 as a CPA. Yeah, well, that CPA did the bare minimum that they're accustomed to or comfortable doing, didn't actually take into account the fact that there was some really great things that could have been done throughout the year with that business to get their taxes down to below 30%, below 26%, even maybe below 22% tax. And we just see this all the time where, hey, you've got a certificate, you've got a credential, or maybe even you're just a dumb influencer out there going, oh, I've watched some other good videos, but no one is talking about what the rich are really doing, because by and large, if you're talking about taxes and you're a CPA, you're an EA generally, and certainly if you're a tax attorney, you have no idea what the rich are doing because they're not your clients. You know whose clients the rich are? CFOs and people who have been doing this for a long time, who really understand that, oh, you've got $2 billion in assets and those are making money. Guys, we don't put that income into a Roth IRA. We don't put it into a 401k. And you know how you can always tell if someone's not telling you the truth about how the rich take care of their money and avoid taxes? They're not telling you the truth anytime they say these words: IRA, 401k, SEP. Guys, they don't have jobs. Why would a rich person have a job? Why would they put money of pittance of $6,000-$7,000 a year into a tax situation of an IRA that really, I mean, Roth is okay, but a traditional anything, there's no tax advantage. And besides, they're doing $10 million a month. Why would they even waste the time to put it into an IRS-backed security situation? That's just nonsense. Anybody who talks about an IRA, a 401k, or some kind of IRS-backed retirement situation has no idea how the rich do it, and in fact are peddling either their services, which is fine, you can do that. We're all here to do capitalistic things, or they're actually peddling strategies that are meant to keep the people poor who have jobs, who are small business owners, who are medium-sized business owners. And, Sterling, we see all the time the small to medium-sized business owners. Those are our peeps. Have you experienced a 401k or an IRA, or that this is what the rich are doing and how these people are benefiting?
Never. In fact, the only people that ever still have their 401s are people that started off as a W-2 employee and they just left it because they weren't sure what to do with it. And that's one of the questions they always ask us of like, what do I do with this thing now? And should I figure out how to cash it out? Or but never, never part of their actual wealth strategy at all.
Yeah. You bring up a really great point, which is they come to us and they're usually like, can I do anything with this? How old are you? Right? That's my first question, because you can't really take it out without some kind of penalty unless you're 59 and a half. And anybody who says to me they're 50 or older, just leave it. Just leave it, because you only have a few more years. You can take it out and, whatevs. Unless you said, oh, I really want to use that and create a new small business. Well, then the ROBS program is a thing. And we've talked about that before. But if you're under 50, dude, and obviously if you're going to stay at your job, I can't help you there. And having a job isn't bad. Especially in your 20s and 30s, it's a really great way to accumulate wealth and get some skills and relationships. I'm never going to knock a job early on if that's your choice, and it's fine. But if you're 40 years old and you've got a few $100,000 in an IRA or a 401k, just take it out. Take the tax hit. It's only 10%. Because I'm not going to get into it now because we want to talk about how rich people do things, but we've talked before about how anything traditional IRA, 401k has zero tax benefits, especially if you're investing. The capital gains tax long-term is the best taxation in the code, but that's not what you're going to get taxed on. You're going to get taxed for all the income that you made and all the principal that you put into it at the worst possible tax rate when you take it out, not capital gains tax, even though it was capital gains. Much better just to blow that up, blow up your 401k, put it into the markets, leave it in there and accumulate until you're 59 and a half, and you'll have a way better tax treatment. Anyway, so these are the kind of fallacies that we see. And, guys that are CPAs and attorneys, and some of them are, very obvious, who we might be talking about, always with their trifecta systems, or they're, in the middle of it is some kind of 401k IRA scenario. Guys, this is not for the rich. The rich don't do this. They invest. They don't squander or squirrel away money into IRS programs, which, by the way, they'll change on a whim. We just saw that 2 years ago. Your IRA, your 401k are just no longer available to do generational wealth because of the requirements of all of that money to be distributed back to you within 10 years after you pass. It's just nuts. And you Roth people think that isn't going to change for you. It's on the whim of Congress, and they'll change it in a whim if it's politically expedient for them, for the corporations, not to you.
If you're loving what you're learning today, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring the bell so that you get all the notifications when we release new videos. Which
brings us to what we do. Incorporating what the 10, 11, 12-figure corporations do down to the small and medium-sized business owners. And from that knowledge, we do know what the rich do. And we talk about all the time the strategies that the rich deploy in order to not avoid taxes, because no one can avoid taxes, but to not earn income.
Right.
That is the first thing you have to understand about rich people. They don't avoid taxes. They just don't earn income. Why would you want to earn income? Earning income is the worst possible tax scenario, asset protection scenario, and legacy preservation scenario. It's attached to you. You can't get rid of the filth of its taxable nature. And then the government come tax when they take it away after you pass. Instead, we've been taught you should solve your money problems by earning more money. We were taught from the boomers on, and even the greatest generation, which is before, the more money you make, the better your life will be. That's the American dream. Work hard, earn money, mom's apple pie, and all that. But that's in a generation where they didn't have, I know it's hard to imagine, they did not have the tax that we have now. They did not have a graduated tax system that goes up to 37% just on the federal side. For some of you making $1 million a year and you live in a blue state, you're paying almost 50%. And if you're doing it through self-employment income, well above 50% tax. And some of you are feeling that pain. That's earned income. And so when we say, what are the rich doing? Anything that services earned income, we have to throw out because the rich don't care about earned income because they're not making it. Why would they do that? We were told to earn more money so that we can pay the bills and invest what's left. The rich are taught, take your money and invest it, and from the investment income, pay your bills, and then have companies and corporations pay bills that they can legitimately pay. So you don't have to earn any money personally. And then we take all of our stuff and we move it away from us, not into trusts, unless they don't make money. But if they do make money, we move them into corporate structures, multi-member LLCs, C corporations, from which we can control the flow of tax away from us into a corporate structure where your taxation can be limited, severely limited to below 22%. Meanwhile, whatever little money you need to live, hopefully very small because your corporations are paying for legitimate expenses, your investments are paying for everything else. The rest of it comes through, as long as it's more than $80,000 a year, an S corporation where the self-employment tax is being stripped and the 20% tax-free deduction from the qualified business income deduction is applied. You take a little salary, and now you're set up. The millions that you can make every month are now taxed at a fixed rate, managed away from you so that if you got sued or they got sued, there's no interconnection. This is how the rich, they don't avoid taxes, they just don't earn money. And until the internet and Instagram and all these guys who are CPAs who are trained on how to deal with people who actually earn money, who can never be rich. You can never be rich earning money. I know it sounds bizarre, but you can't. If you're earning money, yes, your IRA, your Roth IRA perhaps might be a solution. Yes, your HSA is a solution. Yes, the Rob's program is a solution for you, but you're not anywhere going to be making the kind of money or generating the kind of wealth that a true wealthy person is because you're earning it. And earning is always going to be taken away from you at the maximum rate. Not to mention you had to transfer your personal time on the planet, which is non-renewable, into money, depreciating money day by day, thanks to inflation, and then that gets taxed. But in investments, whether it's real estate or stocks and bonds, all of the investments that you can make into business, turning over your money, that's where you start making money that pays your bills at a much lower tax rate. And so to sum all this up, the best way to avoid taxes is to simply not earn money.
Wow. Okay, that's going to give people a lot to think about. And definitely drop your comments below and let us know what you think about all that. And we look forward to having more of these conversations about how to create wealth for both yourself now and generations to come. And if you loved everything you heard here today and want more, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring that bell, hit our like button, and then check out the next video.
So I'm much more inclined to think about what Grant Cardone's saying, which is don't be looking for single family residences. No one wants to sell because those loans are like rare gold. It's going to be 30 years. I'll be lucky to see it in my lifetime that comes back. I hope I do. The boomers aren't dumb. They're from a different era, but that doesn't mean they're dumb.
Hi, and welcome to this episode of Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and with me is Mark Lewis. And today we're going to talk about the epic landslide of wealth transference that's supposed to happen in the real estate market. As I've been hearing about this, Mark, about the boomers are going to sell their house and we're all going to get houses. Like, how great is this going to be? So I thought I'd bring this to you and see what you think about this. Is this actually going to happen?
Why are they selling their houses? Do we know?
I don't know. Maybe just age and they want to downsize. I know the man who's like my adopted dad. Him and his wife just did that. They just downsized from their multi-level house into a one-level house. It was easier for them to manage and get around in, and they didn't need all that extra room now that the kids are really out of the house and the grandkids are getting bigger and all those kind of good things. So not sure exactly.
Okay. Well, certainly the greatest generation, which was my grandfather, they're extensively gone. And so the next generation basically is the boomer generation, and they're getting old, quite old. My parents are in that sort of generation. They really mainly are. And they're in their 80s. But I want to bring up some little concepts about this. The boomers have lived in the last generation where taxes were very low. They were taught to save money. They were taught to work at a job for 40, 50 years, get the gold watch, whatever that is, or 40 years anyway. Retire on a social security system. They didn't have to work. They had pensions. They didn't have 401ks. And it's a very, very different world. And this idea that, they're going to sell their houses when they obviously pass, or when we move them into retirement homes, or when they downscale, or anything like this. Let's just really look at this really carefully, because Grant Cardone, not that we should listen to Grant Cardone, although he says a lot of great things. Grant Cardone's very clear. No one's buying SFRs right now. Because no one's selling. Why would anyone who has a single family residence sell their home when they have the best interest rate, perhaps that's going to be available perhaps for the next 30 or 40 years? We're not going to be going back to 2.75% interest or 3% interest anytime soon. So why would anyone sell their most important asset, which is basically $500,000, $700,000, $1 million, $2 million of free money? Which is what the banks gave them. And they locked this in, 6 years ago? They got 25 more years of this free money before they pay it off. And the value is there. That value, that loan rather, is lost. So why would they sell? That doesn't make any sense. And if they have any interest in generational wealth, which, the boomer generation, unlike Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, we think, we don't have any concept of legacy preservation. No one's given us anything. And our fathers, mothers, and some of you grandfathers, they do. They're like, we do have stuff that we want to hand down. We don't want to just hand it over. And so they understand the value of property, real estate. It was drummed into them by the greatest generation. So legacy preservation for them is, at this point, what they're really thinking about. And so, for example, my parents, they live in California. They bought a home in North Orange County in 1980 for about $100,000. It's worth 1.7 million. Now, some people are like, oh, look at that. Yes, but that's over the course of, what are we talking about here now? 45 years? So yeah, what's the return on investment of $1.6 million over 45? I mean, it's not bad, but it's not like crypto or some other major stock with a dividend, but still it's a good investment. But the problem is in states like California, where there's massive property tax benefits for not selling, for them to sell would create a massive property tax problem. And so it's way better for them to do a couple of things. Either just hand it down to the kids, me, my brother, my son, and so keep that in the family, or don't hand it down. And when they move into, not that we're planning on moving my parents into a home, but if they were to be moved into a home, keep the home, rent the home, and have the rents pay for the home that they're in.
Care. Yeah.
Why would they sell? Because if they sold, yeah, they'll have $1.7 million. But do you know how much it would cost for them to be in a 1,600 square foot house in a reasonable neighborhood in Los Angeles now? About $1.2 million.
Yeah.
And they're going to lose 1,500 square foot of house and land in a prime part of Southern California. Lest we also bring up the interest rate that they have, which the house is paid. So, you know, if you had refinanced, as my dad thought about doing but didn't, he'd have a loan at the 2, 3, maybe 4% zone. And there's no way he's selling that loan out, having that loan out. It's way too valuable. So I'm much more inclined to think about what Grant Cardone's saying, which is don't be looking for single family residences. No one wants to sell because those loans are like rare gold. They're just going to be 30 years. I'll be lucky to see it in my lifetime that comes back. I hope I do. But the boomers aren't dumb. They're from a different era. But that doesn't mean they're dumb. And my dad is as an example, I keep using my dad, but those are the only boomers I have in my family left. They're very keen on renting that place out if they needed to move. And they're not going to, selling that place is not in the cards, because if you sell your property now, what are you going to get with the money you have? It's just not, where are you going to buy? You have to move out to rural Tennessee to get something similar.
Right. Yes. And not all of us want to live in rural Tennessee. So,
well, you should. It's very nice.
Yes, you're probably right. So, yes. Some city mice love being in the city, and some country mice love being in the country. So, everyone's
what I've discovered, and you're a bit of a unique mouse in that you used to live in the country.
Yeah.
And then moved to the city and multiple cities. And now you're like, so for me, that's why I have to be careful when I say that city mice, once they get to the company, don't get to the country, don't want to go back to the city. Mm-hmm. But if you'd already been in the country, then you might, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm very, very grateful. I grew up in rural Texas, and I now live in the fabulous city of Los Angeles, California. And I think that Texas gave me roots and California gave me wings. And I needed both things. And maybe a day will come that I will want to go back to the country. My daughter lives out of the country, loves it, thinks it's the most amazing thing. She would think it was torturous if I asked her to move to Los Angeles. But I don't know. I think there's just phases in life in which things make more sense, and your interest level are different. And so if you're loving what you're learning today, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring the bell so that you get all the notifications when we release new videos. Mark, my kid and your kid, we have a city mouse and a country mouse ourselves. And mine would be the country mouse, and she is homesteading in, again, rural Texas. And I think it is really interesting how the generation of 20s and 30-year-olds are not necessarily as inclined both ways. We have people who in our life who have kids that are doing a very nomadic lifestyle. They're doing van life. They're doing being a digital nomad and traveling and following the surf. And then we have others, they're like my kid, who are growing gardens and having chickens and learning how to live on the land and live for a lot less money than I would ever imagine. Like, actually, I'm really happy that she loves that life, because she lives for such less money than would be feasible for what she would have to live, how she'd have to have her life be if she lived in the city. So, I think that's kind of an interesting thing that's happening in the younger generation is they're looking at it differently, and whether or not having that house
where it is, right, and how it is, and I think it's an interesting perspective.
I think it's fascinating because we've been talking about boomers, and you're talking about basically our Gen Y kids. And they're really at the end of the 4-generational cycle that we have here in North America every 20 years, where each generation actually has a unique characteristic from that book by Howe called Generations. And it's been proven year on year on year, decade on decade on decade, that this is so. And our kids are at the end of that as what we call the adaptives. And they tend to be the only generation that moves into what's new in North America after the civic crisis. And it's very clear that our civic crisis was COVID.
Yeah.
So that's radically changed how everything has been done in North America, real estate included. There's a clip of Grant Cardone during COVID where he's panicking and he's like, I've got 7,900 doors and nobody wants to pay. It's like, what am I going to do? And like, yeah, that was a thing there for a minute. And the greatest generation would be our kids' analogs, 5 generations back. So the boomers are the ones furthest removed from their great grandkids, basically, in terms of policy. So where the boomers went, and the very first thing they did is bought a house, even if they couldn't afford it. They did it with cash, or they got, like my parents got help from their parents, and whatever you could do, you gotta buy a house, the 2.6 kids and the fences and all the dogs and the job, single income family. And that's the last of it. Because when you get to Gen X, it's 2-income family. And Gen Y, it's like, if you don't, you got to live, you have a 3-income family because you're living with your family, you're living with your parents. So it's very, very different, systemically different. So it doesn't surprise me at all that our kids are doing a whole different thing. And you talk about nomadic lifestyle. We talk about the homesteading lifestyle, where they're like, if I'm off the grid, I'm good. If I don't need a monetary system, if I can live in a community that we support each other, you've got the hogs, you've got the cows, you've got the wheat and the other things, you've got the fuel, and I've got the machinery, and we all just create a community. So I find it very interesting that our kids are really looking at work differently, entrepreneurism differently, and certainly real estate value is something that's not that interesting. I also find it incredibly ironic that Warren Buffett is now coming out saying, yeah, well, real estate is really just not that good. It's how difficult it is for me to sell an apartment complex. It takes months and hundreds of people. And if I want to sell 2,500 shares of Berkshire Hathaway, I can do it in 2 seconds. I'm like, well, that's true. Pretty true. You can judge me in the comments how I did on Warren Buffett there. And I am, I love commercial real estate. I love mobile home parks and laundromats and storage, and that's great. RV parks. But if you said to me, hey, we'll get you a house, that's fine, but your investment nest egg isn't going to be in real estate, and you'll still be able to do 30-40% a year in the markets, I'd be like, why do I want real estate? I don't know if I do. That's a lot of people I got to deal with. Whereas in the markets are the only non-racist, non-sexist, non-religionist, everythingist. No one cares who you or what you are or what you are not or who you are not. You just hit the button and you made money or you didn't. And that's not possible anywhere else. And so we're kind of off topic here, but I think it's important that what you brought up, this idea that the generations are so incompatible in investment practices and how they make money. And as taxes continue to rise and the value of the dollar continues to plummet, the value or even the ability to get real estate is now so difficult that these new generations have to come up with something else.
I do appreciate that. I think one of the greatest things about the younger generation is they're not as competitive as we were with one another. I remember being 20 and having a new television, and our neighbors got one that was bigger. And the first thing that happened back then was my husband wanted a bigger television, right? And they're just not wired in the same kind of way like that. They do seem to think it's more of a community experience. I remember my daughter was in high school, something was happening, and she said, well, one kid had something. And so in her brain, the group had it, right? And it was such a different philosophy from the way the Gen X people, which we were very like individualized, and we had to have one too, and it had to be bigger, and it had to be on brand. And we're so much. So I think that's one of the most phenomenal things about their generation, that they've really, they're just they're more collaborative with one another.
I used to do mission work with my church when I was a kid down in Mexicali, Mexico. And they'd play a game, and I'd not seen the game before. And this was with kids who were obviously Gen Y in Mexico. And again, different culture. But they played a game with them. They said they put American kids, a set of 2 American kids, and then a set of 2 Mexican kids. And each had a rope. And in the middle of the rope was a little diamond head or a arrowhead looking thing. And underneath the diamond head was a line drawn in sand and dirt. And the rule was, for every time you could pull your arrowhead to your side of the line, you got a penny. And then when it crossed to the other side of the line, then your opponent got a penny. And then they just had 2 Mexican kids and 2 American kids. And they said, you got 60 seconds, go. And man, those American kids were like, pulling, and one guy got a penny, and then the other guy got it, and this pulling and all this. Guess how the Mexican kids did it? Back and forth as fast as they could.
Oh, interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Culture, I think, is also big in what's happening in culture now in this generation, and for them, and in no small part our generation, not so much the boomer generation, being completely programmed into us from media.
Yeah.
And now social media, and now television doesn't have anywhere near the influence that YouTube and influencers do, who are now saying the things like what opened this podcast, which is like, boomers are getting rid of their homes. Are they though? Shouldn't we do a little research about this instead of just listening to an influencer somewhere say something?
Yeah, the kids don't even have the same kind of conversation going on about something as simple as jeans. Like, remember when we were in high school, the girls all wanted, Jordache or Guess jeans. And that was like a thing, and you just had to have them. And, maybe a little older, the kids who were the rave kids wanted the big Jinko jeans, right? They don't have that kind of thing happening at all. Like, it's just not at all important. Like, now they can care less. They want fast fashion that they can swap out, and it's just completely, and they're more about individualizing the clothes and cutting them up and making it their style of their own, as opposed to looking like the Cindy Crawford of the world. And so I don't know, just a very interesting look at generations and wealth and possessions and how the many facets of ways you can go about life. And if you loved everything you heard here today and want more, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring that bell, hit our like button, and then check out the next video.
Let's get out of our head that putting money in a bank is either safe or beneficial. Not only are you not getting any tax benefits for putting your money into a CD or into a savings account, but it's getting whittled down at your tax rate. Every day you're losing value. Well, that's not true. I'm making money. I know, but that money, the inflation, the value of your dollar is coming down faster than the interest you're making plus the taxes.
Hi, and welcome to this episode of Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis. And today we're going to talk about interest rates. I think everybody thinks interest is the enemy, Mark, and I'm not really sure if that's right or not. So I don't know. I thought I'd get your ideas and opinions on interest and what we probably don't even know about interest.
Yeah. Well, if you follow Dave Ramsey at all, the dude who's all about, get rid of your credit cards and have no debt and all that, he's going to want you to hate interest, especially when it comes from credit cards, which, if you're drowning in debt, getting yourself more debt is not, he's not wrong. That part's not great. But there's not a single rich person you can think of who hasn't made their fortune using bank money that requires interest. And there's so many different ideas around where interest is used. It's sort of like a chain on a bicycle. It can be used in any other kind of device to connect something else. It's just a generic thing, which when deployed on whatever device or vehicle could create a whole new way of looking at things. And instead of just making interest bad or good, it's actually just a tool. And if we know how to use the tool, like a hammer, then we can put a nail in the wall, or we could create a lot of violence, particularly with the hammer, which we probably shouldn't be doing. Same with interest. Interest can cause a great deal of damage if used inappropriately. It can also create a great deal of wealth when used in our favor. So first of all, let's talk about what creates our interest rate. Like, what does that even mean? Who's we, and what's this interest rate of which you speak?
I'm not sure, but I do hear them say they're going to lower it, and everyone gets all excited about that they may lower it a couple more times before the end of the year. But I'm not entirely sure why I should be so excited about that. So
it's a great question. It's sort of like, well, why should I get excited about gas prices going down? Well, you should if you're buying gas, but you should get upset if you're buying gas futures or you're buying gas stocks, because you're like, well, that means my income comes down. It depends. If interest rates come down, then some people win, some people lose, and we'll talk about that. So the Fed, the folks that run the federal money of the United States, I'm going to use this word, haphazardly decide, really based on a bunch of stupid numbers and figures that they expect us, and most people do, buy as legitimatizing their decisions to raise or lower the interest rate. For most people and companies and corporations, because we borrow so much money in an inflationary economy, the lowering of an interest rate means that people and companies keep more of their money. Because as you know, if you have a loan, there's there has to be an interest payment that comes with it. Now, of course, this goes against what the Bible says and what common law says, which is never charge interest for a loan. But, I'm not going to get into how completely fraudulent the banking system is, but that's how it is. You got to pay interest. In fact, the IRS requires a 4.95% interest rate on any loan for it to be legitimized by the IRS.
Wait, so what if I loan my friend $1,000? I'm supposed to charge them interest if I loan my friend $1,000?
If you loan them $1,000 and don't charge them interest, the IRS would consider that a gift. Now, if they return it to you, then yes, it's a loan, but it's not a legitimate loan. Now, personal loans are no big deal. Nobody really cares. But if it was $1 million to your friend and they were paying it back over the course of 30 years, they might certainly consider it a gift and then knock and ding your gift exemption, which in your lifetime and mine currently is only $15 million. So now you only have $14 million to give away tax-free. Now, it's not tax-free to you. You'll still pay tax on it. They don't have to pay tax on it. And by the way, once you do get over your exemption, then not only do you have to pay tax on it, they have to pay tax on it. And that tax, my friends, is 40%.
40%?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's why it's important to win the lottery when you're young.
That's right.
Gotta get that
Truly.
working.
So the bozos at the Fed, we're just going to use the word haphazardly, come up with when the interest rates should go up and go down. And I know you economists, you're like, that's not true. It's based on these figures. Yes. Well, that's not really true. Those figures have nothing to do with anything, because we've seen the last 40 years, those figures go up and they do something different with the interest rate. Those figures go down and they do something else with the interest rate. It's completely haphazard, all political. So with that, interest rates going up means that where there's it's sort of like standard units of measure, somebody has to say, this is the standard. So I got this little lip balm thing. It weighs 0.16 ounces. Well, how do we know it weighs what? How do we know what weighs 0.16 ounces? Oh, well, there's a 0.16 ounce tube of something sitting on a scale somewhere in Area 51 or whatever. I don't know. That says, oh, that's the true weight of 0.1. Okay. So we compare that with this on these micro nuclear scales. And oh, yes, they're the same. Great. We have that as a standard. So there is a standard interest rate from which banks can negotiate. The standard interest rate is here. So let's say the standard interest rates, let's call it 4%. The Fed says 4% interest rate across the board. Okay. Then what the banks do so that we can't compete with the government. Now you think about this for a second. So that we can't get the same benefits that the government gets. And so that companies are more inclined to give the government a better deal than us. We're charged a surcharge by the banks on top of what the federal rate is. So that's why you'll see standard interest rate +1 or +1.5% or +4%. You'll see it on your car loans. This plus this plus this, standard rate plus this, local taxes, all that, local whatever. So you'll see that we have to always pay more than the government pays, and that's your interest rate. So the bank may say it's prime +2 or something. Now at 4% prime plus another 2%, you have a 6% loan. Interest. Now you still have to pay back the principal. So a lot of people got confused when they're like, 7% on $100,000. I only have to pay us $7,000 a year. No, that's the interest part. You still have to pay back the principal too. So on a loan where you're borrowing the money, yes, that's costly to you. And when they bring the interest rates down, as they say, then we pay less per year if we have an adjustable rate loan, which credit cards usually are. You can get an ARM for your mortgage. Not that I recommend you do, but you could. Fixed rate mortgages don't change. That's how it is at your contract.
If you're loving what you're learning today, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring the bell so that you get all the notifications when we release new videos.
So credit cards and loans and those kinds of things are adjusted as they come down. You, the borrower, will pay less money. The borrowee, the loan person, the loan entity makes less money. But what about the other side of the coin? So when you were a kid, did you have a savings account?
Yeah, I did. And I had one of those little books that you had to take to the bank with you, and they stamped it. Yeah, it was very exciting. It was very exciting. It's the only time saving money was very exciting for me. So maybe we should go back to that book system. I might really be able to get into it then. So.
Well, and right now the book system interest rate is about similar to where it was when we were both kids. I'm a little older than you, but my parents too got me a little book and went to Security Pacific and they stamped it in there. And you're like, oh, I have money in here now.
You got money and a sucker. It was a good day. It was a very good day in the afternoons.
It was. I loved going to the bank. Now I hate it. But in those days, the 80s, even the 70s, interest rates were through the roof because inflation was also through the roof. And we're going to talk about how those kind of come together. Interest rates don't just control your credit cards and your loans. It also controls the savings and the certificates of deposit, the CDs at the bank. Now, the CDs and the savings accounts are always going to be less value to you than inflation. And I'm not going to get into the economics of why that is. You cannot make value in a savings account or a CD. Let me say this again. There is no value in a savings account or a CD because inflation must always be higher than the interest rate you're getting in a savings account or in a CD. First of all, interest in a savings account, CD, is it taxable?
I feel like they give me some kind of paper at the end of the year about my interest, but I don't exactly know I don't know which way it goes on the tax because I don't fill out I don't do my own taxes. So I don't exactly know if it's helping me or hurting me, but I get a paper. So.
Well, it's not helping or hurting you. I'm just saying, is it taxable? The money you make.
Oh, yeah, because it's income.
It's income. That's right. It's portfolio income, fully taxable, no tax benefits, no benefits, nothing. You're 1040 plus your state. So not only are you not getting any tax benefits for putting your money into a CD or into a or into a savings account, but it's getting whittled down at your tax rate. So even if inflation is 3%, which they're lying about, go look at your bread price in the last 5 years. If you make 5%, you're still, if you're in a significant enough tax bracket in a blue state, that money you're making there is getting whittled down to inflation, as they say it is, which it's not. We know it's in the double digits. So inflation is always going to be higher than the interest rates that you can make on savings and CDs or any other bank product. So for us to go, oh, interest rates are coming down and I've got my money in a savings account, that's not good. It's not good that you have your money in a savings account anyway. You're not winning. Every day you're losing value. Well, but that's not true. I'm making money. I know, but that money, the inflation, the value of your dollar is coming down faster than the interest you're making plus the taxes. So let's get out of our head that putting money in a bank is either safe or beneficial. We won't even talk about fractional banking. That's a whole other conversation. So when they move the interest rates up or down, then we have to go, which side of that are we on? Now, there's another aspect of this that most people don't talk about, but we should really cover, because there's the banking side. I'm going to call them bank side finance versus IRS side. And even though a savings account's at a bank, I'm going to call that IRS side because it gets taxed. There's insurance that you can purchase of certain varieties. I'm not an insurance agent. I can't advise you. Please don't put questions in the comments that I can't answer about, oh, which one should I do? I cannot answer you. I'm an enrolled agent. I'm not an insurance broker. So the way it works, though, is now you're on the banking side, like banking with the house. And now the interest that you're making goes to you instead of to the bank. That's pretty good. And you can also borrow against some of those policies to be able to use them outside of that. It's really, really great. Another example of this is, now you guys are going to have to hold on to your hats with this, your 401k. Now, I hate 401ks. They're a waste of your resources because they provide for you zero tax benefit, unless it's a Roth, and almost none of you have one. But zero tax benefits, even with your employer matching. Quote me, you run the numbers and you tell me that ain't so. I've run them. But did you know that your 401k allows you to borrow up to $50,000 or 50%, whichever is less, of your 401k? Borrow against it. And the number that the bank charges for borrowing that kind of cash is the same retail number, whether it was for you outside of the bank coming in and saying, I'd like to borrow money, or you coming in and saying, I'd like to liquidate part of my 401k investments back into the bank and borrow that. And last time I checked, I have a friend who was doing this. It's 9%. 9%. And you're like, well, that's horrible. Why would anybody do that? Oh, because you're on the banking side and that interest comes to you.
Oh, that's great news.
Right?
Yeah. Wonderful.
So you're in the market with your 401k at doing, who knows, 8-9% a year, capital gains. And you know that, well, that money is going to come back to me. It's capital gains. Well, it'll come back to me as ordinary income. I'm not really getting tax benefits, and it goes up and down. And I'm going to experience the downtrends. I'm going to lose value, and it's going to come up. Or you can take half of your 401k or $50,000 and just borrow. And now it's a cold, hard 9%. And as they raise interest rates, while everybody else goes with credit card debt, you're like, yeah, because it's coming to you. Unless it's coming in your 401k. It's not coming to you. It's coming in your 401k. Best way to invest your 401k? Borrow against it. Well, what about the money that you borrowed? Do whatever you want. It's borrowed. And there's no credit check. Why? Because it's collateralized. It's your stuff. Does the bank care what you do with the money? No. Put it into crypto. I mean, I'm joking, but whatever. It's your money. It's bank money, but it's because you got to get that you're on the banking side. The money's coming to you.
So the 9%, when are they going to give it to me?
Well, it goes into your 401k.
It's going to go into the 401k.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. I was just checking to see if they were going to like give me a check
Squeeze.
or how this is going to work. So,
Yeah, they're not going to squeeze it out to you.
okay,
That's for
just
sure.
checking. So,
No, the only time you have any access to your 401k or your IRA before you're 59 and a half is if you do the ROBS program. Now, some people are like, oh, well, they're self-directed. Well, yes, but there's severe limits. I'm going to say severe limits on those things. Yes, you can do real estate, but you're going to sell options. You obviously have to use cash, which is extremely expensive and makes those useless. I mean, my dad does it, but it's like, gee, Dad, you have to put $40,000 into a single contract option. That's crazy. But, much better to have control. And in the ROBS program, that's where you have like nearly unlimited control to do small business things, which is really, really good. And there's one more aspect about interest that we really need to describe. And that's people, and again, Dave Ramsey is kind of the biggest culprit around this. And I'm sure he saved up all his pennies to pay for the $100 million headquarters he has a few miles from me here in Central Tennessee. I'm sure he saved for that. There's this word, it's a weird word. It's called arbitrage. Arbitrage means don't look me up in the dictionary. I'm going to get this wrong, but you're spending money here, but earning money to do so. And you're earning either actually more money or value for the money, which makes it more valuable to do this. So, for example, if you could borrow, and this is what insurance policies do, I'm making this up, in your IUL, let's say, 7% tax-free money from having your life insurance with somebody. And then you borrow money out of that policy at 6%. You have a 1% arbitrage, which means you borrowed money, but you're still making 1% on the money. Where do you get that? No, don't we always cost money to be able to borrow money? Not all the time. Not on the banking side. Not when you're borrowing from assets that you hold or that you're in control over. So if we had a 7% insurance policy paying 7% a year, and the policy allowed us to borrow up to 90% of the value of the money for 6%, the policy is still making 1% a year, and we have access to all the money. That's a good deal. You can actually go into a deficit with arbitrage if the value of having the money was significant enough. Here's an example. You've got $1 million house, and you've got a HELOC or some other kind of home equity line of credit. That line of credit is going to charge you 6.5%. Let's call it round figures. Let's call it 7%. You could borrow $500,000. You also know, now we know that savings accounts aren't that great. We shouldn't do that. You're going to lose money on the deal. But are you losing money on money you didn't earn? Think about that. If you didn't spend your time, the non-renewable resource you have here on the planet, your time, and you signed on a dotted line and got money and then put it into a savings account and made 5%, do you care about inflation that much? No, because I got the money out of thin air. So if I pull $100,000 out of my home equity line of credit for 7%, yes, I'm going to pay 7% interest. And everybody's like, ooh, that's bad. There's 7%. That's, who's going to pay for that? Okay. And let's say you pulled it out because you did it for an asset protection reason, because you're like, I know it's very difficult for the IRS or someone else to come take my house if there's less than 50% equity in there. So I'm going to do that for now. And while I figure out what I'm going to do with the $500,000, I'm going to go put it into a savings account that has 5% interest. So the bank's going to take 7% interest from me. I take the $500,000 and I put it into a savings account that's going to give me 5% more. Now, if you did it from a business standpoint, some of you are like, yeah, but the tax is on the interest rate still there. I know. But if it's from a business loan, I get to write off the interest. So now 7% comes to me and I get a benefit because I get to write off the interest. And I put it into a 5% savings account. What's my arbitrage? Negative 2%. 7% to the bank, 2% back to me. I'm left paying 2%. Who's not going to pay 2% on $500,000? That's free money. That's back to the interest rates that we can't get for the next 30 years. If you got locked in your interest rate a few years ago when interest rates were so low, great, but you're not going to see them for the next 30, 40 years. This is the quickest way to get there. While you have the money sitting around, you could be paying 2%. Now, that's if you didn't know what to do with it. Now, if you did know what to do with it, you borrow the 7% and then you put it into something that, let's say, I don't know, something that'll give you 8% dividends a year. There's 50 stocks that'll do that. Doesn't matter what the price does. You don't care. Because now what's your arbitrage? 1%. You're making money to borrow money. Did you do anything? No. It's called portfolio income. It's passive. Not technically passive, but it's passive income. So now you took the value out of your house, which gave you asset protection, and you put that into something that pays you 8% or more, that gives you arbitrage, a difference of which is cash capital you get to keep.
Wow.
The rest of which pays the loan back to the bank, and you get stuff left over. That, if you did it now, you're like, well, wait a minute. That's not that much money. I know. But if you start realizing that interest can pay you when used in this arbitrage way, now you understand, hey, wait a minute. So if it was a business loan, I get to write off the interest over here. I can't write off that interest. But if it's to the tune of $500 million, you mean to tell me that 1% on $500 million, $5 million, that's $5 million a year.
Wow.
You didn't do anything. You just borrowed some money. So, Sterling Grace, does this help answer some of the
It does. I'm
vagaries?
speechless now thinking about the various ways you could use this model to actually grow your own portfolio and use it as a wealth strategy at all kinds of different levels. You wouldn't really even have to have a lot to make this work. So
it needs more than $50, that's for sure. And arbitrage isn't the easiest, it's not the most effective way to make money, because you do have to have some really good deals on the banking side and on the how are you making money over here side. But it's there. And the rich use it day in and day out because it's an easy way. If you're in between investments that make you 30, 40, 50% out of whack, like, I don't know, I had a buddy who's a sheik at Landmark, and I remember when he said, oh, I'm buying a Russian airline because they're in distress and I'm going to be able to turn it around in 6 months and sell it for, I don't know, 800% profit. And I'm like, in 6 months? He goes, oh yeah, we do this all the time. I'm like, okay. In the meantime, though, he's doing arbitrage on his money while he waits.
as always, I love your ability to make a really complex idea super simple and bite-sized for people to understand. And if you loved everything you heard here today and want more, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring that bell, hit our like button, and then check out the next video.
And folks, there's no tax benefit to tax deferment, especially not when it comes to trading. Now, some of you are like, well, that's not true in real estate. In real estate, we have a 1031 exchange, and screw you. 1031 exchange is great, but somebody somewhere has to pay the fiddler. Now, it may not be you. It may be your kids. But if you haven't figured out an exit strategy for your 1031, you're hurting yourself.
And welcome to this episode of Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis. And today we're going to talk about tax hacks for day traders and crypto. Mark is going to walk us through some ideas about tax loss harvesting. Is the sale taxable or not taxable? And some C Corp solution ideas for you. So, Mark, I love that I'm learning about trading and that that my crypto accounts are going up is very exciting. It's just as exciting as it was a few years ago. I kind of lost interest somewhere in the middle, but I'm back to being really excited about this. Give us some information about what we need to know about taxes when it comes to trading and our crypto accounts.
Absolutely. So when we first started this business, is back when, if you were like me, you were making money hand over fist in crypto. You know, everybody's a genius in a bull market. And back in 2018 or so, market was going up, and I was living in California at the time. Now, I'd had a pretty significant financial understanding about how markets worked and how taxes work. And I was paying, even living in California, about 20-ish% tax on the profits I was making in crypto. And all my buddies in California were paying like 40, 45 plus. And we had these conversations and they're like, how are you doing that? It's the capital gains are just coming back to you, and it's short term, and it's, your tax bracket plus the California state taxes, and it's long. I mean, it's short term capital gains. And so it's, if you're in California, you're earning your regular income rate, which is the short term capital gains rate for trading, is not pleasant. And if you make $500,000 and you're single, you're at 35, 36% tax and the 10, 11, 12% California tax on top of it, you're at 50% real fast. So they're like, how can you be? And so what we ended up doing was helping a lot of crypto traders and a lot of people who are trading stocks realize that you don't have to listen to your CPA about this is the only way you can make money doing this. And this is, you have to pay taxes like this. It's not true, especially if you're short term. Now, long-term capital gains guys who are holding for over a year and a day, even swing traders that get out that long, then you don't really have to worry that much because the capital gains long-term, meaning, again, you're holding a position, whatever it is, Forex, crypto, stocks, bonds, options, more than a year and a day, then it's basically more than a year, which is a year and a day is what I mean to say. Then you have the best taxation in the code, which is never more than 20%, no matter how much it is. Of course, in a blue state, you have those taxes on top of it. But if you're at $500,000, that's 15%. Much more favorable. And so, but that's not what we were doing. We were swing trading, day trading, like many of you are. And in crypto, there's a few things that we have to understand. First of all, most of the advice that we get from CPAs who are kind of trained to be specifically for people who have jobs. They're not really trained for the 10, 11, 12-figure corporations to do their taxes. If they were, then they'd all be CFOs making, $1 million a month. They're not. They're down here in the trenches working for social slaves who have W-2 jobs and a sole proprietor on the side and maybe an LLC. That's all they're really trained to do, perhaps an S corporation. So they don't have really any understanding and shouldn't necessarily about how the really rich folks do what they do and the big digit corporations do what they do because they're investing and creating capital gains by the millions, maybe the billions. So we have to know what it is they're doing. And anytime we hear somebody say, oh, well, this is what my CPA said to do. Okay, well, your CPA is for poor folks that make under $10 million a year, maybe under $50 million a year. And if you want to do big wealth, crypto explosion of profits, then whatever it is they're going to sell you that there's somehow some kind of a good tax plan is really only going to be the same plan that they would normally tell folks who are doing $50,000 a year waitressing, because that's all they know how to do. And one of the things that we hear all the time is tax loss harvesting. Now, this works really, really well for folks who have long-term situations. In other words, more than a year, a year and a day. And they've taken some losses and they want to be able to allow those losses to come in, those capital losses, and come into their tax forms and offset other gains that they've made. Because maybe those gains are going to be taxed at a rate that they don't like. And so some positions that they've brought in that they've been holding for a while, maybe at a loss area, they know that they're going to keep the positions, so they're not too worried about selling out on the last trading day of the year, if it's on a trading day, at a loss, and then registering that loss for the year that then, again, brings down the income from the other trades that might have happened during the year. And then on January 2nd, when the markets reopen, then buying back into that position and then continuing on. There's some significant problems there, even for the long-term folks in whom they are told this is what you should do. First of all, you just took all of the basis out of your position and then squandered it on a year over here so that when you do make big money with the position later, you're going to end up paying more tax. It's called tax deferment. And folks, there's no tax benefit to tax deferment. especially not when it comes to trading. Now, some of you are like, well, that's not true in real estate. In real estate, we have a 1031 exchange and screw you. Yeah, well, a 1031 exchange is great, but somebody somewhere has to pay the fiddler. Now, it may not be you. It may be your kids. But if you haven't figured out an exit strategy for your 1031, you're hurting yourself every time you flip a house into 1031 because you don't know how you're going to get out. Think about that. Now, for the long-term traders, you've just kind of squandered your tax situation for your long-term position. But for the short-term traders, tax loss harvesting is devastating because of a thing called the wash rule. Have you heard of the wash rule, Sterling?
No, I know about dollar cost averaging, but I don't know about the wash rule.
That's a super important distinction. Yeah. Some people combine them. Dollar cost average and wash rule can be confusing. Some people put them together. They're completely unrelated. One is how you invest over time. And the other is how the IRS disallows your losses.
What?
That's right. I know. You'll take a loss. This is where I say, what are the things that are wrong with the system? You earn money, which is taxed at the worst possible rate, using time that you have on the planet that you can't get back. And then they don't give you all of your money. They take maybe half of it and store it with the IRS for a year where inflation whittles down its value. And then you get it later after inflation's whittled it down. The money you do get, they take another portion out for their 401k. So again, money you can't access until you're old and feeble. Well, hopefully not that old now at 59 and a half. But
if you're loving what you're learning today, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring the bell so that you get all the notifications when we release new videos.
Can't use it now for no tax benefits. There's zero tax benefits in a 401k traditional. None. And then, does that end there? No. Then the money you do get to take and use is taxed again. Sales tax, taxed again, property tax. And then is that where it ends? No. If you make too much money, they'll tax it when you pass. And certain states, they'll tax you again there too. If you give too much money, they'll tax you there as well, the gift tax while you're alive. And then if you earn, the more money you earn, the more it's taxed. So the only out, they've squeezed you into a corner, and the only out is put it into the markets where you might experience the dreams and the riches of avarice. But the market is tweaked so that, and we saw this with GameStop and AMC a few years ago, where when the people were finally beating the hedge funds to a pulp, just crushing them, they closed the markets, allowed the hedge funds to reposition, and then crushed the people. So it's rigged to take retail money. And if you don't think that's true, look at to where the people get their information about investment. The same people from media, that's where they get it, from media, the same people that own the markets own the media. It's illegal to have insider trading, but it's not illegal to program everybody to trade the way I want you to.
Right.
And create panic. Bitcoin's going to zero. Everybody, oh no. Time to get in. Bitcoin's going to the moon. It's going to 1 million. Time to get out. So then you got to go, is there a wealth strategy put into this? And the answer, of course, is no. And here we are at taxation where the IRS taking no risk, the government taking no risk, you taking maximum risk to invest in a market that's meant to take your money. You get taxed significantly on your short-term trades, the same as if it was earned income, identical. Well, no FICA, I suppose, but same federal state. But when you lose, not only can you only take $3,000 of losses if you take a loss year, but then the wash rule comes in and says these very unique words. If you trade a single asset more than once in a 60-day period, you think it's 30, but it's not. It's 60 days. It's 30 days each side, which makes it 60 days. Then any losses you incur in that time, we won't count until you trade and make money again after the 60 days. Example, I buy Apple stock for $100. It goes up. I sell it for $105. I make $5. Next day, let's say 2 days later, I buy Apple stock. It goes down $5. I lose $5. Now my profit and loss is $0. The next day, I buy Apple stock. It goes up $5 and I sell it. I make 10. Now my profit and loss, I have a 5 up, a 5 down, a 5 up. My profit and loss is 5, right? 5 up, 5 loss, 0, 5 more, 5. The IRS says you made 10 because that loss doesn't count. Within 60 days, in fact, if you had done this a bunch and went 5 up, 5 down, 5 down, 5 down, 5 up, IRS says you made 10. You're down 5.
Right.
Hello, what just happened? What do you mean? No, you're down 5. It gets better. I used to talk about how gloom and doomy this is, and it is. It's not great. I understand why it is because of the end of the year tax loss harvesting that they want to cut people out of. And I'm going to explain why. I know this is a bit weird and where are we going, but you'll see. The wash rule says it's okay. Those losses can't count this year or within that 60-day period. But if you trade again and win, then the losses actually apply to that win. So let's say I'm down, I go 5 up, down, 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 5 up. I'm actually $5 down overall. If after on the other side of the 60 days, I go 5 up, then the IRS will count that last $5 to that $5 win, and I don't have to pay tax on the $5 win over here. So that's not that bad. You're like, well, why is it a big deal? It's not until you get to November. And then what people do is tax loss harvesting. On the long-term guys, they're fine because they've been holding it for a year and a day anyway. There's no wash rule there. But for day traders, they're trading multiple times every day. November 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, November 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. Every week goes by. None of the losses you're experiencing can you take here in this year because it's going to get pushed into next year. The loss rule says you can't take them. Now, can they show up next year? Yes and no. And I'll tell you why in a minute. But you think these losses that you're taking are being deducted from your wins? No. If you took $10,000 worth of wins from November to December and had $11,000 worth of losses from November to December, you have $1,000 worth of losses overall. The IRS doesn't care. It thinks you made $11,000 and you will pay the short-term tax on that in the year in which it incurred. There's no tax loss harvesting that will save you because the wash rule is in play, and you get wiped. Now, why I say you may or may not get the benefit the following year is because if you decide, well, this has been too much, I've lost too much money, my tax bill's crazy, I'm just going to stop trading. Okay. If you never again trade and win in that particular stock or whatever it is, then the losses never get realized. They just go off until you die. But if you were to go and trade and start winning again, then the losses from the prior year, then those get applied to the new year and those kind of get balanced out. So for 2 months, you day traders, from November to December, you don't get to count the losses, but they do get dumped into January. If you're winning. January, February, March, until they equal the winnings that you have. So the wash rule wipes out anybody who says, tax loss harvesting. Not for you swing or day traders. It's suicide. It's crazy.
So what I'm kind of curious about is any sale taxable? So for instance, I remember a few years ago, I traded a bunch of my altcoins and my Bitcoin, and I moved it into Ethereum because I needed to move it to a different wallet system. And so I technically, I guess, sold it in order to buy the Ethereum. So I'm not really sure if that's taxable or not.
Yeah. So we just talked about the wash rule, and the wash rule, believe it or not, doesn't apply to crypto, which is good. We hate the wash rule because it's not technically a security. It's property, and the wash rule cannot apply to property. They ruled the day when Congress thought it was a smart idea to make crypto property, which screwed them on that one. But is a sale from, like you're suggesting, an NFT to another coin, or from Bitcoin to Ethereum, is that taxable? Well, we know that Bitcoin to USDT, or USDT even to USD, is taxable. And as a result, that same rule, those same bits of, quite frankly, illegal logic, cause United States citizens to be taxed on any sale of any property where there's capital gains or losses. Now, the losses also apply and against your capital gains. And because there's no wash rule, any loss can be applied. But if you're trading as a social slave, what you can't deduct is the fees involved in in the network fees. So especially if you were trading like me back in the late teens, to do Ethereum ERC20, I mean, sometimes it was $100 plus each way. Right. And I remember doing a couple of those going, wait a minute, this is really dumb. And you're just losing that money.
Yeah, I remember trading, setting the alarm in the middle of the night to buy and sell something because it was cheaper. The gas was cheaper at that time. But I don't know if that's still even a thing because I don't buy it that way anymore. So I'm not sure if gas is still an issue.
Yeah, I don't know that it's, well, on some networks it is, but for the most part, gas is pretty cheap, whatever. Oh, okay. For the most part, gas is pretty cheap. It's not really that expensive. But if you're doing a lot of trading, then it can definitely add up. And there's also transfer fees if you're moving from wallet to wallet, not to mention just exchange fees. So all of those add up. They're very small, but if you're doing a high volume trading, it's expensive. The IRS requires that you calculate any trade that you make from one coin to the next for whatever reason, buy or sell, as a part of your basis and calculation of profit or loss.
At least it's good clarification, right? So I don't know if it's necessarily good news. Now, I think, however, that we have a much better solution for people all the way around about this. So, Mark, I didn't forget that when we started this conversation, you're only paying 20 while all your buddies are still paying over 45. Will you tell us a little bit about how that works? I know you've created some education around trading, and I think everyone would be super interested to know, how were you getting that 20%?
Yeah, we have over 100 hours on how to turn your small and medium-sized business into a structure of multiple entities in a way that the 10, 11, 12 figure corporations do. And in that, we have bundles around trading, specifically investing in the stock market and Forex and ways of looking at the market, crypto, of course, and to get those tax benefits. But it basically comes down to this. I won't say it's a simple idea, but it's certainly an idea that's functional and viable and has been going on for decades. And that's the combination of what we call a C corporation with an LLC partnership. And a lot of people start freaking out immediately going, well, that's double taxation. And how would you get money out of the C Corp? And does the crypto go into the C Corp? And why do you have an LLC in the first place? There's no single entity that solves the three pillars for which we always must solve: tax reduction, asset protection, legacy preservation. We have to solve for all three of those at the same time. If we don't, and we only solve for one, we lose the other two. And especially in crypto trading, which is where we started, you've got to have all three. You don't want to earn a bunch of crypto only to lose it in taxes. You don't want to earn a bunch of crypto only to have it taken away after you pass. And you certainly don't want to own a bunch of crypto to have it taken away in a lawsuit. The best way to do this is, and I'm just giving you a simple structure. LLC holds the capital that you're trading. You, and it's a multi-member LLC, please no single members. Multi-member LLCs afford a massive amount of flexibility for you to hire outside sources to trade, to be able to bring in other resources, to be able to loan the money out in a much more facile way. And of course, a flexibility for you to be able to get people paid. Not just from guaranteed payments, but also dividend or distributions, and depending on who's doing what for your company in 1099. You obviously can never be paid as a W-2 employee if you're a member of a company. What happens then is the beauty of an LLC is that it's a pass-through entity. The nature of the income that you make in an LLC partnership passes through to the members in the same form that it was initially created. So in our case, it'll be capital gains. If we earn capital gains of $100,000 in an LLC, that gets passed through to the members. And if it's you and I, Sterling, 50-50, then we get $50,000 worth of capital gains slapped on our Schedule D and put against us in the tax forms. And if it's long-term, that's not bad. But if it's short-term, it just goes on the front of the 1040 and we get tax maximum pain. There's no benefit in setting up an LLC to trade. Let me say this again. There's no benefit to setting up an LLC to trade. And anybody who tells you that is not considering the tax implications. Might be for an asset protection side. That's that second pillar. But if we just do that, you're going to get hammered with taxation. A C Corp, if you would put the crypto into a C corporation, then you get the benefit of having the flat tax of the C corporation apply no matter how much money that C corporation makes. It's flat. It doesn't matter if it's portfolio or active or passive income or capital gains, taxed at 21%. However, there's only two ways to get money out of a C corp. W-2, which you can get if you're a shareholder, or dividends. Dividends are, in fact, when your CPA screams about double taxation, yes, double taxation. The C Corp can't write off the dividends, and you'll pay maximum paying tax on it. Doesn't matter. The capital gains do not pass through. They will be double taxed, or at best W-2, gross either way. Worse, there's other massive regulations like the personal holding company tax, the accumulated earnings tax, so many other things that come into play if you hold those assets in the C Corp, make money with them, or don't have roughly 15 members of that C Corporation. It becomes very, very untenable, tax well over 41%, and big problems ensue. A C Corporation cannot help you from a tax perspective by itself, which is why we combine them. You see, an LLC is a pass-through entity. It doesn't care what kind of entity that owns it. And if a C Corp owns the majority of that entity, then the taxes from the LLC pass through to the C Corp, where they're charged at 21%. And they translate from being capital gains taxes in the LLC, where they're passed through, to now being taxed at 21% in the C Corporation. Now, I'm not going to get into how we sidestep the personal holding company tax. There's several powerful ways that the Supreme Court has absolutely backed up in the last few years, and certain ways that we handle the fact that if that's all you did in that company, then you would definitely be beholden to that extra personal holding company tax, no matter how many members you have, because capital gains to a C Corp are just as passive, and you can't have more than 60% of your earnings passive in a C Corp without getting that extra 20% tax. There's an easy way to get around that as well. But the fact of the matter is the money stays in the LLC, because in an LLC, again, that flexibility shows up. The managers are the only arbiters of when money goes out. And they are the ones, these sole arbiters that say money will get distributed or not. Sterling, we don't want money going to the C Corp. We do want the C Corp to be a holding company. It has to hold actual assets, but not the stuff we're trading. We're going to put our personal assets into the C Corp to be held for perpetuity. But the only money that we're going to send to the C Corp are from profits, so that the C Corp can actually pay the taxes. The rest of the money we keep in the LLC. We can keep reinvesting. We can keep scaling the business, keep making everything bigger. Meanwhile, our tax is capped at 21%. And ideally, you put it into a non-tax state. So you're not paying, even if you're in a blue state, you're not paying the blue state taxes. And this simple combination, I know it's like, well, that was a fire hose. I know, go back and rewatch it, but it's really pretty simple, is what keeps, and it's not just for crypto, it's for everything. Especially if some of the personal assets you want to hold for the next 500 years to keep dividends going or whatever, are stocks themselves. Those go in the C Corp, and it gets even easier if you actually have an active business. And I'll give you one more piece. In crypto, if you're trading in business instead of in your social slave, those network fees and the exchange fees, you can write off.
That's amazing, Mark. Wow. Well, this is definitely going to be so much information for people. And yes, you can go rewind and watch that all again. And below, you'll find a link for our trading bundle so that you can learn how to make all this work for your business. And if you loved everything you heard here today and want more, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring that bell, hit our like button, and then check out the next video.
A man and woman handle criticism completely differently because only one gender created criticism specifically for the same gender. And if you, as a woman, tell me, and you could be another man, doesn't matter. Anyone tells me, hey, you shouldn't wear that orange hat. Okay. You mean this one here? Yeah, you look like a fool. Oh, okay. What men do is they go, is he a fashion expert? But let's say, and this did happen for us, I have these really shiny shirts, and if you've watched any of my older YouTube and Instagram videos, you've seen them. They look like I'm a magician. I like them, but they're probably really for a date, not for doing a presentation in front of 1,000 people. So, she goes, those fashion shirts are really for those shiny shorts are really for a first date, not for you presenting. Now, for me, as a man being criticized, I don't get upset. The first thing I think is, is Sterling a fashion expert?
Okay, maybe not a fashion expert, but
well, whatever you say next is what you think. And then the next thing I think as a man is, but she's my partner, but how much credence am I really giving her about my fashion and what I'm wearing on camera? Because it looks really good to me. But I tell you what, I'm not going to discount it. I'm going to log that in my bag of criticisms about my shirt that I have here. And I have a bag for each kind of thing in my life, from should I stay bald? Should I wear a blue jacket? How long should I keep my beard? Should I keep my eye color? What about my eyebrows that only grow in the middle and don't grow out here? What about the eyebrows that grow in the middle out here and won't stop growing no matter what time I wax them or how often? What about my chest hair? All of those things, the pitch of my voice. I have a bag, as men do, for every little thing. We don't know that we have them until someone criticizes us. And so now I have a drop in this bucket right here of Sterling going, you shouldn't wear those shirts. And I go through life. Now, did I make changes about this? No. Why would I do that? She's not a fashion expert, and I only have one criticism here. Now, we hire another marketing person, and that marketing person goes, hey, that's a pretty good shirt. Maybe we should try it. Now, I listen to him and I go, is he a fashion expert? No. Does he know something about media? Maybe. Is he an influencer? Yes. Does he have any more sway over me than Sterling? No. Do I wear the shirts because he said so, though? No. It's just another one that goes into the bag, and now I have one for one. And then we talk to more friends and other people who finally start putting more, because I start asking, well, maybe this is a thing. Asking, yes, they're bad. Yes, they're bad. Yes, they're bad. And now I've got 4 or 5 people that are saying, like Sterling, you shouldn't wear them. Now the haters we don't count the haters. They don't get to criticize. But eventually I get to a place where I look in the bag and I go, I've got a lot of, yes, these are bads, I shouldn't wear them. And the next person that tells me, yeah, you probably shouldn't wear it. Then I go to Sterling, I talked to John today, and he told me that I shouldn't wear my shirts, and I think I'm not going to wear them anymore. And Sterling goes, why didn't you listen to me in the first place? I told you. And that's how men handle criticism, and one of the reasons why it drives women crazy when they don't ever listen. We do listen, just like we listen to everybody else.
And if you loved everything you heard here today and want more, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring that bell, hit our like button, and then check out the next video.
You're like, oh, I understand women. I'm sorry, we really don't. And it works both ways. Women really don't get men, and especially this construct of honor. We talk about feminine results. Like, wow, that sounds terrible. There is a way to create incredible results in business using the feminine tools, which are, it is like magic to the masculine universe. And for us, it's like talking to a blind person about what sight's all about. It's magic, and when you allow it to create and attract the results, all of a sudden life starts feeling very magical, as does your business.
Hi, welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis, and we're going to discuss what's amazing about having the opposite sex as a business partner, and all of the tips and tricks that you might want to know if you're considering this or looking at this in your own business, what it could do for your bottom line, and what pitfalls you definitely should know about so that you don't fall into them. I have spent most of my career working with all men. I love working with all men. They are really, really, really predictable. And in one of the areas that they're super predictable, it's about time. So men are way more oriented around time. They have a lot more conversation about whether they're the kind of man who is on time, whether they're 5 minutes early, whether they're 10 minutes early, whether they will give themselves some slack about being a few minutes late, whether they've gotten so wealthy that they can come anytime they want. That's a thing. It does happen sometimes. And then they will have a relationship to how you are about being on time. And it's probably the area that, thank God, I know. Otherwise, there'd been so much upset in life. I am not oriented towards time. I'm barely oriented towards what day of the week it is. But I'm certainly not oriented towards it being 9 or 9:05. 9 and 9:05 are the same number to me, for the most part. So I think one of the biggest hurdles and misunderstanding is around time. And I'm super grateful that Mark and I are partners because he is very, very generous with me around time, and doesn't give me nearly as much of a hard time as I'm sure he would if I was a man and his business partner. Time would be dramatically different for us.
Dramatically different.
I probably wouldn't be your business partner if I was a man about time.
No. Not if it couldn't be corrected. Correct.
Right.
Because for men, time is a thing. But what's more important for men on that is your word. And this is going to sound very sexist, but that's what this podcast is all about, apparently. I'm not going to hold a woman to her word in the same way I'm going to hold a man, especially when it comes to time. Why? Because there are certain reasons why I brought you on as a partner. Almost none of them was to create masculine results. Now, what does masculine results mean? That I need you to go do things and push things and generate results. And you're like, well, then why would you have a partner? Well, because there's a whole nother world of feminine. Please don't get me wrong. Neither one of us are talking about men and women. And if we are, we will say men and women. Now, if we do say men and women and we mean something else, then you'll forgive us. But every man has a mixture of feminine and masculine. Every woman has a mixture of the same. Whether you're gay or straight or trans, it doesn't matter. We all have a mixture, biased one way or another, and from time to time changes. But the feminine energy is a polar energy from the masculine. And we in business know masculine very well because we're so programmed, unnecessarily, by the way, to demand masculine results. But masculine results aren't the only kind of results. And I didn't bring Sterling on to do masculine things. She does plenty of results. That's fine. But one of the things that I brought her on was to attract Now, be careful. I'm not talking about like beauty or anything. She's beautiful. That's fine. But it's to magnetize, maybe is a better word, to magnetize results. Now, for those of you who are with really feminine women or who are very, very feminine women, you'll notice perhaps the difference of what it is to imagine, create, attract, energize, magnetize what you want in the world, and it tends to come to you. Whereas on the masculine side, it's very, very difficult for us to do that. We're not wired for that at all. We don't have the kind of intrahemispheric neurological connections. We're missing them by the billions as men. I'm actually speaking men. And so on the masculine side, for us, it's much easier for us to focus and do and be accountable and honor your word and all those things, because we push and cajole and war and manipulate and in business sense to get what we want. We navigate the tumultuous waters of results. But women are not that. I shouldn't say women. The feminine is not that. The feminine is, I'm going to hold court and attract. And if I force Sterling to be on time, that is a masculine trait.
Yeah, and I can do it. It's just a very different person shows up.
That's right.
I've spent a lot of my career being in the masculine energy to produce results, and I can do it, but I'm not fun. I'm not warm. I'm not playful. I'm just on time. The other things kind of got shoved out the door in order for me to get there. And so when it comes to doing calls, for instance, like client calls, things like that, you would far rather me show up and be all of those great things, right, than necessarily show up with me and my masculine energy of like, let's get the results produced. It just isn't great for anybody, mostly our clients. One of the things that
mostly for me,
nor for you, like, it's a completely different energy. Like, I can make the space super warm, super connected, super fun, almost silly. I can make very heavy topics feel very light for people to understand. And when you're educating someone, that really matters. Just that they feel like they can actually learn something, especially on a topic that a lot of people don't feel confident about, which is math and taxes and things about business that's more financial. A lot of people feel like it's the third grade and the teacher's going to call on them and they don't know the answer, right?
Nobody wants to talk about math and taxes. Nobody.
But our members come every day and do it with us because there's a lightness in the room. And
which would not be there if y'all were just with me.
If you're loving what you're learning today, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring the bell so that you get all the notifications when we release new videos. Yeah. What's great though is that Mark holds the space for this is the law, this is the rule, this is the structure in which this has to be done. So having a little of each dramatically changes the impact and the way people are able to process and learn information. So
let me make this actually super personal. So there's a gentleman in my life who's dating a wonderful woman. They've been together for a couple of years, and he's very much masculine, and she's very, very feminine. Just lovely pairing with both of them. He came to me one day and he said, "You know what? I'm going crazy. She's always 45 minutes late. Always. And it's driving me crazy. I've tried everything I know how to do to get her to be on time." And then he says these things, and men say this because we forget that women are not men. We act like they are. And one of our mentors said that men think that women are these completely insane, misbehaving, weakling, emotionally irresponsible men.
Right.
Which is not true at all, but that's how we think. And so he says, she's disrespecting me, which if she were a man and repeatedly didn't show up on time, we'd either, if it was 1842, we'd have a duel and shoot each other, or, something worse, or just now we just fight, or just whatever silly things we do. But I said to him, well, do you want to have a man show up on your date? Or do you want to have a woman show up on your date? Feminine and connected and nurturing. He's like, well, I want the last one. I'm like, well, you can't expect her to show up on time. And I know you men are watching this. Well, that's just not fair. Are we here for fairness, gentlemen? Or are we here for all the wonderful things that are there? Now you're like, well, what do we do? I know, do. That's very masculine. That's okay. I know. We're good at that. Just hold on. So I said, how about this? How about you gamify it? And he goes, well, what do you mean by gamify? I said, what if you say, hey, I'd like you to be here at this time. It would really support me. If you don't, then there might be consequences. And he was like, what do you mean consequences? I go, I don't know. How much fun can you have with that with her? And he's like, oh, and his whole face lights up. He goes, oh, yeah. I'm like, I'm not getting in the middle of all that for you guys. You figure that part out. And then I think the story goes, she was late once, and they had some consequences, and then she's never late again.
So the feminine definitely loves if there's any element of play brought to the conversation. So if there's fun consequences, if there's fun rewards, right? Like I'm definitely a reward driven person. So I'm like, oh, like I'm going to get some sort of, even if it's a joke, some sort of gold star for showing up on time. Right. So today was a great example. Today I was the one on time, which never happens, but I happen to be the one on time today. And I literally thought to myself, oh, I get a gold star because I was actually like here a little early for our call today. So
yeah, the opposite is also true, is basically what you're saying, which is you can actually have fun with, oh, well, you might get this if you're not on time. For every minute you're late, you're going to get one of whatever's. Or you could be like, every time you're on time, I'm going to give you whatever this cool gold stars are.
To be clear, can I show up for our client meetings that are at 9 and 10 and things like that? Yes, I absolutely do show up on time for them. When it's more of work time that we're going to brainstorm, things like that, I'm not necessarily going to always show up exactly on time for those things. But I think one of the things about time to know about women and time is that women live and exist in the timeless. If you really want them to be in their feminine, the way my morning starts looks nothing like the way Mark's morning starts. Mark starts his day in a very structured, there's a time for coffee, there's a time for the gym, right? There's all this formality to his morning. My morning starts off with like, maybe we're having breakfast. Maybe we're having a little dance party. Maybe we're going to have meditation for a minute. Maybe I'm going to go outside and water all my flowers. That's like a huge part of my morning usually that people don't know about me. I go out and water all my flowers, talk to everybody, see how all the flowers are doing, come back in, make some coffee. Then I'll get really inspired to like go sit down and do my makeup. It is very hard to tell you how long that takes. Sometimes that takes 40 minutes. Sometimes that takes 90 minutes. If I have all the time in the world to make it happen, eventually it will all happen and I will get work done. And the person who shows up to work is so much more filled up than the person who had a structure for the morning. And when it comes to producing feminine results in business, you want the person who went and watered their flowers. Like that's just the bottom line about it. But none of it has anything to do with wanting to be respectful or disrespectful. That's not even a factor at all. And if it's important to you, and I know it's important to you, I will 100% always make it happen. So that's different than, right? Than just my average morning routine.
And I think it's important to mention what you're saying, because what you just said is likely insanely foreign to a man or to a woman who's has to create masculine results all the time. Right. Like, how would I get anything done if I had such a morning? I have responsibilities. I have kids. I do have to go to the job. I have meetings in China that I have to take at 3 a.m. How do I do that? And let me make this plain. Part of what we believe is that not only that the genders were well made to be together, but that if you want to know what the other gender is all about, you only need to know what one gender is all about. You don't need to know the other one necessarily, because we are polar. And I'm sure this is completely non-PC for all of you that are thinking we're the similar. We don't believe this at all. If you know what men do, how men run their lives in the morning, then you obviously know what women do because you simply think the opposite.
And I've been the other person. So I spent 30 years being a business person and spending 70-hour weeks killing myself to produce results. And it almost killed me. That's actually the big thing that happened, is that I then spent 2 years in bed because it literally almost killed me. And when I got better, one of the major things I realized is I couldn't go back to doing life that way, which is terrifying as a single woman. Like, how is this going to work? How on earth am I going to generate making income and not being in my masculine energy all day, which was just not going to work anymore. And if you go look at statistics about women and heart disease, you will see where the real cost of that situation is. So it really first had to come from a decision with myself that it was not indulgent to get up and water my flowers. That it was actually good for everybody else in my community when I did so, including my pocketbook, which was a really hard, it felt like a quantum leap. It felt like leaping and knowing somehow the net would appear, but I have no idea how. And I saw the women doing it, and I thought they must be crazy, right? Like, how is this actually working? The women in my life that were partnered, I could see how, okay, he's going to provide enough finances or something, they're going to be able to pull this off. But the single women in my life, I thought, I have no idea how they're pulling this off every day. But I promise that it is one of those things that you just have to leap and the net does appear.
Again, from the men's side, you're like, well, wouldn't that be great? I'd love to provide a life for my woman that way. Some of you, I hope many of you, because that's the nature of the masculine saying, I want to create a beautiful, safe, cherishing container for this unlimited feminine energy. And for us, it's like talking to a blind person about what sight's all about. You're like, oh, I understand women. I'm sorry, we really don't. And it works both ways. Women really don't get men, and especially this construct of honor. And so when we look at what she's just talking about, it's magic. This idea, and we haven't talked much about it, we probably won't have time in this podcast, but we talk about feminine results. Like, wow, that sounds terrible. What about feminism? Okay, well, there is a way to create incredible results in business using the feminine tools, it is like magic to the masculine universe. Again, one of the reasons I brought her on is because she is a master of the feminine tools. She brings results, relationships, magical clients out of the woodwork just by being in her feminine. And to me, to be able to support a feminine environment, not for me, please, but for her is so paramount. Because I don't want to be in a situation where I have another man doing results, because I do plenty of results. And maybe when we expand, we'll have, some different energies, but we'll be very meticulous and specific about the kinds of energy mix we want. And Sterling, like she says, she can do both. She's done masculine, she's done feminine. She's choosing now to flip onto the feminine side. I kind of just do masculine. Sorry, I don't do the other thing. So it's magic. And when you allow it to create and attract the results, all of a sudden life starts feeling very magical, as does your business.
And if you loved everything you heard here today and want more, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring that bell, hit our like button, and then check out the next video. If you get up and you just decide one morning that you're in a business meeting and someone is not playing their job or their role in the way that you see as appropriate, women will just take over, because that's part of the way circles work. Of like, oh, I see so-and-so is not doing well today. I'm going to help her with her tasks. That goes very badly for men who are on teams. It doesn't matter how badly that man was failing. Taking over for him is actually seen not as helpful, not as kind, and not respectful. Hi, and welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis. So another super fun aspect of my life and my career working with mostly men is that I got to experience working on teams. And I say that with kind of a little laughter because most women in my life don't understand the difference between the way the masculine perceives being on a team and the way women experience working in a group or a circle. And there is literally a night and day difference. And if you don't know, you will end up having so many battles you had no idea you could have avoided. So first, we have to talk about teams. Teams are amazing. Teams are totally set up to play to win. And they do that by assigning roles and positions and responsibilities and accountabilities. And so we're just going to use football because it's a super easy one to guess. So on a football team, there is a quarterback, there is a lineman, and just for this conversation, there's a water boy, right? Never in a million years would the water boy decide to play the quarterback's position just because something happened one afternoon. He just wouldn't go suit up and think today was his big day. That's just not at all how it works. He actually has a very important job on the team.
And in fact, if he thought that was a good idea and started doing it, he would be dishonored. Which is the worst possible thing a man on a team can be.
Yeah. And his job is super important. The water boy keeps everybody hydrated so that nobody ends up going to the hospital. It is actually a critical job on the team. So that's one of the other things I thought was really interesting. The more teams I worked on, how I thought there was hierarchy and that had to do with importance, but it doesn't necessarily have to do, they don't see it the same way about importance. Like they think each position they have created a position and that is important. And it has,
What makes the hierarchy then?
What makes the hierarchy? Well, I don't know. You should probably tell us what makes the hierarchy.
Oh, I know. But from your experience, what creates that?
The number of human beings that will follow you.
That's a very interesting take. I hadn't actually thought of that.
Yeah.
What if, okay, that's powerful. So leadership capability.
Yeah.
What if the hierarchy is not necessarily, like, let's say you get way down the hierarchy. There's not a lot of leadership there per se. What would create the hierarchy there?
I'm going to say the energy of commitment to your position.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So commitment, all in, maybe loyalty.
Yeah.
What I find is that hierarchy primarily comes out of skill. If I have, if on a football team, a wide receiver is, there's no way they're going to put him on the line. They're just going to waltz over him like he wasn't even there. So he's like, oh, as much as I want to really get up and tough with these dudes, my skill set is I can catch the ball one-handed and get my foot in the corner of the end zone on my way down. So skill, ironically, and we won't be able to talk about this time, but because men don't communicate the way women do, we don't communicate verbally well at all, and we don't need to in order to create this hierarchy. We can, in moments, suss out what your skill set is simply by being around other men in moments, no words. And you're like, well, that doesn't make any sense. How can possibly that be? Well, part of our theory is that if you know what one gender does, then you know what the other one does. Just it's the exact opposite. And if women know what other women can do by talking about it, then men will know what other men do by not talking about it. And this makes a lot of sense anthropologically because 40,000 years ago, we were all hunting, men were anyway. And if men were like, hey, the deer's over there, everybody starves. Or they're coming from this direction. Yeah, well, you just exposed us to those bad guys and now we're all going to die. The less talking is death to you and your village. And I'm going to give you this example. I don't know if Sterling, I don't think you ever came to any of the little classes I had in Culver City. I don't think you ever came out to those back in the 2011, 2012, 2013. I used to do these little classes just for people in the community talking about men and women, and which I think is a super important conversation. We had Richard Hatch, the actor, may he rest well. He came all the way down and he's like, Mark, this apartment sucks, but whatever. And we got into this conversation about how men don't need verbal communication to find out if they're an honorable man. And the women there were like, this is crazy. This is the stupidest thing we ever heard. We don't believe you. And I had, probably 6 men there. And I said, well, let's try this. I said, let's have all the men, and they'd never been to this apartment before. And Richard was in there. Let's have all the men come in a group, stand up. Here's what I want you to do. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to find the spy in the house. And they're like, what spy? I'm like, you'll know. And I said, you're going to pick a leader and you're going to go throughout the house and you're going to bring the spy before us, but no talking of any kind. Any questions? And the women are like, what? And no man uttered a sound. I'm like, ready? Begin. It couldn't have been 5 seconds. They made Richard the leader, and Richard does all and the whole men fan out across my apartment. And it was about 90 seconds. And they find one of my big plastic trees and they bring it before and they throw it down and they're like, there it is. And the women are like, and I was just like, do you understand? And they're like, no. You guys rehearsed this. And why is that the spy? And how did you know Richard was the best one? And the men were like, well, it's obviously it was going to be him. And like, how did you know that? And how did you, Richard, know to tell them what? You guys didn't say anything. Like, I can't explain the nature of how men communicate any more than you can explain intuition to me.
If you're loving what you're learning today, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring the bell so that you get all the notifications when we release new videos. Yeah, and that's what's really important to know about teams is that, number one, if you get up and you just decide one morning that you're in a business meeting and someone is not playing their job or their role in the way that you see as appropriate, women will just take over because that's part of the way circles work of like, oh, I see so-and-so is not doing well today. I'm going to help her with her tasks. And that goes very badly for men who are on teams. It doesn't matter how badly that man was failing. Taking over for him is actually seen not as helpful, not as kind, and not respectful. Yeah, the other men will have lots of objections about you taking over and being helpful, even if they don't say anything, because they don't necessarily say anything. They just will lose respect and credibility for you.
Yeah, if men say something, they'll be killed, but that doesn't mean they don't have a word for it, and that's called mothering.
Yeah, but it took a long time it took a little while to figure this out because women operate more in circles and we're way more collaborative and we're way more willing to look at someone and go, she thinks she's great at this and she's not, but I'm going to help her out and I'm going to do some invisible labor, which is a lot of the things that we do. We do a lot of invisible labor where we don't talk about what we're doing. We just do it. And so we think we're going to get credit or something for it, right? Or at least workability, right? Even if it's that. But doing that on a team of men, wow, will really, really have it go sideways for you. And
it's a bad situation. It's this downward spiral on a team of co-ed teams because men, you die if you talk.
Right.
But if you do need help, you die if you talk. Well, I really could use some help. You die if you talk. But if a woman on your team comes over and goes, here, let me help you. Now you're mothering me. I don't like that either. So it becomes a downward spiral unless you arrest it with something else.
Yeah. The other thing to know about teams is this. So on teams of men, they have someone who is accountable for finances, for instance. And that person knows lots of information about finances. Maybe they have, credentials in that, or they just have real good high skill level in that. And so thereby, that is the man who speaks about finances. On teams of women will think, I'm on the team, I surely get a vote. So one of the things that's dramatically different about teams that men are on and sort of circles and groups that women operate in is when it comes down to making a hard decision. And I'm going to call it the veto, right? So when it comes down to, yes, we're doing this, or no, we're not doing this. In circles and groups, women will, because we don't operate with hierarchy, we think everybody had a vote. Right? There was 10 women, there were 10 votes. This is not at all the way decision making happens in teams of men. And for instance, if you don't have responsibilities and accountabilities, there isn't a vote for you at all. It has nothing to do with whether you're loved and respected. It just has to do with workability. And so the folks who have accountability, knowledge, and skill, those are the people who are going to have the veto when it comes to that decision.
Yeah, just imagine an NFL team where everybody on the team, when they went to a huddle, got a vote.
It just doesn't work, right? It's just about workability. So
it's the guy who's like, I understand all the plays. I've got the playbook. I know what we got to do. Do this. Yes, sir. We go. They clap and they're on their way. Not that that's better per se. It's just how men in teams work.
Right. And if you want to have a say, you really have to speak to the person who has the veto. And I'm going to say, plead your case with them, right? Or at least get your ideas and conversations going with them. You don't need to enroll the other 48 players. You need to have a conversation with the person who has the veto.
Yeah, it becomes a feeling of, and men do this too. And when found out, it's not good. There is a way to play politics and say, I'm going to get so many people around the person with the responsibility of the veto power that to agree with me that they'll have no chance, but to agree with me when I finally come to them. And what that is manipulating the field, which is a perfectly legitimate political move. Very, I'm just going to use the word feminine because it's attracting to you what it is you want through whatever means that this is perfectly legitimate means. Instead of the masculine mode, which is I'm going to go talk to that dude or that lady.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of times it's also more of a masculine quality to go and be very direct with someone than it is a feminine quality. So sometimes there's just hesitation for that. So you'll try to get agreement with your coworker or with a vendor even, right? To coerce the person with the veto into your way. Just doesn't usually go great. That's the honest truth. And even if your idea isn't heard and listened to, which it might not be, you at least won't lose face with the other 48 players for playing politics and trying to sway the man with the final say.
What about on a team, the feminine energy? I'm real familiar with how the masculine energy listens for problems. Like the masculine energy is consistently listening. What's the point of this? What's the problem? We're having a meeting. Well, there's got to be a point, there has to be a problem, and we have to fix it. What's the feminine way when we show up at a meeting? How does that work?
Yeah. Feminine will be way more concerned with the fact that everybody participated, right? So even when we have class, I struggle with this because we will teach our students, and our student who won't say anything, he's never on camera even, I'm constantly checking in with him because I'm worried that he doesn't yet feel confident to talk up in our group or doesn't feel confident to ask questions, or maybe he's just not there yet. And I'm worried he's getting kind of behind. And so I'm way more centered around did everybody feel warm and included and a part, right? Did they feel like they were part of the group? Did they feel valued? Did they feel seen? I'm not necessarily listening for what the problem is. I'm usually really not listening for what the fix is anymore. That's definitely a big shift that's happened in my life in the last year.
Well, in which case, again, from the masculine side, I don't know. It's all magic over there.
Okay.
How do you get things done?
How do you get things done? You think I get nothing done? And
I know you do get things done, but in that kind of like, oh, is everybody participating? I'm like, how?
Well, one of the craziest parts about really being in your feminine is your ability to multitask is so much higher. And so the more you are in your feminine, the more spaciousness that you seem to have to be able to pay attention to multiple things happening at one time. So a great example is I now work from home. I love working from home. I can tell you all the time how my dog is doing in the next room. If he's okay, if he's having a little nap, does he need a snack? Does he have some water? Maybe he needs to go out, right? I can keep up with how my business partner is doing in the meeting, and is everything getting handled? And is this person going to come and do business with us, or are we going to refer them someone else? I am paying attention to, today I'm waiting on a delivery from the FedEx guy, so I'm constantly listening for, is somebody coming up the stairs? Is that why my dog is barking? Is it because somebody's coming up the stairs? Or is he just barking because he's bored? Sometimes he's bored. So what's interesting is that when I was way more in my masculine, I got one thing done an hour. And now I probably get 3. They don't always seem like they go with the agenda of the day, but somehow it all seems to work out because I'm not necessarily in the same construct of it's 2:00 in the afternoon and this is the one thing we have to do. So yeah, I don't know exactly. I can't exactly tell you. I can just tell you that time and energy definitely expands for sure. And I get to the end of the day and the laundry's done and the dog is happy and Mark has got his projects handled and the FedEx guys arrived and I've done everything but cook dinner. That's just, I didn't want to cook dinner. So,
again, yeah, it's magic.
It's
like,
magic.
what?
Yeah.
How? I had it explained to me by one of our mentors, and see if this still applies to you. It's like you spin one plate and you put it on the little pole and it's spinning, and then you spin another one, but that one didn't get done. It's still spinning. And now you spin another one, and then here's another plate I put up here. I spin this one, and then you've got 3 spinning. And then you keep adding plates until you get out to about 7, 8, maybe 9 plates spinning. And then they're all spinning, and you touch that one and this one and this one and that one and then this one more. Keep them all spinning until eventually one gets done. Oh, that one's done, and it comes off. Now, when my mentor told me this, our actual mentor told me this, I was like, oh. And then you do that one, and then this one, and this one, and this one, until they're all done. And she goes, and I explained this to her. She laughed, and she goes, no. You fix this one, you put it away, and then you put a new one up. And now you're going to do this one. And then that one comes out, and a new one comes up. I'm like, wait, what? Does that still hold true, or is it wrong?
Completely holds true. Yeah.
Okay.
So getting ready for our class this morning, I had 10 things to do. One of them included taking someone really quickly in town. And you would think that the other 7 things weren't happening at the same time, but they were. So, yeah.
When you told me that, I'm taking him into town, I'm like, oh, well, there's an hour and a half gone.
Uh-huh.
She can't do anything else, because that's how it would be for me.
Right. But oddly enough, doing that, I was actually on time today, which is hysterical.
Hilarious.
Right? Hilarious, right? So, yeah, it is not necessarily a linear idea. So I don't know that I would spend a whole bunch of time on that, but yes.
It's magic to the masculine. And it's like, well, what? Okay. And you can see maybe how, as a masculine partner in a business, now you don't have to, but if you wanted the feminine partners in your business, even men who you wanted to get feminine results from, that if you flip them into a masculine role, be on time, finish this by now, you show up at your word, do all these things, you're not going to get that magic of, hey, there's 10 plates going here all at the same time. We're going to come back and there's still going to be 10 tomorrow morning. There's still 10 tomorrow after that. Oh man. So, if you want, and we'll talk about this in another podcast, a single focused team, which is what, Alex Hermosi and everybody's like, focus and single and one thing at a time and do it. Great. But here's something to think about. And maybe we'll end with this. If you want an unfair competitive advantage in the marketplace, maybe you have to do out of the box things with your staff in their gifts to create unfair competitive results.
I think so, for sure. I think our emails are a perfect example of that. Mm-hmm. If you managed our emails, you would have a time of day that all the emails were done. That's when it would be.
I used to.
Yeah, it would be 9:15, and the emails would be done between 9:15 and 9:45, and that'd be it for the emails. Because I do our emails, our customers hear from us at 6 in the morning, 9 in the morning, 12 in the afternoon, 2 on a Saturday. Oh, you forgot your password and it's Sunday and I'm almost at the movie theater, but I haven't enough time to get you your password because I handle our emails, and it's not burdensome. We sell a tremendous amount of clients, and they end up on calls with us out of emails, and just me emailing with them, sometimes even really simple things like, oh, I ran this the wrong way, and somehow I charged this twice. Somehow somebody had a customer that did that, where they somehow managed to buy the products 2 times. And I'm like, oh, that's okay, don't worry about it. I got it all fixed up for you, and here's the password, and da-da-da-da. And then he was like, well, what else do you offer? Because he had a really great experience in customer service, because I'm warm and friendly and approachable, and we can talk about things. And I always tell people, whatever you don't understand when you take a class, come back and let us know. So now he's on our list to be a one-on-one client, right? And that is a result out of the fact that I answer the emails, not you. Not you at one time a day of when it happens, and then they've got to wait, 12 hours, and they feel disregarded because they think that nobody's listening to them.
Because I was going to the movie theater, and no, I don't have time or focus to answer your email while I'm on the way.
Oh, you're getting to the movie theater, taking your girl and getting the popcorn, and right, there's lots of results to be produced. None of them are emails, right? So, it's perfectly good. And I can keep up with the box and go, oh, we have vendors that need things. We have clients that need things. We have this person who wants to do a sponsorship program with us. Like, the email box is just a list of plates for me, but not stressful at all. Right. And so, it's,
it would drive me nuts.
Right. So now I can't do the social media posts because people will be snarky and rude, and I can't handle that. Like, I'm not very good at snarky and rude. So I'm like,
and I love war. So yes, let's go. I love my haters.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm sure we will get some in the comments below. Oh. So I have no doubt. So. Yes. So if you would like to talk to Mark, the comments below, and if you'd like to talk to me, the email address. So
that's right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Perfect. So, and if you loved everything you heard here today and want more, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring that bell, hit our like button, and then check out the next video. Now she not only wants to put her curlers in, she also wants to stop and get coffee. Like, can't we just stop at the really good place and get coffee and a croissant?
That's the winter of time. We're already 15 minutes late. I told you to put
already late.
I told you to put the curlers on the car. Let's go. But I can't go into the coffee store with my curlers on. That's not my problem. We can do the drive-through with the trailer and the horses. I'll send in Johnny to the coffee spot. Johnny doesn't even know what a latte is.
But the same thing happens in business as does on vacations. And welcome to Stacks Over Tax. I'm Sterling Grace, and this is Mark Lewis. And today we're talking about having the opposite gender as a business partner and what you might want to know about planning, about creating strategy, about adding new ideas to your business, and just the basic blueprint of where you're going, the basic roadmap, and how it is that men and women see it differently.
And how bumpy that roadmap might be when you're planning.
Yeah, for sure. So I've had the good privilege of working most of my career with all men. And I really realized when I've done volunteer projects how radically different they are about planning. And it's specifically around like they have a mission, they know where they're going. Even if it isn't going well, that's one of the funnier things. Like sometimes it isn't going well. And as a woman, I'm super inclined to just be like, well, then let's just stop and do this other thing. And that is not workable. So Mark, I'll let you talk about the plan, the whole plan. We don't ever hear about the whole plan. We just hear about a piece of the plan. So, but yes, tell us about the whole plan.
It is funny what you just said there, where you're like, oh, if things aren't going so well, well, just do this other thing. It's one of the, in some of the trainings that we got, Sterling and I, over 20 years ago, one of the equal and opposite gender things you must never say. So if a man is on a task and he's focused, but it's just not working and he's not able to move through it, and he's like, I'm so frustrated, and he turns into kind of this tigery bear. And what does the woman say in order to help both? She's getting upset because I got this tiger in the house with this bear. What does the woman do to say to him to try to calm things down?
Try it this way.
Well, almost. That's actually not too bad. That would be like, what? Okay. But what we find is that the feminine will say, well, that's okay, dear. Do something else in the meantime. You're like, no, only this, focus. This is what I must do. And then, we suffer until we figure it out. That's what men do. The opposite is also true when women are overwhelmed and they're like, I have so many plates in the air and I just don't know what to do. And there's so many things. And then what do men say to try to calm that down? Because men don't want women overwhelmed, because that's not good. Men will say, sweetheart, just focus on one thing at a time. What?
Yeah.
It's the same. Please don't do this to your opposing partner.
No, but it is really cute. Like if you ask a man what he's doing, he'll tell you the one thing he's doing. And it's so comical as a woman. Like if I ask Mark, what are you doing on Sunday? He'll say, washing laundry. I have never in my life been washing laundry as the activity. It is the thing I'm happen to be doing while I'm doing 800 other things, but it is not a sole activity. Like you would think he has a washing machine in the middle of the living room and he's sitting and watching it. It's hysterical as an idea. So, but yeah. Men have time they wash laundry. It's hysterical. Yeah. Women do not have that, really. They do 850 other things while they wash laundry. So.
Yeah, I literally asked my love today right before lunch. I was like, oh, what are you doing? She's like, I'm cooking you lunch. I talked to my daughter. I was wearing my nails. I was washing my hair. I'm like, right, that's correct. All these things are happening right now. So we're talking about plans, and really there's no issue with any of the masculine or feminine energies, how they do what they do. But here we do sort of have to lock in a gender because of how men and women's brains are biologically, neurologically different. There's a big divide between men's hemispheres called the corpus callosum. You've probably heard of it. Women have it as well, but its size is based on the testosterone generally in the body. So men have more than 10x the testosterone that women have. So we have a huge divide that cuts really billions of interhemispheric connections away, so that we don't have some of the gifts of perceiving the planet and the energy of living that women do. And vice versa, men have some gifts that women can't possibly do without a great deal of effort. So when we come to building plans together, men and women both get very excited about ideas and go, well, let's brainstorm together. And let's come up with an idea and an execution and a plan, even if it was something as simple as, I know we're talking about business, but let's say we wanted to go on vacation. Okay, well, we're going to get the RV, and the women and a woman and a man come together as partners, and they get into intense focus around building a plan, and ideas are thrown out, and nothing's really censored. It's like, well, what about this? Well, that's a good idea, but what if we did it this way? Oh, that's a good idea. Well, then how do we do this? And it's a really beautiful, intimate, can be, way of communicating fast at a very effective way. And at some point after a certain period of time, whether it's 10 minutes or maybe even a few hours, a plan starts taking shape. And once the shape of the plan starts being taken, and from not just a little section, but from end to end, once the end of the plan really comes into fruition and there's a general agreement, there's usually some kind of a break in the brainstorm. Now, this could happen in very different ways, but one way is like, oh, we have to go pick up the kids. Let's pick this up later. For a woman, she's just had this near orgasmic experience with her partner going, God, I had such great communication with him. He was really open and telling me how he felt and what he wanted. And we were going back and forth. It was so great. And the man, too, was like, oh, this was so great. She was really a partner. She really respected my ideas and I respected hers. And we came up with things really, really fast. There was no fluff. It was just great. And a woman will go away and feel like, I can't wait until we continue to build our brainstorm idea and flesh it out more. But a man won't think that. He'll think, wow, we really have a great plan now. I'll fill in the rest of the results and the rest of the plan because I'm the man. I'll do that. And it's bizarre and it's unfair to women. It truly is that men do this. Now, why we do it is because our brains are wired to solve problems.
If you're loving what you're learning today, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring the bell so that you get all the notifications when we release new videos.
And while we go away, there's still lots of gaps in the plan. We might be able to have gone from end to end, but there's still places where like, I don't know how to solve that. Well, let me think about that. And I'm driving to pick up the kids. Oh, I know how to solve it. I'll solve it that way. Oh, but then there's this thing over here. How do we get the wheel to the RV and then get the gas when we go from Tempe to Tucson? And how do we get over there? Get to the KOA and then we go to the Hilton. And how do we get to the ferry? And by the time he's back home or the time, whatever that is, he's solved all the problems. And his brain's like, oh, such a great plan. And he comes home and he's like, sweetie, I got the kids. Listen, I'm so happy that we talked about this plan. I'm so excited. This is going to be a great vacation. I love this so much. And she's like, yeah, this is going to be great. It's going to be so good. And he takes that in his brain as, she agrees with all the things that I've solved in my head without telling her. Am I sort of on track, Sterling, so far?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Because there's no discussion about all the things that you have worked out in your head because men are not terribly inclined to give verbal information or written information. I guess that's also fair. And so in her mind, she's thinking about the fact, I know, because I know where every good bookstore is in all of Southern California. So if we're going to San Diego, I know the two bookstores I want to stop at between here in Los Angeles and San Diego. Now, I don't know that the plan has already actually been cemented and that that my bookstores are not even in the plan because I didn't mention them because obviously we were just brainstorming, right? So there was plenty of time to keep talking about it. And so the morning.
Yeah, and we don't know about the bookstores. We're going to talk about those in a second. Because why would we bookstores? We're going to San Diego. Why do we need bookstores? What are we going to a reading convention?
Yeah, right. I love books. I would just own a library, if possible. So, but yeah, so I'm not going to think to tell Mark about the two bookstores. I'm going to know that there was plenty of room. We were having such a good time talking. There's going to be plenty of room to talk about those bookstores later on. Why would I bring them up? It's no big deal. They're not even going to be 20 minutes of stuff. I know exactly what I want to look at when I go there. So it's going to be like 20 minutes. It's not even a big issue. It's only 20 minutes. So then the morning comes.
Well, okay. Yes to all of that. And so in his mind, plan ready to go. In her mind, the plan's being built. He goes into what's called energy creation mode. generation mode, because for any man to execute a plan, he has to know that he has the resources, the power, the fuel, the whatever he has to be able to make it happen, even if it's just personally. And so they were just having this beautiful communication. And then all of a sudden he goes off into his shed for a few days every night. And she's like, what's happening here? And he's off in his shed, or he's in his room in his office, and he's thinking about all the things. What am I going to do? How am I going to figure this out? And I mean, of course, he could have just asked her, but this is what men do. We're thinking about how do we get the resources and worrying and how to find it. And then eventually, if it's going to work, he'll figure it out. And then magically come back out going, oh, it's going to be great. Yeah, so sorry. Yeah, it's going to be good. Now we're kind of getting to the day before, and she's thinking, when are we going to talk about the actual plan? And he goes, oh, no, it's all worked out. We're going to leave. Like I said, that's how you know this is happening. You'll hear him say something like, well, like I said. When did you say that we were leaving at 5 a.m. on Saturday? When did you say that you got, when did this trailer show up? There's a 25-foot trailer in our driveway. Oh yeah, I told you. When did that happen? And there's horses now. Oh yeah, we're towing horses. Wait, what are we doing with the horses? Oh, I thought you wanted to go riding. Well, that was an idea. Yeah, I want to make sure you go riding. Well, and then she goes, well, how are we going to deal with the horses when we go to the bookstore? Wait, what bookstore? Are we stopping? Why were we stopping at bookstores? Well, I wanted to stop at bookstores. Why didn't you say that earlier? Well, I thought we'd talk about it more. But we have a plan. Well, I didn't think we had a plan. I thought we were going to make a plan. Well, I thought we did make a plan. Well, we sort of. And this, folks, is where the arguments begin. And this is where the beginning of the hatred of the whole thing begins. And if it can be navigated, and as men, if we can go, Britney Spears, oops, I did it again. I didn't tell her the whole plan. And if you can stop for a second, take the ego to the side and go, oh yeah, I didn't tell her. And if you, the woman, can be like, this is what he does. This is part of the process. It's nothing personal. As long as we can sit down and just do another brainstorm session with whatever resources he's brought already. There's horses and a trailer, and okay, we're getting up at 5 a.m. Then we can get back into focus, back into dialogue, back into brainstorming, and then figure the rest out. Then that's good. If it doesn't work that way, then there's the upset feelings. And then there's the man.
He would obviously know that bookstores are important to me and that we would be stopping to see the bookstores, because that is everything I'm about. Like, if you knew me, you would know there's always a book. There's literally a book.
Yeah, Sterling, it wouldn't be if he knew me. It would be if he loved me. He
loved me. He would know about the bookstores. So
that's right.
The imaginary, like, he had no idea they were on the way, bookstores. But if he loved me and respected me and cared for me, he would have thought about my bookstores. So,
and there's a lot of upset to be had since he obviously didn't love her.
Right. Obviously. Right. He only got horses.
Yeah, horses. For what? Because he had a plan. He figured it out. So if there isn't, or even if there is, that final renegotiation, everything gets worked out, 5 a.m, everybody wakes up, and he's go, 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 go. Like it was getting away from a tornado to get in the launch position and get out on time. He's got this thing programmed down to every 15 minutes.
But now they're going on vacation. She wants to like do her hair and put in curlers and like be fabulous. And he's got a like 5:15 launch time that she, again, probably doesn't know about. So it's just very comical when you don't know about how men relate to plans and how women relate to the enjoyment and pleasure of the moment, right? And adding to, right? Now she not only wants to like put her curlers in, she also wants to stop and get coffee. Like, can't we just stop at the really good place and get coffee and a croissant? So
we don't have time. We're already 15 minutes late. I told you to put
already late.
I told you to put the curlers on the car. Let's go.
Exactly. So,
but I can't go into the coffee store with my curlers on. That's not my problem. We can do the drive-through with the trailer and the horses. I'll send in Johnny to the coffee spot.
Yeah.
Johnny doesn't even know what a latte is.
Right. But the same thing happens in business as does on vacations. Like the same exact thing happens in businesses. As
I do it all the time. I'm always thinking up plans, and then I shouldn't just shame myself about that. I'm pretty good about it now, but that's because I know this distinction, and I would do it every time if I didn't.
Right.
And what happens is along the way, and this is where some of the magic of the feminine, the female partner shows up. Because even if everything was great and there's a plan, there's these things we distinguish. They're called fruit stands. Tell them what fruit stands are all about and why they're necessary.
Well, fruit stands are usually something that is just delights her. And she will think that they're a fun idea in the middle of a plan. So, or something that she gets really excited about in the middle of a plan. So, a long time ago when we took road trips, I would love to stop at all the fruit stands. And you wouldn't know where they were going to be. You wouldn't even know if there were going to be some. But then you would see one and desperately want to stop. And because there might be something fantastic there. Like they might have pecans. I love pecans, right? Especially if they're fresh pecans. They might have pecans at that fruit stand. And so I want to stop and see if they have pecans. But we might not be even leaving with anything. And all my partner would be mad about is that we were so off time. And they weren't necessary. They weren't part of the planning to start with. They weren't necessary. They're not on mission at all, which is get to San Diego. And he thought I was being really disrespectful, right? So, so the fruit stands, but then I would get to San Diego and I would just kind of be bummed out because I'm just so back on, the 5 thinking about whether or not there were pecans at the fruit stand that I didn't get to stop at. So, yeah.
Yeah. In business, how would you classify a fruit stand? Give us an example.
Oh, we had an offer this week about a collaboration, and I was all excited about the collaboration. I didn't read any of the details about it. I just knew something about the other business, and so I sent the email to Mark with a message that just said, "Yay, these people want to collaborate with us." And then he started reading all the details, and he was like, "What do they want to do?" And I'm like, "Oh, I don't know exactly. I just got all excited." So I have no idea what they actually wanted now that after I reread the message. I'm like, clearly I just made up a decision.
I was like, this is not where we want to get off the freeway. I don't think. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but don't know. Because remember, again, the masculine is a part of protecting. It's a part of providence. It's a part of, obviously providing, but also protecting. And so sometimes if you're in Southern California and you're going down the 10 freeway in South Central, you're like, oh, look, there's a fruit stand. Let's get off at, let's get off just head off right below the crypto.com center. And there's this fruit stand down there. It's like, yes, there's a fruit stand and we'll be killed.
Right. The worst is that the flower market in LA is in the most awful place. So as a woman, I've never been to the flower market because there's no opportunity for me to go down there and not get bodily injured at the flower market. So sucks. Yeah. I don't know who was thinking that through when they put it where they put it.
So and there's so much, and we're going to talk about more of this in other podcasts about veto power, and where it's like, well, who's in charge of security? Well, who's in charge of expanding the business? Which is what she did. She's like, oh, here's a new opportunity, and I'm like, that's a fruit stand, and I'm not sure that's really for us, but it could be. But let me look it up on ChatGPT. So it's negotiating the plan as it goes, and that's not that unusual, but understanding that, again, we say this is our maxim, the other gender, the other feminine or masculine, the opposite energy is going to do the opposite thing, going to want to see it in the opposite way, is going to want a different result for a different reason. And when you can manage and understand that, oh, I shouldn't get upset that she wants to go do this thing. She's trying to expand, which is part of her job. And my job is to protect also. And great. As long as we know that, nobody gets mad. If you don't know that, then you get kind of hung up. And one of the things that's frustrating for the masculine is this thing that in this world we call on track.
We're never on track. I'm always in trouble for not being on track. So
on track, if you don't know, ladies, or those who are in the feminine energy, on track means we're in accordance with my plan. And we left at 5:15 and there was no Starbucks. We couldn't figure that out. We're on our way. We're going to get to San Diego on time. On track. That means I'm on track. And you'll find the man relaxes when he's on track. And then all of a sudden, he's a nice person. He's so nice. And then he's back in that loving place. Now, meanwhile, everybody else is mad because he's been trying to push everybody to get on track. The problem with being on track as a result is that you do miss good fruit stands, you do miss opportunities to expand your experience, and you do miss basically the opportunity to have your female or feminine partner be feminine. Because you can never have a feminine partner if you're on track.
Generally speaking, no. So you will get to San Diego with an aggravated man with no coffee and no pecans and not delighted. Delighted is the word, because that's something that women bring that men don't really have a capacity. The masculine doesn't have the capacity to generate delight.
No.
Delight is a completely feminine quality and a superpower if you know how to use it. So, and it works really well. And if you loved everything you heard here today and want more, make sure you click the subscribe button below and ring that bell, hit our like button, and then check out the next video.